Chapter 0001. You are already dead. The internet CAF was thick with smoke, the air reeking of unwashed feet and stale tobacco. In a secluded corner, Jia Jingjin was fixated on the computer screen, his fingers deftly maneuvering the keyboard and mouse. Jia Jingjin. Someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Wait, can't you see I'm about to build my castle? Without turning around, Jia Jingjin replied, I'll talk later. Jia Jingjin, the person insisted, tapping his shoulder once more. I said wait. Jia Jingjin waved his hand dismissively, continuing to control his character in the game. After half an hour, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After more than a month, I've finally completed the castle. Haha. Jia Jingjin, the person behind him, tapped him again. Who is it? Jia Jingjin turned to see a man dressed in black, sporting sunglasses that obscured his eyes. He didn't recognize this man and was puzzled as to how he knew his name. Wearing sunglasses at night seemed rather ostentatious, didn't it? Jia Jingjin, are you done? The man in black asked with a smile. I'm done. What do you want? Jia Jingjin scrutinized the man. The stranger pulled out a chair beside him and sat down, facing him. Do you know who I am? If I knew who you were, why would I ask? You must be delusional. Jia Jingjin thought to himself, bemused. The man in black chuckled, unfazed. I am a ghost emissary from the underworld. Number DF 10019. I'm here specifically to find you. You really are delusional. Are you saying I'm about to die? Jia Jingjin laughed dismissively. You're not about to die. The man in black spread his hands. You have already been dead for about 3 days. I'm here to escort you to catch the last train of the 6 pads this month. That sounds rather serious. If they're SA train, then give me a ticket. Jia Jingjin laughed, entirely unconvinced. In fact, the train has already departed. The man in black looked at him and said, I called out to you several times, but you were so engrossed in your game that you missed the last train this month. Isn't that contradictory? If I'm already dead, how could I miss the train because of a game? You must be delusional. If you're trying to con me, you've got the wrong person. Jia Jingjin shook his head in disdain. The man in black replied, I am not deceiving you. Jia Jingjin, although your obsession with gaming led to your untimely demise, you have not committed any wrongdoing in your life. Occasionally, you even helped others. So you can barely be classified as a good person. Adding to your previous 8 lives, that makes you a somewhat reluctant 9th generation good person. A 9th generation good person is still a good person. Why add the word reluctant? Jia Jingjin asked, perplexed. Because if it weren't for my superior wanting to achieve political merit, you would still be a bit short of qualifying as a 9th generation good person. The man in black replied earnestly. However, for the sake of political gain, you have been fortuitously chosen by my superior. If you can be reincarnated, my superior will gain considerable merit and receive a promotion, and I will naturally benefit as well. But now that the train to the reincarnation hall has left, you cannot be reborn yet. What should I do? Jia Jingjin asked, following the man's lead. Quite simply, although you missed the train, since you barely qualify as a 9th generation good person, if we fulfill one of your wishes, it would still yield a lot of merit. The man in black said, feel free to express your desire. I can help you realize it. Is that for real? Jia Jingjin inquired. Since you say the train has left this month, can I wait for next month? Of course not, because if a 9th generation good person does not reincarnate, they will undoubtedly transform into a terrifying super ghost within a month. They will miss the next train. The underworld is currently understaffed, making it difficult to assign personnel to subdue the malevolent spirits, and that would lead to chaos. However, if we fulfill one of your wishes, allowing your lingering attachments and grievances to dissipate, then everything will be averted. So you can propose one wish to me now. I can help you achieve whatever it is. I said I haven't played enough games in this life, and I want to live in a game forever. Can you help me realize that? Jia Jingjin scoffed. The man in black pondered for a moment, then pulled out a strange device from his pocket and quickly pressed a few buttons. If this is your wish, then I shall grant it. However, since you are already dead in this world, I can only transfer your soul to another realm. Are there really multiple worlds? Jia Jingjin laughed, skepticism evident in his eyes. Do you think the phrase 3,000 worlds is a mere fabrication? The term 3,000 does not literally mean 3,000, but rather signifies infinity. Countless worlds exist in this universe, and the one we currently inhabit is merely one of them. Of course, mortals cannot comprehend this, nor is it necessary for them to do so. What? You speak as if it's the truth. Jia Jingjin stood up. Buddy, I can't indulge you any longer. I need to save my castle's data, and when I get home, I'll build a villa. Don't be hasty. The program has already been initiated. I will send you off immediately. The man in black raised the device in his hand, which emitted a blinding light. After the merit is settled, you will sever your connection with this world. So please, rely on your own fortune. Jia Jingjin wanted to say something, but a beam of light struck his eyes that he screamed in pain and then instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 0002. I have truly transcended. The sound of crashing waves echoed as they lapped against the shore, but a few crabs scuttled up the beach, hurriedly retreating into the water. From the seemingly endless forest lining the coast came a series of calls resembling those of monkeys. With golden hair, a slender physique, and peculiar clothing, Jia Jingjin looked down at his body, which was starkly different from his previous self, and realized that the ghost emissary had indeed been telling the truth. He had truly been resurrected in the body of a stranger, and to top it off, he was now a golden-haired youth. At least he was still a man, and thankfully still human. Just moments ago, he had been in an internet CAF, and now, after being struck by that blinding light, he found himself sprawled on this desolate beach. The water was littered with broken planks and masts, and several lifeless bodies lay motionless on the sand. It appeared he had resurrected in the body of an otherworldly human who had suffered a shipwreck and been washed ashore. Yet apart from inhabiting this body, he had no memories of this other world, leaving him utterly ignorant of his surroundings. However, one thing was certain. This was definitely not Earth. Among the bodies on the beach, one was a furry creature resembling a humanoid with a terrifying lion's head, not the kind you might eat, but a genuine lion, a beast man. Jia Jingjin examined the corpse, confirming it was indeed a real biological entity, not some fabricated imposter. This meant he had traversed to a realm where beastmen existed. All the supplies from the ship had sunk beneath the waves. Fortunately, he found a crudely made iron dagger on one of the corpses. That should count as decent starter equipment, right? As for the clothing of the deceased, while some appeared better than what he was wearing, Jia Jingjin had no intention of stripping them off. The garments of the dead were too ominous. He certainly did not wish to wear them. Before him, a virtual status bar appeared, displaying his current physical condition just like in a game. Health 43,100. You need immediate treatment. Eating and resting will also restore health gradually. Stamina 51,100. You are feeling a bit fatigued. Resting will help recover stamina. Hunger 3,100. You are hungry. You need to eat. Thirst 4,100. You are thirsty. You need to drink. Body temperature 27 degrees Celsius. You are feeling a bit cold. It's best to dry your clothes by a fire. Level LV1. Experience needed for level up 0,100. It was all astonishingly real. What had started as a casual remark had led to this incredible outcome. He possessed a virtual interface and various functions akin to those in a game, yet it felt even more immersive than playing on a computer. For now, Jia Jingjin was truly the protagonist of this game. Grumbling, the famished stomach audaciously growled, while his throat felt parched. There was hardly any time to celebrate the realization of his dreams. Jia Jingjin, with stars in his eyes, began to search for sustenance and potable water. Seawater was obviously undrinkable, unless he had grown weary of life. Distilling seawater into fresh water was currently impossible without the necessary tools. As he passed by the corpses along the beach, an option appeared before him: collect. With a dagger, he could harvest raw meat. Whether from human remains or those of beasts, it was feasible. However, Jia Jingjin had no intention of consuming human flesh. The mere thought was repugnant and intolerable. Fortunately, the coastal area was rich in resources. After a few minutes of searching, he successfully located a coconut tree towering 8 to 10 meters high. Coconut trees exist even in this other world. Although he couldn't help but scoff, a sense of joy welled up within him. After all, coconut water could quench his thirst, and the flesh could satiate his hunger. Yet, he did not believe he could climb such a tall tree. How could he procure the coconuts? He gazed upwards in contemplation for several minutes, and then a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Now imbued with abilities akin to those in a video game, he should not confine his thoughts to those of an ordinary person, but rather adopt the mindset of a gamer. Since he was playing a game, climbing a tree was unnecessary. Hadn't he just found a dagger? He could simply chop down the tree with it. Such a notion might seem absurd in reality, yet it was entirely plausible in a game. With this thought, Jia Jingjin sprang into action, wielding the dagger to strike the coconut tree with vigor. Sure enough, The seemingly dull blade left a deep mark upon the trunk. I can truly chop down trees. Jia Jingjin felt exhilarated, using his remaining strength to swing the dagger repeatedly, with each strike. The wound at the tree's base widened. After about 20 blows, the entire coconut tree crashed to the ground. Message: you have felled a coconut tree. You have obtained 3 coconuts and 4 logs. Upon opening his virtual backpack, he indeed found the coconuts lying quietly within. Famished and parched, Jia Jingjin retrieved 1 coconut, sliced it open with the dagger, and gulped down all the coconut water in one go. He then scooped out the flesh and savored it with delight. His hunger and thirst were somewhat restored. Additionally, his health had even increased by 1 point. Jia Jingjin consumed the remaining 2 coconuts, managing to raise his hunger level to 71, while his thirst was completely quenched at 100. But how fascinating. This was the life he had long yearned for, ever since he had engaged with sandbox survival games and became engrossed in them. Jia Jingjin had fantasized about transforming into a character in those games, able to gather, craft, and build his own world at will in reality. Had he not been so captivated, he wouldn't have perished from gaming while remaining oblivious. Even as a ghost, he lingered in the internet CAF, continuing to play. In other words, he was indeed somewhat beyond redemption. It was now certain that this was not Earth, but a completely different world. The sun in the sky was blue, and there were even orc tribes present, not to mention the beetles by the beach, creatures long extinct on Earth, remnants of the age of dinosaurs, while the coastal forest did feature familiar coconut trees. Over 80 of the flora was entirely unknown to him. Regardless, Jia Jingjin was exceedingly pleased with his current situation. After all, he had died from gaming on Earth and, as a result, missed the opportunity for reincarnation. Now, he had revived in an alternate world and acquired the gaming abilities he had always desired. It would be a grave waste not to take full advantage of it. Jia Jingjin was determined to utilize his newfound powers to survive and thrive in this other world. After all, not everyone had the chance to traverse into another realm with such advantages. To squander such an opportunity would be a crime. To survive in this new world, he needed to construct a shelter as soon as possible and gather sufficient water and food. Coincidentally, the coconut trees along the coast represented the best resources. Felling coconut trees would not only provide timber for building a shelter, but the coconuts would serve as both food and water. This birthplace was simply splendid. Chapter 0003. What on earth is happening? Jia Jingjin had chopped down over a dozen coconut trees, filling his backpack with 30 coconuts and 56 logs. He was utterly exhausted, his stamina dwindling to a mere 12 points. After consuming another coconut, he accessed the virtual interface and selected the crafting option, then chose building. He located the option to convert logs into wooden planks and clicked craft all. Instantly, a green crafting progress bar appeared before him, and as it moved from left to right, 1 log successfully transformed into 4 wooden planks. After considerable time, he had crafted a total of 224 wooden planks from the 56 logs. The wooden planks appeared as neatly squared blocks, stacking together to occupy just a single slot in his backpack. When he took them out, they felt almost weightless. Place, Jia Jingjin mentally commanded, extending his hand towards the designated location. To his astonishment, the wooden planks truly manifested upon the ground. It's like they are rooted, completely immovable. Jia Jingjin attempted to push and pull, but found the placed wooden blocks utterly unyielding. However, he could attack them with the dagger, which would reduce their durability. When their durability reached 0, the blocks would return to his backpack, confirming that the mechanics were akin to those in the game. Jia Jingjin promptly constructed a 5x5 foundation using the wooden planks, then built upward by 3 levels, sealing it off to form a compact, box-like shelter. Within the building options, he used 1 remaining plank to craft a wooden door, and just like that, the simplest of shelters materialized before him. Although a wooden structure was not particularly sturdy, it would suffice to shield him from wind and rain. However, to rest comfortably, he needed to start a fire and create a sleeping bag, the most basic campfire required for wooden planks and 3 plant fibers. But it would be a one-time use. Jia Jingjin intended to use 8 stones and 4 wooden planks to construct a reusable stone campfire within his home. Stones could be easily found on the beach, abundant and simple to collect. Plant fibers, on the other hand, would need to be gathered from the dense grass in the nearby forest, fortunately not far from the shelter. 1 stone, 2 stones. Jia Jingjin approached the beach in good spirits. Carefully avoiding the nearby sprawled corpses, and soon gathered 8 stones, he then cheerfully grabbed his dagger and dashed to the nearest patch of grass to begin collecting plant fibers. There were also stones in the grass, which he couldn't afford to overlook. After all, he had many items to craft ahead, and every material counted. Jiajin diligently gathered resources, primarily stones and plant fibers, as these two were the most abundant in the vicinity. It was only when a notification warned him that his body temperature was too low and he needed to warm up that he ceased his gathering, returning to his boxy room with a backpack full of plant fibers and stones. Message: Stone campfire crafted successfully. Stones-8. Wooden planks -4. Phew. As he selected the campfire from his backpack and placed it in the room, the warm flames immediately flickered to life. Indeed, humanity cannot live without fire. Sitting by the campfire, feeling his body temperature gradually rise, Jiajin couldn't help but exclaimed. He removed his damp clothing and laid it out by the fire. In truth, he wore merely a rough garment akin to a robe, crudely made. Even holding it elicited a message stating, inferior cloth robe, a poorly crafted item, offering only limited warmth. Now, Jiajin was completely unclothed, but thankfully hidden within the sealed room where no one could see him. Speaking of which, aside from the pile of corpses, there seemed to be no one else around. Jiajin was unafraid of the dead. After all, if the living were not afraid, why fear the departed? As he sat by the warm fire, a sense of drowsiness began to creep in. Having expended considerable stamina, he truly needed a good rest to restore his energy. Thus, within the furniture option, he clicked to craft the only item he could make: sleeping bag. Other advanced beds required specific blueprints or the acquisition of skills through upgrading. Not just the sleeping bag, the crafting options currently provided only the most basic items. Any higher-tier tools and equipment necessitated blueprints for learning or skill points for enhancement. For instance, in the tools section, only basic wooden and stone tools were available. Iron tools required relevant blueprints or skill points to master their crafting. Utilizing 20 plant fibers, Jiajin fashioned a simple sleeping bag. While it was the most basic of bedding, it was certainly better than sleeping on the cold, damp ground. Slipping into the sleeping bag, he felt even more comfortable beside the fire. Exhausted, Jiajin soon closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The blue sun sank beneath the horizon, darkness enveloping the land. Sparse stars twinkled, framed by a crimson moon. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Jiajin's body temperature had normalized, and his stamina had returned to a full 100 points. Awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself, he emerged from the sleeping bag. The campfire had extinguished, leaving the room in complete darkness. This posed no challenge for him. He groped around until he located the campfire. Selecting the option to ignite it, consuming a few logs, the warm flames flickered back to life. Simultaneously, he retrieved a piece of coal from the embers. Charcoal turns into coal so quickly. This game is truly absurd. The game system is utterly divorced from reality, which is hardly surprising. Jiajin felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Thus he opened the door. However, he did not wish to urinate at his doorstep, for the stench would be unbearable. Yet, the light from the campfire did not reach the pitch-black surroundings outside. Immediately, he selected the tool crafting option, using the coal he had just collected from the campfire along with a wooden plank to craft a torch. With the radiant glow of the torch in hand, he boldly stepped outside that he dashed directly to a coconut tree situated over 30 meters from the house, spread his legs, and began to relieve himself. Did he forget to remove his trousers? How foolish! He was entirely devoid of any. The only garment he possessed, a simple robe, lay abandoned within the confines of the room. What harm was there in running naked under the cover of night? Was he to fear the presence of others nearby, or worry about the aesthetics of the town? Jiajin could no longer hold it in, and certainly could not take the time to don his robe and emerge leisurely. Otherwise, he would surely find himself urinating within his own home. With the pressure alleviated, Jiajin felt a significant improvement in his demeanor. He shook himself off, began to hum a tune, and prepared to return home to continue his slumber. Just then, an eerie sound echoed from the vicinity of the beach. Click, click. The noise was unmistakably clear, reminiscent of bamboo clappers. Driven by curiosity, Jiajin raised the torch, his gaze fixated on the source of the sound, only to feel a chill run down his spine the very next moment. A snow-white skeleton ambled towards him from the beach, its hollow eye sockets flickering with blue flames that appeared almost animated. its mouth moving rapidly as it advanced step by step towards Jia Jingjin. Chapter 0004. Running naked while encountering a skeleton before him stood a living skeleton, a sight relegated to the realms of films or games. Devoid of flesh and entirely composed of eerie white bones, its eyes, formed from ghostly blue flames, locked onto him as it approached relentlessly. Jia Jingjin felt goosebumps erupt across his body. With a scream, he turned and sprinted back toward the matchbox-sized room. Surely, he would not engage a skeleton with the torch in hand in this dark night. He certainly didn't believe that the torch would be of any use against an undead creature. Bang! He slammed the door shut with great force. Seeking refuge in the sealed room, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. My goodness, that was exhilarating. An authentic undead being, a moving skeleton, hiding within the room. He should be safe, right? In games, entering a room equates to stepping into a safe zone. With this thought, Jia Jingjin felt a modicum of relief. He crept toward the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Outside, there was silence, save for the distant chirps of insects in the forest. Could it have left? He pondered. Waiting a moment longer, cautiously, he cracked the door open and peered outside. Click, click, click. A pair of ghostly blue eyes met his gaze, the skeleton's mouth opening and closing rapidly, producing a chilling sound. Suddenly, a skeletal arm reached through the gap. Bang! Jia Jingjin hastily shut the door, keeping it at bay. What a fright! He had not anticipated the skeleton to be stationed right at his door. Fortunately, Jia Jingjin had been cautious. Had he flung the door open without thought, it would have certainly charged in and wreaked havoc. Strictly speaking, this skeleton could be classified as a monster from a game. Defeating it would yield experience points and loot. However, Jia Jingjin was uncertain whether it was a novice creature or a boss monster, a distinction that could be life-threatening. Besides, he possessed nothing but a dagger. Engaging in close combat with an undead being armed with a mere dagger would be tantamount to courting death. Jia Jingjin was not afraid of death, having already experienced it once during his transmigration. Yet, he had no desire to perish without purpose, especially since he had finally realized his dream of playing a game in the real world. He wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Fortunately, the room should be safe. As long as he remained quiet and waited for it to depart, everything would be fine. With this thought, Jia Jingjin planted the torch in the ground and prepared to crawl into his sleeping bag. Bang! Just then, the locked door shook violently. A glance revealed that the durability, originally at 100 points, had plummeted to 95 points. What the heck? Isn't the inside of the house supposed to be safe? Jia Jingjin felt the goosebumps return. He had not expected the room to be anything but a sanctuary. The skeleton could attack the house, meaning it could break in. He absolutely could not allow it to enter. He had to devise a plan. Jia Jingjin pondered earnestly and soon recalled that the stone hammer from the basic tools could be used to repair damaged structures. He promptly selected crafting, decomposed some wood into 4 sticks, and then clicked on the stone hammer in the tools section, consuming 2 stones, 3 plant fibers, and 1 stick. A poor quality stone hammer materialized in his hand. Standing before the door, which the skeleton was gradually battering down to only 65 durability, he immediately saw the option to repair, requiring 1 piece of wood. Jia Jingjin wasted no time in repairing the wooden door, automatically deducting 1 piece of wood from his inventory, restoring the door's durability back to a full 100 points. The damaged area returned to its original state. Ha ha ha, scratch away. Keep scratching, you scratch for ages. And I'll fix it in an instant. Jia Jingjin laughed triumphantly at the sight of the brand new wooden door. As the old saying goes, pride goes before a fall. Just as he reveled in his success, the wooden walls on either side of the door began to tremble, and their durability started to wane. The outside was filled with the sound of more click, 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 as additional skeletons emerged. More reinforcements. Jia Jingjin's expression darkened as he watched the durability of the walls and door plummet. He glanced around, realizing he had no time to repair anything. Bang! Finally, the left wooden wall could no longer withstand the onslaught, durability hitting 0, and the wood completely shattering, revealing a square window. Through this opening, he could clearly see several skeletons desperately clawing at the wall. The monsters are besieging the castle. Jia Jingjin screamed, hurriedly retrieving more wood from his backpack to fill the breach. However, just as he patched that up, the right wall was breached as well. After fixing the right side, the door's durability was again nearing its end, and he rushed to repair it. The skeletons multiplied rapidly, soon gathering to a dozen or so. Fervently scratching at the door, this situation was untenable. Jia Jingjin made a swift decision to abandon the room. The wooden durability was far too low to withstand the skeleton's assault. Clinging to the room would surely lead to ruin. Rather than sit idly and wait for doom, he would rather take the risk outside. Although these skeletons appeared fearsome, they seemed only capable of walking, not running, thus unable to catch up with him. As long as he kept moving, they would never lay a hand on him. However, both the door and the sides were blocked, leaving only the back as the sole escape route, free from the skeletons. These skeletons likely came from the direction of the beach and weren't clever enough to flank him from behind. Resolute in his choice, Jia Jingjin quickly grasped the torch in his left hand, raised the stone hammer in his right, and bit down on the dagger that he swiftly turned around and struck the unassailed wooden wall with the stone hammer. Faster, faster, the three walls behind him were deteriorating at an alarming rate. With several bony arms reaching through the breaches, Jia Jingjin redoubled his efforts, furiously striking at the wooden wall. Bang, bang, bang. The holes in the wall grew larger, and the door teetered on the brink of collapse. Luckily, the rear wooden wall finally succumbed to Jia Jingjin's relentless hammering, creating a gap large enough for him to escape. Time to bolt. Jia Jingjin brandished the torch and squeezed through the gap. Plunging into the enveloping darkness, he discarded the stone hammer, removing the dagger from his mouth to wield it as a weapon for defense. Click, click, click. Several skeletons noticed Jia Jingjin's escape and immediately abandoned their assault on the wooden wall. Slowly advancing towards him, the rest continued their futile demolition efforts. Come on, chase me. If you dare, run. Jia Jingjin raised the torch in his left hand and brandished the dagger in his right, turning to make a face at the pursuing skeletons. Then he turned and sprinted away. Of course, he only circled around the vicinity of the house. He did not venture far. After all, he was entirely unclothed, and plunging naked into the forest could lead to his stumbling into a thicket of thorns. Moreover, the forest might harbor even more terrifying creatures, so he dared not wander carelessly. Although he had no idea what time it was, the sky appeared to shift from red to blue, indicating dawn was approaching. Generally speaking, low-level undead creatures do not operate during the day. If these skeletons adhered to that rule, he merely needed to lead them in circles until safety was assured. Chapter 0005. Charcoal grilled ribs. To be honest, a young boy running around naked by the beach at night is quite an unseemly sight. Were this in a city, someone would surely call the police, mistaking him for a pervert. Fortunately, this was a different world. A desolate region devoid of any witnesses. Click, click, click. The skeleton's jaws moved rapidly, trailing closely behind him. Jia Jingjin felt as if he were running a marathon, holding the torch like an Olympic flame, leading them in a merry chase. Or so he wished. The truth was, he was terrified. He sprinted desperately around the grassy area near the house, glancing back intermittently at the relentless skeletons in pursuit. Among the skeletons, one stood out, its skull markedly different from the others. Resembling the skeletal structure of an upright animal, complete with a long tailbone. As he ran, an idea flashed through Jia Jingjin's mind. The number of skeletons seemed to correspond to the number of corpses he had seen earlier by the beach. Could that animal skeleton be that of a lion-headed beast-man? But why did those corpses transform into skeletons at night? And why had he, who should have belonged among them, not transformed? Was it because his soul had been reincarnated, preventing him from becoming a skeleton? What was the principle behind this transformation? His mind was filled with questions, struggling to comprehend the situation. Though the skeletons moved slowly, they seemed perpetually capable of keeping pace with Jia Jingjin. No matter how fast he ran, they followed him without tiring. However, his own stamina was finite. Strictly speaking, it should be referred to as stamina. The relentless running has caused his stamina to plummet rapidly. One fears that these 100 points of stamina may not suffice to last until dawn, if only he possessed a ranged weapon. Given the speed of these skeletons, he could easily employ a kite-flying strategy to eliminate them one by one. The most basic bow could be crafted with merely 3 pieces of wood and 3 plant fibers. Yet, he lacks the materials to fashion arrows. Essential for any arrow are feathers, and unfortunately, Jia Jingjin's backpack is devoid of them. Moreover, in the depths of the night, shrouded in darkness, and with a dozen skeletons in pursuit, he has no opportunity to seek feathers in the shadowy forest. Close combat, to turn back and fight with a dagger? While the skeletons may be slow, their encirclement would be overwhelming. That would simply be a gift of his head. As his stamina continues to wane, the skeletons, unable to sustain the chase for long, lacking ranged weaponry. He cannot kite the skeletons, and with their numbers too great, he cannot defeat them in melee. At this moment, Jia Jingjin finds himself in a precarious predicament, as there is a looming possibility of being caught by these skeletons. Rendering him in great peril, his only weapon is a dagger, which is of no use. The sole source of illumination is a torch, which holds no effect on the skeletons. The skeletons are not beasts, they are not afraid of flames. However, not fearing the light does not equate to being impervious to fire. In this crisis, Jia Jingjin's mind is still quite agile. It is impossible to ignite the skeletons with a torch. Bones are hardly flammable. Furthermore, with a dozen skeletons, one cannot leisurely hold a torch and burn them. An excellent idea suddenly strikes Jia Jingjin. His gaze falls upon the dilapidated house he had abandoned, although it has been ravaged by the skeletons to the point of being unrecognizable. About half of the wood remains intact. If he could set the house ablaze and lure the skeletons toward it, would these mindless, instinct-driven undead not walk straight into the flames? The fire from a torch may lack destructive power, but a conflagration engulfing the entire house should be sufficient to vanquish these skeletons, right? Igniting a wooden structure is quite simple. Jia Jingjin possesses a torch and has ample firewood in his backpack, with plant fibers available to serve as kindling. With thought comes action. He quickly alters his course, leading the skeletons back toward the dilapidated house. As he runs, he pulls wood from his backpack and places it around the house, attempting to lay down as much as possible. He also scatters a significant amount of plant fibers while running around the house that he sprints ahead, with the skeletons trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Jia Jingjin transforms the crumbling house into a massive bonfire, and while the skeletons have not yet caught up, he halts to ignite the abundant plant fibers encircling the house with his torch. The plant fibers ignite upon contact with fire, though they burn for a mere few seconds before turning to ash. Nevertheless, their vast quantity proves impactful, and the colossal bonfire, constructed from ample wood, quickly blazes to life. Intensifying with vigor, once the flames erupt, an urgent question springs to Jia Jingjin's mind. How does he intend to lure the skeletons into the fire? Is he to dash through the flames in his bare skin? If the skeletons do not perish, he would surely be incinerated. A miscalculation. The sole benefit he appears to have gained is that he can temporarily stow away the torch in his left hand. The bonfire's glow illuminates a vast area around him, allowing him to navigate without the need for the torch. Glancing back at the skeletons that have quickly caught up to him during his brief respite, an idea flashes through Jia Jingjin's mind. While he cannot lead the skeletons directly into the conflagration, he can allow the flames to spread outward, effectively incinerating them, with the fire raging so intensely. Merely tossing a piece of wood would ignite it in no time. Jia Jingjin is not short on wood in his backpack. Before the skeletons reach him, he quickly sets off again, simultaneously retrieving wood from his backpack to place alongside the flames. Not long after the wood is laid down, the flames eagerly consume it. Spreading outward, he hastily places another piece of wood in line with the first, and so forth, constructing a low wall of fire that extends behind him. The skeletons, oblivious to the flames, clumsily leap over the low wall, charging recklessly. It proves effective, as a wave of them loses a significant portion of their life points. Witnessing the results, Jia Jingjin's morale soars as he lures the skeletons to continue their pursuit. After creating some distance, he swiftly conjures another wall of flames from the massive bonfire, allowing the skeletons to pass through the roaring fire. As he observes their life points plummeting amidst the inferno, Jia Jingjin feels a glimmer of hope for victory. Though fatigued, and with more than half of his stamina depleted, he perseveres in erecting firewalls. Message: you have defeated a skeleton and gained 10 experience points. Message: you have defeated a skeleton and gained 10 experience points. Message: good news continues to flood in. Those dozen skeletons do not know how to turn. Jia Jingjin can maneuver around the burning wooden wall and stand behind it to entice them. However, the skeletons charge directly through the sea of flames, relentlessly pursuing him. Their life points steadily diminish as they are scorched, and they begin to fall one by one. Chapter 0006. Preparing for adventure as the last skeleton collapses. Jia Jingjin, too, finally succumbs to exhaustion from his dwindling stamina, panting as he sits beside the bonfire. The searing heat causes beads of sweat to cascade down his body, yet having successfully extricated himself from peril brings him immense relief. His racing heart can finally begin to calm. The charred remains of the skeletons lie blackened in the fire. It is hard to imagine that just moments ago, these creatures were animated and lively. The defeat of a dozen skeletons has propelled Jia Jingjin to level 2, granting him a significant portion of experience. He has earned a skill point, which he can utilize to unlock abilities in the skill interface. Undoubtedly, to expedite his early development, enabling him to swiftly craft metal tools or weapons to contend with the unknown creatures of this alien world, and to hasten the establishment of a technology tower to unlock advanced technologies, thereby constructing essential facilities for his survival. Whether in the game or in reality, the ability to search for ore must be prioritized. Upon unlocking search for ore, with his skill point in the virtual interface, Jia Jingjin feels as though his mind has expanded with newfound knowledge that he rises to his feet, gazing toward the horizon while activating this newly acquired ability. Instantly, the dark world before him transforms. Myriad peculiar points of light emerge from the shadows. Reds and greens intertwine, densely clustered like the lights of a city. Jia Jingjin realizes that these luminous points indicate the locations of ores. Red signifies iron ore, green indicates copper ore, white denotes silver ore. Yellow represents gold ore, and many other minerals possess their own unique hues. The forest behind this coastal area is rich in iron and copper, which are the most consumed resources in the early stages. This discovery fills him with joy. All he needs is to craft a stone pickaxe to harvest these ores. Entering the age of iron tools would allow him to face the skeletons with much greater ease. Yet, he remains wholly ignorant of the forest, which is home to orc tribes and these undead creatures. Who knows what perilous beings lurk within this dense woodland? Perhaps there are even more formidable undead or terrifying beasts. Or carnivorous plants. The possibilities are endless. Therefore, before embarking on an adventure, he must first acquire a set of protective gear. Furthermore, due to the sudden appearance of these skeletons, Jia Jingjin was too frightened to don any clothing. He remains utterly bare. It is imperative to craft a suitable outfit that provides warmth and a modicum of defense. The most basic garments consist of a fiber tunic, fiber trousers, fiber gloves, fiber shoes, and a fiber hat, all made from plant fibers. Were he to weave these by hand, it could take him a month or two to complete. However, utilizing the crafting function requires only a brief wait. After a short reading period, they will materialize. Clothing made from plant fibers may not be particularly comfortable, but at the very least, it offers warmth. Moreover, donning the complete ensemble means he no longer has to run about naked. Jia Jingjin has no desire to be a bird-walking hero, even in these desolate lands. This outfit is utterly ridiculous. It seems I must hasten the collection of resources to create more comfortable attire. Unsatisfied, he turns around, muttering to himself. The red moonlight gradually fades as the blue sun begins its ascent into the sky. Strange as it may seem, although the sun is undeniably blue, its rays illuminate the earth. Yet the world does not transform into a sea of blue, which perplexes Jia Jingjin. He has spent the entire night by the bonfire, wary of straying too far, fearing the presence of additional skeletons or undead creatures, or even more dangerous nocturnal beings. Fortunately, nothing else occurs, and he peacefully passes his first night in this alien world. The firewood has nearly burned away, yielding him over 100 pieces of coal. It appears he need not worry about crafting torches or fuel, as this method is remarkably simple. As the light returns to the earth, Jia Jingjin finally feels at ease. After consuming a few coconuts to replenish his hunger and hydration, he decides to inspect the skeletons he had vanquished. Admittedly, he had been too fearful to approach them at night, dreading their potential resurrection, but by day, he feels emboldened. Message: you have obtained bone powder. Message: you have acquired a bone. Message: you have received bone powder. The spoils from the dozen skeletons consist primarily of bone powder and bones. Bone powder is an essential alchemical material, a crucial component for various potions. Bones can be fashioned into bone knives for harvesting meat and hides from animal carcasses. However, Jia Jingjin already possesses a dagger, so he discards the bones without a second thought. The human skeletons are utterly destitute, offering little more than bone powder and bones. Yet, from the skeleton of a lion orc, he manages to unearth a singular valuable item. Howl Skill Book. a fearsome ability inherited from the ancestors of the orc race. This skill harnesses power through a mighty howl to intimidate foes, thereby diminishing their attack strength. There exists a certain probability of instilling fear in weaker adversaries. Although this skill is characteristic of the orcs, the skill book transcends racial boundaries. Thus, upon utilization, Jia Jingjin can immediately master the howl. What a stroke of luck! Such a rare treasure as a skill book has actually dropped. Naturally, Jia Jingjin would not squander a skill book that could enhance his survival capabilities. Resolutely, he used the skill book, and soon his mind felt inundated with newfound knowledge. Roar! He summoned the instructions for the howl in his mind, and then opened his mouth, unleashing a deafening sound reminiscent of a wild beast. Goo! In the nearby forest, a flock of unidentified birds took flight in terror, flapping their wings as they soared away into the distance. Haha, I feel so powerful now, Jia Jingjin exclaimed with exhilaration, roaring several times into the air, only sitting down to rest once his stamina had nearly depleted. Utilizing skills also consumes stamina, and with Jia Jingjin's stamina at 100 points, the normal gathering of resources would quickly deplete it, making combat even more challenging. Fortunately, this was merely the initial stage. In the later phases, he could enhance his stamina by slaying monsters or crafting advanced equipment to obtain stamina-boosting armor. Additionally, alchemy could be employed to concoct potions for stamina recovery, or he could learn specific skills to augment his stamina. In summary, the early stages were quite arduous, but it would become simpler as he progressed. On the second day of his journey to this other world, Jia Jingjin resolved to leave the vicinity of the beach and commence his exploration of the mineral-rich primeval forest. Before setting off, he meticulously gathered a substantial number of stones on the beach, felled several coconut trees for wood, and collected more plant fibers to craft a stone axe for faster tree felling, a stone pickaxe for mining, and a stone shovel for excavation, with the remainder fashioned into combat-ready stone spears. The stone spear could be wielded in close combat or thrown. However, its crafting speed was rather slow, and if he needed to create a spear in the heat of battle, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, by preparing a significant number of stone spears in advance, he could greatly enhance his combat prowess during his adventures. Chapter 0007. The jungle of another world dressed in a full set of fiber armor. Jia Jingjin clutched a stone spear as he cautiously traversed the overgrown, thorny thicket of the forest. His appearance was akin to that of a primitive man on the cusp of civilization. The grass, towering to his chest, concealed a myriad of bizarre creatures. Moments ago, he had been startled by a giant caterpillar nearly his height. Fortunately, the creature was quite docile, ignoring the intruder and contentedly munching on leaves. Towering trees, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters, were abundant, their crowns intertwining to shade the entire forest. The sunlight could scarcely penetrate, rendering the interior of the forest starkly different from the hot, dry conditions outside, where dew was prevalent and the air was thick with humidity. Gululu, a line of zebra-striped birds stood neatly on a sturdy branch, tilting their heads curiously to observe Jia Jingjin. Hiss, a gigantic centipede, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, slithered through the nearby grassland, paying no heed to the frozen intruder. Having barely entered the forest, Jia Jingjin was already confronted by such an array of peculiar creatures, adding significant pressure to his situation. Not to mention, he estimated he would stand little chance against that centipede. With his current equipment, he could easily be devoured in a single bite. Retreat. He had already made preparations. To withdraw now would be cowardly. After a moment of hesitation, Jia Jingjin steeled his resolve. Raising his stone spear and advancing deeper into the forest, the further he ventured, the more he encountered creatures infused with the essence of this other world. Over 3 meters in length, massive cockroaches, silver spiders resembling machines with sharp angles, peculiar flowers emitting sounds akin to retching, and strange entities resembling rotting wood with eyes at both ends. Not to mention goat-like creatures sporting a single sharp horn on their foreheads. The diversity of life here was astonishing, with nothing resembling the earth. This world-esque creatures may appear odd, but they don't seem overly dangerous. Noticing that most of the bizarre beings in the forest displayed little aggression, Jia Jingjin began to feel somewhat reassured. Just as he relaxed, a chilling, grating sound suddenly echoed from above. The noise was reminiscent of fingernails scraping across a chalkboard, sending shivers down his spine. Jia Jingjin promptly crouched down, burying himself in the thick underbrush. and looked up toward the source of the sound. He beheld a massive crimson python coiled atop a great tree, its gaping maw capable of swallowing Jia Jingjin whole, locked in a standoff with a gigantic bird seemingly adorned with electric currents. The bird's size surpassed that of Jia Jingjin, yet it appeared minuscule compared to the python. Undaunted, it flapped its golden wings, circling the tree where the python resided. As the golden bird flew, feathers drifted down like autumn leaves. Jia Jingjin's eyes lit up. He cautiously moved to collect the feathers that fell from the sky. Feathers can be used to craft arrows and are essential materials for certain armors. The gigantic bird circled the python for a while before suddenly emitting a sharp cry, its enormous form transforming into a streak of lightning as it collided with the python's head. Did it just flash with electricity? Jia Jingjin marveled. Can you unleash 100,000 volts? The golden bird, of course, did not respond to Jia Jingjin's inquiry. It was wholly focused on becoming a barrage of electric strikes, relentlessly assaulting the python. After several blows to its head, the python seemed to grow enraged. It opened its mouth once more, emitting that spine-tingling sound while scorching flames erupted from its maw. Wow, this scene is more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster, Jia Jingjin exclaimed, swiftly crouching low and retreating into the grass. He had no desire to become collateral damage in the clash between these two colossal creatures or to perish in their electric and fiery onslaught. After barely moving a few steps, he heard rustling sounds all around him. Soon, a troop of mushrooms began to emerge from the underbrush. These mushrooms resembled the common umbrella mushrooms found on Earth, albeit in colossal sizes, with the tallest reaching up to Jia Jingjin's knees. Moreover, they exhibited a life of their own, hopping about. Jia Jingjin hurriedly raised his stone spear. However, the mushrooms completely disregarded his weapon and instead affectionately bounded to his feet, rubbing against him like playful puppies. Confused, Jia Jingjin swept the mushroom-like creatures away with his spear, only to have them bounce back and cling to him once more. Go away. Growing impatient with their persistent affection, he swung his spear vigorously at the peculiar mushrooms at his feet. After considerable effort, he finally managed to drive them away. Enduring the dewy grass until his clothes were thoroughly soaked and evading countless bizarre and seemingly dangerous creatures, he ultimately utilized his skill to locate the nearest iron ore vein from his starting point. The vein was situated beside a clear river, surrounded by a relatively open grassy area. Most importantly, there were no dangerous creatures nearby, and the riverbank was abundant with stones, fruit trees, and grass resources. This is an ideal location for establishing an initial base. After conducting a cursory inspection and confirming safety, Jia Jingjin swapped his stone spear for a stone axe and began swiftly clearing grass by the riverbank, preparing to create a space for a new shelter. Simultaneously, he could gather a substantial amount of plant fibers while clearing the grass, allowing him to enhance his crafting skills during his downtime. After all, the higher the crafting skill level, the better the quality of the items produced. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Just as he was engrossed in his work, the peculiar mushroom creatures appeared once again from the forest underbrush. They observed Jia Jingjin from a distance for a moment before joyfully bounding over, once again clinging to his feet. How annoying you are! Jia Jingjin attempted to shoo them away several times to no avail. Growing frustrated enough to draw his spear and launch an attack, stabbing one of the mushroom creatures, upon being pierced, it immediately deflated. Yet, the others remained unfazed, continuing to cling to him. Message: you have defeated a mushroom. Gaining 1 experience point. Is this even considered a monster? A single point of experience, nonetheless, was still experience, especially since these creatures posed no resistance. Jia Jingjin decided to wield his spear with abandon, slaughtering all the bothersome mushrooms in sight. At last, with no clingy creatures at his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. After rummaging through the remains of the mushrooms, he discovered that each one yielded a spore, likely for cultivation purposes. Beyond that, there was nothing else of note. Chapter 0008. Leveling crafting skills. With his stamina nearly depleted, Jia Jingjin finally cleared a vast expanse of grassland by the river, panting heavily yet beaming at the freshly leveled ground. He laid down a layer of wooden planks crafted from timber as a foundation, upon which he placed a stone campfire and a sleeping bag, snuggling into the warm embrace of the campfire. He rested for a while, and once rejuvenated, he switched to the stone pickaxe to begin chipping away at the exposed massive rocks containing iron ore. The low-quality pickaxe was not particularly swift in breaking the rocks, Yet each successful strike yielded a bounty of stones and iron ore. The labor was arduous, and consequently, his stamina dwindled rapidly. Jia Jingjin could only work for short intervals before needing to rest. During these breaks, he crafted the stones he had collected into the simplest stone bricks that is a fundamental building material. Stone bricks boasted a durability of merely 200 points. However, in comparison to wooden building materials with a durability of 100 points, it is significantly sturdier. Mining is a tedious and monotonous endeavor. Throughout the entire day, aside from chiseling away at the rocks, storing iron ore, and crafting stone bricks, Jia Jingjin hardly engaged in any other activities. As the sun gradually set in the west, he resolved to conclude his day's work, stowing away his pickaxe to begin constructing walls with the stone bricks, erecting a matchbox house of stone that was more robust than the one he built the previous night. Certainly, he had the capability to create more aesthetically pleasing and visually appealing structures, even opulent castles, given sufficient time and resources. However, in the initial stages, characterized by resource scarcity and the preciousness of time, this box-like room, though lacking beauty and devoid of windows save for a door, was the most practical option available. Before darkness enveloped the land, he successfully completed the rudimentary square stone house. Yet, apprehensive about the emergence of undead creatures similar to those from the previous night, he crafted basic defensive traps, spike traps, from wood, surrounding the house with a protective layer. These spike traps, essentially sharpened wooden stakes, could injure any creature that stepped on them. Although they possessed decent power, their durability was merely 50 points, making them prone to damage. Still, it was better than having no defense at all. That he fashioned 2 torches to hang on the walls inside the room, dispelling the darkness. This night was considerably improved compared to the first. Moreover, it would not be dull, for with the collection of such an abundance of stone and iron ore, he could craft numerous stone spears and utilize the stones to create a furnace to smelt the iron ore into ingots. By storing enough iron ingots, he planned to set up basic hunting traps at dawn, subsequently hunting some weaker interdimensional creatures to level up and acquire skill points to unlock the skill for crafting iron tools. The swift creation of iron tools, weapons, and armor would further enhance his survival capabilities. The furnace was simple enough to construct, requiring just 8 stones. However, the iron ore he had gathered throughout the day could only yield a mere 10 iron ingots. This was partly due to the low quality of the stone pickaxe, which was a substandard tool, and primarily because he lacked any mining skills. Yet, such was the reality in the early stages. 10 iron ingots were barely sufficient to forge a single iron axe, and with his current LV1 weapon crafting skill, the result would undoubtedly be a low-quality, inferior iron axe or another tool of the same level. The amount of ore mined in a single day was only enough to create 1 iron tool, a pace that was rather disheartening. Thus, Jia Jingjin resolved to upgrade tomorrow and first craft an iron pickaxe, which would expedite his mining speed and yield more resources. Naturally, enhancing both tool and weapon crafting levels was essential, with the considerable amount of stone gathered during the day and the plant fibers obtained while clearing grass. Alongside the wood he had previously stored, he could manufacture wooden sticks to create stone tools, which should elevate his crafting skill by about a level. Achieving LV2 in tool crafting would grant him the opportunity to produce tools of ordinary white quality. Incidentally, the initial inferior tools bore gray names, while ordinary tools were white, progressively advancing to blue for fine quality, gold for perfect quality, green for superior quality, orange for legendary quality, and purple for epic quality. Epic tools or weapons and armor constituted the ultimate set, boasting exceptional gathering and combat efficiency. Before his crossing into this realm, his game character had maxed out skills and donned a full set of purple gear, exuding confidence. Therefore, even in this alternate reality, his strategy remained unchanged, a fervent collection of resources and skill grinding. He aimed to max out tool crafting levels first, followed by weapon and armor crafting levels. Each successful creation would yield crafting experience, and achieving max skills required ample patience. Whoosh! The flames roared within the furnace, the coal burning with remarkable efficiency. The iron ore melted. Jia Jingjin, well-fed and hydrated, sat in the steamy room, preparing to grind for tool crafting levels. Before he commenced, he crafted a low-quality bow from wood and plant fibers, then fashioned stones into flint and combined them with wood and feathers collected during the day to create 11 stone arrows, superior to wooden ones. The bow and arrows were stored in his backpack for hunting. Subsequently, he monotonously utilized the materials gathered during the day to create the most resource-efficient stone axes to enhance his tool crafting experience. Outside the house lay the forest, which was far noisier at night compared to the nearby beach. Various unknown interdimensional creatures filled the air with their cacophonous cries, making it difficult to concentrate. Jia Jingjin endeavored to ignore these sounds, focusing intently on leveling up his tool crafting skill. Watching his stone axes emerge from his hands, his crafting experience steadily increasing, that it wasn't until he felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids growing heavy, that he depleted all the wood in his backpack. Although he still had plenty of stone and plant fibers, without wooden sticks, he could no longer craft tools that in truth, the tools he crafted could be disassembled, and each tool would return a certain amount of materials based on its current quality upon disassembly. However, seeing the pile of inferior stone axes accumulating nearby, Jia Jingjin had no intention of disassembling them, as they would yield at best a single stone but would require him to labor tirelessly until noon the next day, a clear case of diminishing returns. Yet, reality did not function like a game. Simply discarding these tools would not cause them to vanish. Therefore, he resolved to sleep first, and, upon waking the next day, to take all the inferior stone axes outside and burn them. After incineration, he should obtain a substantial amount of coal resources, as smelting iron ore was quite coal-intensive. He had achieved his goal for the day, successfully leveling up his tool crafting to over 2, granting him a certain probability of crafting ordinary quality tools. Tomorrow, he hoped to push further, aiming for level 3, which would ensure the reliable production of ordinary grade tools. Chapter 0009. Hunting Traps. What a splendid day, so delightful it makes my face flush with heat. I think of you so much it throws my hormones into disarray. As dawn broke, with invigorated spirits, Jia Jingjin stepped out of his room, singing a song by Qin Xiaochun and breathing in the fresh air while stretching lazily. The previous night had passed without the appearance of skeletons or any monsters besieging his home, allowing him a restful night's sleep that was remarkably comfortable. However, upon turning around, he noticed that the wooden spike traps surrounding his stone house had suffered considerable damage. The cause of this calamity was an abundance of mushroom corpses strewn about. It was evident that after he had retired for the night, a multitude of mushrooms had ventured into the forest, inexplicably crowding around the house, and ultimately succumbing beneath the spike traps. Recalling how these mushrooms had clung to him, particularly in the corner where the furnace was placed, an idea suddenly flashed through Jia Jingjin's mind. Could it be that these mushrooms were attracted by heat, leading them to their demise? It was quite possible. The heat emitted from his body might have drawn the mushrooms towards him, and the greater warmth from the furnace would surely draw even more. But if that were the case, why didn't they simply leave the forest during the day to bask in the sun? Wasn't that heat more intense? Never mind, he decided not to dwell on it. Jia Jingjin dragged the mushroom corpses one by one out of the vicinity, not forgetting to search for spoils. Unsurprisingly, most of the mushrooms had dropped spores, but one particularly large mushroom yielded 2 new items. Message: you have obtained mushroom toxin. Message: you have acquired blueprint for mushroom headgear. Thank goodness I didn't succumb to curiosity and eat those mushrooms. It turns out they are poisonous. Jia Jingjin was taken aback. How fortunate I wasn't poisoned despite those mushrooms rubbing against me all night. Perhaps they are only toxic internally. As long as I don't consume them, I should be fine. Feeling lucky, he promptly learned the blueprint for the mushroom headgear in the armor crafting interface. A new crafting option was illuminated immediately. Mushroom headgear requires 5 mushrooms and 10 plant fibers. So, these mushroom corpses are useful after all. Jia Jingjin was unaware of what mushroom headgear entailed, as this equipment had not existed in the game prior to his crossing. It must have been automatically added after his arrival. He hurriedly picked 5 mushrooms from the ground and placed them in his backpack, causing the crafting option to light up. Without hesitation, Jia Jingjin clicked to craft, and the mushroom corpses in his backpack swiftly disappeared, replaced by an oversized mushroom hat. In truth, it resembled the caps of the mushrooms that had been harvested, just with added embellishments. Inferior mushroom headgear, defense 1, can camouflage in grass, evading the gaze of carnivorous creatures, though it carries a chance of being targeted by herbivores. While amusing, this hat was quite advantageous. After reading the description, Jia Jingjin promptly discarded his fiber hat, which provided no defense. and donned the mushroom headgear that offered 1 point of defense and the ability to camouflage. The mushroom headgear made him appear like a jester, yet he felt immensely satisfied that he gathered the remaining mushroom corpses into his virtual backpack. Then took his stone axe to fell a nearby tree. Acquiring a batch of wood, he promptly returned to his room, using the wood to craft a wooden box, placing it in the corner of the room. He then stored all his stones, plant fibers, wood, mushrooms, and coconuts within it, leaving only his stone axe, stone pickaxe, stone shovel, stone spear, wooden bow, and 11 arrows in his backpack. He fortified the area around the house with another layer of wooden spike traps to prevent interdimensional creatures from damaging his home while he was out hunting. Having prepared adequately, he set off into the perilous forest. After discovering a narrow path to the river, worn down by the passage of animals, Jiajingjin immediately set to work. He used a stone shovel to excavate a massive pit approximately 2 meters deep. Subsequently, he covered the pit with a layer of branches and leaves, ingeniously crafting a rudimentary hunting trap. While such a contraption would prove ineffective against the large creature he had observed the previous day, it promised considerable success with smaller fauna. Should any creature fall into the trap, Jiajingjin could effortlessly dispatch it with his stone spear, expending minimal effort. Naturally, a single trap could yield only limited results, prompting him to excavate 3 additional traps at various locales. Now, all that remained was to wait. After surveying his surroundings with meticulous attention, he ascended a tall tree, using the dense foliage as camouflage. Although it was easier to conceal oneself amidst the underbrush adorned with a mushroom headdress, such disguise would render him nearly invisible. From the tree, however, he enjoyed a broad vantage point to monitor the status of all 4 traps. The moment any creature fell into one, he could swiftly reap the rewards of his labor. This method, albeit simplistic and not particularly efficient, afforded him a degree of safety after sitting in the tree for several hours. The monotony of waiting nearly lulled him to sleep, when suddenly a cacophony of panicked cries erupted below, startling him awake. To his astonishment, he beheld a peculiar group of creatures scattering in terror. Several unfortunate souls tumbling into the trap, unable to escape. This peculiar gathering consisted of diminutive beings, standing no more than 1 meter tall, capable of bipedal locomotion, resembling nothing more than anthropomorphic canines to be precise. They were dog-headed creatures. Chapter 0010. The dog-headed pet descending from the tree. Jiajingjin cast a scornful glance at the dog-headed creatures that had abandoned their companions in a hasty retreat. Vanishing in an instant, he then approached the edge of the trap, brandishing his spear, and shouted at the trapped dog-headed creature, "Raise your hands." "Ow, ow." The ensnared creature, unable to comprehend Jiajingjin's commands, bared its sharp teeth and growled menacingly. Despite its small stature, the display of its jagged fangs was indeed intimidating. One particularly aggressive dog-headed creature leaped desperately in an attempt to escape the pit, seemingly intent on launching itself at Jiajingjin. It became evident that although these beings walked upright, they lacked the intelligence of humans, merely embodying a peculiar form of wildlife. Their actions were driven solely by primal instincts of aggression and defense. Recognizing this, Jiajingjin felt no hesitation that he raised his spear and thrust it toward the most active creature, the black-furred dog-headed being making fervent attempts to leap free. A crimson number appeared above its head. -11. Simultaneously, he noted its health status. 89-100. The injury inflicted on one dog-headed creature sent the remaining captives into a frenzy. They ceased their howling and commenced frantically digging with their short legs in a desperate bid to escape. Jiajingjin found their cowardice rather disheartening. Had he expected them to put up any resistance, it was no wonder their larger cohort had vanished without a trace. They were but a pack of timid pretenders. Relishing the opportunity to strike, he took full advantage of the situation. The dog-headed creatures, trapped in a pit more than twice their height, were unable to escape, while his spear could easily reach any one of them from above. Soon enough, the black dog-headed creature collapsed. Message: you have slain a dog-headed creature. You have gained 30 experience points. To his surprise, these cowardly beings granted more experience than even skeletons. Could it be that such diminutive creatures surpassed the undead in value? Jiajingjin required 200 experience points to ascend from level 2 to level 3. Having already accrued approximately 60 points from prior encounters, he realized that a further 140 points would suffice for his next elevation. With 5 dog-headed beings ensnared, each yielding 30 points, he seized the moment to eliminate them all, swiftly progressing to level 3. To reach level 4, he would now need 400 experience points. Each subsequent level demanded double the experience of the last, a trend that would only intensify with time. The initial phases of this journey were manageable, but the latter stages would present formidable challenges. From the 5 dog-headed creatures, he acquired a poor-quality wooden stick and a dogtooth necklace. The wooden stick, being of inferior quality, was promptly discarded, while the necklace, offering a 1 to attack, was donned immediately. Given the ease with which he dispatched the dog-headed creatures, Jia Zhijin yearned to capitalize on this fortuitous opportunity to gain further experience. However, upon pursuing the fleeing remnants, he soon realized they had vanished without a trace. They will undoubtedly return. I must restore the traps. Jia Zhijin extracted the corpses of the dog-headed creatures from the traps. Relocating them to a different site for burial, he then recamouflaged the traps before carefully retreating into the underbrush, making his way home. After a long day of labor, he felt fatigued, unlike a true gaming character. He could not work indefinitely. In the virtual realm, Jia Zhijin had often controlled his character for 24 hours, mining and battling relentlessly. Yet, in reality, he needed rest and sleep, making every moment count. Upon reaching the trap site, he discovered that 2 traps had been unfortunate victims of a large animal, presumably the triceratops he had encountered earlier. Of the remaining traps, one remained untriggered, while the other had successfully captured a prey, much to Jia Zhijin's dismay. It was merely a smaller dog-headed creature, while the other dog-headed being stood around 1 meter tall. This one was less than half a meter, its fur a soft pink. Unlike the adult dog-headed creatures that displayed fierce countenance and menacing growls, this little one cowered in a ball, emitting a pitiful whimper. How could I harm such a small creature? Jia Zhijin found himself unable to lower his spear. However, he was reluctant to release the hard-won catch. An idea struck him. He gathered some grass to collect plant fibers and fashioned a rope. He then leaped down, scooped up the timid little dog-headed creature, and tied the rope around its neck, deciding to take it home. After all, it would be delightful to have a pet. Chapter 0011. Your name is Xiao Hui. Returning home, Jia Zhijin secured the little dog-headed creature beside a wooden box. Upon the little creature's arrival on the ground, it swiftly burrowed into the crevice between the wooden crate and the wall, leaving only a trembling rope in sight. Coward! Jia Zhijin chuckled as he glanced at the puppy-headed figure, which, much like an ostrich, had hidden its head, exposing only its tail end. There was still some time before sunset. Jia Zhijin secured the puppy-headed creature inside the dwelling and then grabbed his iron axe. Proceeding to the back of the house to chop wood and clear the underbrush, he collected timber and plant fibers. He also aimed to expand the foundation area, facilitating the future construction of additional houses. Surviving well in this other world was far beyond merely having a stone dwelling. With the elevation of his levels, skill points could be utilized to unlock new technologies. He envisioned a blacksmith's forge capable of crafting higher quality tools and weapons, a watchtower to broaden his surveying capabilities of the surrounding environment, and an alchemical laboratory for concocting wondrous potions. Ultimately, there would even be opportunities to unlock a mechanical factory that could produce modern, high-tech weaponry. However, all of this required a gradual approach, starting with the minutiae around him. Rome was not built in a day. With patience, Jia Zhijin firmly believed he could, just like in the game, create a city of modernity uniquely his own in this alternate realm. However, he felt utterly exhausted. After laboring for another 2 or 3 hours, he sensed a strain in his waist and back, his body reaching its limits. Although his stamina was still intact, his body simply could not endure any longer. Since I've been transported to this other world and granted a gaming cheat akin to reality, why couldn't I be transformed into a game character who never tires? Jia Zhijin lamented, stowing away the iron axe and returning with a backpack full of logs and plant fibers. Today's meal consists of coconuts again. Sitting beside the campfire, he sipped coconut water, reminiscing about delectable meats. It seems I must devise a way to improve my meals tomorrow. If only I hadn't buried the puppy-headed creature's remains earlier, perhaps dog meat would have been quite tasty. At the mention of dog meat, he couldn't help but glance back at the puppy-headed figure hiding behind the crate. Although it was small, surely it could provide several meals. With that thought, he shook his head. Let us not speak of eating dog meat. I can't bring myself to harm such a tiny creature. I'll think of other solutions tomorrow. Fishing is not feasible without a crafting station for hooks, and I have yet to master the skill of catching fish with a stone spear. Perhaps I could see if there is something easier to catch in the river. The taste is secondary, as long as it's meat. Yes, that's the plan. Were it not for the concern of encountering undead creatures at night. Jia Zhenjin would have considered venturing to the riverbank now. Yet, he dared not frolic in the forest at night, for who could say what other perilous nocturnal beings lurked beyond the undead. At least he felt safe hiding at home, with a layer of wooden spike traps providing some reassurance, as long as those tiresome mushrooms stayed away. For now, he would make do with the coconut meat. After carving out a generous chunk of the white coconut flesh with his dagger, Jia Zhenjin indulged in fantasies of exquisite white-cut chicken, lost in the reverie. Oh whoa! Midway through his meal, he heard the pitiful whimpering of the puppy-headed creature. Its voice adorably childlike. Perhaps it was hungry too, mustering the courage to emerge from its hiding place and cautiously observing Jia Zhenjin. Little Gray, are you hungry as well? Jia Zhenjin turned around and casually tossed a piece of coconut meat, asking, can you eat this? The puppy-headed creature, unable to comprehend Jia Zhenjin's language, would certainly protest at being given such a mundane name that it likely had no idea that in the rural areas of Earth, most dogs are called Little Gray. Upon seeing Jia Zhenjin turn, the little creature instantly retreated back into its crevice, trembling. After a while, without perceiving any unusual behavior, it cautiously extended its head, glancing at the coconut meat lying nearby. Jia Zhenjin feigned ignorance, turning his back to continue enjoying his coconut. The puppy-headed figure hesitated for a moment before finally, while keeping an eye on Jia Zhenjin's back, extending its paw to grab the coconut meat. It brought the coconut to its nose, curiously sniffing, then blinked and tentatively licked it. Apparently discovering it was edible, it eagerly stuffed it into its mouth, chomping away to be honest. Observing its eating habits made one genuinely think it resembled a human child. Jia Zhenjin tossed a few more pieces of coconut meat, and the puppy-headed creature always hid first. Only when Jia Zhenjin pretended to turn away did it cautiously retrieve the coconut to continue eating. With Jia Zhenjin's belly now full and the puppy-headed creature's belly round and plump, it was clear this little being was an omnivore, unpicky about its food, much like Jia Zhenjin. Though it had consumed Jia Zhenjin's food, the puppy-headed creature remained fearful of him, quickly retreating back into its crevice. Having raised pets before, Jia Zhenjin understood that initially, in unfamiliar surroundings with a strange owner, small animals often behaved this way. With enough time spent together, they would gradually grow accustomed and no longer fear him. Thus, he chose to disregard the puppy-headed creature for now, allowing it to hide while he retrieved the 12 iron ingots he had successfully smelted earlier from the extinguished furnace. With an iron axe and pickaxe at his disposal, he temporarily had no need for additional tools that a stone shovel would suffice for digging pits to create traps. There was no necessity for a superior iron shovel. After all, in these early days, resources were still scarce. Moreover, unlike in games where characters could respawn upon death, if Jia Zhenjin were to die, it would likely mean an eternal game over. Therefore, he crafted the 12 iron ingots into the most suitable item for his current needs, a poor-quality iron shield. With this subpar shield, he stood a chance of turning the tide when facing lesser monsters. For instance, he believed he could confront the skeletons he had encountered on the beach with his left hand wielding the iron shield and his right hand brandishing the stone spear. Of course, if he were to face one of those giant birds capable of unleashing lightning flashes or a fire-breathing serpent, that would be futile. Even the triangular-headed dragon he had seen during the day could easily trample him while holding the shield. This world was undeniably perilous, and he must remain ever humble. Reminding himself of this in his thoughts, Jia Zhenjin stowed the shield away and began manufacturing stone axes from the rocks, timber, and plant fibers he had gathered from the crate. Aiming to enhance his tool-making skills. One last effort before sleep. Chapter 0012. There's fish and meat to eat. On the third day of his journey in this other world, Jia Zhenjin was busy clearing away the corpses of mushrooms beside his stone house. To his dismay, many more mushrooms had appeared at night, unwittingly stepping into the wooden spike traps surrounding the house. This infuriated Jia Zhenjin, as these mushrooms were toxic and served no purpose other than crafting mushroom headgear. If only they were edible, but he doubted his stomach could withstand any toxins. The wooden spike traps had sustained considerable damage, and he would need to waste a lot of timber for repairs. While tidying up, he unexpectedly discovered a gigantic centipede, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, Lying beneath the mushroom corpses, the creature had been impaled by the wooden spikes and was evidently beyond saving. Thank goodness for the wooden spikes. Otherwise, if the centipede had entered the house, I would have been in serious trouble. Startled, Jia Zhengjin hurried over to inspect it. As he examined the centipede's corpse, he retrieved a venom sac and strange silk. The venom sac contained potent toxins that could be applied to arrows or weapons, rendering the target temporarily paralyzed. This strange silk, remarkably durable, could be woven into fine cloth using a loom. What a treasure! Jia Zhengjin's eyes lit up. This venom sac could poison his weapons, making it easier to incapacitate foes. The strange silk could be used to create clothing of exceptional quality, though he currently lacked the means to craft a loom. Within the room, the puppy-headed creature began to whine, likely due to hunger from missing breakfast. Stop your whining, Little Gray. After resetting and establishing new wooden spike traps around the house, disposing of the mushroom and centipede remains, Jia Zhengjin picked up his stone spear and declared, I haven't had breakfast either. I'm off to the river to hunt. Wait here a moment, and I'll be back with food. The puppy-headed creature, unable to comprehend his words, continued to make a ruckus in the house. Jia Zhengjin arrived at the riverbank, crouching down to observe intently. The water was crystal clear, revealing lush aquatic plants and peculiar fish darting among the foliage and stones. Thud! Jia Zhengjin attempted to spear a plump fish, but as anticipated, it effortlessly evaded capture. Frustrated, he tried several more times to no avail. The river's fish swam with remarkable speed, far beyond what he could catch with a stone spear. If only I had unlocked the skill book for nets or fish traps, I could easily catch these feasts. Jia Zhengjin sighed. Resigning himself to searching for slower-moving creatures in the river, fortune smiled upon him, for shortly after, he spotted a rather clumsy fish that appeared to have a lantern hanging from its head. This fish moved leisurely, displaying no signs of urgency. Even when he tossed a stone at it, it remained unfazed, continuing its slow pace. Breakfast, my breakfast! Ha ha ha! Jia Zhengjin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly discarded the spear. Plunging into the water and seizing the large fish with both hands, did he sense that this foolish fish stood no chance of escape. The outcome was indeed as he had envisioned. The large fish was effortlessly captured by his hands and then dragged out of the water. A sumptuous feast awaited him. Such a plump fish could provide sustenance for 2 meals. Jia Zhengjin was filled with excitement, marveling at the existence of such foolish fish in this otherworldly realm. How charming! However, in the next moment, joy turned to despair as he momentarily forgot the unpredictability of creatures from another dimension. This foolish, clumsy fish, upon being removed from the water, unleashed a powerful electric current from the bulb on its head. Clinging to it in ecstatic delight, Jia Zhengjin was instantly rendered numb, his body convulsing involuntarily as he released his grip. Splash! The large fish returned to the water, continuing its leisurely swim. Meanwhile, Jia Zhengjin lay on the shore, blackened and twitching from the electric shock. Half an hour later, he finally regained consciousness, only to find that the fish had vanished, leaving behind only a residual static charge to prove he had not been dreaming. A fish that can generate electricity. After regaining his composure, Jia Zhengjin furiously shouted into the river, I will capture you one day and use you as a generator. Alas, the swift fish evaded capture, while the slow ones were armed with electric shocks. Had fortune not favored him, the absence of dangerous creatures nearby during his half-hour of unconsciousness would have surely led to his demise at the jaws of a beast. This time, he resolved to exercise greater caution, refraining from entering the river to catch fish with his bare hands. Who knows what other peculiar abilities these otherworldly fish might possess, aside from generating electricity. Nevertheless, the growling of his stomach urged him to seek food without delay. After 2 days of subsisting solely on coconuts, he longed for a change in flavor. As he sat by the riverbank, deep in contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled the venom sac he had discovered earlier on the giant centipede. If it could incapacitate enemies when smeared on weapons, would it not also be effective if poured into the water? With a decisive thought, Jia Zhengjin retrieved the venom sac from his virtual backpack, tossed it onto the ground, and cautiously punctured it with his stone spear. He dared not handle it directly. Given its toxic nature, the spear, now coated with the venom, took on a vivid green hue. Carefully, Jia Zhengjin lowered the spear into the river and stirred it gently. Splash! The venom proved remarkably effective, as several fish nearby began to thrash about, soon floating belly up, motionless. Haha, so simple. Jia Zhenjin seized the stone spear and deftly impaled the large fish that had surfaced, hauling them ashore one by one. The effects of the venom were strikingly apparent. The incapacitated fish offered no resistance, allowing him to capture them with ease. One venom sac had yielded 5 or 6 sizable fish, a rather lucrative trade. Other fish seemed unaffected, likely due to the venom being diluted in the water, meaning that only those in the immediate vicinity during the initial moments were affected. Waha! Today we feast on fish. Delectable indeed. Jia Zhengjin joyfully unsheathed his dagger to scale the captured fish, burying the entrails in the dirt before washing the fish clean and placing them over the campfire to roast. Alas, he had no pots, and grilling was his only culinary option. Furthermore, he lacked salt and seasonings, leaving him uncertain about the taste of the fish. Nonetheless, it mattered not, for today he would enjoy meat. Eventually, he would need to craft pots and acquire seasonings. But for now, he could make do. Ah! The small dog-headed creature, having caught a whiff of the fish's aroma, emerged from a crevice, ceasing its previous raucousness, and sat quietly, drooling over the fish roasting over the fire. Chapter 0013. Captured. The landwalker breakfast of roasted fish left Jia Zhengjin with a lingering satisfaction. While coconuts could satiate his hunger, consuming fruit for all 3 meals felt monotonous. That it was only after tasting meat that he truly felt revitalized. This is the centipede. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. Following the trail of slime left by the centipede in search of more. To his astonishment, he discovered a cave where countless giant centipedes emerged and entered, producing a chilling hissing sound. Jia Zhengjin instantly felt a wave of trepidation. Even a one-on-one encounter would be challenging. Facing a nest of giant centipedes was beyond his capabilities. He surmised that a single venom spray from each centipede could easily overwhelm him. Yet, he desired to utilize the centipede's venom for fishing or hunting. The only viable solution, it seemed, was to set a trap. After calculating the distance, he retrieved a stone shovel and found a clear patch of ground, where he dug several pit traps. This time, he filled the pits with sharp wooden spikes, ensuring that any centipede that fell in would be impaled. The traps were prepared, but the challenge lay in luring the centipedes over. The previous night, one had unwittingly stumbled into his vicinity and met a grim fate on the wooden spikes. He certainly could not use himself as bait. If the centipedes detected him, escape would be impossible. Jia Zhengjin sat cross-legged, pressing his middle fingers against his temples, eyes closed in deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly retraced his steps. He unearthed the fish entrails he had buried by the river that morning and tossed them into several traps. Then, he turned and quickly hid behind a nearby boulder. The pungent scent of the entrails indeed attracted the centipedes, who scurried towards the traps in eager anticipation of a feast. However, the sharp wooden spikes instantly pierced the first centipede to arrive, which writhed in agony. Unbeknownst to it, the subsequent centipedes piled on top, creating a perfect assist for the trap. The fastest centipedes met their demise as they fell victim to the spikes and their own companions. Those fortunate enough to arrive later found the spikes rendered harmless by the bodies of their fallen brethren and, after feasting on the entrails, departed contentedly. After observing for a while, Jia Zhengjin cautiously approached to inspect his traps once the centipedes had vacated the area. The wooden spike traps had claimed the lives of 9 giant centipedes, yielding 9 precious venom sacs and strange silk despite his lack of experience. Satisfied with his bounty, Jia Zhengjin realized that he had exhausted the fish entrails for today. With these venom sacs, I can confidently fish or hunt. He gleefully smeared the venom on his spear, glancing towards the distant centipede cave, which would become his new base for venom collection. That he could return here whenever he needed more venom. Life would be a joy. He also applied venom to his arrows, deciding it was time for a proper meat meal. While fish was meat, it was still different. The forest abounded with various otherworldly creatures, and at this moment, Jia Zhengjin had his sights set on a solitary deer. However, he was uncertain whether it was indeed a deer, as its appearance was only vaguely similar. Its antlers were not split into 2 separate branches but rather clustered together like coral, which was quite peculiar. Moreover, this strange deer bore black and white patterns, resembling a zebra at first glance. At present, this zebra-patterned creature with coral-like antlers was blissfully grazing, completely unaware of Jia Zhengjin, who was stealthily approaching through the grass. Careful not to make a sound. This is the spot. Jia Zhengjin selected the most suitable vantage point for his shot, slowly rising and revealing his vibrant mushroom headpiece. Beneath the mushroom adornment, he drew back his bow and nocked an arrow. Taking aim at his quarry. Huff! He took a deep breath, holding it to steady his trembling hands. His right eye focused on the trajectory of the arrowhead towards the peculiar creature. Whoosh! The bowstring, drawn to its maximum, released the arrow with force. The poisoned arrow sped towards its target. Thud! The zebra-patterned creature leaped, swiftly vanishing from sight. Jia Jingjin hurried forward, only to discover that the arrow had struck a plump bird-like creature squarely in the head. Caw! A flurry of similar creatures, resembling this one, scattered in a panic. Their wings were too small for flight, but their powerful legs allowed them to sprint with remarkable speed, akin to a headless ostrich. Cough! This was the one I aimed for, indeed. Jia Jingjin blinked, unsure whether he was reassuring himself or explaining to an audience that did not exist. Message: you have slain a land walker, earning 15 experience points. So, this plump, necklace creature was known as a land walker. It was curious that he had overlooked these creatures, focusing solely on the deer. Their large size allowed them to hide amidst the underbrush, thanks in large part to their green feathers that blended seamlessly with the environment and the exceptionally dense foliage of this otherworldly realm. This sizable landwalker possessed enough meat to sustain Jia Jingjin for several days. Moreover, its feathers were essential for crafting arrows. Too large to carry away? Nonsense. Jia Jingjin produced his dagger and, employing his gathering skill, effortlessly dismantled the landwalker-esque carcass into an abundance of bird meat and feathers. Naturally, he also stored the entrails in his virtual backpack, as they were crucial for obtaining venom sacs from the centipedes. As for the remaining bones of the landwalker, Jia Jingjin dug a pit to bury them, preventing the attraction of dangerous carnivorous creatures. He had painstakingly found a relatively safe location to establish his home. The appearance of formidable predatory beasts nearby would spell disaster. With the food dilemma resolved, he now had bird meat, coconuts, and the ability to fish whenever he pleased. He was well provided for. Thus, the next step was to diligently gather resources daily to facilitate his development. Given his current gathering pace, he could procure enough iron ore in a day to forge just one iron tool, and these basic iron implements were already quite economical in terms of materials. It was important to note that sturdy iron armor required 30 iron ingots and 10 iron chains. Even the most frugal iron bracers demanded 15 iron ingots. However, crafting iron armor necessitated first establishing a tool station or blacksmith forge. The blacksmith forge, needless to say, had extensive material requirements and required blueprints or skill points to unlock its construction. The tool station was slightly simpler, requiring a hammer along with 50 iron ingots, 30 copper ingots, and 100 units of wood. With the speed of Jia Jingjin, it would take at least over a week to construct a tool bench. Yet, it is a necessity, for many more practical items can only be crafted through such a bench. Let us venture into mining. Chapter 0014. The giant bird falls from the sky. On the fourth day, since arriving in this extraordinary world, with no worries about food and clothing, Jia Jingjin has mastered the safest and most efficient methods of procuring sustenance and has also learned to upgrade by hunting goblins using traps. Indeed, goblins are a mindless tribe. Despite losing numerous kin to traps, they foolishly return the next day in search of water, only to fall into traps and meet their demise. The goblins that manage to escape do not dare return that same day. But by the following day, they have conveniently forgotten, presenting themselves once more. These dim-witted creatures of another realm are, however, to Jia Jingjin's liking, as they consistently provide him with ample experience points. Moreover, there is a chance of obtaining weapons and jewelry, albeit of the most inferior quality. While gathering iron ore, he also diligently works on leveling up his tool-making skills. With a progress bar slightly over level 3, he is now capable of producing various tools of ordinary quality. Jia Jingjin steadily mines and hunts near his home each day, for the unknown dangers of the alien jungle could spell disaster with the slightest misstep. As the saying goes, while sitting at home, calamity may come from above. Although Jia Jingjin has been cautiously developing, unexpected events are still bound to occur. Today, as he was diligently mining, without provoking anyone, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Looking up, he saw the golden giant bird, previously glimpsed while traversing the forest, descending from the heavens, landing directly upon him. Had it not been for his fortuitous proximity to a massive boulder, he would have surely been crushed into a pulp by the weight of this avian behemoth. Initially terrified, Jia Jingjin quickly swapped his iron pickaxe for an iron shield and stone spear, readying himself for combat. However, he soon realized that the golden giant bird was utterly still. It had already met its end. Prodding it with his stone spear yielded no response, emboldening him to approach and scrutinize the creature closely. That it appeared to have been cooked by flames, as its left leg was completely charred, and half of its body emanated a savory aroma. The sight of the flames reminded him of the colossal python he had battled alongside the golden giant bird, prompting him to cautiously scan the surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of the python, he breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this golden giant bird had sustained fatal injuries from the python's flames during their confrontation and had retreated, ultimately succumbing to its wounds before crashing down here. The exact circumstances eluded Jia Jingjin, leaving him to rely on conjecture. Regardless, the fall of a golden giant bird, nearly resulting in his demise, was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Yet, the opportunity to harvest such a substantial bird carcass, its meat and feathers alone provided invaluable resources, was a tremendous boon. The only downside was the lack of a refrigerator, rendering him unable to store excessive amounts of meat. Even with both himself and his pet, Xiao Hui, feasting voraciously, much of it would spoil due to expiration. A refrigerator, the prerequisites are too demanding, even if he had skill points to unlock it. He could not craft one just yet. Nevertheless, resources must not go to waste. Should they prove too plentiful to consume, they could serve as bait for traps, aiding in the capture of more centipedes for their venom sacs and peculiar silk, which would also be highly beneficial. With this thought in mind, Jia Jingjin promptly drew his dagger and began gathering an abundant haul of bird meat, feathers, and even entrails. Thrilled him immensely. Additionally, he discovered a peculiar item. Lightning core, which appeared as a diamond-shaped golden block. Its material resembled quartz but exhibited a multitude of properties, emanating an aura of mysterious power. Lightning core LV1 is a low-grade energy crystal that can be fused into weapons to bestow them with the power of lightning. This item was unfamiliar to him from the game, yet the description suggested it was indeed remarkable. After pondering for a moment, he decided to utilize the iron ingots he had stored in his backpack. Originally intended for constructing the tool bench, he crafted a inferior iron spear, using 12 iron ingots and wooden sticks, then attempted to affix the lightning core to the spear. Whoosh! A wondrous phenomenon unfolded as the lightning core erupted with golden brilliance, enveloping the entire spear. Gradually, the glow faded, and the lightning core seemingly vanished. Only the spear remained, now marked with a distinct lightning insignia. Lightning Spear LV1. This spear harbors the power of lightning, capable of unleashing a formidable electrical attack upon foes in battle. Jia Jingjin swung the spear experimentally, and to his delight, he heard the crackling sound of electricity coursing through the air with each motion. However, this electrical discharge did not appear particularly potent. It was certainly several dozen times weaker than the golden giant bird's lightning flash. When he reached out to touch the electrical spark, he merely experienced a fleeting sensation of numbness, which caused minimal harm. Nevertheless, it was still a significant improvement over the stone spear. The ability of this electrically charged spear to enhance his melee capabilities was substantial. Jia Jingjin couldn't resist toying with it for a while before stowing the lightning spear in his backpack. The skeletal structure of the golden giant bird was far too massive to bury, so he opted to dismantle it into numerous bones, temporarily storing them in his virtual backpack. To be honest, he had no intention of collecting bones, as they were primarily useful for crafting bone knives or boiling into bone glue, which could then be made into adhesive. While glue is a valuable item that is more relevant in the later stages, crafting glue at this point would merely waste space, as his primary focus should be on mining to upgrade various tools, weapons, and armor-making skills. The lightning spear was crafted from lightning core LV1. What level of flame did that colossal python possess? If he could gather a core from it, it would likely be fire-based. Wouldn't it? Would its power surpass this one by several folds? After all, the golden giant bird had fallen victim to the python. While he contemplated these possibilities, he certainly did not believe he had the capacity to defeat that fire-breathing python. Even in the later stages of crafting firearms, taking it on solo would be a formidable challenge. Unless he possessed a rocket launcher, he could consider a long-range bombardment, which might provide a chance to eliminate it in a single strike. For now, it was best not to dwell on such impractical notions, as crafting the iron spear had already cost him 12 iron ingots. This meant he would need to spend another day mining iron or to construct the tool bench. The sooner he could create the tool bench, the more refined tools, weapons, and items he could craft, which would undeniably aid his survival in this foreign realm, especially if he successfully manufactured a complete set of iron armor. He would gain significant confidence in facing the goblin horde head-on without relying on traps. After all, it would be a mere dream for the goblins to break through a full set of iron armor with their wooden clubs. Though goblins may be timid, they can be quite ferocious when gathered in groups and holding the advantage. Only when they realize their inability to resist will they scatter in fear. They are a race that preys on the weak. Chapter 0015, A Golden-Haired Girl. Xiao Hui. Eat up, devour it all. We have far too much meat. If we don't consume it, it'll spoil, and that would be a shame. Jia Jingjin took a bite of the delicious roasted meat and turned to the little goblin, who promptly snatched the meat and darted into a crevice. It remained fearful of Jia Jingjin, though it had improved slightly. At least it dared to peek out cautiously. Despite being so well fed. You still haven't warmed up to me. Jia Jingjin raised his middle finger in disdain. I was hoping to train you as a hunting dog to accompany me on hunts. The little goblin, unable to comprehend his gesture or his language, retreated back into its hiding spot to devour the roasted meat. Jia Jingjin was fully aware that this little creature could not understand him. So he turned back to focus on finishing his own meal. Each day brought a feast of rich meats, making him nostalgic for the white rice back on Earth. Roasted meat paired with rice was truly a delightful combination. Oh, that's right, he suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands as he glanced at the little goblin. Xiao Hui, there must be plants similar to rice in this world, right? If I could find the seeds of such a plant and craft a hoe, I could start my own farm. After all, I'm playing a game where crops grow at an astonishing speed. The little goblin paid him no mind, engrossed in consuming its meat. Actually, that might not work. Jia Jingjin reconsidered. Without fences or walls, wild creatures frequently intrude. The most annoying are those mushrooms. They would surely ruin my crops. Moreover, there are so many bizarre giant insects in the forest that if I were to attract them with my crops, I would struggle to fend them off. Don't you think so, Xiao Hui? The little goblin remained focused on its meal. I must prioritize mining and upgrading my initial structures and equipment first. Only when I can effectively deter these alien insects and creatures from invading will it be time to plant crops. Alas, I will have to endure and forego rice for the time being. Xiao Hui, of course, could not comprehend nor engage in conversation, leaving Jia Jingjin feeling somewhat disheartened. After finally finishing his meal and feeling full, he burped contentedly and grabbed his iron pickaxe, stepping outside to continue mining for iron ore. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight nearby, startled and filling the sky as they soared away. A sound resembling a cry reached his ears, mingled with words he could not understand. Alongside it came the goblin's awoo cries. The sound did not seem meaningless. Rather, it resembled some form of distress signal. Could it be humans from another realm? Even if not human, they might be some kind of intelligent creature. Jia Jingjin, since his unexpected arrival in this foreign realm, had yet to encounter any living beings of intelligence aside from the lifeless corpses he had initially stumbled upon. The sounds he heard suggested that they might have been captured by a band of goblins. Driven by a surge of curiosity, he swiftly stowed his pickaxe and drew forth his wooden bow, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching a vantage point, he quickly discerned the origin of the noise. Indeed, it was near his own dwelling. An assembly of goblins was passing by. This contingent comprised approximately 25 or 6 goblins. A rather formidable number. These diminutive creatures were currently transporting a being that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, moving with haste. Adjacent goblins wielded wooden clubs, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The captive human appeared frail, with cascading golden hair that reached her waist, and was clad in a black garment reminiscent of a dress. Judging by her physique and attire, it could be inferred that she was a woman, and notably, a very young one. At this moment, her limbs were ensnared by tendrils, leaving her with no means of escape apart from her desperate cries for help. The goblins, though lacking in intellect, demonstrated a capacity for aggression with their clubs and the ability to bind captives, which surprised Jia Jingjin. Did this imply that they possessed the potential for evolution towards greater intelligence? Perhaps time was all that was required. However, the pressing question remained. Should he intervene to rescue this denizen of another world? Truth be told, Jia Jingjin was uncertain whether she was a survivor of the same shipwreck that had cast him into this realm. If she were, Why had it taken so long for the goblins to ensnare her? Or perhaps she had inadvertently wandered into this perilous forest, which seemed devoid of human presence. How could she have arrived here? With his mind clouded by uncertainty, he found it difficult to make a decision. Confronting 25 or 6 goblins was no trivial matter, at least until he had acquired a complete set of iron armor. It posed a significant risk. Given their numbers, they would undoubtedly attack him if he were to confront them alone. Unless they found themselves at a disadvantage, in which case retreat would be unlikely. Engaging them head-on would leave him outmatched. The thought of abandoning this otherworldly human seemed unreasonable, particularly since she appeared no different from him. He was incapable of turning a blind eye to her plight. Moreover, after spending numerous days in this entirely alien world, it was his first encounter with a living person. Even if communication were to pose a challenge, it was still preferable to the company of his foolish little gray companion. Though he could not discern the features of the disheveled golden-haired maiden from a distance, her figure was undeniably appealing. The prospect of such a voluptuous golden-haired lass becoming the goblin's dinner was truly lamentable. After a moment's contemplation, Jia Jingjin resolved to extend his assistance. Yet, he did not intend to confront them directly. Instead, he would observe carefully and devise a plan. The left flank of the goblin's advancing line aligned perfectly with the trap-laden area he had prepared. Although they were heading in another direction, he could maneuver ahead and launch a surprise attack on the goblin troop with his bow, creating chaos and redirecting them towards the traps. If he could ensnare more than half of the goblins, the subsequent events would be manageable. Nonetheless, this strategy was fraught with peril, as he could not ascertain whether the goblins would immediately divert their course after his ambush or if the main force would charge towards him. Should the latter occur, he would find himself in dire straits. He lacked the prowess of a Shaolin master to withstand a tenfold assault. In such a scenario, for the sake of his own safety, he would likely have no choice but to abandon the rescue of the golden-haired maiden and flee. With his mushroom headgear on, he could easily disguise himself as a mushroom, thus enhancing his chances of escape. With determination, Jia Jingjin swiftly took up his bow and stealthily approached the direction of the advancing goblins. Concealed by the underbrush, he drew back the bowstring with a poisoned arrow nocked. Whoosh! Alas, his lack of archery practice led to a complete miss. The arrow struck a nearby tree. Vibrating with a dull thud, embarrassment washed over him as he rubbed his forehead in dismay. Oh woo! Unfortunately, the goblin troop had detected him and charged forward with a furious roar. Chapter 0016. A dangerous struggle. The goblins, being small of stature, presented a challenging target from a distance, particularly given Jia Jingjin's inadequate archery skills. However, once they closed the distance, the dynamics shifted as one goblin approached within mere meters of him. Jia Jingjin readied his bow once more. Thud. This time, he struck true, landing an arrow in the creature's neck. The unfortunate goblin collapsed to the ground, momentarily incapacitated by the arrow's force, though it would not perish immediately. The poison took effect, rendering it motionless and awaiting its fate. With renewed vigor from his successful shot, Jia Jingjin retreated while continuing to fire, managing to fell 2 more hapless goblins who charged too recklessly. Whoa! Despite their numerical superiority, the goblins did not immediately falter. Instead, they roared in a frenzied swarm towards him. Faced with the advancing horde and realizing he could no longer maintain his ranged assault, Jia Jingjin gritted his teeth, stowed his bow, and drew his shield in his left hand while wielding a spear in his right, ready to engage in close combat with the goblin forces. Clang, clang, clang. Among the goblins, while about half continued to guard the captive, the remaining 10 focused their assault on Jia Jingjin. This overwhelming number forced him to raise his iron shield in defense against the onslaught. Despite their diminutive size, the wooden clubs swung at him from all directions, finding cracks in his defense and striking him with painful blows. The intense agony ignited a fire within him, especially as these unintelligent creatures pummeled him relentlessly. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and began to retaliate with his spear. The spear, also coated in poison and imbued with electrical energy, caught the goblins off guard. 2 of the closest attackers, who had inflicted the most wounds upon him, were struck by the spear's tip, their skin torn open, and they fell, twitching on the ground from the dual paralysis. Thud! Jia Jingjin pressed on, thrusting his spear through another goblin, then kicking it away. Clang! Just as he began to revel in his victories, another goblin struck him forcefully on the head with its club, sending him into a dizzying haze as warmth trickled down his face. Blood. He wiped his sleeve across his brow, only to find it stained crimson. His vision blurring. A critical hit. His health plummeted by over 20 points. With the unrelenting assault from the goblins, his health dropped from 100 to a precarious 51. In a fit of rage, Jia Jingjin roared. If this continued, not only would he fail to rescue the captive, but he would also meet his own demise. He had no intention of succumbing so easily, resolving to fight back with all his might. He swung his spear with renewed vigor, crackling with electricity. After a grueling battle, as his stamina dwindled to around 20 points, teetering on the edge of destruction, the number of goblins surrounding him diminished from 10 to 3 under his relentless assault. Just as he felt he could no longer hold out, the goblins, sensing their impending defeat, finally retreated. A woo! They howled in frustration, yet began to fear the electrical spear in his grasp, turning tail and fleeing. However, they still clutched the captive. After all his efforts, nearly losing his own life, Jia Jingjin could not allow their escape to ruin his hard-won victory. He swiftly switched back to his bow, laboriously pursuing them, and aimed at the goblin carrying the golden-haired maiden. Thud! The arrow flew true, striking the maiden's left foot. Ah! She emitted a sharp cry, succumbing to paralysis from the poison. Sorrow! Jia Jingjin felt his chin drop in dismay. His archery skills were truly disgraceful. Instead of rescuing her, he nearly incapacitated her. Fortunately, the arrow only struck her foot, and the toxin merely caused temporary paralysis, not death. He quickly knocked another arrow, finally managing to hit one of the goblins carrying the maiden. Thud! One goblin collapsed, causing the others to lose their balance and drop the golden-haired maiden into the underbrush. The remaining goblins, realizing the situation, attempted to seize her again. Yet Jia Jingjin, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of arrows, and another unfortunate goblin was struck through the head, falling lifelessly to the ground. Awoo! The morale of the goblins shattered. They abandoned their would-be meal, scattering in retreat, vanishing into the dense forest. With only 19 health points remaining, Jia Jingjin's condition worsened due to blood loss. He urgently searched the area and soon discovered several green herbs. The forest teemed with various medicinal plants, and the green herbs were among them. However, until he constructed an alchemical laboratory, he could not concoct any potions from them. Each herb could only restore 1 health point, yet they also possessed hemostasis properties. His immediate concern was not merely regaining health, but stopping the blood loss. Many herbs had coagulating effects, and staunching the bleeding from his head wound was paramount. Utilizing the green herbs for hemostasis and consuming a few to restore his health to 30 points, he felt somewhat stabilized, though still weak. Approaching the golden-haired maiden, he crouched down for a closer look. From a distance, he had only noted her appealing figure, but now, in proximity, he beheld a stunningly beautiful face beneath her tousled golden locks. Her brows arched gracefully like a crescent moon, and her large eyes sparkled like 2 radiant sapphires. Framed by long lashes, her nose was elegant and straight, and her petite mouth embodied the quintessential beauty of Western femininity. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly have been a movie star of the highest caliber. Yet at this moment, the golden-haired beauty stared wide-eyed, utterly motionless, the effects of the venom still coursing through her. Taking advantage of her paralyzed state, she felt no pain. Thus, Jia Jingjin awkwardly gripped the arrow embedded in her calf, offering a sheepish grin as he said, "My apologies, but at least I saved you. So let's not hold this arrow against me, shall we? I'll extract it and apply some ointment right away. You won't feel a thing." However, the situation was different. As the centipede venom still lingered, Jia Jingjin removed the arrow and stowed it in his backpack, then promptly crushed a green herb to apply it to her leg wound. He then plucked a broad leaf from a tree, using the plant fibers to fashion a makeshift bandage, securing it with a stick. "Please wait here for a moment," Jia Jingjin instructed the immobile golden-haired girl, oblivious to whether she understood him, before turning to raise his iron spear and systematically slay the incapacitated goblins one by one. Chapter 0017. The young girl Tina. These goblins yielded little in terms of spoils, with only inferior wooden sticks dropping from them. However, they did grant him enough experience to reach level 4. The requirements for the next upgrade had now become 5,800 resolutely. He allocated his skill points to Workbench Unlock, as today's battle had further clarified the significance of a complete set of iron armor. "Hey, can you move?" After collecting the spoils, he glanced at the golden-haired beauty only to find her still as stiff as a puppet. Jia Jingjin scrutinized her. "We both have golden hair. Could we possibly be siblings?" The golden-haired beauty, of course, could not respond, nor did she comprehend a word of Jia Jingjin's Mandarin. After a few attempts at conversation, Jia Jingjin felt rather foolish. This was, after all, a different world. How could Mandarin possibly be prevalent here? The forest could harbor dangers at any moment. The goblin horde might return, so lingering here was not an option. Despite feeling weak, Jia Jingjin bent down and lifted the golden-haired girl in a princess carry, one hand supporting her pert, top backside and the other her back, his palm resting at her armpit for maximum ease. Let us hurry home. I need to eat some meat and get a good sleep to replenish my health. The golden-haired girl remained paralyzed, allowing Jia Jingjin to carry her through the underbrush in an intimate manner. Your backside is quite ample. After a few steps, he found himself panting, the exertion from battle making it increasingly difficult to carry her, and your bosom is equally considerable. All your weight seems concentrated in these two areas. It's all your fault for being so heavy that I feel like my back is breaking. While the golden-haired girl did not understand his words, she was acutely aware of the position of his hands, resting on her most sensitive areas. Even in her paralyzed state, her eyes were sharp. Gradually, her face flushed to deep crimson. With great effort, Jia Jingjin finally brought the golden-haired girl back to his base. He swiftly entered the dwelling and laid her on a sleeping bag before turning back to lock the door. Oh my goodness, I swear I won't take such risks again. I nearly lost my life. Oh whoa, the goblin. Xiao Hui hid in a crevice, barking loudly at Jia Jingjin. Hey, you little rascal, have you forgotten your master now that you're well fed? Feeling brave enough to bark at me? Jia Jingjin shouted angrily, raising his fist. Your kin almost did me in just now. Do you want me to take my frustrations out on you? Woo. The little goblin shrank back, intimidated by Jia Jingjin's imposing presence, burying its head and exposing only its trembling backside. Ha! Jia Jingjin sat down to catch his breath, pulling a piece of roasted meat from his backpack and devouring it ravenously. Once his satiety and hydration surpassed 80, his health would gradually recover. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jia Jingjin crafted another sleeping bag and placed it beside the golden-haired girl, then lay on his side to observe her. This house was built to my dimensions, so it is a bit cramped. I need to take a nap to restore my health, and once your wound heals, I'll build you a small hut, all right? With that, he crawled into the sleeping bag, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated. His health had returned to 100 points, and the wound on his head had vanished without a trace. This was indeed one of the remarkable benefits of his transmigration, regardless of the severity of the injury. As long as it was treated promptly, one could return to full health. Huh, where's the young beauty? Noticing the golden-haired girl was missing from the adjacent sleeping bag, Jia Jingjin quickly sat up, turning his head. He saw the door ajar. She must have risen while he was asleep, the effects of the venom having worn off. The problem was, with her injured foot, if she wandered off into the forest, she would soon become prey for otherworldly creatures. It would be a shame if the beauty he had risked his life to save simply ran away. Had he known, he wouldn't have untied her vines earlier. Anxiously, Jia Jingjin hastily retrieved his iron spear and dashed out of the room. He soon spotted the golden-haired beauty by the river, reaching down to wash her foot wound, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you had run away. This forest is extremely dangerous. Wandering about could cost you your life. Hearing his voice, the golden-haired beauty turned sharply, startled like a deer, but upon seeing Jia Jingjin, she relaxed, then opened her mouth to emit a series of sounds resembling a language. Mo Jia La Mohala. Mo Pu Lucio. I don't understand, but you must be thanking me, right? Jia Jingjin carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no dangerous creatures were nearby, before sheathing his spear and approaching her. My name is Jia Jingjin, a man from Earth, and you? Fo Fu Lucio. The golden-haired girl responded, her tone laced with confusion. Language barriers posed a challenge for communication. Jia Jingjin scratched his head, a sudden flash of inspiration hitting him as he pointed to himself and declared, Jia Jingjin. Fo Fu Lucio. The golden-haired girl still appeared bewildered. Jia Jingjin, he repeated, hoping for clarity. Fo Fu Lucio. She remained uncomprehending. Jia, Zheng, Jin. He articulated each syllable slowly, repeating it over a dozen times. Finally, the golden-haired girl seemed to grasp it, her expression transforming into one of realization. Jia, Jiang, Ji, Jia Jingjin. Not Jia Jiangji. By the way, what kind of breed is Jia Jiangji? Jia Jingjin reiterated clearly. Jia, Thin. Jia, Thin. Although the golden-haired girl struggled with the pronunciation, It was evident she was making a sincere effort. Whatever, Jia Jingjin conceded, first indicating himself, then pointing to the golden-haired beauty, Jia Jingjin. And you? Jia. Jin. The golden-haired girl initially pointed at Jia Jingjin, then slowly directed her finger to herself, cheerfully blinking. Tina. Jia Jingjin exclaimed, elated after much miscommunication, finally aligning on something. Your name is Tina? Tina. The golden-haired girl nodded vigorously, then pointed at him. Jia Jingjin. It's Jia Jingjin, but close enough. Jia Jingjin surrendered. This place is dangerous. Don't wander outside alone. Fo Fuluxiao. The golden-haired girl tilted her head, looking perplexed. Great. Back to square one. Jia Jingjin sighed, smacking his forehead in frustration. After a moment's thought, he raised both hands and made a silly face. Here, there are a wu beasts. They will eat you. A wu. The golden-haired girl giggled at his antics, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Chapter 0018. Tina's misunderstanding. Though Jia Jingjin and the golden-haired girl Tina struggled to communicate, she could grasp some basic gestures and actions. When he called her name, Tina, and waved her over, she would limp towards him. Jia Jingjin pointed to the room, then to the door, and finally made monster motions outside. The golden-haired girl, though amused by his antics, understood the underlying message that the outside was perilous, and thus obediently remained inside. When Jia Jingjin produced roasted meat and mimicked eating, no further explanation was necessary that a man from Earth and a girl from another realm were like two mutes, communicating only through the simplest forms of sign language beyond knowing each other's names. This herb, apply it to the wound. As he became more familiar with Tina, Jia Jingjin took out a crushed green herb, pointing at her washed foot injury. Tina stared at him blankly, but after he repeated himself a few times while gesturing, she finally understood. She allowed him to apply the herb to her wound and bandage it. This medicine is very effective. After tending to her, Jia Jingjin lowered his head for her to see his own head. The wound will disappear once your health is full. Just rest here in the room, and when your health is restored, your leg won't hurt anymore. Mo Lucio. The golden-haired girl, unable to comprehend his words, reached out to touch his head, smiling as she spoke. If only I had a personal translator. Jia Jingjin sighed. Now, you Tina. The golden-haired girl pointed to herself, nodding. That one, Xiaohui. Jia Jingjin indicated the little goblin. Aowe. The golden-haired girl's pronunciation was still off, but she pointed at the little goblin. You too, guard the place. Jia Jingjin indicated the floor, then took out his pickaxe, mimicking mining motions. Jia Jingjin, going to mine. Do you understand? Tina chuckled melodiously at his comical antics, unable to suppress her delightful laughter. Mimicking his movements, she joined in the jest, pretending to mine while giggling. Such a silly thing. Jia Jingjin could only point at her and gesture for her to sleep, saying, Tina, it's time for bed. Stay in. Understand? Such a silly thing. Tina had clearly picked up on Jia Jingjin's catchphrase, nodding cheerfully as she repeated it, whether she truly comprehended it or not. Such a silly thing. Such a silly thing. Exhausted by this absurd exchange, Jia Jingjin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, seeing Tina's radiant smile eased his irritation. Do as you wish. I shall get to work. You keep an eye on Xiaohui. Such a silly thing. The golden-haired girl raised her hands in a cheerful pose, causing her ample bosom to bounce dramatically. Jia Jingjin nearly had a nosebleed and hurriedly grabbed his pickaxe, turning to exit. Dong. Not far from home, Jia Jingjin mined, the pickaxe striking the stones with a dull thud. In the meantime, Tina peered out the door a few times. Once she confirmed that Jia Jingjin was nearby, she returned to her room to behave. With Tina not venturing out, Jia Jingjin felt a great sense of relief. After all, he needed to be exceedingly cautious while outside his house. Encountering a more dangerous creature could jeopardize his life. After leveling up, he had unlocked the tool station. He just needed to mine enough iron or to smelt 50 iron ingots. Then, he would mine copper ore, smelting enough copper ingots to successfully create tools. Both iron and copper ores were abundant, and timber was plentiful everywhere. Time was of the essence to create the tool station, enabling him to manufacture superior weapons, tools, and armor, as well as various essential items for daily life. This was paramount. He could not afford to squander time. Furthermore, the stones he mined could be crafted into stone bricks, allowing him to build a room for Tina nearby. His current dwelling was far too cramped, with 2 people and a dog making it exceedingly congested. For now, they would have to make do. Once settled and equipped with initial tools, he would construct a more spacious and aesthetically pleasing residence. The matchbox-sized home was easy to build but lacked charm, serving merely as a temporary shelter. What Jia Jingjin truly desired was the magnificent castle he had spent over a month building in the game before his transmigration. Mining was a monotonous task, yet Jia Jingjin had grown accustomed to it. After several hours of diligent labor, the rewards were significant. Although he was still far from acquiring the materials needed for the tool station, he was steadily progressing towards his goal as dusk approached. Despite his stamina being sufficient for the moment, Jia Jingjin decided to call it a day for safety's sake. With the remaining time before complete darkness, he resolved to build a new home for Tina, as he already had enough stones. However, as fate would have it, just as Jia Jingjin finished his work and prepared to build a house before sunset, the sky darkened ominously and heavy raindrops began to fall. Moments later, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens, the intensity quite alarming. What on earth is this weather? Unlike Earth, the sudden rain caught Jia Jingjin completely off guard, leaving him drenched. Cursing under his breath, he dashed back home, hastily shedding his clothes in front of the campfire to dry off. Yet, the next moment, he spotted Tina sitting in the room, her face flushed, head bowed, and eyes closed, reminding him that he was not alone. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but putting on his wet clothes was not an option. Thankfully, he had hastily crafted a set of fiber armor, quickly covering his bare body. I didn't mean to. Mopulation. Tina crossed her arms in front of her chest, casting a shy glance at him, and after what seemed like a long internal struggle, she finally stood up. Her foot injury had healed, allowing her to walk normally. After rising, Tina stood nervously, rubbing her fingers together. After a moment, she finally took a deep breath and slowly approached Jia Jingjin. Kneeling before him, a stream of incomprehensible words tumbled from her lips, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with shyness. The essence of her words conveyed, "The mighty hero has saved my humble life. If it is your wish, I shall devote myself to your service for all my days, following you in this life." Clearly, she had misunderstood Jia Jingjin's earlier actions of undressing, leading her to this fervent choice after her intense mental struggle. "What are you saying?" Jia Jingjin was completely oblivious to her intentions. But the next moment, as the girl shyly stood up, her dress slipped down, and his nosebleed erupted uncontrollably. Chapter 0019. Blueprint for Beast Enclosure. It was a night of indescribable beauty since his arrival in this world. It was the first time Jia Jingjin had focused on leveling up his skills. Tina's forwardness, her willingness to embrace a stranger she had just met, was unexpected. Jia Jingjin had thought her behavior would be commonplace. Yet he had not anticipated that he would be the one to draw first blood. That he remained unaware that in this perilous world, the most vulnerable groups often chose to ally with the strong for survival. They were willing to offer their loyalty in exchange for the protection and security provided by their strong allies. Coming from a peaceful land, Jia Jingjin could not fathom their mindset. In Tina's eyes, he was a formidable warrior, capable of single-handedly defeating a horde of goblins, wielding a weapon crackling with lightning, healing her leg injury with miraculous magic, summoning various items from the void. Jia Jingjin utilized a virtual backpack to store and retrieve items, and surviving in such a dangerous jungle. He was a true champion. Tina's mother, Landis, had only been able to keep her family safe by relying on her father's protection, although she now found herself lost in this terrifying beast-infested forest. With no knowledge of whether her parents were searching for her, her mother had taught her the rules of survival in this world from a young age. Thus, when Tina found herself lost in the beast forest, nearly becoming a meal for the goblin horde, and was fortuitously rescued, she perceived the strong warrior's intentions toward her, albeit without understanding the language or knowing which nation he hailed from. What mattered to her was that he was powerful. And though lean and somewhat handsome, he was the ideal figure to whom she could seek refuge. Now of age, Tina was more than willing to follow a strong figure she admired, Jia Jingjin. Perplexed by his unexpected companionship with an otherworldly beauty, felt it would be disingenuous to claim he was not pleased. Upon waking in the morning, he found a pristine body nestled against his. The warmth of the girl peacefully sleeping against his chest instilling a sense of inexplicable responsibility within him. Before his transmigration, he had never imagined he could have any relationship with such a pure and alluring beauty. Possessing an enticing figure, life in another realm was indeed splendid. Unable to resist, Jia Jingjin wrapped his arms around her and gently kissed her forehead. Populatio. His kiss caused Tina's long eyelashes to flutter. and she shyly opened her eyes, burying her head in his embrace, uttering a phrase akin to good morning. Though the tender moment was delightful, Jiajin could not forget the perilous situation surrounding them. Thus, despite his reluctance to leave the warmth of her presence, he rose to face the new day with determination. Tina, eat more. You must be exhausted from last night. You need to replenish your strength. Jiajin prepared golden, aromatic roasted meat, his gaze lighting up with joy as he watched the girl. Stay home and rest. You mustn't wander about. Tina still did not understand Jiajin's words, but bashfully accepted the roasted meat he offered, gently moving closer to him, resting her head against his chest as she daintily savored the meal. The delicious aroma of the roasted meat roused Xiao Hui, who timidly poked its head out from a crevice. Whimpering a few times, "Go away, you pesky light bulb." Jiajin gruffly tossed a piece of roasted meat to it, and Xiao Hui eagerly snatched it up and retreated into the gap to devour it. Originally intending to finish his meal quickly and head out to work, Jiajin found it difficult to resist the allure of the clingy beauty in his arms. After much delay, they finally finished their meal. After reiterating Tina, "Stay at home," several times and demonstrating with gestures, he took out his bow and mimicked a hunting stance. Only then did the lovely girl grasp his intent, and she obediently responded with, "Famalia. Does that mean safe travels?" Jiajin speculated. Tina tenderly kissed his cheek and then shyly laughed while kneeling by the campfire. "I feel invigorated," Jiajin declared with renewed vigor. "I am heading out." With Tina by his side, he became increasingly aware of his personal safety. After all, his life was now entwined with that of the woman waiting for his return. With heightened caution, Jiajin donned a mushroom cap and carefully wielded his bow and arrow as he stealthily approached the trap area to check today's bounty. Today, however, there were no goblins caught in any of the traps. Several had been crushed by a massive creature. Only one trap held a solitary, barely alive creature resembling a black panther with horns. Typically, such feline creatures would not be ensnared by such a low trap, as they were known for their agility in climbing trees. Yet, upon observing its cloven hooves, Jiajin understood why. Although it was just one prey, it was still a trophy. Without hesitation, Jiajin strung his bow and prepared to shoot, prioritizing safety over all else in this unpredictable world. Message: You have slain a Falamara, earning 40 experience points. So this peculiar creature was called Falamara. Jiajin leaped into the trap and began to inspect the corpse. Message: You have acquired the fur of Philoamala. Message: You have obtained the tusks of Philoamala. Message: You have received the beast pen construction blueprint. Message: You have acquired iron ore. What on earth is iron ore? Jiajin was utterly speechless. The peculiar creatures of this otherworldly realm certainly had an unconventional way of dropping items. Can I mine iron or myself? Why must it be acquired through your drops? However, what on earth is this? Beast pen construction blueprint. Jiajin first used his dagger to gather a substantial amount of raw meat, fur, and entrails from Philoamala, then climbed out of the trap and covered it up once more. He used a stone shovel to dig a few more traps before finally retreating to a quieter location, where he examined the recently obtained beast pen construction blueprint in detail. This was something he had never encountered in previous games he had played. The beast pen construction blueprint allows for the construction of a cage used to tame wild beasts. The higher the level, the stronger the beasts that can be tamed. Once tamed, these beasts can be trained as mounts, gathering pets, and burden-bearing vehicles. The materials required for construction are 2,000 wood, 500 iron ore, 500 copper ore, and 100 ropes. Upon reading the description of the beast pen, Jiajin was instantly filled with excitement. This is a game changer. Although the material requirements are substantial, they are entirely within reach. Gathering pets, as the name implies, will assist in collecting various resources, precisely what I need. Every day, I toil away mining, chopping wood, and hunting, leaving me utterly exhausted. Now, with the added responsibility of Tina in the evenings, I am even more fatigued. If I could tame some gathering pets, I could finally liberate myself. Chapter 0020. Taming the Genol.as for wood. I have stockpiled quite a number of logs in recent days that I believe that, along with what is stored in the chest, I will certainly have enough after crafting. Last night, I did not engage in any tasks, so the warehouse still holds 210 iron. If I push myself today, I can undoubtedly gather the remaining 500. As for ropes, I have plenty of plant fibers. That is not an issue at all. Lastly, for copper ore, I still have a chance to extract 500 if I put in the effort today. In order to construct the beast pin and alleviate my burdens, Jin decided to cancel all activities for the day, dedicating the entire time to mining iron and copper ore, hoping to complete the beast pin by tonight or tomorrow. Normally, Jin would mine around 200 iron ore daily before attending to other tasks, as mining is the most laborious of all. 20 iron ore can be smelted into 1 iron ingot. So he typically manages around 10 ingots a day. However, today he prioritized mining exclusively for the beast pin. Exhaustion was a trivial matter. After taming the beasts, the days of hardship would be behind him. Jin was a man of action. He immediately took up his iron pickaxe and began to work diligently. From the early morning, he dug fervently near his home. When tired, he would take a moment to rest. And when thirsty, he sipped coconut juice. With Tina's morning kiss invigorating him, he felt boundless energy. By lunchtime, he had finally managed to extract enough iron ore. He returned home in high spirits to grill meat with Tina and Xiaohui. After lunch, he promptly set out again, locating a nearby copper ore site and throwing himself into work with fervor. He toiled for several hours in the afternoon, with plenty of daylight remaining. However, Jin soon succumbed to fatigue. His muscles aching and rendering him powerless. As the saying goes, plans never survive contact with reality. He had overlooked his own stamina and endurance, resulting in a collapse from the intense labor. He had only managed to extract over 200 copper ore, far from the required 500, which also caused Tina to worry, as she had stayed awake all night to care for him. Fortunately, with the aid of his golden finger, his health and stamina restored by the next day, he woke up feeling vigorous once more. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Tina, who had stayed by his side without sleep, now soundly asleep on her sleeping bag, Jin whispered softly, trying not to awaken her. After sharing some grilled meat with Xiaohui and leaving a portion beside Tina, he took his iron pickaxe once more and stepped outside. As per his routine, he first checked the traps, eliminating a few trapped gnolls and peculiar creatures of this otherworldly realm. He then returned promptly to resume mining copper ore. Thanks to his efforts, he successfully gathered 500 copper ore before lunchtime. Now, with sufficient wood, iron, copper, and ropes, he could finally construct the beast pen. Upon returning, he found that Tina had already eaten breakfast and was now sleeping again. There was nothing to be done, as she had no tasks at home and had not slept well the night before. Xiaohui's barking roused the slumbering Tina, who quickly sat up and groggily brushed her tousled golden hair. It's lunchtime. Jin could only prepare grilled meat again. Noticing that Tina seemed a bit weary of it, he took out a coconut, opened it, and handed it to her. Tina looked at Jin with affection, delicately pairing the coconut juice with the grilled meat, making it seem even more appetizing. Just a few more days, and I will construct the beast pen to gather some wild beasts to help with collecting. Jin gently wiped the grease from the corner of Tina's mouth, saying, as long as I keep up the pace with iron ore collection, once I craft a workbench, I can make a pot and cook even more delicious food. Tina did not understand his words, but she nonetheless smiled shyly at him, relishing the sensation of his rough hand brushing against her cheek. Xiaohui, Jin turned to the gnoll hidden in the crevice. You will be my test subject. Understand. If gnolls can be tamed, I will find you some companions. Xiaohui paid him no mind, focusing solely on its meal. After lunch, Jin retrieved the materials from the wooden chest. Then, with the blueprint and a full backpack of materials, he stepped outside, internally reciting the activation incantation. The beast pin construction blueprint in his hand transformed into light and vanished, revealing a massive beast pin framework before him, accompanied by a prompt. Please select the construction site for the beast pin. If the ground was uneven or occupied, it would display an inability to build there, and the framework would turn red. In places that were suitable, the entire framework would turn green. Tina leaned against the door, peeking out at Jin. Observing him raise his hands, he pointed to an empty space to the right of the house, where a circular area enclosed by a wooden fence appeared, complete with a wooden feeding trough and a pile of hay. Having witnessed many wondrous sights, Tina could not help but gasp in astonishment. Beast Pen LV1 can simultaneously tame 2 wild beasts. The next level can tame 4. Materials required for upgrading: 4,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 copper ore, and 200 ropes. A level 1 beast pin can only tame 2 wild beasts. Jin felt a twinge of disappointment, as this was not quite what he had envisioned. However, upon reflection, taming 2 beasts was still quite acceptable. He could always upgrade it later. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. His first test subject would naturally be Xiaohui, as gnolls were the easiest creatures to capture in traps. Though they walked upright like humans and could wield wooden sticks and vines, they should still be considered a type of beast, right? Jia Jingjin turned to the astonished Tina and beckoned her while pointing towards the room. Tina, bring Xiao Hui out. Tina did not understand his words, but recognized her name and Xiao Hui's name. So she quickly understood and went inside to lead the little gnoll to Jia Jingjin's side. Tina is so clever. Jia Jingjin accepted the rope and gently stroked her silky golden hair. Tina immediately exhibited a look of bliss, seemingly relishing the gesture. Xiao Hui, don't be afraid. Turning to the timid gnoll, Jia Jingjin forcibly pulled it in front of the beast pen. Message, detected a tameable beast, gnoll. Would you like to place it in the beast pen? Of course, he selected yes. Jia Jingjin clicked confirm on the virtual interface, and Xiao Hui instantly vanished from his hands, reappearing within the beast pen. Oh well. As Xiao Hui entered the unfamiliar fenced area, it immediately panicked and began to run around frantically while howling loudly. Jia Jingjin saw options for feed, calm, train, and release before the feeding trough. And he promptly selected calm. Xiao Hui immediately quieted down, crouching on the ground and remaining still. Interesting. Jia Jingjin then clicked on train. Message, taming the gnoll will take 1 hour. Would you like to continue? Naturally, he selected yes. What else could he say? Chapter 0021. Gnoll Miners. The wait was long. An hour could be spent on many tasks. Jia Jingjin instructed Tina to return to the house for a nap while he stealthily checked the traps. Since the beast pen had 2 slots, he could tame another wild beast in addition to Xiao Hui. Fortune smiled upon him. As 2 more gnolls had fallen into the traps, it appeared that the gnoll population in the vicinity was quite large. Otherwise, they would not be the most frequently captured creatures. This time, Jia Jingjin did not immediately slay the 2 trapped gnolls. Instead, he first struck downwards with a poisoned iron spear, rendering them paralyzed and immobile. He then bound them with ropes, carrying one on each shoulder as he returned home. This round trip took nearly half an hour, during which Xiao Hui was still in the process of being tamed. Jia Jingjin placed one of the gnolls into the beast pen. In the feeding trough displayed an additional heal option. It seemed that injured beasts could be healed. He promptly selected heal, consuming a piece of raw meat. The new gnoll lay on the ground, consuming the raw meat before slowly standing up. Without waiting for any further reaction, Jia Jingjin immediately selected train on the feeding trough. This gnoll also entered a taming state. Beginning another hour countdown. It is indeed 2 that are present, yet the 3rd goblin cannot possibly be accommodated within the beast enclosure, although the enclosure is quite spacious, akin to a football field for the 2 goblins. It matters not. With a rope, I will bind its neck and, while it remains in a state of paralysis, tether it outside the beast enclosure for the time being. After all, this goblin differs from the little gray one. Its larger physique and ferocity displayed during the earlier skirmish pose a potential threat to the defenseless Tina. Should it be confined indoors, a fully grown goblin, prone to bullying the weak, presents a certain danger for her. Notification. The goblin has been successfully tamed. Please select the pet development direction. At last, Little Gray has been successfully domesticated. And a virtual interface materializes before Jia Jingjin. The options presented include mount, gathering pet, and burden carrier. However, the burden carrier option is grayed out, indicating that such a diminutive goblin is evidently unsuitable for that purpose. Jia Jingjin finds it puzzling that while the goblin cannot serve as a carrier, it can be utilized as a mount. Can these creatures, being more than twice the size of a human, truly bear the weight? Oddities aside, a mount is not presently required. Thus, he decisively clicks on the option for gathering pet. Notification. Please provide a tool for taming the beast. Jia Jingjin swiftly retrieves an iron pickaxe from his virtual backpack and places it in the equipment slot. Notification. The goblin has been successfully transformed into a goblin miner. You may now issue commands to your pet. Goblin miner. Haha. Jia Jingjin selects the already tamed Little Gray at the feeding trough. And indeed, the title Goblin Miner appears above its head. Simultaneously, a pet skill labeled Mining emerges in the description. This goblin miner is proficient, able to extract 5 more stone than others. An additional 5 of stone. How splendid would that be for or? Jia Jingjin feels a pang of disappointment as he inspects the operational options, which include summon pet, begin work, and confine pet. How intriguing. Jia Jingjin clicks on begin work. Notification. Please select the resource for the goblin miner to extract. Naturally, iron or Jiajin selects iron or from the pop-up interface. Owl. Little Gray raises its pickaxe and lets out a loud cry before scampering out of the beast enclosure. Darting away in a flash, Jiajin hastily pursues, fearing that Little Gray might escape. Soon, however, he discovers it diligently at work, hammering away at the nearest iron or deposit. After observing Little Gray for a while and ensuring it would not flee, he finally relaxes. It seems that the gathering pet also possesses a virtual backpack, as he notices Little Gray shattering several stones, with the resources vanishing instantaneously, much like his own experience. Notification. The goblin has been successfully tamed. Please select the pet development direction. After a brief wait, the second goblin is successfully tamed and transformed into a goblin miner by Jiajin. This goblin, named Little Black, is assigned a stone pickaxe and joins Little Gray in their industrious labor. In contrast to Little Gray, Little Black lacks any additional pet skills, rendering it somewhat inferior. Life is finally looking up. After supervising the two goblin miners for over an hour, Jiajin observes that when they grow weary, they return to the beast cage to rest. When hungry, they go back to eat meat, provided he has placed food in the feeding trough. When thirsty, they drink from the nearby river. When their backpacks are full, they carry the resources back to the front of the beast enclosure. The efficiency of the two goblin miners far surpasses that of Jiajin working alone. If he could upgrade the beast enclosure several more times and tame additional goblins for resource gathering, he could dedicate himself to hunting and leveling up. Yes, once the tool station is constructed and essential items are crafted, he will have them gather resources to upgrade the beast enclosure. With the goblin miners focused on mining, I am now free to attend to other matters. After a moment of contemplation, Jiajin muses, Tina spends her days alone at home, and it seems rather dull for her. Aside from sleeping, she stares blankly. Too timid to venture outside, confined to a small space, she appears quite pitiful. Yet, I currently lack adequate defenses, and it would be perilous for her to roam freely. How can I alleviate her boredom while allowing her to move about freely? Aha! An idea sparks in his mind. He could construct a larger new house for her. If the house is elevated, she could ascend to enjoy the scenery when bored and observe her industrious companion at work. Furthermore, he could install a bathtub for her to indulge in a wash during moments of ennui. Perhaps a simple slide could be fashioned for her amusement. Speaking of play, in his previous life, Jiajin had constructed numerous recreational facilities using various building materials within games: slides, mazes, swings, horizontal bars, and even entire amusement parks. Of course, such constructions require specific materials, many of which are currently unattainable. Nevertheless, creating some simple toys or time-passing tools should pose no issue. Once he unlocks more technologies, he could even craft items like looms or juicers, ensuring that she has her own pursuits while he is away. To build a spacious abode, it would not suffice to continue with the rudimentary matchbox design. Jiajin possesses a wealth of architectural knowledge from his past life. He has constructed countless houses and games, ranging from matchboxes to villas and palaces. Whatever he can envision, he can create. Chapter 0022. The new house, and learning. Tina stands at the door, watching as Jiajin raises both hands in the clearing, summoning stones from thin air. With a mere gesture, the stones accurately descend to the ground, aligning neatly to form a solid and aesthetically pleasing foundation. He then skillfully traverses the base, rapidly erecting walls with remarkable speed. Initially appearing chaotic, the structure soon reveals its form. What would typically take an ordinary person several months to painstakingly construct, a 3-story residential building, Jiajin completes in just one afternoon, in comparison to the rudimentary matchbox room. The residential building before him is undoubtedly more appealing, spacious, and comfortable. Tina gazes in rapture, unable to discern whether this is a dream or reality. Once Jiajin installs doors and windows, the basic construction is complete. Although the 3 stories within remain empty, it far surpasses the matchbox room in all respects. For safety, he erects an outer wall approximately 5 meters high, complemented by 2 layers of wooden spike traps. Thus, even if Tina steps outside the residential building, as long as she remains within the confines of the wall, she is largely safe. She could even cultivate flowers and plants or bask in the sun within this enclosed area. Apart from the previously deceased golden giant bird that had fallen, no other dangerous interdimensional creatures capable of breaching the 5-meter wall have yet appeared. Tina, we shall reside in this house from now on. Jiajin leads Tina past the wooden spike traps into the walled area, guiding her through the rooms. The matchbox room over there will serve as a storage space. Upon seeing him relocate the sleeping bag, Tina begins to understand. She joyfully dashes between the 3 floors, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the spacious and more comfortable environment. It is evident that she is quite pleased with the new house. And here is our bedroom. After catching the happily frolicking Tina, Jia Jingjin takes her hand and smiles. Once the tool station is constructed, I can create a grand double bed for us. Additionally, I will craft a wardrobe specifically for your clothes, and a sofa where we can relax at any time. The room will also be adorned with animal fur carpets. Tina blinks her eyes, unable to comprehend entirely, yet she smiles as she gazes at him. This is our kitchen, where we must currently rely on a stone campfire. However, once the tool station is completed, I can construct a better stove, iron pots, and even knives, forks, and bowls. As our technological level increases, I could even create a refrigerator to store food and install a range hood. Jia Jingjin leads her to another area, saying, "This is the hall, where I will place a dining table and chairs for us to enjoy leisurely meals together. Over there will be a study, where I will build a bookshelf to house an abundance of books." Speaking of books, an idea suddenly strikes Jia Jingjin. Tina, you cannot comprehend my words, and I cannot understand yours. Even if I express a desire to learn the language of this realm, you likely wouldn't grasp what I am saying. But I can teach you Chinese. Once you master Pinyin, you will gradually learn my language, and we will be able to communicate normally. In turn, you could teach me the language of this world. How did I not think of this sooner? Seeing Jia Jingjin's sudden excitement, Tina is baffled by his thoughts. Yet, witnessing his smile, she mirrors it, affectionately wrapping her arms around his arm and resting her head against his chest. "Tina, come." Jia Jingjin embraces Tina and leads her into an empty room. "From now on, this will serve as our classroom, where I will teach you Chinese." Tina's round, glistening eyes gaze at Jia Jingjin, filled with confusion. "Now, let us make a blackboard." Jia Jingjin retrieves wood and crafts a large signboard. In the game, this is an essential facility for constructing shops. However, the signboard is white, so it cannot truly be called a blackboard. Rather, it shall be a whiteboard. Tina tilts her head, examining the signboard with a look of inquiry. "Tina, please sit down." Jia Jingjin places a square piece of wood in front of the signboard to serve as a makeshift stool for Tina to sit upon. Tina obediently settled herself and then raised her head to gaze at Jia Jingjin, her eyes filled with inquiry. Jia Jingjin retrieved a piece of coal from his virtual backpack, smiling as he raised it slightly, saying, "Let this serve as chalk. Am I clever?" Tina offered no other response, merely smiling at him, for she could not comprehend his words. Noticing her lack of reaction, Jia Jingjin said, "I know you don't understand. So from now on, I will teach you Chinese. Chinese is a profound subject, and mastering it is no easy feat. However, you only need to learn simple daily conversations with me." With that, he wrote the letter A on a billboard using the coal. Then instructed Tina, "Repeat after me." Tina blinked in confusion, not understanding his actions. Therefore, she simply displayed a sweet smile and clapped her hands in encouragement. "I'm not performing," Jia Jingjin replied, exasperated. "Tina, repeat after me." Tina giggled with even more joy and clapped her hands excitedly once more. "You silly girl," Jia Jingjin sighed, moving closer to gently touch her soft lips with his clean left hand, then exaggeratedly opened his mouth, emitting the sound "ah." At last, Tina comprehended. Although she did not understand why Jia Jingjin wanted her to join in, she obediently opened her enticing little mouth and echoed, "Ah, wonderful." Jia Jingjin breathed a sigh of relief. This made things much simpler. He then wrote another A on the billboard, repeating, "Ah." Tina promptly mirrored him. After several rounds of repetition, Jia Jingjin wiped the letters off the billboard and wrote another A, remaining silent as he watched Tina. Tina blinked intelligently and looked at Jia Jingjin, her tone inquiring. "Fantastic," Jia Jingjin exclaimed joyfully, tossing aside the coal and rushing over to embrace Tina's delicate form tightly. "You did it. Tina, you are amazing. Congratulations. You have taken a crucial step on the historic path to mastering the magnificent Chinese language." Tina was unsure why Jia Jingjin was so ecstatic, but she reciprocated his embrace, her face radiating happiness as she opened her mouth and repeated several times, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Jia Jingjin, holding the golden-haired girl, wore an embarrassed expression. "Tina, those sounds strung together are quite inappropriate." Chapter 0023, The Battle of Snakes and Dogs. After moving into their new home, Jia Zhengjin began teaching Tina Chinese phonetics. Each night, he dedicated several hours before sleep to impart more phonetics to her. This was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. It required persistent effort and time to master. During other times, he carefully engaged in hunting. Now, with the assistance of the two dog-headed miners, Xiao Hui and Xiao He, Jia Zhengjin no longer needed to exhaust himself with daily labor. Thus, apart from hunting and leveling up, he focused solely on teaching Tina Chinese, leaving no room for other distractions. After several days of mining, Xiao Hui and Xiao He finally gathered enough materials for Jia Zhengjin to craft the most essential workbench. With the workbench established, he arranged a large double wooden bed in the bedroom and crafted a wooden wardrobe and sofa for Tina. The wardrobe housed several different styles of fiber dresses for her to wear, as it was unreasonable for her to constantly don her old attire. Presently, she could manage with fiber dresses, and in the future, once they acquired a loom, they could create silk garments from monster silk or cultivate cotton plants for fabric and cotton clothing. The kitchen also boasted a new stove and iron pot, allowing them to move beyond solely consuming roasted meat. They could now enjoy boiled fish, boiled meat, boiled coconuts, stir-fried meat slices, and stir-fried coconut flesh. Enriching their daily meals, the study lacked books, so Jia Zhengjin used fiber-made paper and beast hair combined with bamboo to craft brushes for writing, inscribing Chinese phonetics, and some annotated daily dialogues for Tina to study on her own when she ventured outside. Meanwhile, during her free time, Tina cultivated a patch of farmland in the courtyard using the iron hoe crafted by Jia Zhengjin, planting various crops that he did not recognize. Life seemed to gradually fall into place. And Jia Zhengjin relished these days. Days of relentless hunting and trap setting brought him within a mere 100 experience points of reaching level 5. Therefore, one early morning, he reluctantly bid farewell to Tina and ventured into the perilous jungle. Recently, the traps had yielded little, which was quite disappointing. Thus, he decided to venture a bit further to see if a change of location would yield better results. Just as he searched for a new trap area, the sharp cry of a dog-headed creature pierced the air. Having dealt with these beings for some time, Jia Zhengjin immediately recognized it as a battle signal. Had he been discovered, he swiftly climbed a nearby tree. Gaining a vantage point to observe his astonishment, he discovered that approximately 600 or 700 meters away lay a dog-headed nest. No wonder dog-headed creatures frequented the river for water. He had previously not ventured this far and had been oblivious. The nest resembled a honeycomb of interconnected mud caves, likely excavated by these unintelligent, upright, beast-like creatures. Within the nest were countless elderly, adult, and juvenile dog-headed beings. Among them stood an especially robust giant dog-headed creature, wielding a wooden staff, seemingly the leader. However, the nest was in disarray, as the dog-headed leader was rallying its kin against a massive python that had charged into the entrance, voraciously preying upon the dog-headed creatures. The battle signal issued by the dog-headed beings was a call to arms against the giant python. Although these pythons were not of the fire-breathing variety Jia Zhengjin had previously encountered, their gaping maws could easily swallow a dog-headed creature whole. Furthermore, their thick hides rendered the dog-headed creature's wooden clubs ineffective. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the dog-headed clan surrounding several pythons yet only serving as sustenance for the latter. Whoosh! As the situation grew increasingly dire, the dog-headed leader finally joined the fray. However, its combat style was quite peculiar. It raised its staff and unleashed a fireball aimed at the python's head. It can use magic? Jia Zhengjin had not anticipated that a leader among the dog-headed creatures would possess magical abilities. Unfortunately, the dog-headed leader's magical attack was woefully weak. The struck python merely shook its head in response, regaining its composure, and swiftly swung its tail, sending the leader crashing to the ground. The leader was effortlessly defeated, and the morale of the dog-headed army plummeted. Just moments ago, the dog-headed fighters had fought valiantly. Now, they turned and fled in disarray, discarding their wooden clubs. Hiss! To their surprise, more giant pythons emerged, wreaking havoc within the dog-headed nest and voraciously consuming the inhabitants. The dog-headed clan was utterly powerless to resist. The sheer numbers of the pythons rendered their forces insignificant. Before long, only a group of bloated pythons remained at the entrance of the nest. In a state of panic, the dog-headed leader fled in Jia Zhengjin's direction, its abdomen torn from a previous fall, blood gushing forth. The python pursued relentlessly, though it refrained from devouring this morsel, instead playfully knocking it down and toying with it. The dog-headed leader, in its panic, struggled to escape, raising its staff to hurl fireballs that, despite their ineffectiveness, offered a semblance of resistance. As the distance between the dog-headed leader and the python diminished, Jia Zhenjin cursed under his breath and hastily climbed higher to avoid being caught in the chaos. Hiss. The python was in no rush to enjoy its meal, continuing to shadow the dog-headed leader, relishing its frantic demeanor. Just as the leader attempted to flee, the python swiftly surged forward, nudging it back onto the correct path. Perhaps fate intervened, aiding the dog-headed leader. The leader's fireball, though too weak to harm the python, fortuitously struck a peculiar cylindrical plant. Upon impact, the plant emitted a plume of black gas. The gas ignited upon contact with fire. And the python, unfortunate enough to be in the vicinity, was caught in a powerful explosion, blood raining down. Seizing the moment, the dog-headed leader turned and fled, taking advantage of the stunned giant python's bewilderment to escape. Jia Zhenjin observed the weakened dog-headed leader, bloodied and faltering, and glanced at the distant pythons, seemingly sated by their feast on the dog-headed nest. He decided to seize the opportunity and take a gamble. As a leader-level monster, the experience it offered was substantial, and there was a chance to acquire valuable equipment, skills, blueprints, and items. Given that this dog-headed leader was on the brink of demise, presented as a readily available feast, he could not let this chance slip away. Chapter 0024. The nest treasure chest. Jia Zhenjin readied his bow, aiming from his elevated position at the unsuspecting dog-headed leader. Throughout this period of hunting, he had diligently practiced his archery skills, and his accuracy had improved significantly. Whoosh! Though his arrow was aimed at the leader's head, it struck its left arm instead. Nevertheless, for Jia Zhenjin, simply hitting the target was a considerable success. The venom from the centipede coursed through the arrow, causing the dog-headed leader to collapse, succumbing to paralysis from the poison. Knowing the toxin was effective against the leader, Jia Zhenjin felt a wave of relief. To prevent any chance of escape, he swiftly descended from the tree, switching his bow for a poisoned iron spear to engage in close combat. The bow and arrow may miss their mark, and the goblin chieftain remains oblivious to the potency of poison resistance and the speed of recovery. Thus, he must ensure that the goblin chieftain has no opportunity to recuperate, continuously subjecting him to paralysis. Nevertheless, the chieftain is indeed a chieftain. Despite being toyed with by the giant python for so long and losing copious amounts of blood, his health remains an astonishing 2,000 out of 5,000. The disparity is glaring when compared to Jia Zhenjin's meager 100 points. It is enough to incite jealousy. Even after sustaining injuries, with 2,000 points left, Jia Zhenjin would still need to stab the chieftain with an iron spear around 200 times. An endeavor that could exhaust even the most resilient of fighters. Gritting his teeth, Jia Zhenjin perseveres, bolstered by the fruitful mining endeavors since his arrival in this world, which have improved his physical prowess. Gradually, he chips away at the goblin chieftain's health. However, by the end, his arms are utterly fatigued, devoid of strength. The giant pythons appear to have forgotten the goblin chieftain, or perhaps they are simply sated, having devoured everything within the goblin lair. Thus, upon vanquishing the goblin chieftain, Jia Zhenjin discovers that the giant pythons have vanished without a trace from the lair. Message: you have defeated the goblin chieftain, earning 500 experience points. Message: you have leveled up. The experience gained from the goblin chieftain successfully elevates Jia Zhenjin to level 5, with approximately 400 points stored towards the next level that he requires about 1,200 more points to reach the next milestone of 1,600. After rummaging through the chieftain's remains, the rewards are indeed bountiful. Message: you have obtained exquisite ebony staff. Message: you have acquired fireball skill book. Message: you have received exquisite leather armor. Message: you have found perfect wooden stick. Message: you have secured lair treasure chest key. Message: you have obtained exquisite beast tooth ring. It could be described as a veritable harvest, with 3 pieces of exquisite equipment, a perfect wooden stick, a magic skill book, and a treasure chest key. The perfect wooden stick appears commendable in quality, but, in terms of damage, pales in comparison to the iron spear, rendering it little more than disposable trash. However, the ebony staff, leather armor, and beast tooth ring boast commendable attributes. The ebony staff enhances intelligence by 1 point and increases magic attack damage by 5. The leather armor provides 10 points of defense, surpassing the total of the entire fiber armor set. The Beast Tooth Ring boosts physical damage by 5 points, significantly enhancing combat capability. Without hesitation, Jia Jingjin promptly dons the leather armor, adorns himself with the Beast Tooth Ring, and eagerly retrieves the Fireball skill book to prepare for learning. This is a magic skill book, a rarity in the game. Mastering magic would allow him to avoid direct confrontation with these perilous otherworldly creatures. However, as he enthusiastically contemplates its use, he is doused with cold reality. Message: you have unlocked the technology skill tree and cannot simultaneously unlock the magic skill tree. I can't learn it. Jia Jingjin is incensed. It appears that the golden finger he brought with him upon crossing over constitutes a complete skill tree system, thereby severing the path to the magic skill tree. Thus, this skill book becomes essentially useless. He contemplates discarding it but hesitates. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. If he cannot use it, perhaps someone from this world can? For instance, Tina? With this thought, he carefully stows the ebony staff and Fireball skill book in his backpack, deciding to take them back and let Tina give it a try. If it truly works, Tina could gain some self-defense capabilities. His emotions fluctuate greatly, gazing at the final trophy, the treasure chest key from the Goblin Lair. Jia Jingjin finds himself indecisive about whether to return home first or to venture back to the Goblin Lair. If he returns home, will the treasure chest in the Goblin Lair reset or be claimed by some otherworldly creature? Conversely, if he proceeds, he may encounter those giant pythons again. Should they return, he would be no match for their voracious appetite. After much deliberation, he finally steels himself. Fortune favors the bold. Those giant pythons are unlikely to return. Though he thinks this, he remains exceedingly cautious. He moves slowly, step by step, halting at the slightest sound to scrutinize the surroundings until he confirms there is no danger. Thus, he cautiously makes his way to the Goblin Lair, ensuring the area is devoid of giant pythons before swiftly dashing inside. Crouching low to search, the caverns of the Goblin Lair are rather low, sufficiently accommodating for the goblins themselves. Jia Jingjin, if not crouching, would struggle to enter. The interior of the cavern is a labyrinth, with numerous passages interconnected. Upon entering, he immediately encounters many animal skeletons, including a skull resembling that of a human, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, in pursuit of treasure, he resolutely ignores the piles of bones and continues his search. To his dismay, aside from the bones, he discovers several decaying corpses, their foul stench almost causing him to retch. It seems several unfortunate otherworldly humans have become the goblin's reserve food supply. Had he not rescued Tina that day, she might have found herself among those rotting corpses, gritting his teeth against the nausea. He covers his mouth and nose and ventures deeper, ultimately discovering a massive wooden treasure chest locked tightly in a spacious chamber at the far end. Clearly, goblins could not have crafted such a chest for storage. It is a reward that appeared after defeating the goblin chieftain. He hurriedly uses the key to unlock the chest. Message: you have obtained Goblin Lair Construction Blueprint. Message: you have acquired Garden Construction Blueprint. Message: you have received Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. Message: you have found Beginner Vitality Potion. Message: you have obtained Perfect Beast Skin Boots. Message: you have secured Beast Bone Helmet. Message: you have discovered Malt Bread. Chapter 25. The Mage Tina. It has been ages since Jia Jingjin has properly enjoyed a meal of bread. Thus, upon retrieving the fragrant malt bread from the treasure chest, he cannot help but salivate profusely. Yet, he refrains from consuming the bread himself, instead enduring the temptation to bring it home as a treasure to present to Tina. Since joining him, this golden-haired girl from another world has been subsisting on greasy roasted meat, which she does not seem to have grown accustomed to. Nevertheless, she consistently wears a smile, bravely forcing herself to eat. Jia Jingjin is acutely aware that Tina does not particularly favor smoky, roasted meat, but she endures it for his sake, striving to adapt. Therefore, upon receiving the malt bread, the first thought that springs to his mind is of this gentle girl. Tina, I found something delicious. Jia Jingjin cheerfully mimics an eating gesture towards the golden-haired girl. Hurry and taste it. Let me know how it is. Tina, holding the malt bread, glances at Jia Jingjin in confusion. She has never encountered anything like this before, but the bread emits an enticing aroma that piques her appetite. Thus, upon witnessing Jia Jingjin's gesture encouraging her to eat, she hesitantly brings the bread to her lips and delicately takes a small bite. How is it? Jia Jingjin watches Tina anxiously. awaiting her reaction. Rufufu Sakurashinas. A rosy hue spreads across Tina's cheeks as she gazes up at Jia Jingjin, exclaiming joyfully. From your expression, it seems to be delicious. Jia Jingjin swallows hard, wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, and looks tenderly at the girl. This is food dropped by a boss, truly precious. You must eat it, don't waste it. Tina smiles blissfully, lowering her head to savor a few more bites at a leisurely pace. Then, she lifts her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection as she looks at Jia Jingjin, and in her imperfect pronunciation, she says, Tina? In Kaishi. So, Tina is very happy, right? Jia Jingjin gently caresses her silky golden hair. Tina is amazing. Tina is quite intelligent. In just a few days under Jia Jingjin's guidance, she has grasped the meanings of several commonly used phrases in Mandarin. However, her pronunciation remains unclear, likely influenced by the phonetics of the otherworldly language, making it difficult for her to master the correct sounds of Mandarin. Baol, Ichi. Under Jia Jingjin's affectionate gaze, Tina finishes half of the bread. She then offers the remaining half to Jia Jingjin. Are you full? Will you eat? Jia Jingjin asks, observing Tina. She comprehends this and nods vigorously. Tina eats. Jia Jingjin suppresses his impulse to gaze at the bread. Yet, Tina shakes her head, placing the bread back before him, seeing the earnestness in Tina's eyes. Jia Jingjin cannot resist pulling her into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her. A shy and joyful smile graces Tina's face as she extends her small, fair hand, offering the bread to Jia Jingjin's mouth. All right, you eat half, and I will eat half. Jia Jingjin finds it hard to refuse such a sweet gesture. Moreover, he is genuinely hungry, so he holds Tina close, enjoying her tender feeding. Once half of the bread is in his stomach, warmth fills Jia Jingjin's heart. Ah, right, I almost forgot the important matter. After a moment of affectionate closeness with Tina, Jia Jingjin suddenly remembers, and he retrieves the ebony staff from his virtual backpack. Tina, this is for you. Tina, unable to comprehend, nonetheless understands his intention through his gesture. She hesitates for a moment before reaching out to take the ebony staff, looking at him quizzically. As an ordinary person, the magical staff serves as nothing more than a walking stick to her, lacking any other apparent utility. Thus, she found herself perplexed as to why Jia Jingjin bestowed upon her a magical wand, wishing to convey that such a precious weapon ought not to be given to her, but rather reserved for a true sorcerer. Look, Jia Jingjin noticed the confusion in Tina's eyes and, with a smile, retrieved a fireball skill book from his virtual backpack. It seems that I cannot learn any skills related to magic. I can only acquire melee or special skills like howling. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can use the magic skill book? If you succeed, all future magic skill books we obtain will be yours. Perhaps you could even become a great sorceress. Come on, see if you can use it. Tina gazed at the skill book that appeared out of thin air in Jia Jingjin's hands. Although she still felt a twinge of doubt, her trust in him prompted her to reach out and take it. Message: discover a creature capable of learning magic. Would you like to use the fireball skill book on it? Oh, Jia Jingjin was momentarily stunned, realizing that the magic skill book was not merely for Tina to observe, but that he could decide whether she would learn from it. With this thought, he promptly selected confirm. Message: successfully used the fireball skill book on the creature. What creature? How rude. This is my precious Tina. You know, Jia Jingjin felt a surge of irritation at the system's notification, yet the system remained unresponsive. Just as he confirmed his choice, the fireball skill book in their hands transformed into a radiant red light, swiftly coursing through Tina's delicate fingers and directly into her frail body. At that moment, she felt an influx of strange knowledge in her mind, despite having witnessed numerous miracles created by Jia Jingjin during this time. When the miracle unfolded within her own being, Tina was momentarily rendered speechless. The sorcerer, a profession shrouded in mystery and nobility in this world, was a rare individual, a master of elemental forces, for a simple country girl like Tina. A sorcerer was an entity that existed only in legends, utterly unattainable. She had never even qualified to participate in the annual Sorcerer's Apprentice selection, which was exclusive to those with magical affinity. Last year's selection yielded only one qualified apprentice from the entire city, including Tina's remote village, making it the most talked-about event at the time. Yet, when Jia Jingjin placed a peculiar book in his hand, and it transformed into flames that entered her body, Tina suddenly discovered that a magical incantation had seemingly materialized in her mind. Tina, Seeing Tina lost in thought, Jia Jingjin gently grasped her shoulders and shook her lightly, worried. Are you all right? You haven't been dazed by the skill book, have you? Tina, bewildered, looked at Jia Jingjin and then raised her left hand, attempting to utter, Fua. Whoosh! A fiery little fireball ignited instantly between her beautiful, slender fingers. You did it, Tina, you really learned it. Witnessing this scene, Jia Jingjin was filled with excitement, as it indicated that all future magical equipment and skill books they acquired could be entrusted to Tina. Wow, I've gained a beautiful sorceress, haha. Chapter 26. The Null Den. The incantation for the fireball was Fua. Upon seeing Tina use it, Jia Jingjin recalled that the Null Chief would utter the same words whenever casting fireball, mistakenly believing it to be the Chief's natural voice, who would have known it was a magical incantation. Jia Jingjin encouraged Tina to use the fireball to strike the wood he had placed outside, and it instantly reduced its durability by 30 points. In contrast, even with the 5-attack beast tooth ring, his full-strength spear strike only diminished the wood's durability by 17 points. This meant that Tina's damage output was, astonishingly, double that of his own when observing the Null Chief's attacks on the giant python. They seemed ineffective, yet a comparison revealed the true potency of magical attacks. Why can't I learn magic? This is so frustrating. Initially feeling downcast, Jia Jingjin quickly shifted his mindset to positivity. Actually, it's just as good. Transforming Tina into a formidable sorceress is tantamount to having a super support. Unaware of Jia Jingjin's thoughts, Tina remained immersed in the incredulity of having learned magic. She repeatedly aimed at the wood, casting fireballs and witnessing the flames engulf the upright logs in a blazing inferno. After throwing about 10 fireballs, Tina suddenly felt weak. What is happening? Jia Jingjin, quick to react, caught her in his arms. Noticing her fatigued expression, he understood immediately. Tina, your magic points are low. Once they're depleted, you'll undoubtedly feel exhausted. I haven't found any mana potions yet, so take it easy. Tina, unable to comprehend such complex words, nonetheless buried her head against Jia Jingjin's chest, displaying a blissful expression. All right, let's head back to your room to rest. With a heavy heart, Jia Jingjin carried Tina home and laid her on the bed, where she soon fell into a deep slumber due to her exhaustion. Tina's magic points are a concern. It seems she can only use about 10 fireballs before running out. Jia Jingjin contemplated. What if she runs out of mana for larger spells? Surely there must be equipment to restore mana or potions for that purpose. After Tina fell asleep, Jia Jingjin ventured outside to inspect the other spoils. The basic vitality potion could temporarily increase the user's health limit by 50 points, meaning if Jia Jingjin consumed it, his health would surge from 100 to 150 points. However, it only lasted for a few minutes, seemingly lacking significance. The perfect beast-hide boots provided 7 points of defense and an additional 2 points of agility. Coupled with the excellent leather armor's 10 points of defense and the ordinary quality beast bone helmet's 2 points, he garnered a total of 19 points of defense. This indicated a significant enhancement in his survivability. Now, equipped with an iron shield, he could emerge unscathed even amidst a gnoll mob. Of course, if the number of gnolls were overwhelming, he might still succumb. The 2 additional points of agility were also quite beneficial. With this boost, Jia Jingjin's speed and jumping ability were greatly enhanced, proving invaluable for evasion. Without a second thought, he utilized all 3 blueprints. Null Den allows for daily recruitment, gaining the loyalty of gnolls in exchange for raw meat. The stronger the gnolls, the more meat is required. Materials needed for construction: 10,000 pieces of wood, 500 pieces of iron, or 500 pieces of copper. Or garden. A beautiful garden can uplift one's spirits. Materials needed for construction: 1,000 pieces of wood, 10 white flowers, 10 red flowers, 10 blue flowers, 10 purple flowers, 10 yellow flowers, 1 watering can. Arrow Tower, the most basic defensive structure, automatically attacking any approaching hostile creatures. Attack power: 10-15. Materials needed for construction: 5,000 pieces of wood, 50 iron ingots, 100 arrows. Upgradable. After learning the 3 blueprints, Jia Jingjin was immensely excited about the 2 buildings. Ignoring the garden, the Null Den could recruit gnolls, implying he could venture into the wilderness with a horde of gnolls. Perhaps he would need to exercise caution when encountering particularly powerful entities from other realms. However, with gnolls as allies, he could easily outnumber and conquer. Thus, even without traps, hunting would become a breeze. He only worried that the timid gnolls might flee mid-battle. which would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, even if their combat prowess was lacking, employing them as miners would still be beneficial. As for the arrow tower, it was even more formidable, a defensive structure capable of automatically attacking nearby hostile creatures, and it could be upgraded. At level 1, it wielded an attack power of 10 to 15. Just imagine how powerful it would be at its peak. If he could construct a plethora of arrow towers, even the fire giant he had seen previously would likely be vanquished. Furthermore, with arrow towers in place, the vicinity would be much safer, allowing him and Tina to roam near their home without trepidation. Jiajin envisioned a future where arrow towers adorned the area, guarded by numerous gnolls, forming a relatively secure stronghold. He hurried to the gnoll pin and discovered that 2 gnoll miners were diligently at work, amassing over 700 pieces of iron and copper ore in the clearing. He promptly adjusted the collection targets of the 2 gnoll miners, equipping them with iron and stone axes, instructing them to fell nearby trees to create a larger clearing. To expedite the construction of the gnoll den and recruit gnolls for his endeavors, Jiajin took up a stone axe and enthusiastically joined the 2 gnoll miners in chopping wood. Hard work would not be in vain. When Jiajin finally amassed enough materials to build the gnoll den against the rocky wall behind his residence, a virtual selection window appeared before him. Gnoll, they will flee if the battle turns unfavorable. Hiring cost, 10 pieces of raw meat. Daily consumption, 3 pieces of raw meat. Gnoll warrior, stronger than ordinary gnolls. Hiring cost, 20 pieces of raw meat. Daily consumption, 6 pieces of raw meat. Gnoll miner, they are excellent miners. Hiring cost, 10 pieces of raw meat. Daily consumption, 3 pieces of raw meat. Gnoll chief, capable of using fireball in combat. The leader of the gnolls. Hiring cost, 500 pieces of raw meat. Daily consumption, 10 pieces of raw meat. Werewolf, allegedly the ancestors of gnolls. They possess formidable strength, fear no injury, and are utterly fearless. Hiring cost, 1,000 pieces of raw meat. Daily consumption, 20 pieces of raw meat. Note, this species refreshes 1 during the full moon each month. In the depths of the jungle, where the terrain grew increasingly intricate, a creature resembling a velociraptor from another realm roared fiercely as it grappled with 2 dog-headed warriors. Although its size was less than half that of a velociraptor, the 2 dog-headed warriors wielded their bone spears valiantly, showing no fear of the colossal beast. With a swift motion, Jiajin drew his bow with all his might, and the poisoned arrow soared forth, striking the massive creature with remarkable accuracy, given its ample target. Meanwhile, Tina, clutching her ebony staff, summoned a small fireball that struck the creature squarely on the head. The velociraptor, incapacitated by the effects of the poison, collapsed to the ground, rendering it motionless. The 2 dog-headed warriors seized the opportunity, advancing to thrust their bone spears into the fallen beast. Message: Bunker has slain the holodragon. You have gained 35 experience points. Yes, I am becoming increasingly adept at this, Jiajin exclaimed, rushing forward to loot the corpse. Discovering a subpar beast horn helmet. Although it was of inferior quality, it still provided a defensive value of 2. Without a second thought, he turned to Tina, saying, "Here. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it will enhance your defense slightly. A higher defense value increases your chances of survival in battle." Tina accepted the unattractive beast horn helmet with grace, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. Such a large dragon yields only 10 pieces of raw meat. Jiajin lamented as he surveyed the remains. To gather enough meat for a single werewolf, I would need to slay 100 of these creatures, and accounting for spoilage during storage, the number required would be even greater. It seems I must attempt to challenge larger animals. Otherwise, I will be forced to accumulate meat painstakingly, which could prove exhausting. The forest was teeming with large creatures, yet Jiajin typically avoided them. Even docile herbivores, given their immense size and weight, posed a threat that could easily crush him. However, with the presence of the dog-headed warriors, his confidence soared. Their formidable prowess had left a lasting impression on him. During their hunts, they handled the majority of the work, while he and Tina primarily provided support and dealt the finishing blows. Finding larger creatures was a simple task. A vast natural lake lay downstream, serving as a watering hole for the otherworldly fauna of the surrounding forest. Essentially, their dining establishment. It was here, amidst the crystal-clear waters and lush vegetation, that one could most easily locate the giant beasts seeking nourishment. Get down. Upon reaching a small hillock near the lake, Jiajin gestured for the 2 dog-headed warriors and Tina to conceal themselves properly. He then began to survey the area from his elevated position, searching for a suitable target. In the depths of the lake, countless colossal long-necked creatures roamed, their submerged bodies only partially obscured by the unfathomable waters. Their elongated necks elevated their heads high above, as if they could survey the entirety of the surrounding forest. The shores of the lake were also home to numerous gigantic beings, such as the previously encountered massive triceratops, or peculiar creatures resembling beavers, distinguished by their enormous, flat tails. Additionally, there were many wild buffaloes of a size comparable to dinosaurs. Countless bizarre and unusual creatures coexisted peacefully, frolicking and drinking at the water's edge. "That one!" exclaimed Jia Jingjin. Spotting a solitary elephant. To call it an elephant would be an understatement, for this extraordinary creature was 3 to 4 times the size of an elephant on Earth, an utterly terrifying sight. Moreover, it sported 2 long trunks on its face, deftly uprooting green saplings and shoving them into its mouth. "You two, advance and engage in a long-range kite-style spear attack," Jia Jingjin commanded the dog-headed warriors. "Awo!" The 2 dog-headed warriors promptly raised their bone spears and dashed forward, charging at the solitary peculiar elephant. "Tina, let us observe for now." Jia Jingjin restrained Tina, who was eager to assist, pressing her down. "Do not act impulsively." Tina could only deduce his meaning through his expressions and gestures, but she received the message accurately. Thus, she wisely crouched down, hiding with him atop a distant hill. Awo, Flock was the first to reach the elephant, raising his bone spear and aiming for its eyes to throw. Thud! The spear failed to strike its intended target, instead being deflected by one of the elephant's long trunks. The elephant, in pain, lifted its front feet off the ground and let out an enraged roar. Whoosh! Bunk also hurled his bone spear, only for it to be swatted away by the elephant's agile trunk. Realizing that their attempts to pierce its eyes were in vain, the 2 dog-headed warriors decided to pounce. Using their sharp claws and teeth to tear at the elephant's thigh, they were resolutely executing Jia Jingjin's orders. Showing no fear in the face of such a formidable creature, unlike the most primitive dog-headed beings, who would likely flee in terror at the mere sight of such a beast, these warriors displayed unwavering bravery. Yet, courage alone does not guarantee victory. The 2 dog-headed warriors fought valiantly, but were soon ensnared by the elephant's 2 trunks, which then violently slammed them to the ground. Thud! As the dog-headed warriors hit the ground, they immediately attempted to roll over and counterattack, fearless in their resolve. However, 2 immensely powerful elephant legs descended from above, crushing them into a pulp. Message: Your hired dog-headed warrior Flock has perished. The consumed raw meat will not be refunded. Message: Your hired dog-headed warrior Bunk has perished. The consumed raw meat will not be refunded. Yabluxiu! Tina gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Jia Jingjin closely observed the movements of this colossal otherworldly creature. Assured that it would not detect him and Tina from their considerable distance, after a while, he nodded. "Tina, we must retreat." The sacrifices of Flock and Bunk were not in vain, as they provided Jia Jingjin with valuable insights. First and foremost, while the dog-headed warriors were indeed strong, they remained mere dog-headed beings. They followed Jia Jingjin's commands but lacked the intelligence to fully execute his strategies. It was evident when he instructed them to use their bone spears for ranged attacks. They complied initially. But when the spears were thrown and could not be retrieved, they resorted to close-quarters biting. The fact was, they still had the stone spears that Jia Jingjin had equipped them with. It became apparent that they did not utilize the stone spears for long-range kite tactics. Secondly, as the elephant-like being crushed the 2 dog-headed warriors, it was clear that its feet had struck the poisoned stone spears. Yet, it did not succumb to paralysis or incapacitation. Its movements merely slowed slightly. The poison had some effect, albeit minimal. Most importantly, Jia Jingjin discerned that its life points were 978-1000, even lower than that of the dog-headed chief. It could be slain, but a new strategy was required. Chapter 0029. Dog-headed stone throwers. Upon returning from the hunt, a total of 97 pieces of raw meat and a plethora of other resources were acquired. However, the sacrifices of Flock and Bunk halved the actual yield. Back at home, 10 dog-headed miners worked tirelessly, their speed astonishing. Previously, Jia Jingjin could barely gather over 200 iron ore in a single day, but now, with the division of labor among 10 dog-headed miners, they could provide approximately 10,000 wood, 800 iron ore, and 800 copper ore daily. Based on his observations of the moon that evening, Jia Jingjin estimated that the next full moon was about 10 days away. Therefore, to expedite the recruitment of werewolves, all resources were concentrated on upgrading the dog-headed nest, Message. The dog-headed nest has successfully upgraded to LV2. You can now recruit new troops. Message. Dog-headed stone throwers have been unlocked for recruitment. Dog-headed stone thrower. They are exceedingly timid but capable of launching stones at enemies from a distance. The hiring cost is 15 pieces of raw meat, with a daily consumption of 4 pieces. Stone throwers. Jia Jingjin decided to recruit one for a trial. And immediately, a creature resembling an ordinary dog-headed being appeared before him, albeit with a basket on its back filled to the brim with stones, following the recent resource-gathering efforts of the 10 dog-headed miners. Their supplies had been nearly exhausted. The materials required for the next upgrade of the dog-headed nest had now skyrocketed to 40,000 wood, 2,000 iron ore, and 2,000 copper ore. The materials needed for each upgrade increased exponentially. A daunting figure indeed. It seemed imperative to recruit more dog-headed miners to ensure the dog-headed nest could reach maximum level before the full moon. However, hiring dog-headed miners demanded an increasing amount of raw meat. With daily consumption climbing ever higher, it was clear that the immediate priority was to hunt and expand the team. Jia Jingjin utilized the hard-earned raw meat to recruit. This time, he successfully enlisted 2 dog-headed warriors and another dog-headed stone thrower. The raw meat resources dwindled to a mere few pieces, necessitating further hunting, lest there be no dinner. The earlier encounter with the 2-trunk giant elephant suggested that, with the right tactics, sacrificing some dog-headed warriors might yield a victory. However, after careful consideration, Jia Jingjin ultimately decided against such a risky shortcut. Firstly, seeking solitary gigantic creatures like that would waste considerable time. Secondly, the substantial losses incurred during battle might not be recouped. Thirdly, even if some returns were possible, it would be far more prudent to hunt smaller to medium-sized creatures rather than exhaust resources battling such dangerous beasts. If they could endure for a few more days until the full moon summoned the werewolves, they would surely be able to take on such creatures then. That would mark the true rise of their power. For now, the focus must remain on gathering meat. The newly recruited dog-headed warriors bore the names Shok and Duke. Yet, Jia Jingjin found little significance in this. Even with names, they remained 2 simple-minded dog-headed beings, incapable of thought beyond obeying commands in battle. The team set out once more, beginning the hunt for the abundant land birds and weasels nearby. The dog-headed warriors exhibited their usual valor and swiftness, brandishing their bone spears in relentless pursuit of their prey. The addition of the dog-headed stone throwers made the battles even easier, while the dog-headed warriors struggled to catch faster animals. The stone throwers were able to accurately hurl stones, striking their targets. Although the damage was minimal, animals struck by stones had a chance of being stunned, creating more opportunities for the dog-headed warriors to capture them. This hunt yielded over twice the previous results. Upon returning that night, Jia Jingjin brought back more than 200 pieces of raw meat, setting aside 100 pieces for the essential food of the following day. He used the remaining 100 pieces to recruit 4 additional dog-headed miners and 2 more dog-headed warriors. The team continued to grow, and food consumption increased correspondingly. However, with 4 dog-headed warriors and 2 dog-headed stone throwers, their hunting success could be further enhanced, adequately supplying their needs. The current strategy of sustaining their growth through battle was indeed the fastest approach. A day of hunting not only yielded ample raw meat, fur, and entrails for Jia Jingjin, but also elevated him to level 6, granting him a new skill point. Advancing from level 6 to 7 required 3,200 experience points, and the demands grew ever higher. The warehouse had accumulated a substantial amount of animal hides, prompting Jia Jingjin to decisively allocate this skill point to leather crafting. After finishing dinner that evening, he retrieved all the animal hides from the warehouse and toiled in his room until dawn, ultimately transforming all the animal hides into leather. Leather is a highly valuable resource, as it could finally be processed at the crafting table to create a full set of leather hats, leather coats, leather bracers, leather greaves, and leather boots. Most importantly, leather is an essential material for crafting crossbows. The crossbow, with its significantly greater lethality compared to bows, is a crucial weapon for hunting, until the technology for firearms is unlocked. It will undoubtedly serve as the most formidable ranged weapon. The crossbow boasts impressive power and an extensive range. If the bolts are poisoned, it is entirely plausible to kill small to medium-sized otherworldly creatures from several hundred meters away. When encountering slow-moving giant otherworldly beings, one could even employ kite tactics, which are safer than using bows. The next skill point upgrade will undoubtedly be reserved for the crossbow. A complete set of leather armor is not only far more aesthetically pleasing than fiber gear, but also provides superior warmth. Most importantly, its defensive capabilities far exceed those of fiber gear. Furthermore, a plethora of leather furniture can finally be produced, such as leather sofas, leather wardrobes, and leather chests. Indeed, leather can also be fashioned into bellows, significantly accelerating the process of metal refinement in the furnace. The next objective is to gather raw meat to expand the ranks, while collecting resources to upgrade the Knoll Den, and further, to elevate oneself to level 7, thereby unlocking the crossbow to acquire a more formidable weapon. With a heart brimming with splendid aspirations, Jia Jingjin finally returned to his bedroom, weary from the day's toils, and lay down on the bed. Embracing the peacefully slumbering Tina, like a little kitten, Tina instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. Jia Jingjin gazed down at her enchanting visage as she slept, unable to resist the urge to lean down and bestow a gentle kiss upon her delicate cheek. For Tina's sake, he resolved to enhance his strength swiftly, to obtain even greater power. He did not wish for Tina to remain ensconced in this perilous forest for all eternity. Thus, only by becoming formidable enough to safeguard himself and Tina could he face this entirely unfamiliar world. He yearned for the day he could present Tina to all the inhabitants of this other world without trepidation, allowing her to live joyfully in this realm. Chapter 0030, A New Method of Hunting. Hiring more Knoll miners and enlisting additional Knoll warriors. For 3 consecutive days, Jia Jingjin, accompanied by Tina and his growing band of Knolls, tirelessly repeated the same tasks. The team expanded considerably, with the number of Knoll miners increasing to 30. 10 were assigned to lumbering, 10 to gathering iron ore, and another 10 to collecting copper ore. The Knoll warriors rose to 8, while the slingers increased to 12. With a total of 40 Knolls. The base became significantly livelier. The Knoll Den successfully upgraded to level 3, introducing a new unit type, Knoll Patrol. Although the combat prowess of the Knoll Patrol was not particularly strong, their agility was remarkable. They could sprint swiftly and had an extensive field of vision. The primary function of this unit was reconnaissance and patrolling, with the ability to alert others through their howls. The warning sound Jia Jingjin had heard when a giant python attacked the Knoll Den had originated from the Knoll Patrol. Consequently, he hired 3 additional Knoll Patrols. 2 were stationed near the base, tasked solely with patrolling. Should any intruders appear, they would howl to signal an alarm, ensuring that everyone inside the base had ample time to retaliate or take cover. The 3rd accompanied them on hunts, as the patrols possessed superior hunting skills compared to other Knolls, enabling them to detect threatening large creatures or even magical beasts in advance, guiding the team to alter their course to avoid danger. Overall, the presence of this unit enhanced their safety. Tina learned simple daily conversational phrases such as good morning, good afternoon, good evening, time to eat, hunting, tired, sleep, and I love you, allowing her to engage in basic greetings with Jia Jingjin. She was diligently working on more complex phrases, and her progress was evidently quite promising. With continued effort, it was believed that Tina would eventually become proficient in the language. Shu, today was once again dedicated to hunting, with the goal of reaching level 7. After 3 consecutive days of slaying monsters, Jia Jingjin's experience points were nearing the threshold for an upgrade, and he was on the cusp of attaining level 7. The target this time was a group of 3-legged deer discovered by the Knoll Patrol. This species bore a resemblance to spotted deer, yet possessed only 3 legs and could run at astonishing speeds. Having encountered a myriad of bizarre creatures in this other world, Jia Jingjin had grown somewhat desensitized. The peculiar appearances of these beings no longer piqued his curiosity. They were merely viewed as sources of raw meat and fur. Due to the substantial size of the hunting party, the previously inefficient solitary hunting method had been abandoned. Jia Jingjin instructed the Knoll miners to dig numerous traps in a canyon area beforehand. And the hunting strategy was straightforward. Drive the animals into the traps and capture them en masse. This method of hunting proved to be far more efficient than before and effective. The 3-legged deer that fell into the traps had no means of escape and could only submit to becoming Jia Jingjin's experience points and abundant resources. However, the 3-legged deer were astute creatures, necessitating caution. Any rash movements would cause them to scatter and flee, leaving the hunters at a loss as to whom to pursue, given their remarkable speed. It was imperative to avoid any missteps. Concealed on the high ground, Jia Jingjin maintained his composure and closely observed the movements of the deer herd. Slingers, he suddenly pointed to a position a few meters behind the deer group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen Knoll slingers immediately launched stones at the indicated area. Whoosh. The deer were startled by the noise and instinctively moved in the opposite direction, then turned to investigate, not detecting any anomalies. The herd gradually regrouped and returned to grazing. Very good, very good. Jia Zhengjin nodded approvingly, and as the deer gathered once more, he pointed to another location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The knoll slingers promptly hurled stones towards the new target. Whoosh. The deer shifted once again. Confirming the absence of danger before continuing to graze, Jia Zhengjin employed this method patiently, gradually herding the group of deer towards the canyon. Watching as they entered the ravine. At that moment, he issued a sudden command. All troops. Charge, attack. Arg, arg, arg. 8 knoll warriors leapt from the underbrush, brandishing their bone spears and howling as they charged towards the deer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The knoll slingers joined the pursuit, using their stones to manipulate the deer's movements, forcing them towards the traps. The deer, panicking, were indeed compelled to follow the path designated by the knolls, swiftly arriving at the trap-laden area, stepping into pits obscured by twigs and leaves. Plop, plop, the deer fell into the traps like dumplings. A truly spectacular sight. Some lucky ones managed to leap onto their companions' backs, only to be immediately swarmed and beaten by the knoll warriors or knocked unconscious by the stones of the knoll slingers. Jia Zhengjin, alongside Tina, simply observed the unfolding scene, allowing the knolls to execute the hunting plan he had devised, as they flawlessly processed his straightforward commands. Release the smaller deer and the pregnant does. Once the situation was under control, he led Tina to the trap area, directing the knoll warriors to collect the spoils. The smaller deer yielded little meat, and it would be a shame to slay the pregnant does. However, with the beast pin yet to be upgraded, it was impossible to raise them. Thus, the only course of action was to set them free, allowing the fawns to mature and the does to bear additional offspring, striving to maintain the herd's population. After liberating the fawns and the pregnant does, there was no hesitation regarding the remaining deer. He commanded the knolls to proceed with the slaughter. Tina was averse to the gruesome scene, yet understanding the dangers of the otherworld as Jia Zhengjin did. She too had to wield her fireball spell to eliminate some of the trapped deer. She needed to learn to fight in order to protect herself with magic in the days to come. Jia Zhengjin could not guarantee his presence beside Tina at all times. Even brief separations could lead to danger, and having combat experience could aid her in returning safely to him. Tina grasped Jia Zhengjin's intentions, so despite her distaste for the act of killing, she obediently unleashed her fireball spell against the ensnared deer. Once all the deer were dispatched, Jia Zhengjin indeed reached level 7. Without hesitation, he unlocked the crafting of the crossbow and proceeded to loot the carcasses, gathering raw meat, entrails, and fur. Such herbivorous creatures from this otherworld had a low drop rate. Typically, the more dangerous otherworldly beings yielded better rewards. So in these several days, aside from collecting some miscellaneous materials, Jia Zhengjin had nothing else to show for his efforts. Chapter 0031. The Problem of Spoiled Meat. Inferior Crossbow. Attack 25. Accuracy 2. Range 270 meters. He was uncertain whether crossbow bolts in reality could truly reach such distances, but at least in the game's mechanics, that was the case. Even the inferior crossbow boasted 25 points of damage, far surpassing the attack power of Jia Zhengjin's entire current set of equipment. He promptly abandoned the bow and arrow in favor of this more powerful ranged weapon. The following days were filled with the monotonous task of hunting. Utilizing traps to capture a multitude of otherworldly creatures, the stockpile of raw meat steadily increased. However, a significant issue loomed. Due to the warm weather during this period, the rate of spoilage for raw meat was accelerating. Each day, a substantial amount of raw meat stored in the warehouse faced the threat of decay. Without refrigeration, the shelf life of raw meat could not exceed 3 days. For instance, today, nearly 500 pieces of raw meat were on the verge of spoiling. This cannot continue. Jia Zhengjin contemplated the rapid spoilage, fearing that on the night of the full moon, he might be unable to hire werewolves due to the rotting meat. Yet, the technology research facility had not yet been unlocked, and the intricate prerequisites required to manufacture a refrigerator were far from being met. It was utterly impossible to create one. What on earth should I do? Jean. Tina gently poked his back with her slender finger. She understood Jia Zhengjin's distress. Given that Tina's accent was difficult to correct, she referred to him as Jianqian, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Turning to face Tina, Jia Zhengjin inquired with a questioning look. What is it, Tina? This phrase had become comprehensible to her, prompting her to point towards the mountains in the east. Muxiu. Jia Zhengjin appeared perplexed. Muxiu, Tina repeated. But seeing that Jia Zhenjin still did not comprehend, she took his hand and led him to the language classroom. Why have you brought me here? Jia Zhenjin curiously inquired. Are you really going to start teaching me the language of another world? Muxiao. Tina urged Jia Zhenjin to take a seat, then picked up a piece of coal and began to draw on the billboard. She sketched a grand mountain, tracing undulating lines at the peak, and then painted the lower part of the mountain black, leaving the summit pristine white. Wow, I never expected that you, Tina, have a talent for painting. Jia Zhenjin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. This mountain is truly splendid. Tina pointed at the white part of the summit, saying, Jean, Muxiao. Huh. Jia Zhenjin still did not understand. Meat. Tina uttered this simple word. Meat? Jia Zhenjin stared at her intently. Meat. Tina raised her left hand in a gesture of holding meat. Then she lifted her right hand, mimicking a grabbing motion, and placed it near her mouth, exhaling, before bringing both hands together, exclaiming, Muxiao. Clap. Jia Zhenjin finally comprehended, joyfully clapping his hands and leaping to his feet. The snow at the mountain's peak. Muxiao. Tina nodded vigorously. Muxiao. Jia Zhenjin echoed her intonation, then enthusiastically swept Tina off her feet, exclaiming, Tina, you are simply amazing. I can't believe I didn't think of this. The summit of high mountains is laden with ice and snow. If we can gather enough to construct a cellar, it would serve as a natural refrigerator. Storing raw meat in the cellar would drastically slow down its spoiling. Tina, you are incredible. I adore you. As he spoke, he planted a hearty kiss on Tina's delicate face. Giggle. Tina clung to Jia Zhenjin's neck, her laughter ringing with delight. However, climbing that high mountain, I wonder what dangerous creatures we might encounter. Jia Zhenjin furrowed his brow. And how on earth can we transport so much ice and snow? I can't possibly make a single trip just to carry down one block of ice, can I? Even if I send the goblin miners, they might get devoured by wild beasts before they manage to gather a substantial amount of ice and snow. Eureka! A brilliant idea struck him as he recalled the beast pen. With the emergence of the goblin lair, he could directly hire goblin miners. Therefore, the two tamed goblin miners, Xiao Hui and Xiao He, were not of much use anymore. Now, these two goblin miners, along with the goblins previously captured and tied outside the beast pen, all slept in the goblin lair at night. It was likely that even if released, they would have been assimilated by this lair. Given this situation, it would be wiser to vacate the beast pen's location and capture two not-so-strong, yet highly burdensome, creatures from another world as vehicles. With such vehicles, transporting ice and snow down the mountain would become significantly easier. As for the targets to capture, Jia Zhenjin had a plan in mind that a certain type of Tonka horse he had hunted before was exceptionally suitable. This medium to large creature was easy to catch and had remarkable load-bearing capabilities. Though its name included horse, it bore no relation to actual horses. They possessed a naturally concave hump on their backs, which they used to store a substantial amount of water after bathing in lakes. This allowed them to go long periods without returning to a lake, quenching their thirst with a sip whenever needed. Truly convenient. Not wanting to waste nearly spoiled meat, Jia Zhenjin gathered 510 pieces of raw meat and hired a goblin chief. Although the goblin chief may not have been particularly formidable, with Tina, they formed a duo of spellcasters capable of casting small fireballs. Moreover, the goblin chief boasted a commendable 5,000 health points, often serving as a meat shield against monsters. Goblin Chief Cook. He is the new goblin chief, obeyed by all goblins. Skills: small fireball, weapon ebony staff, armor, leather boots. The goblin chief Cook was unlike other goblins. He possessed an equipment slot. Jia Zhenjin attempted to remove his equipment and was astonished to find he could do so. He even tried to equip him with a crossbow, which he could use. Changing his equipment was also not an issue. However, since the goblin chief was a mage type, the crossbow was naturally inferior to the ebony staff. Thus, Jia Zhenjin decided to craft a complete set of leather armor for the goblin chief to enhance his defensive capabilities. Subsequently, he set off with Tina, Cook, 8 goblin warriors, 12 goblin slingers, and 1 goblin patrolman into the forest. The patrolman led the way. After more than half an hour, they finally spotted a herd of Tonka horses feasting on some unknown wild fruits in the dense woods. Attack. Remember to capture 2 live Tonka horses. The rest are to be killed. With a command from Jia Zhenjin, all the goblins, under Cook's leadership, howled and charged forward, swiftly entering the Tonka horse herd. Chapter 32. The Ice Harvest Adventure. With the Goblin Brigade and the lively performance of Goblin Chief Cook, the The Tonka horse herd was extensively hunted, turning into a bounty of raw meat resources. Two of the strongest and healthiest were driven back to the beast pen at the base. After successfully taming them, Jia Jingjin acquired two exceptionally docile Tonka horses as his vehicles. He crafted two special saddles from animal hides and plant fibers, directly fitting them into the concave hollows on the horses' backs. Since they were to transport ice and snow, the animal hides and plant fibers provided insulation. The natural concave hump of the Tonka horses also offered thermal retention, ensuring they would not suffer from the low temperatures of the ice and snow. Once trained as vehicles, the Tonka horses not only retained their large humps, but also gained a virtual backpack each for additional storage. Thus, even though ice and snow could not stack in the virtual backpack and occupied individual slots, Jia Jingjin's own virtual backpack, combined with the two Tonka horses' virtual backpacks and their massive concave humps, would suffice for constructing a sufficiently large ice cellar. Tina, be careful. Leading the two Tonka horses forward, Jia Jingjin made them crouch down, allowing him and Tina to sit together in one of the hollows on a Tonka horse's back. It was akin to riding in a cart, quite comfortable and stable. Goblin Chief Cook also climbed onto the hollow of the other Tonka horse, while the remaining 20 goblin warriors and slingers followed closely behind, set off. With Jia Jingjin's command, the two Tonka horses rose and began to move forward slowly, carrying the two of them and one dog. The advantage of vehicles was that they could also serve as makeshift mounts. Giggle. Sitting atop the Tonka horse, Tina joyfully linked her arm with Jia Jingjin's, her laughter ringing like silver bells amidst the beautiful scenery as a commoner. This was her first experience riding such a powerful creature. Generally, creatures like Tonka horses were beyond the reach of ordinary citizens, who were unable to fight them, let alone tame them. Only armies or private militias could subdue them through force, yet taming them was incredibly challenging. Thus, only the nobility within the kingdom could ever hope to ride them. Of course, they would construct a small chamber resembling a cart on the Tonka horses, rather than merely laying down a layer of fur. Are you happy? Tina. Jia Jingjin gently brushed her wind-tousled golden hair. Kaishi. This simple phrase was understood by Tina, who squinted and replied, "It's happy, not Kaishi." Jia Jingjin corrected her. Kaishi? All right. Jia Jingjin sighed, realizing that correcting Tina's accent was quite a task. Ascending the high mountain was no easy feat, especially at elevations where snow and ice prevailed year-round. Thankfully, with the physically robust Tonka horses carrying them, Jia Jingjin, Tina, and Goblin Chief Cook exerted no effort. The goblin warriors, slingers, and patrolmen trailing behind were less fortunate, panting heavily and nearly collapsing upon reaching the summit. You all rest nearby, while remaining vigilant. Jia Jingjin was not so cruel, so he granted the goblins a chance to recuperate. The group spent the entire morning safely reaching the mountain's peak. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, as they encountered no dangerous creatures along the way. However, one could not afford to be complacent. Jia Jingjin knew that within this vast, boundless forest lay countless deadly perils. Tina, Cook, let's mine some ice and snow. Jia Jingjin handed a stone pickaxe to both Tina and Cook, taking one for himself as well. Mushio. Tina exclaimed joyfully, lightly tapping the ice with her pickaxe. Be careful. Don't slip. Jia Jingjin advised, though Tina had yet to grasp this unspoken caution. The three of them began to labor diligently, extracting ice blocks from the mountaintop. Tina, having less stamina, soon took a break. Jia Jingjin suggested she keep an eye on the 21 goblins. He, along with the goblin chief, worked tirelessly to mine the ice blocks. As time passed on the summit, the temperature gradually dropped. Even clad in leather attire, he could not escape the shivers. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the chill persisted. Fortunately, after 2 hours of strenuous effort, the virtual spaces of the Tonka horses and their concave humps were filled to capacity with ice blocks. Jia Jingjin's own virtual backpack was likewise brimming with ice. As he prepared to descend, he suddenly realized that the Tonka horses were laden with ice. How could he ride them? Ultimately, he had no choice but to walk down. Regretting bringing Tina along, the several-hour journey was manageable for him. But could Tina's frail body endure until they reached home? Worrying was futile. He could not simply abandon the ice they had painstakingly mined. If necessary, they could take turns carrying Tina down with the goblins when she could no longer walk. A group of individuals, burdened with ice, retraced their steps, anticipating an arrival home approximately an hour after sunset. Tina, are you all right? Halfway through their journey, Tina began to falter. Jia Jingjin reached out to support her, expressing his concern. Tina, unable to comprehend, could only surmise the essence of Jia's words. She offered a faint smile and responded with an incomprehensible phrase from her foreign tongue. The two exchanged words that did not align. However, it was evident that Tina's pace had slowed considerably, her complexion gradually paling with fatigue. Heart aching for her, Jia Zhijin decided to carry Tina on his weary back. Humilicio, Tina, seemingly worried about Jia's endurance, inquired. It's nothing. Jia Zhijin guessed the gist of her statement was similar to his earlier question. Rest assured, my stamina is robust. Awo. Just as they conversed, the scouting knoll soldier, who had been racing ahead, suddenly let out a warning shriek. Before Jia Zhijin could react, the soldier was tackled by a white figure, its throat bitten through in an instant. Tina was horrified, slipping from Jia Zhijin's grasp. Defensive formation. Jia urgently shouted, and the nearby gnolls swiftly gathered around, shielding the two humans and two pack horses. Awo. The gnoll leader, Cook, raised his ebony staff, issuing a warning roar towards the ferocious beast that had appeared. Roar. The beast, unfazed, opened its maw wide and unleashed an even louder roar directed at Cook. Chapter 33. The High Ridge Tiger. Upon closer inspection, the beast was a tiger, its fur as white as snow. Aside from its eyes glimmering with a sinister crimson hue and its size being 4 to 5 times that of a typical tiger, it bore no other distinguishing features. The roar of this giant white tiger sent tremors through the hearts of the dozen or so gnoll slingers, who trembled and huddled together on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. Yet, the gnoll leader and warriors remained undaunted, readying themselves for battle. However, Jia Zhijin knew that should the colossal white tiger unleash its fury, even the leader and warriors would be swiftly overwhelmed. Their only hope rested on the tiger not being excessively powerful. Tina, equally terrified, hid behind Jia, paralyzed by fear, her mind a blank slate. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the gnoll leader Cook launched the first attack, sending a fireball hurtling towards the white tiger. Boom! The fireball struck true, impacting the tiger's forehead and inflicting a loss of 7 hit points. High Ridge Tiger, 2793 3000. This massive white tiger boasted over 3000 hit points, which, in comparison to the gnoll leader's 5000, was somewhat less daunting. Just as Jia Zhijin began to breathe a sigh of relief, the white tiger roared in retaliation, charging directly at Cook and sinking its teeth into his shoulder. A horrifying -100 appeared above Cook's head, underscoring the tiger's lethal threat. Witnessing the stark disparity in damage, Jia Zhijin could no longer underestimate this creature with only 3000 hit points, and he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Awo, the 8 gnoll warriors, upon receiving the command, swiftly surrounded the tiger, brandishing their bone spears from all directions. -5, -5, -5. Each warrior's attack managed to inflict a mere 5 hit points of damage on the white tiger. However, the tiger paid no heed to their feeble attempts, relentlessly clamped onto Cook. The gnoll leader continued to bleed, with -100 damage consistently appearing above his head. If this continued, those 500 pieces of meat would be rendered utterly worthless. Taking a deep breath, Jia Zhijin quickly retrieved his crossbow, fitted it with a poison bolt, and aimed at the enormous white tiger before pulling the trigger. Puff! At such close range, with the tiger's large size, missing was not an option. The poison bolt caused the tiger to lose 10 hit points, momentarily halting its movements. It worked. Jia Zhijin hastily loaded another bolt, preparing for another strike. At that moment, seizing the opportunity created by the tiger's brief pause, gnoll leader Cook retaliated with another fireball, striking the tiger squarely on the nose. Roar! In pain, the tiger released Cook, shaking its head. Cook pressed the attack, launching yet another fireball, while the surrounding gnoll warriors joined in, desperately stabbing at the tiger. Roar! The furious white tiger retaliated, swinging its powerful forelimbs, sending one unfortunate gnoll warrior flying, who let out a wretched scream as he plummeted into the abyss. Swish! Jia Zhijin aimed for the tiger's eye and pulled the trigger. Yet, his aim faltered, the bolt striking the tiger's right ear instead. Though the poison momentarily paused the tiger, it exhibited no significant reaction, clearly demonstrating its formidable resistance. In truth, creatures of such massive size from other realms typically possess substantial resistance to such venom. Roar! Enraged by the injury to its ear, the white tiger abandoned its assault on the gnolls and lunged directly at Jia Zhijin. The tiger charged. Jia's heart nearly leapt from his chest. and instinctively he opened his mouth, unleashing his soul combat skill, Roar. The guttural roar emanating from Jia startled the tiger, causing it to halt mid-attack, hesitantly fixing its crimson gaze upon him. I'll blind you. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jia swiftly raised his crossbow, aiming for the tiger's left eye. Such close quarters. Missing would be inexcusable. Swish! The bolt flew like a shadow, striking true into the tiger's eye socket. Scalding blood gushed forth. Roar! Unexpectedly struck, the white tiger let forth a thunderous roar of pain, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing countless birds to flee from the trees in a flurry. Fuh! Behind them, the Knoll leader hurled fireballs at the tiger, while the Knoll warriors once again surrounded the beast, launching a relentless assault. Ow! The Knoll leader raised his head to let out a fierce cry, and the 12 Knoll slingers, having regained their composure, resumed their attacks with stones. Roar! Roar! The wounded white tiger grew even more frenzied, desperately clawing and biting at the nearest Knoll warriors, tearing them apart in a gruesome display. As the last Knoll warrior fell victim to its wrath, the tiger lunged at Jia Zhenjin, intent on obliterating the human who had dared to injure it. The animosity was palpable, even as Cook and the Knoll slingers continued their futile barrage. The tiger paid them no mind, its remaining eye solely fixated on Jia. A wave of foreboding washed over Jia, and he rolled to the side just in time, swiftly aiming his crossbow at the tiger's other eye. Swish! The more anxious he became, the less precise his aim. The bolt missed, and the tiger leaped forward, its jaws opening to seize Jia's throat. Fuh! In that critical moment, Tina, previously lost in shock, finally regained her senses, upon witnessing the tiger poised to attack Jia. She acted without a second thought, launching a fireball that struck the tiger's soft lips with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The tiger, infuriated by the injury to its lips, pivoted to glare at Tina, emitting a low growl. Watch out! As the tiger abandoned its pursuit of Jia to focus on Tina, he felt a rush of adrenaline and dashed forward. Roar! The tiger lunged, jaws agape, ready to devour Tina whole. Here's a shield for you. Just as Jia reached Tina, he swiftly retrieved a shabby iron shield from his virtual backpack and hurled it into the tiger's gaping maw. Gulp! The tiger instinctively swallowed, the shield lodging in its throat. In distress, it began to thrash about, realizing that an obstruction in its throat was no trivial matter. What are you waiting for? Attack with all your might! Jia bellowed, and spotting the 2 pack horses that had run a distance away, he swiftly lifted Tina, urging the Knolls to continue their battle with the tiger while he and Tina pursued the frightened horses. Chapter 34. Perilous Encounters. Whoosh, whoosh. Regardless of its effectiveness, Jia Jingjin shouted as he chased after the 2 frightened pack horses, hoping to rally them. Fortune smiled upon them. After descending the mountain path for a while, the 2 horses finally came to a halt. Thank goodness. Both Jia and Tina were utterly exhausted, each grasping the reins of a horse to regain control. Oh my lazy! Tina glanced back up the mountain, suddenly shrieking at Jia. What? Following Tina's gaze, Jia's heart raced as a cold sweat broke out. To his horror, all 12 Knoll slingers had been slain by the white tiger, leaving only the Knoll leader Cook to struggle against the beast. However, he was clearly no match for the tiger, his health dwindling to a dangerously low level. Tina, we must flee. The white tiger was far too formidable. Jia Zhenjin urgently patted Tina on the back, urging her to retreat with the horses. Roar! Unexpectedly, the white tiger pounced upon the Knoll leader, swiftly ending his life, before roaring and leaping down towards the 2 of them. Despite having endured a fierce battle, the tiger's health had dwindled to 708 points. Yet, even so, the combined strength of Jia and Tina was insufficient to confront it. Hadanaluzi, Tina, with an inexplicable surge of courage, shouted at Jia Jingjin and then brandished her ebony staff, turning to face the white tiger. Even if the words were unintelligible, it was clear she urged him to flee swiftly. How could I possibly allow my woman to stay behind? Jia Jingjin had initially intended to escape with Tina, having no inclination to confront the white tiger. However, witnessing Tina's transformation from a quivering figure to a brave soul standing resolutely for him stirred an ineffable emotion within him. Yet, a head-on confrontation was certainly not a viable option, even if he had 10 more of himself. It would likely be a futile sacrifice. His mind raced as he saw the white tiger drawing near. Huh! Tina summoned her courage and unleashed a small fireball at the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger's eyes gleamed with malice as it lunged towards her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jia Jingjin. He dashed forward, swiftly wrapping his arms around Tina, pushing her aside just as the beast was about to pounce. They rolled away from the perilous strike. In that fleeting moment, Jia Jingjin had retrieved an ice block from his virtual backpack, perfectly tossing it where the white tiger was to land. The beast missed its target, its focus locked onto the two humans, oblivious to the ice block that suddenly appeared beneath its paws. Consequently, as its front feet met the ground, they slipped upon the smooth surface of the ice. With friction nearly non-existent, the white tiger lost its balance and tumbled down the slick mountainside like a colossal meatball. Unable to halt its descent with its sharp claws, with a crash, as the white tiger rolled down the cliff, a cascade of ice and stones followed in its wake. Bang! After spiraling over 20 times, it ultimately collided with a massive rock at the foot of the slope, blood pooling around it. Its enormous body continued to twitch, surprisingly not yet dead. Jia Jingjin hastily aimed his crossbow at the white tiger and pulled the trigger. Thud! The bolt pierced through its maw, revealing its health status, 110-3000. Tina, do not let it have a chance to awaken, Jia Jingjin shouted, simultaneously loading a second bolt. Tina hurriedly retaliated with fireballs, and the two seized the opportunity to launch a relentless assault while the creature remained dazed. Notification: you have slain the Highland Tiger, earning 300 experience points. Finally, it is dead. Upon seeing the notification, Jia Jingjin felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. We won. We did it. Tina, we are safe. However, turning back, he found Tina gazing sorrowfully at the fallen dog-headed warriors, her ebony staff clutched tightly as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Foolish girl, they are merely mercenaries that can be hired at any moment, he consoled, gently stroking her golden hair. Before nightfall, let us hurry home. Jia Jingjin led Tina to grasp the reins of their steeds while he approached the Highland Tiger's corpse. Notification: you have obtained Fierce Tiger Mask. Notification: you have obtained Perfect Tiger Tooth Necklace. Notification: you have obtained Simple Toilet Construction Blueprint. Notification: you have obtained Antidote. Notification: you have obtained Inferior Tiger Skin Skirt. For these spoils, Jia Jingjin had to relinquish some ice blocks. The Fierce Tiger Mask boasted a defense rating of 10, a remarkable statistic for an item of ordinary quality. The Perfect Tiger Tooth Necklace enhanced strength by 3 and attack by 10, making it an excellent piece of equipment. The Inferior Tiger Skin Skirt provided a defense of 1 and increased intelligence by 3. Though its defense was lacking, the boost to intelligence was significant, as it was precisely what Tina needed. Intelligence could amplify magical damage and raise the maximum mana limit. The antidote's description was straightforward. It served to neutralize poison.as for the Simple Toilet Construction Blueprint. It unlocked the method for constructing a basic toilet. Given that Jia Jingjin had been forced to relieve himself in the forest, uncertain of when otherworldly creatures might ambush him, this blueprint was a welcome revelation. With it, he could build a toilet within their home, allowing waste to be transported underground to nourish the surrounding flora. It was perplexing that such a large tiger would yield a blueprint for a toilet. Leaving Jia Jingjin bewildered, Tina was evidently pleased with her new tiger skin skirt, while Jia Jingjin donned the tiger tooth necklace and exchanged his helmet for the fierce tiger mask. Turning to Tina, he inquired, "Do I look handsome?" "Very handsome." Tina, having learned this phrase, chuckled after wiping her tears. "Let us go home." Jia Jingjin collected the meat and leather from the Highland Tiger before he and Tina cautiously led their steeds down the mountain path towards home. With the dog-headed warriors lost, they needed to be even more vigilant. Fortunately, they encountered no further perilous predators, and before darkness fell, they successfully returned home. Jia Jingjin instructed Tina to prepare dinner while he gathered all the working dog-headed miners, commanding them to begin excavation in the open space before the house. Time was of the essence. They needed to construct an ice cellar to store the raw meat and provisions. Chapter 0035, Dog-Headed Soldiers. The dog-headed miners worked with remarkable efficiency, successfully constructing a vast underground ice cellar in front of the house. Descending through the entrance, a staircase led directly into the ice cellar, which opened into a cavernous space. The walls and floor of this area were lined with ice blocks, creating an immense ice chamber that felt as if one had stepped into a refrigerated vault. The temperature chillingly low. Most importantly, these ice blocks were placed using the sandbox game's capabilities, ensuring they would never melt. Jia Jingjin stored all raw meat, fish, coconuts, and edible wild fruits from the wooden crates within this ice cellar. alleviating concerns about spoilage and significantly prolonging the freshness of their provisions. After dinner, he wasted no time, utilizing the resources gathered by the dog-headed miners during the day to construct a simple toilet. After testing it, he was thoroughly satisfied. Tina was equally delighted by the arrival of the toilet, as it meant she no longer had to fearfully venture out into the terrifying forest for her needs. The following day, Jia Jingjin did not immediately hire any dog-headed warriors. Instead, he joined the miners in fervently extracting resources. By afternoon, they successfully upgraded the dog-headed nest to level 4. Now, the 5th level was within reach, and he was confident they could meet the requirements before the next full moon. With no concerns over spoilage, even if they exhausted their current stock, they could quickly gather enough to recruit a werewolf. The level 4 dog-headed nest unlocked a new unit, Dog-Headed Soldier. This unit, differing from the dog-headed warrior by only a single character, was fundamentally distinct. Dog-headed soldiers were robust canines rigorously trained, while their attributes were slightly lower than those of dog-headed warriors. They possessed an equipment slot akin to dog-headed leaders. This meant that unlike dog-headed warriors, who could only wield their own bone spears, these soldiers could utilize weapons and gear provided by Jia Jingjin. Upon the emergence of this unit, Jia Jingjin recognized his fortune that he immediately recruited a new dog-headed leader and expended a significant amount of raw meat resources to enlist 30 dog-headed soldiers. Subsequently, he utilized all available resources to craft each dog-headed soldier an inferior crossbow. Outfitting them with leather armor, an authentic contingent of dog-headed crossbowmen was rapidly taking shape. Thud, 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 leading this crossbowman squad into the hunt. They no longer needed traps. The mere sight of prey would summon a rain of bolts upon them. Absolutely magnificent. The bounty collected in just half a day surpassed that of previous trapping methods, indicating that hunting for raw meat resources had become significantly easier. With the acceleration of raw meat acquisition, there was no longer a need to worry about other matters. Therefore, Jia Jingjin decisively increased the number of dog-headed miners to 40, further amplifying their mining efficiency. Once the dog-headed nest reaches level 5, all resources will be devoted to crafting more crossbows and forging a full set of iron armor. Jia Jingjin mused. A formidable contingent of dog-headed crossbowmen, fully armored, could effortlessly hunt larger otherworldly creatures. Even if faced with a Highland tiger again, a complete annihilation would be out of the question. A deluge of arrows would ensure the enemy could not even reach the crossbowmen. With approximately 5 days until the full moon, the most pressing task was resources. 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 The 40 dog-headed miners toiled day and night, no longer needing to retreat to their nest at dusk. With 30 fully armed dog-headed soldiers standing guard, there were presently no threats to their base. Even if threats arose, the crossbowmen's bolts could repel any invaders, ensuring the miners could retreat safely to the nest. Tina, observing her seated in the classroom at night, drawing her family's likeness on a billboard with coal, Jia Jingjin felt the weight of her prolonged separation from her family that he approached and gently wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his cheek against hers. Do not worry. Once we recruit a werewolf on the night of the full moon and establish a greater number of dog-headed miners and soldiers here, I will accompany you to search for your parents. Only with a sufficiently formidable military force can we safely depart from the forest. Therefore, do not be disheartened. You will soon reunite with your family. Just endure a little longer. The rapport between Tina and Jia Jingjin grew increasingly harmonious, allowing them to comprehend each other's meanings even when the words were not fully understood. Gently nodding, she buried her face into his broad, warm chest. After cherishing this adorable woman for a while, Jia Jingjin reluctantly released her. Come, before we sleep, let me teach you a few everyday phrases, so you can converse with me in Mandarin as soon as possible. Once you have mastered the language, it will be your turn to teach me the language of your world, all right? Understanding Jia Jingjin's intent, Tina obediently nodded. Jia Jingjin then instructed Tina to sit properly. And with a piece of fabric, he wiped the image off the billboard, writing with charcoal. Today, I want to eat meat. Today I want to eat meat. Although her pronunciation was far from perfect, even straying into the realm of comical mispronunciation, Jia Jingjin recognized that, given Tina's learning capacity, this was her best effort. He could only smile and praise her, saying, Today, you know what that means. Want to eat means you desire food. As he spoke, he patted his belly and mimicked eating. Tina immediately grasped the meaning and imitated his actions. Meat. Jia Jingjin drew a piece of meat on the billboard. While his artistic skills were mediocre, it was at least recognizable. Fish. Tina eagerly repeated after him, and she understood what the character represented. Meat. Fish. They repeated several times to ensure Tina remembered. Jiajing continued to draw a fish on the board. Today, I want to eat fish. Fish. This is fish. Very good. Today, I want to eat fish. Jiajing smiled at Tina. Today, I want to eat coconut. He then drew a coconut. Coconut. Yixia. It's coconut, not Yixi. Yixia. However, Tina's pronunciation was quite challenging to correct. Forget it. If you want to say Yixi, just say Yixi. After several attempts, Jiajing gave up, as long as he could understand her. Chapter 0036, The Night of the Full Moon, finally level 5. As the night of the full moon approached, the kobold lair successfully leveled up, filling Jiajing with immense excitement. The lair was maxed out, the storage of raw meat was sufficient, and all that remained was to recruit a werewolf on the night of the full moon. Next, he needed to focus on resource accumulation and expanding the ranks of the kobold crossbowmen. He could envision that once the number of crossbowmen reached a certain threshold, even the fire-breathing red giant python he had encountered before could be defeated. At that point, the entire forest would be devoid of enemies, and that would be truly exhilarating. The new species refreshed by the level 5 lair was the kobold artisan. This creature seemed adept at construction and maintenance. But for Jiajing at that moment, it was of no use. He retained enough raw meat resources to recruit the werewolf, expanding the kobold soldier force to 35, all equipped with crossbows and leather armor. Simultaneously, he forged a complete set of iron armor for the new kobold chief, ensuring it could serve as a more competent meat shield. Although it was technically a mage, mining, hunting, and teaching Tina Mandarin became the repetitive routine of their days. Finally, the night of the full moon arrived. The kobold soldier count had reached 50, all under the unified command of the fully armed kobold chief. The number of kobold miners had also increased to 50, accelerating the mining process. Jiajing had also recruited 10 ordinary kobolds to fish in the nearby river and gather wild fruits in the woods, stockpiling more food, while kobolds could survive on raw meat alone. Jiajing and Tina required a more diverse diet. After a long wait, as the sun set and the sky darkened, the recruitment list of the kobold lair lit up with the werewolf option. Accompanied by a prompt indicating a quantity of 1. Jiajing hurriedly clicked to select. Message: Do you wish to consume 1,000 raw meat to recruit a werewolf? Confirm. Without hesitation, Jiajing clicked the virtual prompt that appeared before him. Oh well. As the raw meat in his backpack vanished in an instant, a deafening wolf howl echoed in his ears. Immediately, a shadow flashed from the lair, landing steadily before Jiajing. Upon closer inspection, he found himself facing a muscular middle-aged man. This man had long silver hair and a distinctive beard. I wanted a werewolf, and you give me a silver-haired uncle. I am the werewolf wolf. The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes glowing with a faint green light. His voice deep. Are you really a werewolf? Jiajing regarded the middle-aged man with skepticism. Oh woo. Wolf threw back his head and let out a thunderous wolf howl. In an instant, his body began to transform. Fur erupted as his face elongated. His nose sharpened, and his sharp fangs emerged, morphing from a muscular man into a terrifying werewolf brimming with wildness. Only then did Jiajing breathe a sigh of relief, glad he had not hired an imposter. How strong are you? I believe the opportunity for verification will arise soon. Wolf replied in a low tone. It was then that Jiajing realized, oh, you speak Mandarin? The werewolf wolf was taken aback by his master's dullness, somewhat speechless. Then can you speak the language of this world? Jiajing's eyes lit up. If you can, you could be my translator. I do not belong to this world, so I cannot. Wolf answered. Jiajing pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, he had summoned Wolf through his gaming abilities by constructing the kobold lair. Clearly, he was not an original inhabitant of this world, to be precise. He too, like Jiajing, hailed from Earth, only from a gaming realm. What a shame. I had hoped to acquire a personal translator. Jiajing sighed. Jean. Just then, from the second floor of the house, Tina leaned out of the window, vigorously waving at him with an anxious expression. Fu mo luo xiu kalin. What? Jiajing could not comprehend Tina's words. Are you asking me to go home? Wait a moment. I need to gather more information from the werewolf. Fu mo luo xiu kalin. Fu mo luo xiu kalin. Yet Tina continued to shout urgently. What's going on? This was the first time Jiajing had seen Tina so flustered. The blood-red moonlight shines upon the earth. Terrifying beings return to the realm of humanity. Wolf suddenly spoke, tilting his head in a rapturous expression. I sense an incredibly powerful force. What is happening? Are you losing your mind? Reciting poetry now. Jia Jinjin couldn't help but mock. Master, prepare for battle. Wolf raised his hands, sharp claws instantly extending, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Wait, I didn't hear that summoned werewolves would rebel. Jia Jinjin was startled, hastily drawing his crossbow and aiming at the werewolf's head. Hey, I'm not your enemy, Wolf retorted, pointing toward the distance. What? Following Wolf's gesture, Jia Jinjin caught sight of several swaying shadows emerging from the forest. Simultaneously, a very familiar crack-crack sound reached his ears. Under the blood-red moonlight, several ghastly white skeletons appeared in view. Staggering toward him, suddenly, a realization struck Jia Jinjin. I understand. The night of the full moon is when skeletons respawn. The last time was also on the night of the full moon, which is why skeletons appeared. No wonder I had seen any afterward. It turns out this is the prerequisite. This is not the time for celebration. Wolf readied himself for battle. What is there to fear? Last time, I took down over a dozen skeletons without any preparation. Jia Jinjin remained unafraid. This time, my equipment is better, and I have plenty of companions. What is there to worry about? Kobold crossbowmen, come forth and prepare for battle. Awoo. Upon receiving the command, the kobold soldiers within the lair immediately rushed out, forming an orderly line before Jia Jinjin. This time will not be simple. Wolf cautiously glanced into the depths of the forest. It will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. What nonsense. Just a few measly skeletons. Jia Jinjin laughed heartily, turning to point in that direction, but was quickly stunned by the scene that followed. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the dark earth trembled as countless terrifying bones burst forth from the ground, many of which Jia Jinjin recognized as the animal remains he had buried after hunting. To his astonishment, all these bones had emerged from the earth on the night of the full moon, gaining life. Had he known this, he would not have buried them so close to the base. The most frightening sight was the appearance of an even larger animal skeleton. From its outline, Jia Jinjin could barely discern that it had once been a triceratops. What the heck? How was I unaware that such a massive triceratops skeleton lay buried nearby? Chapter 0037. Once again, fire-roasted ribs, be careful. Just as Jia Jinjin was in shock, a skeleton burst forth from beneath his feet, reaching for his ankle. Fortunately, Wolf appeared just in time, swiftly severing the skeleton's arm with his sharp claws. However, the disarmed skeleton continued to crawl out of the ground, and the fallen bone inexplicably flew back to its body as if nothing had occurred. What a farce! Is there such a method? Jia Jinjin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This wasn't the case last time. Now is not the time for dawdling. Wolf rushed forward, employing both hands and feet, shattering several skeletons in an instant. However, these shattered bones quickly reassembled, soon regaining their original form, killing them only for them to resurrect. How does one even play this game? Jia Jinjin commanded the goblin chief, instructing the 50 goblin crossbowmen to unleash a concentrated barrage upon the approaching skeletons. Is there any way to prevent their resurrection? The resurrection of undead creatures relies on a mysterious force. If we eliminate the one who wields that power, we can put an end to it, Wolf replied, nimbly maneuvering amidst the skeletal army. But this time, it is the blood moon's power that has awakened these undead beings. Unless we can destroy the moon, their resurrection will not cease. What madness! Upon hearing these words, Jia Jinjin couldn't help but curse. If I had the strength to destroy the moon, I would have become a god by now. Wait, with technological advancements in the future, could there be missiles? If we had some powerful missiles, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but I can't waste time on that now. Last time, the skeletons didn't resurrect at all. Keen. Tina rushed out from the house. Why do you keep omitting my name? Jia Jinjin turned and grasped Tina's hand. At least before it was Keen Jean, but the name Keen does sound quite nice. I have decided. From now on, my English name will be Keen. This way, I won't have to worry about Tina's pronunciation. No, wait, this place is very dangerous. Tina, quickly, go back inside and hide. Hide where? This time, Tina understood the instruction to hide and retorted. I want to retreat to the wall. Jia Jinjin ordered loudly. Everyone, fall back to the interior of the wall. We will mount a defensive stand. Upon receiving the command, all the goblins immediately retreated within the confines of the residential wall, using the available wood to climb atop the wall and began attacking the approaching skeletons with crossbows. Jia Jinjin also took Tina into the walled area, directing her and the goblin chief to cast fireball spells while he armed himself with crossbow bolts. joining the fray. Boom, boom, the massive form of a triceratops skeleton advanced alongside the skeletal army, heading towards the residential building. Seeing this colossal creature approach, Jin was instantly filled with dread. With its size and strength, it could easily topple the wall, even flattening the building. It absolutely must not be allowed to come near. With this thought in mind, he shouted to Wolf, who was fiercely battling amidst the skeletal horde, sending bones flying everywhere. Find a way to lure the triceratops skeleton away. It must not attack the building. No problem. But can you withstand the skeletal army? Wolf shouted back. We must endure, even if we cannot. As more and more skeletons of various sizes, human and animal alike, charged towards the residential building, Jin hastily nocked an arrow, shouting to halt their advance. This is a true monster siege. I should never have buried so many animal carcasses nearby. Attack! Attack! The skeletons are multiplying. Wolf glanced back and charged towards the triceratops skeleton. Swish! His sharp claws raked across the triceratops's skull, leaving deep gashes. Roar! Somehow, the triceratops skeleton emitted a fearsome roar, turning to charge at the creature that dared to challenge its authority. Seeing Wolf draw the terrifying triceratops skeleton away, Jin let out a sigh of relief. However, when the densely packed skeletal army swarmed beneath the wall, his mind became a flurry of confusion. Though the wall was tall, the sheer number of skeletons could easily allow them to stack upon one another and breach it. Faced with these troublesome creatures that could die and resurrect, annihilation was inevitable. This situation must not be allowed to transpire. But how could one make the skeletons incapable of resurrection? Turning to see the fireballs shot by the goblin chief and Tina, a sudden realization struck him. How could I have missed something so simple? Last time, the skeletons were rendered incapable of resurrection because they were incinerated to ashes. If we can burn this skeletal army as well, then we need not worry. Yet, a moment's thought led him to ponder how to ignite them. It seemed he had no gasoline or any combustible materials on hand. The wood and plant fibers he possessed were insufficient to incinerate all the skeletons. Was it necessary to lure these skeletons into the forest and set a fire? But setting the forest ablaze could lead to imprisonment. This was an alternate world, not Earth. There was no time for such considerations. He could not allow himself to be annihilated here. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, Jin realized he had no other choice. Tina, he turned to the blonde girl steadfastly battling atop the wall. You and the goblins remain here to hold the line. Keen, Tina responded, somewhat puzzled. No matter what happens, you must not go outside, understand? Jin sheathed his crossbow, grasped an iron shield in his left hand, and brandished a torch in his right, sprinting along the wall towards an area not yet surrounded by skeletons. Keen, as Jin leapt outside the flanks of the skeletal army. Tina couldn't suppress her worried shout. Do not fret. I shall return swiftly. Jin called back, unleashing a howl skill directed at the advancing skeleton horde. Clack, clack, clack. Every skeleton instantly turned towards him, advancing in his direction. I successfully drew their ire. Jin pushed aside the nearest skeleton with his massive shield and sprinted towards a dense forest. Away from their base, torch alight. Wolf, bring the triceratops skeleton along. Although uncertain of his master's intentions, Wolf immediately complied, leading the triceratops skeleton to follow the skeletal army. Come on, come on. As Jin ran, he set fire to the surrounding dry grass and dead trees with his torch. This is the holy flame of the FFF regiment. Though I have departed from them, the power of the flame shall not diminish. Let my fire consume all. Master, you're so melodramatic. Wolf the werewolf couldn't help but retort. Silence. You've thoroughly ruined the atmosphere I worked so hard to create. Jin lamented. Chapter 0038. The Inferno of the Forest. Whoosh. The forest ignites easily, and within moments, the entire area transformed into a raging inferno. The scorching heat enveloped all, as though it sought to swallow everything whole. Cough. Cough. The acrid smoke and searing flames did not spare Jin either. One moment of inattention could lead to him being consumed by the flames. However, at least the inferno was effective. The terrifying forest fire spread rapidly, engulfing the skeletons that relentlessly pursued Jin. Although many skeletons continued the chase, now adorned in flames, their appearance was even more horrifying. A significant number were reduced to ash in the hottest parts. Naturally, many unfortunate creatures of this alternate world perished in their sleep, caught unaware by the flames, while only a few, quick to react, took to the skies or fled swiftly. Message: you have defeated a skeleton. gaining 10 experience points. Message: you have defeated a skeleton. A continuous stream of notifications echoed, but Jia Jingjin had no time to celebrate, as even while he ran and ignited more flames, more skeletons continued to emerge from the ground beneath his feet. The fire grew ever larger. Jia Jingjin realized he had no way to retreat, as behind him lay an endless sea of flames. He could only press forward, igniting more dry grass and dead trees. He required an even larger inferno to incinerate the skeletal army hot on his heels. The flames rapidly consumed the oxygen, and gradually, Jia Jingjin began to feel severe difficulty in breathing. Simultaneously, the rising temperature around him desperately evaporated the moisture from his body. His steps grew heavier, his pace slower, until he could only transition from running to walking, yet he exerted every effort to distance himself from the skeletons. Crack! In a moment of distraction, a skeletal arm burst forth from the earth. Gripping his ankle, losing his balance, Jia Jingjin tumbled to the ground, the torch slipping from his grasp. Clack, clack. Skeletons emerged from the soil, immediately pouncing upon Jia Jingjin, intent on ending his life. Get off. Jia Jingjin swung his iron shield, striking a skeleton in the skull, pushing it away from him. Clack, clack, clack. The flaming skeletons from behind also surged forward, many of them turning to ash as they moved. Jia Jingjin struggled to rise, snatching up the torch and sprinting with all his might. Crack. Just a few steps out. More skeletal arms erupted from the ground, tightly grasping his legs. Once more losing his balance, Jia Jingjin fell, as even more skeletons lunged towards him. His only thought was that it was the end. Whoosh. At this critical moment, Wolf the werewolf arrived just in time, severing the skeletal arm that had latched onto Jia Jingjin's thigh, then scooping him up and, with his formidable leaping ability, carried him out of danger, were it not for Wolf's terrifying appearance. Jia Jingjin would undoubtedly have praised him for his bravery. We need to circle back. After Wolf leapt him out of the fiery inferno, Jia Jingjin shouted. What? Wolf's eyes widened in surprise. We cannot continue drawing more skeletons forward, Jia Jingjin declared loudly. Moreover, the skeletal army has not yet been entirely incinerated. We need to turn back and lead the skeletal army back into the inferno. Cough, cough. That is far too dangerous. Wolf protested loudly. You cannot hold out much longer. The moisture in your body will evaporate completely. You will suffocate and perish. You understand this much? Jia Jingjin retrieved 2 coconuts from his virtual backpack, simultaneously extracting 2 pieces of fibrous cloth, which he used to break open the coconuts and soak the fabric. Wrapping the damp cloth around his face, he proclaimed, We shall be unharmed. It is imperative that we incinerate these skeletons completely. If they do not perish, we shall be the ones to face annihilation. I am concerned for home, and thus, we must resolve this matter swiftly. You have the final say. After all, Wolf was a werewolf employed by Jia Jingjin, and together they used the cloth soaked in coconut juice to shield their faces. Then charged forward, leading the skeleton army once more into the inferno. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed as a flaming triceratops skeleton advanced toward them. Let the flames blaze even brighter. As the werewolf leaped into the air, Jia Jingjin drew from his virtual backpack a stash of coal, pouring it down upon the triceratops skeleton. Whoosh! The triceratops skeleton ignited further, yet it relentlessly pursued Jia Jingjin and Wolf. The forest fire raged uncontrollably. And with Jia Jingjin adding coal to the flames, nearly all the surrounding flora ignited, even triggering several bizarre plants that had once slain colossal serpents. This, in turn, inflicted greater damage upon the skeleton army. Increasing numbers of skeletons succumbed to the inferno, ultimately reduced to mere ash. The power of the fire proved remarkably effective, yet it also devastated this vast expanse of forest, while this area was but a small fraction of the entire primordial forest. In the annals of the future, it would equate to a fate worse than imprisonment. The flames grew fiercer, and the skeletons dwindled in number. Even the triceratops skeleton was thoroughly consumed by the blaze. However, Jia Jingjin and Wolf were not faring any better. Despite being wrapped in damp cloth, the moisture from their bodies was evaporating rapidly, placing them in grave danger. I can't go on. Wolf finally halted, setting Jia Jingjin down. The fire is too intense, more perilous than advanced magic. I can no longer endure. I must rest for a moment. Quickly drink some coconut juice to replenish your fluids. Jia Jingjin immediately handed him a pre-opened coconut while preparing one for himself. It will only alleviate the situation slightly. Wolf swiped down a skeleton with his claws, surveying their surroundings. I fear we are trapped. We are encircled by flames on all sides. Is that so? Jia Jingjin struggled to rise. It appears I neglected my own safety. What a grave oversight. This sea of flames can consume the skeletons, and it can just as easily claim our lives. What do we do now? Wolf inquired. The fire is too rampant. I cannot possibly leap past it. Then let us strive to eradicate this horde of skeletons before we are burned alive or parched. I only hope no more skeletons emerge, at least allowing Tina to survive. With shield in one hand and spear in the other, Jia Jingjin summoned all his strength to shatter a skeleton that charged from the inferno. If that is your command. Wolf joined the fray, wielding his sharp claws to obliterate any fiery skeletons that dared approach. Any attacks from the skeletons were effortlessly disregarded. Wolf bore numerous wounds, yet he quickly began to heal autonomously. Message: you have defeated the Triceratops skeleton and gained 300 experience points. Message: you have leveled up. What good is leveling up at this moment? Jia Jingjin and Wolf stood back to back, working in tandem to eliminate the advancing skeletons. Chapter 0039. Forest Fairy. The inferno had nearly consumed everything, leaving but a small patch of ground for Jia Jingjin and Wolf. Yet, this meager space was on the verge of being engulfed by flames. I have leveled up again. Jia Jingjin, feeling the oxygen around him thin, found speaking to be a considerable effort. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt he would soon become a withered piece of roasted meat. What good was leveling up after annihilating all the skeletons if he too would be consumed by the blaze? Wolf offered no reply, as he too was nearing his limit. This conflagration rivaled the might of a grand fire-based spell. Even the strongest souls would find it hard to endure. The nearby skeletons had all been incinerated, including the colossal Triceratops skeleton. That it was primarily due to the skeleton's lack of intelligence. As they wandered heedlessly into the perilous flames, Jia Jingjin and Wolf, who had done their utmost to avoid the fire, had met with such dire consequences. Shall we have one last coconut? Though the skeletons had perished, the fire was now upon them. Jia Jingjin opened 2 more coconuts, handing one to Wolf with great effort. I am truly sorry that on your first night of employment, we are about to be burnt to a crisp together. Death is not an end for us. Wolf accepted the coconut, gazing at Jia Jingjin. Should you perish, we shall heed the call of a new master and venture to a different realm. Is that so? Am I to be the only one left behind? Jia Jingjin couldn't help but chuckle, taking a hearty swig of coconut juice. I am so reluctant. I never imagined my journey in this other world would conclude here. It feels like it has only just begun, and I have not yet had my fill. Wolf remained silent, drinking down the coconut juice. Sometimes I confuse myself with a true game character, believing that as long as my health is full, I shall not die. Jia Jingjin gasped. Yet I forgot. I am merely a human in reality. The absence of oxygen will kill me, and the forest fire will claim my life. Damn those grim reapers. If I am to traverse realms, at least transform me into a game character, then I could surely force my way through the flames, even if it meant losing some health. Poor Tina, she is still waiting for my return. Yet alas, I fear I shall never have the chance to be by her side again. Though our time was brief, to have earned her affection was truly a blessing. I should have stayed by her side, caring for her for a lifetime. Master, are you still rambling as you near death? The werewolf could not help but retort. I am on the brink of death, and you deny me the chance to vent. Jia Jingjin's vision began to blur as the heat wave encroached. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were cracking. Wolf, do you think there are grim reapers in this world? Will they grant me a chance to resurrect? If I were to return, could I remain in this realm? Or if I were to enter another world, could I bring this golden finger with me? Conserve your breath. Wolf too was on the verge of collapse. Jia Jingjin tilted his head, gazing through the firewall at the sky. Although the towering trees consumed by flames were a hindrance, the stars twinkling in the blood-red sky remained breathtakingly beautiful. In a daze, he suddenly perceived a green light drifting by. I seem to be hallucinating. Is this what happens before one dies? When I first died, I didn't even notice, so I'm not entirely sure. Jia Jingjin observed the green light in the sky. I believe I see a beautiful angel. She has a pair of butterfly wings. And the term beautiful hardly does her justice. Truly, she is so stunning. She seems to defy existence in this world. No, she is an angel who inherently does not belong to this realm. Is she here to take me to heaven? I consider myself a good person. If there is a heaven in this world, I should be able to ascend. An angel, master, do not be foolish. Wolf glanced up, suddenly filled with a spark of joy. That is a forest fairy. A forest fairy. What is that? Jia Jingjin inquired, bewildered. Is it not merely my illusion? You can see it too. Of course, we may have found our salvation, Wolf declared. Why is that? Forest fairies are exceedingly rare beings that dwell within forests, living in harmony with them and tasked with their protection. Should the forest be destroyed, they lose their paradise. We are fortunate. There should be a group of forest fairies residing here. This enchanting little creature is fortunate to escape the forest fire. Jia Jingjin gasped. I must apologize to her. It was I who destroyed this forest for my own sake, obliterating her home. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, Wolf panted. She has returned. As Jia Jingjin felt the world spinning, he sensed that green light once more appearing before him. Within the green glow, that indescribably beautiful being gently fluttered her butterfly wings, circling above his head. She is flying around me, attempting to convey a message? Wow, she is so small, resembling a butterfly. Is it raining? Is this an illusion? It seems to be raining. This is not rain, Wolf replied. It must be the fairy's magic. Magic? Indeed, the sky was still adorned with stars, devoid of any clouds. Thus, this rain descending from above could not possibly be real rain. Jia Jingjin gazed in astonishment at the beautiful fairy dancing above him. The rain is intensifying. The flames are diminishing. Incredible. The fire is shrinking. I can feel the temperature dropping. This tiny fairy possesses such immense power. There is not just one, Wolf responded. Huh. Jia Jingjin turned to look, and indeed, numerous green lights were swirling in the air. Each light housed a breathtakingly beautiful forest fairy. Pitter-patter, the rain grew heavier, extinguishing the forest fire with remarkable speed, leaving behind only a charred wasteland. With the flames extinguished, the forest lapsed into darkness and silence. Yet the fairies swirling above resembled lanterns, illuminating the entire area. Look, the scorched grass is sprouting, Jia Jingjin exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the miraculous scene unfold before him. Raising his head, he discovered that not only the grasslands, but even the charred trees within the forest were swiftly shedding their scorched outer layers, revealing vibrant green shoots emerging from within. In no time, the entire area that had once been desolate began to regain its vitality. Although the remnants of blackened burn marks still lingered, the green was staging a resurgence. And perhaps soon it would reclaim what had been lost. Don't go. Jia Jingjin came to his senses, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. However, he soon realized that the enchanting forest spirits were gracefully dancing away, vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 0040, The Wrath of the Tree Spirit. What a pity. Jia Jingjin stared blankly at the spot where the forest spirits had disappeared, expressing his regret. Such adorable little sprites. I truly wish to befriend them. That seems highly unlikely, the werewolf remarked. I believe, Master, you should now contemplate other matters. What matters? Jia Jingjin inquired, puzzled. You can no longer become friends with the forest spirits, as the destruction of their home has successfully incited their hostility. We should make haste and flee, Wolf urged. Otherwise, we will be in serious trouble. The skeletons have all been burned. What trouble could there possibly be? Jia Jingjin retorted dismissively, only to find himself dumbfounded the very next moment. Wow. Too late. Wolf appeared dejected. Whoosh. Behind them, a charred giant tree reawakened, dramatically uprooting its roots from the ground and utilizing them as legs to walk. Simultaneously, two robust vines shot forth from the tree, ensnaring Jia Jingjin and Wolf, lifting them into the air. What on earth is happening? Jia Jingjin struggled in vain against the resilient vines. This tree is alive. This defies all logic. Why does it even have a face? It's glaring at me. Isn't it? It's definitely glaring at me. Of course it's glaring at you, my master, because you've set ablaze such a vast expanse of forest, forcing the forest spirits to expend a great deal of magic to restore their home. This is a tree spirit summoned by them, a formidable natural being. Wolf explained. Aren't you a werewolf? Hurry up and defeat it. Jia Jingjin shouted. I am currently weakened from the forest fire's heat. Just like you. It will take at least an hour to recover. After that, I will surely be able to overpower it. But right now, we are in a predicament. An hour. My spoils will refresh by then. Jia Jingjin exclaimed anxiously. No way. Absolutely not. This is no longer a matter of possibility, is it? Before he could finish, the tree spirit suddenly swung its vines with great speed, causing Wolf to emit a harrowing scream as he spun rapidly. Haha. You've turned into a fan. Jia Jingjin quipped, only to find himself beginning to spin as well. Whoa. The sensation of spinning was quite unpleasant. But fortunately, after a while, the tree spirit decided to release them. However, Jin was not pleased. For the next moment, he felt himself soaring into the sky, gradually ascending towards the clouds. A glance sideways revealed that Wolf was also flying high above. "What is happening?" he asked. "Need I say more?" Wolf replied helplessly. "Are we flying?" Jin blinked. "To be precise, we are being thrown into the air," Wolf answered sternly. "Then what should we do?" Jin queried. "Scream." "Ah." Wolf opened his mouth, letting out a panicked cry. "Right." Jin nodded, immediately adopting a look of utter disarray. "Ah. This is going to be fatal." The two of them were hurled high into the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc as they quickly descended toward the forest. At this height, a fall to the ground would surely be fatal. Fortunately, their landing spot was a cluster of familiar mushrooms. These mushrooms were the very ones that frequently appeared around their home. "Got it." Jin had a sudden inspiration and quickly pulled out a torch, waving it vigorously as they fell. Whoosh! The mushrooms were indeed attracted by the heat, quickly gathering beneath them and bouncing up and down. Bang, bang! Jin and Wolf were fortunate enough to land on the soft caps of the mushrooms, which cushioned their fall and saved their lives. "We're safe," the werewolf sighed in relief. "Master, you do have a bit of cunning." "This is strength, strength." Jin gasped for breath, still shaken from the earlier fright, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. "The forest no longer welcomes us. We should retreat at once," Wolf suggested, extending his claws to scratch away the bothersome mushrooms nearby. "That won't do." Setting aside the skeleton army, "Just the spoils from that triceratops skeleton must contain valuable items." Jin insisted. "How can I allow those spoils to refresh? That would be a sin." "Then what do we do? If we enter the forest now, we will surely be expelled by the tree spirit again. And next time, we may not be so lucky. We could very well end up dead. You have scorched a vast area of forest. The forest spirits will not forgive you so easily," Wolf cautioned. "But I can't just leave the spoils to vanish," Jin exclaimed stubbornly. "Forget it. Besides the tree spirit, there are many more skeletons that could appear at any moment, and even undead creatures like corpses could emerge. It's far too dangerous. In our current state, we simply cannot cope. How about waiting for an hour until my self-healing abilities restore me? Then I can protect you," Wolf advised. "No way. The spoils will refresh long before then." Jin shook his head repeatedly. "I must go collect the spoils. I strongly advise against it," Wolf said with a grimace, finding his master utterly unyielding. "Wolf, let me ask you something." Jin pondered for a moment. "What do forest spirits like? How can I appease them and gain their forgiveness for my transgressions?" "Don't even think about it. Forest spirits adore flowers, plants, trees, and fruits. They can conjure these with their magic, so why would they need you? Moreover, if you were to pick flowers from the forest as gifts, it would only infuriate them further. They prefer living flowers, not those plucked." Wolf shook his head. "So it's best to give up." "Living flowers." Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have a solution." "No way. Master, please don't act recklessly." Wolf felt a wave of concern. "I'm not foolish." Jin chuckled. "I have the blueprint to construct a beautiful garden. I can build a splendid garden villa for the forest spirits. With this, they will undoubtedly calm down." "A garden villa? What is that?" Wolf looked utterly perplexed. "Never mind the details. Quickly help me gather flowers of various colors, 10 of each. I'll make a water bottle and return immediately." Jin turned and dashed back toward their base, leaving the werewolf Wolf standing there in a daze. Chapter 0041. The fairy garden with 1,000 units of wood, 10 of each color of flower, along with a water bottle and blueprint. He easily gathered the materials needed to construct the garden. Wolf had not yet had sufficient time to fully recover his strength, so he was anxiously dragged back into the forest by his master. As soon as they stepped into the forest, the tree spirit reappeared, advancing towards them with fury. Judging by its demeanor, it seemed intent on eliminating the two intruders. Wait. Just as the tree spirit approached, Wolf, filled with anxiety, prepared for battle, but Jin suddenly shouted, "Can you hear me out for a moment?" Remarkably, the tree spirit actually halted, standing still and gazing at him. "Wow, it understands me." Jin turned back in surprise to look at Wolf. The tree spirit relies on telepathy, so it can directly sense your thoughts, rather than understanding your words. Of course, if you prefer to think of it that way, it's not entirely incorrect. From a certain perspective, it could be considered as it understanding you. Wolf explained. "Forget the details." Jin laughed heartily, stepping forward to stand before the tree spirit. "Do not strike. I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. However, I had no choice. I was being relentlessly pursued by those undead creatures and resorted to desperate measures. I regret the harm caused to you. I have no desire to be your enemy. So could you grant me a chance? I can create a beautiful garden villa for the forest spirits. It will surely please you. Will that actually work? Wolf asked anxiously from the side. Don't worry. Jia Jingjin replied confidently. The tree spirit, through its telepathy, understood Jia Jingjin's intentions and paused to extend its vine-like arms into the ground. What is it doing? Jia Jingjin wondered, intrigued by the scene. Connecting with the forest spirits. Wolf responded. That's their unique method of communication. Wow. It feels so advanced. The tree spirit communicated with the forest spirits through its telepathy and soon received a reply. The forest spirits decided to observe Jia Jingjin's sincerity before determining whether to forgive him. Although the tree spirit did not open its mouth or utter a word, Jia Jingjin suddenly received a message in his mind that left him astounded, since the forest spirits wanted him to demonstrate his sincerity. Jia Jingjin knew he must act quickly. If he delayed, the ashes of those skeletons would refresh. He hastily selected a vacant plot of land, and with the aid of blueprints, expended the materials from his backpack, causing a magnificent garden to materialize beneath the moonlight. Within this garden flourished an endless variety of blossoms, and in an instant, the air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Whoosh! At the moment the garden was completed, countless beams of green light suddenly streaked across the sky, converging in the center of the garden. The forest fairies initially approached cautiously, only to be delightfully surprised to discover that this beautiful garden was indeed real. Moreover, it was adorned with numerous flowers from Earth, which were utterly absent in their world. They felt astonished and exhilarated, especially by the peculiar floral scent that enveloped the air, bringing them immense joy. The tree spirit gradually retreated into the forest, its roots re-establishing themselves in the ground, swiftly transforming into an exceedingly ordinary-looking tree. Message: a group of forest fairies wishes to establish a dwelling in the garden. Do you agree? Naturally, he consented. This was precisely Jia Jingjin's intention, and he promptly selected confirm. The forest fairies joyfully danced within the garden, each selecting a flower of their liking from Earth and immediately commencing the construction of their flower houses. So beautiful. As he watched the forest fairies flit about the blossoms like butterflies, a look of rapture spread across Jia Jingjin's face. Message: the garden has successfully upgraded to a fairy garden. Fairy garden. This is a haven for the forest fairies, producing a bottle of delightful nectar each day. This serves as the rent they pay to the garden's owner. That sounds rather splendid. Jia Jingjin exclaimed with great delight. Does this mean the forest fairies have forgiven me? Can I venture into the forest to collect my spoils? That seems to be the case. Wolf gazed at his master in astonishment, unable to believe that he had truly gained the forgiveness of the forest fairies and even allowed them to settle in the garden he had constructed. However, it was quite reasonable, for common flowers on Earth, such as roses and peonies, were utterly unique in this other world. Thus, for the forest fairies, every beautiful bloom in this garden was a miraculous flower, previously unseen and unheard of. For these flower-loving forest fairies, this was undoubtedly the dream habitat they had longed for. With this, Jia Jingjin brandished a torch and entered the forest, and indeed, the tree spirit did not appear to obstruct him again. He quickened his pace, and under Wolf's protection, he first located the remains of a triceratops. Message: you have acquired a triceratops saddle. Message: you have obtained a perfect iron shield. Message: you have received a perfect sandalwood necklace. Message: you have acquired the construction blueprint for a resource exchange. Message: you have obtained the cooking skill book for fish fragrant shredded pork. Triceratops saddle. Once you tame a triceratops, equipping the saddle will enhance the mount's attributes and reduce riding difficulty. Perfect iron shield, defense 11, reduces physical damage by 10. Perfect sandalwood necklace, intelligence 7, enhances water attribute magic power by 10. Resource exchange construction blueprint. You can construct a resource exchange to purchase various resources with gold coins or exchange resources with one another. Fish fragrant shredded pork cooking skill book. Learning this will grant you the method to prepare fish fragrant shredded pork, a culinary life skill. Indeed, the Triceratops remains yielded splendid items. Jia Jingjin was overjoyed. Now that the werewolf had been summoned, it would only take a day to upgrade the beast pen to level 2 to AT that point. He could capture a Triceratops as a mount, allowing him to roam the forest with newfound audacity. The perfect iron shield, boasting 11 points of defense and a 10 reduction in physical damage, was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to replace his inferior iron shield immediately. As for the sandalwood necklace, it enhanced water attribute magic power, which was somewhat regrettable, as Tina currently only knew a single fireball spell. However, the accompanying boost of 7 points in intelligence would significantly elevate Tina's combat prowess. Regarding the resource exchange, its purpose was self-evident, facilitating the exchange of various resources. This was undeniably an excellent structure for Jia Jingjin. Many rare resources were not easily found in mines, or sometimes he urgently needed certain resources but lacked sufficient quantities. Allowing him to trade surplus resources instead, the fish fragrant shredded pork skill book was also something he desperately needed. Eating grilled fish, grilled meat, boiled fish, and boiled meat every day could become monotonous. This skill would allow him to indulge in delightful culinary variety. Chapter 0042. Preparations before departure. Having safely navigated the full moon night, he had also reaped considerable rewards. Besides the valuable spoils from the Triceratops' remains, the countless skeletons, aside from those he could not loot before they refreshed, had yielded a plethora of inferior equipment, jewelry, minerals, and 10 gold coins. Of course, the 2 skill points gained from leveling up were also a significant boon. Jia Jingjin was now level 9 and required 600 experience points to reach level 10. This figure was quite substantial. Calculating based on the experience from skeletons, he would need to slay at least 2,560 skeletons to level up. The 2 skill points acquired from leveling up were decisively allocated to unlocking iron crafting and cement crafting. Unlocking iron crafting would enable the creation of more advanced iron tools and weaponry, as well as some iron furniture and equipment. As for cement crafting, it was essential for upgrading ordinary stone brick houses to more robust cement structures. For Jia Jingjin, a sturdier and safer base was fundamental to establishing himself in this world. Wow! In the early morning, Tina, adorned with the sandalwood necklace, joyfully accompanied Jia Jingjin into the garden. Upon witnessing the garden's breathtaking scenery and inhaling the irresistibly alluring floral fragrance, she could hardly contain her enchantment. "Tina, come here." Jia Jingjin gently beckoned her to his side. He then carefully parted a lily petal, revealing a forest fairy peacefully slumbering within. Upon seeing the fairy, Tina's mouth dropped open in astonishment. As if she could swallow an egg whole, she excitedly clutched Jia Jingjin's hand, her gaze fixed intently upon this beautiful creature. "Shoo!" Jia Jingjin made a gesture for silence, indicating that they should not disturb the forest fairy. These lovely little beings were quite shy. Thanks to Jia Jingjin constructing the garden for them, their relationship had improved somewhat. However, Tina was still a stranger to them. Were she to greet them abruptly, it would surely frighten them. Once they became familiar, it would be fine. This is the nectar brewed by the forest fairies. While Tina gleefully peered at the other forest fairies, Jia Jingjin retrieved a bottled delicacy from the center of the garden, a product of the fairies' overnight brewing, serving as their rent. Carefully opening the bottle, he dipped his finger in and tasted it, a wave of intoxicating sweetness flooding his senses. This sensation was akin to the taste of first love. Jia Jingjin turned to Tina, a blissful smile gracing his face. "Tina, you must try this too." Upon hearing Jia Jingjin's voice, Tina stood and eagerly accepted the nectar he offered on his fingertip, allowing it to touch her lips. Her face then lit up with surprise as she joyfully blinked at Jia Jingjin. Having a bottle of nectar every day is simply marvelous. Jia Jingjin embraced Tina. "Let us not disturb the forest fairies. Let them rest peacefully." The dog-headed men commenced their work early, with 50 miners bustling around the base, tirelessly transporting resources to the vacant land. Under the leadership of their chief, the dog-headed soldiers had set out early to hunt and stockpile fresh meat, while the werewolf wolf took Jia Jingjin's place as the overseer of this team. Even in Jia Jingjin's absence, the dog-headed men would continue their daily tasks without worry. Is fish fragrant shredded pork delicious? Breakfast consisted of fish fragrant shredded pork paired with nectar, personally prepared by Jia Jingjin. From Tina's gleeful expression, with oil glistening on her lips, it was evident she relished the dish. Jia Jingjin gently wiped the grease from her mouth, gazing at her tenderly as he spoke. "Today, we shall construct the resource exchange and upgrade the beast pen. Before nightfall, let us endeavor to capture a Triceratops as a mount. Then tomorrow, I shall accompany you back home to visit your family. If possible, we should invite your parents to come and live with us." Tina scarcely comprehended, yet she distinctly understood the words home, prompting her to joyfully plant a kiss on Jia Jingjin's cheek. "By noon, The resource exchange was successfully completed. Within the exchange were gold coins, iron or copper or silver or gold or diamonds, amethyst, obsidian, fresh meat, and wild fruits, totaling 10 types of resources. These resources could be mutually exchanged, varying in quantity based on their value. For instance, 1 gold coin could be traded for 1,000 pieces of fresh meat, while the same gold coin could procure 5,000 wild fruits. The most expensive was amethyst, requiring 5,000 gold coins for 1. Next was obsidian, needing 3,000 gold coins for 1. Diamonds could be exchanged for 1 at 1,000 gold coins, while 1 gold ore could be traded for 10 gold coins, and 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver ores or 100 copper or iron ores. It appeared that concerns over insufficient fresh meat for hiring dog-headed miners would be a thing of the past. As long as a gold mine was located, it would suffice to support a larger workforce of dog-headed miners and soldiers. However, the nearest gold and silver mines lay deeper within the forest, an area inhabited by far more perilous creatures, especially a fire-breathing giant python. In the afternoon, Jia, along with Tina, met up with Wolf and the dog-headed team. The ordinary hunting expedition has come to an end, and now they are set to journey towards the lakeside to capture 1 or 2 solitary triceratops, intending to domesticate them as mounts. Triceratops mounts can be ridden and can also engage in battle, posing a formidable challenge to many forest beasts, save for those magical creatures or predatory interdimensional hunters. Wolf, are you sure about this? Inquired Jia, hidden behind a rock atop a small hill near the lake. Leave it to me, Wolf replied confidently. With my combat prowess and exceptional self-healing abilities, I can easily handle a triceratops. Very well. Ensure that you lure the chosen triceratops over, and then coordinate with the knoll crossbowman to reduce its health to below half. But remember, it must not be killed. Once it is too weak to resist, it will be easier to drive it all the way back to the beast pen. Jia cautioned, do not attempt to drive it back while its health is still robust, as that would ruin my beast pen. Rest assured, the goal is to minimize its combat effectiveness, ensuring it cannot damage the pen, thus facilitating its domestication. Wolf queried, is that the gist of it? Exactly. Jia gave a thumbs up. Tina and I will keep watch here. So go for it. Leave it to us. Wolf immediately turned to the knoll team. You all stay put for now, and wait for my signal before advancing. Chapter 0043. The journey home. Wolf's combat strength is indeed remarkable, as evidenced by his ability to withstand the skeletal triceratops that night. A living triceratops can still feel pain and fear, while undead creatures are devoid of such sensations, making them far more fearless in battle. Thus, the skeletal triceratops is even stronger than it was in life, that if he can restrain such a formidable skeletal foe, how much easier would it be to subdue a solitary living triceratops? In light of Wolf's exceptional performance, he successfully lured a triceratops, which sustained severe injuries from the relentless fire of the knoll crossbowmen, ultimately losing its will to fight and being driven back to the beast pen. Seizing the opportunity, Jia began the domestication process while instructing Wolf to lead another triceratops back to their location. The domestication of both triceratops took over 12 hours, followed by a period of healing. Hence, it was not until the following morning that they acquired 2 powerful mounts. Naturally, the triceratops saddles were outfitted for Jia and Tina, while the other was entrusted to the werewolf, Wolf. After we depart, maintain the original plan of daily mining and hunting. Jia ordered the knoll leader left behind. Stack the ores in this open area as high as possible. Any prey should be tossed into the ice cellar, to be dealt with upon my return. Oh woo, the knoll leader answered with a howl, indicating his understanding. Kneel. Jia turned around and called out to his triceratops. The domesticated mount immediately bent its 4 legs, lowering its entire body to the ground. However, in comparison to an ordinary person, it still stood far too tall. Tina. Jia first lifted the light-as-a-feather golden-haired girl and carefully placed her atop the triceratops saddle. He then leaped up, settling behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. Let us go. We're off to visit the in-laws. This phrase was one Jia had taught her, so Tina understood. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly leaned back, resting against the man's embrace. Wolf successfully mounted the other triceratops, serving as Jia sole bodyguard for this outing. Which way should we go? Jia gently kissed Tina's forehead and asked quietly. Tina pointed westward and shyly buried her head against his chest. Onward. With Jia Jingjin's command, the two colossal triceratops rose to their feet, taking heavy steps in the direction indicated by Tina. Gujajajajai. A group of peculiar horned monkeys. Startled, quickly scattered in all directions, leaping among the trees. The path was fraught with perilous interdimensional creatures, and not long after, they encountered a band of wild gnolls. However, upon seeing the two triceratops, the gnolls wisely chose to avoid them. Not daring to provoke, not only the gnolls, but also swarms of giant soldier ants and colossal beetles intelligently cleared the way, lest they be trampled by the two massive beasts, were it not for these triceratops. Traversing on foot would have necessitated a bloody path. Even with the formidable protection of Wolf, it would have been challenging to ensure the safe passage of all three through the forest. The fact that Tina survived until this point only to be captured by the gnolls was a testament to her remarkable luck. The road out of the forest was long and arduous, fraught with dangers, and ordinary individuals would struggle to survive here. With the triceratops leading the way, the journey was relatively smooth, and they encountered no further perilous monsters, a stroke of good fortune indeed. Nonetheless, despite setting off early in the morning, they had yet to exit the forest by late afternoon. Tina, how much longer until we leave the forest? Jia Jingjin inquired, gesturing to aid her understanding. Tina pondered for a moment before responding. One day during the day. One day at night. Her grasp of the language was not yet complete, so she could only express her thoughts in her own way. One day during the day and one at night. You mean it takes a full day and night to walk? Jia Jingjin clarified. Yes. Tina nodded enthusiastically. If it takes a day and a night to walk, then riding the triceratops should allow us to exit the forest before nightfall. Jia Jingjin calculated briefly and concluded. Fully Mosho. After advancing a short distance, Tina suddenly pointed to a thicket by the roadside and shouted. Jia Jingjin, puzzled, followed her gaze and saw a crude bamboo basket among the bushes, surrounded by some dried wild fruits. A basket? Yes. Tina gently patted her chest, looking at Jia Jingjin. Ah, your basket. Jia Jingjin realized. So you were attacked by the gnolls while foraging for wild fruits? Tina understood only part of this, but nodded nonetheless. Wolf, please help retrieve the basket. Jia Jingjin immediately turned to the werewolf. Wolf effortlessly leaped down from the triceratops, grabbed the bamboo basket, and tossed it back up. Xia. Tina joyfully tossed the dried wild fruits out of the basket, her adorable smile lighting up her face. No need to thank me. Wolf sprang back onto the triceratops. Continuing onward for about half an hour, they emerged into a sunlit expanse. Outside the forest lay a lush green plain, where gusts of wind created rolling waves. Refreshing the spirit, a group of fluffy creatures resembling sheep, but with feline faces frolicked in the grass. Not far from them, several patches of peculiar mud bounced like balloons. Their appearance was reminiscent of slimes from a game. That way, Tina pointed toward a somewhat indistinct valley in the distance. Is your home over there? Jia Jingjin inquired. Yes. Tina nodded vigorously, her face alight with hope. She had been away from home for so long, uncertain if her parents had looked for her or if they thought she had perished. She longed to reunite with them and let them know she was alive and well. Jia Jingjin looked down at Tina, sensing her urgency that he smiled gently and softly stroked her hair. Do not fret. We shall arrive home soon. Yes. Tina looked up at Jia Jingjin, her angelic smile shining bright. The two triceratops moved steadily toward the valley. As they neared the valley, a sudden volley of arrows filled the air. Jia Jingjin reacted swiftly, drawing his shield to protect both himself and Tina. The arrows struck the shield and were deflected, while the triceratops's tough exterior remained unscathed by ordinary arrows. Moli's Iapuru. Startled, Tina shouted. Chapter 0044. Amber's thoughts, Haim. Upon hearing Tina's cry, voices from within the valley responded loudly, and the rain of arrows ceased abruptly. Soon after, a group of oddly dressed interdimensional humans wielding bows and spears appeared, their eyes trained anxiously on the two colossal triceratops. Tina. Among them, one young man spotted Tina atop the triceratops and exclaimed in surprise. Amber. Tina's face lit up with joy upon seeing the young man emerge. Jia Jingjin leaped down from the triceratops, gently setting Tina down as Wolf also dismounted and held the reins of the two triceratops. Tina. The young man, recognizing her, approached with delight, grasping her hand. Amber. Tina beamed, her face radiant with happiness. Hey. Jia Jingjin hurried over, forcefully separating their hands, and pulled Tina into his embrace, glaring provocatively at the young man. Dare to hold my woman's hand in my presence. You think I won't wipe you out in an instant? What are you staring at? Look again, and I'll have you for dinner. Tina, Nomo Hamanishio, the young interdimensional human named Amber, looked at Jia Jingjin with confusion, uttering a string of incomprehensible words. Amber, Damahani Duwa, Kien. Tina held Jia Jingjin's hand, laughing joyfully. However, the only words Jia Jingjin comprehended were Amber and Kien. It seemed that this Amber was inquiring about who Tina was, and she was introducing herself. But how exactly did Tina introduce herself? Jia Jingjin was quite eager to know, and what he yearned to uncover even more was the relationship between the individual named Anbua and Tina. Given their apparent intimacy, could it be that he was Tina's former boyfriend? Yet, wouldn't an ex-boyfriend typically maintain a degree of distance? Regardless, Jia Jingjin felt a pang of jealousy and inquired. Tina, who is he? Anbua, Tina exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly as she struggled to explain in her broken Chinese. It took Jia Jingjin a while to grasp that this young man named Anbua was likely Tina's neighbor and close friend, having been playmates since childhood, thus fostering a strong bond. You are not to get too close to him. Although he had comprehended the situation, Jia Jingjin admonished Tina, and you mustn't get too close to other men either. Tina seemed to understand only partially, but could clearly see the jealousy etched on Jia Jingjin's face, which prompted her to stifle a giggle. Meanwhile, other beings from another realm gathered around, engaging Tina in animated chatter, but a few of them pointed at the two Triceratops, continuously asking questions, to which Tina responded by pointing at Jia Jingjin and smiling as she answered. Subsequently, those otherworldly beings, including Anbua, regarded him with looks of immense admiration. A few even approached to greet him, but Jia Jingjin found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend their words, and could only muster a strained smile as he shook their hands in a semblance of acknowledgement. As for the werewolf wolf, he remained indifferent to anyone who attempted to engage him. Afterward, Tina conversed with the group for a while longer. But then one of the older individuals uttered something that caused her to display an expression of surprise and concern, while the others wore solemn faces, sighing heavily. What is it, Tina? Seeing the previously cheerful atmosphere dissipate and noticing his beloved seemed anxious, Jia Jingjin hurriedly inquired, have they bullied you? Baba Mama, Tina grasped Jia Jingjin's hand, urgently repeating these two words. Is something wrong with your parents? Jia Jingjin asked anxiously. Tina pondered for a moment, then mimicked being confined. Following that, she seemed to gesture towards a certain individual before pointing at herself, her expression filled with distress. After spending some time together, Jia Jingjin and Tina had often communicated through sign language, so he could roughly guess her meaning. Are you saying your parents have been captured? And the ones who took them want you to go to them? Tina nodded vigorously. Tina. The young man named Anbua spoke a lengthy string of words to Tina, then shook his head, pointing at Jia Jingjin and then outside. Tina shook her head emphatically. Jia Jingjin surmised that Anbua was advising Tina not to return and suggesting that he take her away instead. However, Tina was unwilling to agree. Observing this, Jia Jingjin's animosity toward Anbua diminished somewhat. Tina continued her dialogue with the group, seemingly receiving counsel against her return. Yet, Tina could not simply abandon her parents, and she turned to Jia Jingjin, grasping his hand and pleading with her tear-filled eyes. Fear not. Tina. Jia Jingjin affectionately drew her into his embrace. No matter what transpires, I will stand firmly by your side. Let us venture forth and uncover who has taken my in-laws, whosoever it may be. I shall ensure they face the consequences. With Wolf and the two Triceratops by his side, Jia Jingjin felt no trepidation. Such formidable combat prowess warranted no fear. Nodding, Tina felt reassured. She then turned back to the otherworldly beings and chattered away, finally persuading them after they scrutinized Wolf and the massive Triceratops he led, before they nodded and gestured for the way forward. Along the way, Tina held Jia Jingjin's hand tightly, conversing with Anbua, likely sharing what had transpired during her absence. Anbua, noticing Jia Jingjin's protective demeanor towards Tina, moderated his previous warmth, not wishing to incite further jealousy in the man, who, despite his apparent inability to communicate in their language, exuded a strong presence that hinted at a high-ranking military status from some kingdom. The Triceratops, being a formidable creature in this realm, was not something ordinary folk dared to provoke. Only military forces had the opportunity to hunt and acquire Triceratops eggs, nurturing them from infancy to tame them as mounts or weapons. Such creatures were exceedingly rare as pets, and in these remote areas, it was unlikely to find anyone who possessed them. Even the wealthiest town mayor had never encountered a triceratops as a pet. Perhaps this man hailed from royal lineage or, at the very least, was a noble. It seemed Tina had struck gold, having transformed into a noblewoman after her disappearance, from a simple country girl to a lady of nobility. Such a fortunate turn of events was beyond the imagination of many. One couldn't help but wonder if this noble sought aids. As Tina's good friend, might there be an opportunity for him to serve under her? Chapter 0045. The village chief appears. Tina's home came into view after traversing the valley. Beyond the valley lay a settlement imbued with an otherworldly ambience, a village inhabited by beings from another realm, housing several hundred residents. Men, women, and children busily attended to their tasks, creating a scene of harmonious tranquility. The sudden appearance of Jiajin, wolf, and the two colossal adult triceratops shattered this serenity. The villagers halted their work, and curious children gathered, standing along the path to gawk at the triceratops. Tina, the village chief, will surely receive news and send someone soon, Anbo remarked as the crowd grew ever larger. I know, Anbo, Tina replied, clutching Jiajin's hand tightly, glancing back at him with a look of happiness. Keen will protect me. He seems formidable, but he likely isn't from our nation. Anbo expressed his concerns. If a conflict arises with the village chief, our officials are notoriously unfriendly towards foreigners. Keen is incredibly powerful. He can eradicate an entire undead army in the monster forest during the blood moon. He possesses miraculous strength, as if bestowed by the gods. Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. He is the light granted to me by the god of light. You are truly fortunate. Anbo gazed at her enviously. So, does this powerful individual require more followers? Do you think I am worthy? We have played together since childhood, and you must remember to elevate me when you prosper. Let us not discuss that now. First, we need to rescue my parents. Tina insisted, then turned to Jiajin, right? Jiajin, having not understood the conversation, simply nodded, knowing Tina had mentioned him again. How impressive, a true triceratops mount. Has Tina encountered a benefactor? Only nobles or royalty can tame triceratops. But didn't the village chief want to marry Tina? Right, because Tina was missing. The village chief even had her parents captured. So, isn't Tina essentially walking into a trap? You are foolish. She has such a benefactor protecting her. You are the foolish one. If the foreigner dares to oppose the village chief, our officials will surely intervene. The village chief can report to the town mayor, who can escalate it to the city mayor, who can then report to the lord. And the lord can appeal to the territory, which can ultimately reach the king. Are you unaware of how xenophobic our officials are? As long as a foreigner commits an offense within our borders, regardless of their nationality, even nobility is of no use. The authorities will protect their own and severely punish foreigners. Exactly. So, if Tina wishes to rescue her parents, does that not mean she must marry that old lecher? The village chief. At least she would become the village chief's wife, which is quite an achievement for a country girl. But the village chief is over 60. Mind your own business. The villagers murmured among themselves. And Tina couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at their words. Yet she believed that Jiajin would be her steadfast support, and he would never allow her to marry another. Even so, she tightened her grip on his hand, her body trembling slightly. Sensing Tina's unease, Jiajin gently ruffled her hair, offering a warm smile to reassure her. Where's Tina? Where's my bride? Before long, a plump old man burst through the crowd, flashing a wide grin that revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth. A few burly men cleared a path for him, leading him directly to Tina. Tina, my bride, you have finally returned. The old man laughed heartily, reaching out to grasp her hand. Village chief, Anbo summoned his courage and stepped in front of the old man, addressing him loudly. Tina is not your bride. This esteemed gentleman beside her is Tina's husband. Village chief, I was never informed that I was to be your bride. Tina firmly held onto Jiajin's hand as she spoke to the old man. The village chief glanced at Jiajin, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. However, when he caught sight of Wolf standing behind Jiajin, along with the two enormous triceratops mounts, his heart skipped a beat. His tone softened slightly as he regarded Jiajin. Esteemed sir, which family do you hail from? Tina is merely a country girl, unworthy of your esteemed status. Furthermore, her parents have promised her to me as a wife. Might I implore you to return my bride to me? Jiajin was utterly perplexed by the old man's words. However, upon hearing the mention of Tina, he instinctively pulled the girl into his embrace. shielding her with unwavering determination, his intentions unmistakably clear. Qin is not from our country, yet he possesses formidable strength. With Jia Jingjin's protective hold, Tina felt an overwhelming surge of courage. I have sworn my allegiance to him, and that vow shall remain unbroken for all eternity. So he is a foreigner. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression of reverence evaporated instantly, replaced by a look of scorn. Surely you are not ignorant of our nation's laws. What tempest could a foreigner possibly incite? Should he dare to lay claim to anyone, not even a prince from another realm would escape our country alive. That is the law of our land. That is the dignity of the Xiongfeng Empire. Roar, roar, roar. At the village chief's proclamation, several burly men behind him echoed his sentiments with a thunderous roar, their presence imposing. Tina, your parents have consented to our union that I have searched tirelessly for you these past few days. Now that you have returned, hurry home to prepare for a grand wedding. A smug smile spread across the village chief's face. And you, foreigner, as long as you comply, I shall graciously allow you to attend my wedding with Tina. You shall never succeed. Tina retorted vehemently. I will absolutely refuse to marry you. That is not for you to decide. The village chief waved his hand, and several strong men advanced towards Tina, intent on forcibly removing her. Halt. Ambwa positioned himself before Tina, declaring, Tina does not wish this. You cannot coerce her. Step aside. A burly man shoved Ambwa aside, sending him sprawling to the ground. As the men closed in, Tina broke free from Jia Jingjin's embrace, raising her right hand high. Fireball. Whoosh. A searing flame materialized in her palm, stunning all those who dared approach. If anyone comes closer, I shall incinerate him. Tina shouted defiantly at the village chief, release my parents at once. Or I assure you, with Qin by my side, you shall face dire consequences. A sorceress, a sorceress. Tina has become a sorceress. Envoy exclaimed in astonishment. The villagers, including the village chief, stood agape, as if witnessing a miracle. Chapter 0046, Clash of Conflict. Everyone in the village knew that Tina lacked any aptitude for magic. Otherwise, she would not have failed even the most basic affinity test. Yet, this ordinary girl, who had previously shown no magical talent, had inexplicably returned as a sorceress. They could make no sense of this phenomenon, attributing it solely to some miraculous occurrence. The village chief's subordinates were equally terrified. They could manage ordinary folk, but a sorceress, even the most novice of magic apprentices, could wield spells capable of lethal force, and even if they attempted to subdue a magic apprentice by sheer numbers, was it wise to provoke someone who could turn a talentless child like Tina into a sorceress? Their fear stemmed not from Tina's diminutive fireball, but from the high-level mage responsible for her newfound abilities. Yet, unbeknownst to them, such a high-level mage did not exist. What is there to fear? The village chief felt a tremor of apprehension himself. Yet, having already imprisoned Tina's parents in the dungeon, he knew he could not relent. To show weakness now would shatter his authority in the village, regardless of how Tina had acquired her magical prowess. The mere fact that she had aligned herself with a foreigner implied she had been taught by a foreign high-level mage. The Xiongfeng Empire was notoriously insular. Should the foreigner truly dare to resist, he could easily escalate the matter to higher authorities, with the entire empire backing him. What did he have to fear? Resolving himself, he bellowed, a mere magic apprentice, not a true sorcerer. We act in accordance with the laws of the Xiongfeng Empire. Should this foreigner dare to obstruct us, he shall face our empire's wrath. Seize Tina, all bystanders. Clear the area. Any who resist shall be treated as accomplices and dealt with accordingly. Upon hearing this, the villagers scrambled to disperse, creating a wide berth. Eager to avoid being labeled as conspirators, Envoy instinctively considered fleeing, but after a moment's thought, he grasped his spear and halted. Envoy, you must leave at once. Tina urged anxiously, this is our battle. Do not involve yourself. Tina, we are friends. Did we not promise that you would not forget me once you achieved success? Envoy declared loudly, though my strength may be lacking, I am still a worthy warrior. I aspire to earn the recognition of the noble lord beside you, and, like you, become a faithful follower, living a prosperous life. Upon hearing this, Tina had no further words to offer. Then be careful. The group of burly men, emboldened by the village chief's orders, steeled themselves. The exclusionary laws of the Xiongfeng Empire reassured them, no matter how formidable a foreigner might be, they must bow their heads before the might of the empire. Thus, these men surrounded Jia Jingjin, Tina, Wolf, and Envoy, brandishing their sharp spears. You shall not approach. In a bid to impress the noble lord, Envoy resolved to demonstrate his prowess. He raised his spear and launched an attack at the nearest burly man, thrusting it directly toward his face. Smack. Unexpectedly, the burly man proved far more adept than Envoy, effortlessly deflecting his spear and swiftly retaliating with a thrust aimed at Envoy's throat. Fireball. Tina acted in the nick of time, the scorching fireball striking the burly man's hand. The man, now ablaze, let out a pained scream, hastily dropping to the ground to extinguish the flames with sand. Seizing the opportunity, Envoy retrieved his spear, only to find himself encircled by 3 or 4 burly men. Meanwhile, other men had reached Tina's side. "Tina, your parents are in my custody." As Tina conjured another fireball, the portly village chief shouted, "Should you dare to resist, you will bear the consequences." Hearing this, Tina hesitated, reluctant to take such a risk. As the fireball in her hand flickered out, the village chief beamed triumphantly, casting a glance at the 2 foreigners who dared not act, believing they had cowered before the laws of the Xiongfeng Empire. "That's more like it. Just comply and return with me to marry. Becoming my village chief's wife would be quite splendid, wouldn't it? I promise to treat you well." Throughout this ordeal, Jia Zhijin had remained a mere observer, utterly bewildered by the conversation transpiring around him. However, upon witnessing the conflict unfold and the old man's words causing his precious Tina to falter, revealing her inner turmoil, he deduced that some form of coercion had been employed. Moreover, the old man's lecherous gaze was fixated on Tina, igniting a fire of indignation within him. "Wolf, take them down. How dare they so brazenly gawk at my Tina?" Following his master's command, the werewolf grinned wickedly. "Understood." The burly men behind the foreign noble suddenly released the reins of the Triceratops and stepped forward, balling their fists in a fighting stance. This caught the village chief off guard. "What do you intend to do? Let me remind you, our laws in the Xiongfeng Empire do not permit any foreigner to bully our citizens on imperial soil. Should you dare to lay a hand on anyone, you will bring calamity upon your own nation. Do not court disaster over a mere village girl." Unfortunately, like Jia Zhijin, Wolf could not comprehend the language of these worldlings. A smirk crept across his face, and without even needing to transform into his werewolf form, he unleashed a devastating blow with his human body, striking the nearest burly man. Boom! The man was sent flying by Wolf's terrifying strength, rolling for several meters before colliding with a nearby animal pen, where several docile, herbivorous creatures began to lick him enthusiastically. The sight of this left the other burly men paralyzed with fear. Though they were all robust, none could match the sheer power of a single punch capable of hurling a man several meters away. This foreigner was simply too formidable. "You dare?" Observing his subordinate's fear, the village chief himself was trembling. He had not anticipated that Tina would learn magic, let alone that the foreigner she brought back would be so fearsome. His only remaining support lay in Tina's parents and the laws of the empire. "Listen closely. Should you dare to act recklessly again, Tina's parents will not survive. With a single command, I can ensure their demise." Upon hearing this, Tina anxiously clutched Jia Zhijin's sleeve. "Tina, what is that old man saying?" Jia Zhijin asked. Bewildered, "Baba, Mama." Tina struggled to articulate the situation regarding her kidnapped parents, merely mentioning them and casting a worried glance at Jia Zhijin. Fortunately, Jia Zhijin understood her unspoken fears and quickly grasped the situation. "Your parents are in his clutches? How despicable." Chapter 0047, Tina's Parents. "What shall we do?" Wolf glanced back at Jia Zhijin. "Fight." Jia Zhijin dismissed the concern nonchalantly. "Do you truly believe this old man has everything under control? He never anticipated we would return with Tina, so he could not have possibly stationed guards in advance. Moreover, remote control is out of the question. Does he possess a mobile phone? Let us swiftly eliminate these men and then rescue my in-laws." "Understood," Wolf responded, laughing heartily as he rejoined the fray. The village's burly men were no match for him, swiftly falling to his might. You audacious fools. You shall pay for this. I will report to the town mayor and have the guards arrest you." The portly village chief, witnessing his men being easily dispatched, turned tail and fled. Simultaneously, he did not forget to turn back and threaten Tina. "Dare to defy my will, prepare to collect your parents' remains." Upon hearing these words, Tina immediately became anxious, grasping Jia Zhijin's hand and shaking it fervently while calling for her father and mother. "Do not worry." Jia Zhijin shot a glance at Wolf, who immediately leaped into the air, tracing a graceful parabola before landing precisely in the path of the fleeing portly elder. "No, Don't come over here. The village chief had initially believed he could escape, but to his astonishment, this foreign brute could leap so high and far. As his path was blocked, he finally understood why his opponent appeared so unconcerned. Ignoring him entirely, Wolf strode forward and seized the chief by his collar, effortlessly lifting the heavy-set elder off the ground. Wow! Incredible! Amber, witnessing the scene from the side, had her eyes sparkling. This uncle must be a high-ranking warrior. Even the captain of the town guard would likely be no match for him. Tina, could you ask him to teach me martial arts? I too wish to become a powerful warrior. At that moment, however, Tina had no time to converse with her good friend. She grasped Jia Jingjin's hand and approached Wolf, looking up at the village chief, who was struggling in vain, and declared, "We do not desire conflict. Yet we are compelled to engage in it. Chief, I am already a follower of Qian and shall never betray him. Release my father and mother and allow us to leave, and I assure you that no harm will come to you." All right. All right. I will release them. I will release them. The village chief's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. With his life now in the hands of others, he realized that talk of imperial law was meaningless if he did not survive. As Jia Jingjin had pointed out, the chief had made no contingency plans, merely deceiving Tina into fearing for her parents' safety. In truth, Tina's parents were imprisoned in the dungeon behind the chief's house, guarded only by an old and unattractive servant at the entrance. When Tina emerged from the dungeon with her parents, she could not help but throw herself into their embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged couple also held their daughter tightly, tears silently streaming down their faces. The village chief, having lost his wife, desired to marry anew. This lecher had harbored intentions towards Tina for quite some time, previously restrained by his wife's presence. Now that she was gone, he felt no shame. Naturally, Tina's parents were unwilling to marry their daughter to a man so much older than herself, vehemently opposing the union. In a fit of rage, the chief had attempted to force the marriage and sent people to find Tina. Coincidentally, Tina had gone missing while foraging for wild fruits and had not been seen since. The chief, suspecting that Tina's parents had hidden the bride he had preordained, imprisoned them in the dungeon, subjecting them to harsh interrogations and dispatching search parties to scour every conceivable hiding place in the village. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Tina, weeping in her parents' embrace, recounted her recent experiences, while Wolf pulled the village chief aside to ask Jia Jingjin, "What should we do with this old fool? At his age, he cannot have much longer to live. Let us show a little mercy and release him." Jia Jingjin replied, looking at the chief, "We must respect our elders. However, before we let him go, let him entertain my steed for a while. After a day of travel, my little dragon must be quite bored." Wolf raised an eyebrow and then, with a mischievous grin, whistled to the two triceratops following closely behind. Once the two dinosaurs turned their attention to him, he lifted the village chief high into the air. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The old chief struggled in terror. "Catch." Wolf hurled him away with force, and the plump elder soared like a ball above the triceratops' heads. Thud. The triceratops, upon seeing an object descending from above, instinctively raised its head to butt it. Ack! The old chief flailed helplessly in the air, spinning rapidly as he flew off. Thud! The other triceratops quickly joined in, forcefully batting the falling elder back into the air. The two triceratops began to treat the old chief as a toy ball, tossing him back and forth, though they claimed to release him. It was evident that after being played with by these two triceratops for a while, the old chief would likely not survive much longer. Who could he blame, if blame were to be assigned? It could only fall on the old chief himself for his foolish actions. Jia Jingjin, having traversed time and space, and now living in a game-like reality, did not hold much regard for the lives of NPCs, particularly those of adversaries. Meanwhile, Tina's family finally finished crying, and she led her suffering parents before Jia Jingjin, pointing at him and saying, "Mom and Dad, he is the brave one who saved me in the monster forest. I have sworn to follow him. He is a remarkable warrior with extraordinary power. His name is Jia Jingjin, or simply Qian for short. However, he does not speak our language and cannot understand our conversation. I am working hard to learn their language." The young man looks quite spirited, splendid. He even has two triceratops as mounts. Is he a noble? Tina's father inquired. Can he take us to his country? They have violated the laws of the Empire of Xiongfeng, and surely the Empire will not let them go, nor will they spare us. Yes, ask this brave warrior if he can take our family away. Staying in the empire of Xiongfeng is truly perilous. Tina's mother chimed in anxiously. Well, actually, it's a bit complicated. Tina glanced at Jia Jingjin, then at her parents, hesitatingly stating, in fact, I do not know what status Qian holds in his own country. I only know that he is currently residing in the monster forest, building his own village. The monster forest, that is an extremely dangerous place. Upon hearing this, Tina's parents were left utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, however, we live in a relatively safe outer area. Chapter 0048. Farewell. Jia Jingjin politely greeted his in-laws. Although he had comprehended nothing of their conversation beyond their names, Tina's full name was Tina Kant, inheriting her father's surname, Belini Kant. Belini Kant was a robust middle-aged man, sporting a prominent mustache and a head of tousled brown hair resembling a bird's nest. Tina's mother was named Landestuve, possessing the same beautiful golden long hair as Tina, a charming middle-aged woman. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Tina. Evidently, Tina had inherited her mother's exceptional genes. Tina's good friend was Amber Herring, and after much gesturing and explanation from Tina, Jia Jingjin finally understood that this lad wished to ally himself with him. He evidently regarded himself as a noble or a foreign royalty. To be honest, Jia Jingjin did not desire to keep this young man around, even though Tina seemed to have a decent rapport with him. This boy named Amber was essentially Tina's childhood companion. Although Tina appeared indifferent to him in a romantic sense, one could not rule out that Amber harbored such feelings for Tina. Keeping him close might invite trouble. Should he develop a deeper bond with Tina, Jia Jingjin would find it utterly unacceptable. However, it was clear that this young man named Amber had already offended the portly elder. Although the elder was currently being toyed with by the two Triceratops and was barely clinging to life, he still wielded considerable influence here, and the villagers feared him. Otherwise, they would not have hastily urged the newly returned Tina to leave with her parents and Jia Jingjin if Amber remained in the village. It could very well lead to his demise. Out of humanitarian concerns, and after Tina's repeated pleas, Jia Jingjin reluctantly agreed. Yet, he resolved to have Wolf keep a close watch on this Amber, ensuring he had no opportunity for private interactions with Tina. Fortunately, Tina still could not comprehend Jia Jingjin's words. Otherwise, she might truly be infuriated, having pledged her allegiance to the deity she revered. She would never entertain thoughts of betrayal. Moreover, her relationship with Amber was purely that of childhood friends, having grown up together, akin to siblings, devoid of any romantic feelings. Valenti, if possible, it would be best for your family to leave the empire of Xiongfeng as far away as you can. Before their departure, the villagers gathered around Tina's family, with a kind-hearted individual warning them, I have heard that the chief's son serves in the town guard and will return from leave tomorrow. If he learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Our officials are quite unfriendly towards foreigners, but once you cross into foreign territory, they cannot chase you there. Rest assured. I am well aware, Valenti replied, casting a glance at Jia Jingjin before addressing his friends. Our family will follow this foreign noble Qian to leave the empire of Xiongfeng, forever evading the village chief's family. In truth, he knew that their family would follow the young man whom his daughter idolized into the monster forest. Although anxiety lingered in his heart, the monster forest indeed offered an excellent hiding place. Even the imperial army would hesitate to venture into its depths, at most patrolling its periphery. The villagers themselves dared only to forage for wild fruits in the nearest outskirts, with no one daring to venture further in. Residing within that forest was akin to living in a foreign land, making encounters with other humans exceedingly rare. Yet he remained troubled, questioning whether his daughter had truly been honest with him. Could this young man genuinely establish a safe haven within the monster forest? After all, it was the monster forest. Ah, the legendary vast primordial forest, rumored to be home to mythical creatures, exclaimed old Harlan. You too shall accompany your son to enjoy the luxuries of foreign lands. Villagers gathered around Amber's father and mother, proclaiming, Your son has become a follower of a foreign noble. How fortunate indeed. Ha. It's all thanks to the close bond between my son and Tina. They have played together since childhood, like siblings. Old Harlan laughed heartily, unaware that their journey did not lead to foreign lands. Now that Tina has prospered, she has not forgotten to elevate Amber. How splendid. Landis, ever since you left, I have been without a friend to converse with, a middle-aged woman lamented, grasping Tina's mother's hand with reluctance. You could come with me, Tina's mother suggested. It would be nice to have company. Alas, it is difficult to part from my homeland. I cannot leave my home. The middle-aged woman sighed. You must write to me, telling me how you fare. I understand, Becky. I shall certainly write. Bolent, this iron spear is a gift for you. I know you were a formidable warrior in your youth, and once a member of the town guard, achieving great deeds for our village. May this spear serve as a memento of our friendship. Thank you, Bob. I will cherish this spear. Old Harlan, who knows if there is coconut fruit wine abroad? This jar of wine is my own brew. Take it along and enjoy. Lantis, this new garment is for you. I have heard that the climates in other countries are not as warm as our gallant empire. Be sure to dress warmly. The villagers, with their simple hearts, stood at the village entrance, bidding farewell to Tina's family and Amber's family with heartfelt gifts. Jiajinjin could not comprehend their words, yet the emotions of parting were unmistakably clear. He understood that although they were merely entering a forest not far from the village, a journey of about a day, it was unlikely they would return, making it akin to leaving the country altogether. The two families would find it difficult to meet the villagers again. Keen, after bidding farewell to several young girls, Tina approached Jiajinjin, wrapping her arms tightly around him, revealing a hint of reluctance. It was evident she was not eager to leave her hometown and her friends. Jiajinjin, observing her sorrowful eyes, could not help but gently stroke her long, flowing hair. Tina, fear not. Once I grow stronger and assemble a formidable army of goblins, I shall bring you back here. At that time, I will drive away those evildoers, allowing you and your friends to live joyously together. Tina understood Jiajinjin's sentiment, and with a smile, she leaned in to kiss him. However, upon noticing her parents watching, she shyly buried her head in his chest. Chapter 0049. Alex, young Master Alex, young Master Alex. A flustered servant rushed into the town guard station. The training guards halted, weapons sheathed, turning to the man being called. Andy, why the commotion? Do you not see I am training? A man with shoulder-length hair tied back with a green headband, named Andy, whispered urgently to him, causing his expression to change drastically. Alex, what has transpired? Inquired Brent, the captain of the guard. Report, Captain. Alex replied, visibly distressed. My father has encountered an incident. I must return home immediately. Pearl and Zach. Brent casually called out two names. Present, responded a blue-haired girl in guard uniform and a bald, muscular man. Alex is an exceptional member of the guard. We cannot stand idly by while his family is in peril. You two shall accompany him back to the village and ensure his safety. Brent commanded. Yes. Zach and the girl complied, immediately positioning themselves behind Alex. Thank you, Captain. Alex bowed. I will return to the squad as soon as I handle my family matters. Go. With the captain's permission, Alex swiftly mounted his steed alongside Perlin and Zach, racing back to the village. Upon reaching his father, he found the old village chief barely clinging to life. Who did this? Young master, it was foreigners. The chief's subordinate recounted the events, framing Tina's parents as having voluntarily given their daughter to the village chief as a new wife, only to be forcibly taken by unknown foreigners who not only abducted Tina, but also cruelly attacked the esteemed old chief. Furthermore, Amber's family was implicated as accomplices. Foreigners, how dare they act so brazenly within the territory of our gallant empire? Zach declared coldly. Alex, they left less than half a day ago. We can catch up to them. I will track their trail. Perlin volunteered. Thank you, colleagues. Alex unsheathed his sword, swearing before his ailing father, I shall capture that foreigner and execute him before your eyes. And the traitor Amber's family, interjected the chief's subordinate. I am aware. Alex shot him a glance. Ensure the best doctor attends to my father. We shall return swiftly. Ride on. The three steeds galloped out of the village, traversing the rear valley at a swift pace. There are clear tracks of triceratops here. They are quite fresh. It must be two adult dinosaurs. The description of the foreigners' pet aligns with theirs. And there are human footprints. They headed this way. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Perlin dismounted to closely examine the trail. That path does not lead to the border, Zach remarked, puzzled. Indeed, Alex frowned. That route leads into the perilous path of the beast forest. Perlin, are you certain you did not misjudge? I can assure you, they took this path. Perlin stood resolute. The tracks do not lie, unless they can fly. The beast forest is forbidden territory for our Blackwater town. Even the captain would not dare venture deep within. Zach turned to Alex. I believe we should return and report to the captain before deciding whether to enter. Then we are falling into their trap. Alex raised his sword high. They aim to frighten timid pursuers with the beast forest. I am certain they intend to sneak across the border along its outskirts. They have two triceratops, and the surrounding beasts pose no threat to them. I am a valiant soldier of the town guard, and shall not be intimidated into retreat. I still think it wise to inform the captain first, Zack insisted. Very well. Alex turned to him. You return to report to the captain. Perlin and I will continue the pursuit. Alex, do not act rashly, Zack cautioned. The beast forest is exceedingly dangerous. I am resolute. Alex turned to Perlin. Do you have the courage to lead the way? As you wish. Perlin mounted her horse, charging boldly into the forest. Zack, we shall proceed. Alex urged his steed forward. Zack watched his two colleagues vanish into the forest entrance, swiftly turning his horse around to return. He felt the gravity of the situation and knew he must contact the captain promptly. Guided by Perlin, Alex and she galloped into the outskirts of the beast forest. Perlin, there are several paths here. Let us determine which direction they took. Alex stated. This area was strewn with loose stones and hard-packed earth, making it difficult to leave tracks. However, this did not deter Perlin. Dismounting, she meticulously inspected the surroundings, quickly discovering Triceratops' tooth impressions on the leaves and dung left in the underbrush. This path, they ventured deeper. It seems emboldened by the Triceratops' might. They have grown reckless. Alex pressed forward on his mount. Let us pursue. I do not believe they dare enter the depths of the beast forest. I think we should exercise caution and not rush headlong. Perlin mounted her horse, following closely behind Alex. If you are afraid, you may turn back. Alex refused to slow his pace. I will not allow the enemy to escape the gallant empire. The town guard fears nothing. Perlin drew her sword. Galloping closely behind him, the pair raced several hundred meters, the forest path narrowing, the trees growing denser. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, their steeds halted in their tracks, exhibiting panic and refusing to advance. Alex and Perlin were thrown from their horses, helplessly watching them flee in terror. Stay alert. Alex raised his sword, anxiously surveying the surroundings. Perlin remained silent, each taking a protective stance, instinctively working together. Chirp, chirp, chirp. From the branches and shrubs emerged countless heads of horned apes, encircling them and emitting sharp cries. It is the horned apes. We have inadvertently entered their territory. Perlin's expression turned grave. These creatures are troublesome. Exercise caution. Chapter 0050. Base planning. Jiajinjin brought Tina's parents and Amber's family back to the base. Delving into the depths of the Warcraft forest, the simple and honest denizens of this otherworldly rural realm tremble in fear, dreading the appearance of ferocious beasts that might devour them upon encountering the gnolls. Their faces turn pale, huddling together and shivering in trepidation. It is only when Tina arrives to elucidate that these gnoll miners and soldiers are subordinates of Jiajinjin that they feel somewhat reassured. Yet, disbelief lingers. How could someone possibly tame so many gnolls to labor for him? Eventually, witnessing the gnolls' unwavering obedience to Jiajinjin convinces them that he truly possesses extraordinary powers as a hero. Before nightfall, Jiajinjin produces a substantial quantity of stone bricks, crafting new homes for his in-laws and for Amber's family, tailored to the dimensions of his and Tina's residence. Upon witnessing this remarkable ability firsthand, Amber's family kneels in reverence, repeatedly bowing to express their admiration for this great wizard, pledging their lifelong loyalty and commitment to him. Jiajinjin, unable to comprehend their words, pays little heed and instead entrusts Tina with the arrangements for her parents and Amber's family. With the increasing number of people, safety becomes a paramount concern. Thus, Jiajinjin resolves to plan the layout of the base. He employs Cole to illustrate his vision on a signboard, sketching the outline of a small base he aspires to construct. The interior consists of a spacious area left by the gnolls after logging and mining, with uneven patches to be filled with earth and stones later. He carves out a vast rectangular space, dedicating the left side to residential buildings to accommodate the anticipated rise in inhabitants, while the right side is designated for storage and other functional structures, such as a blacksmith's forge, stables, and animal pens. Moreover, he plans to erect 4 double-layered stone walls, with arrow towers at the junctions to serve as the primary defensive structures. A trench will be excavated outside the walls, supplemented by an array of wooden spike traps. Each wall will feature a gate for regular ingress and egress, as well as for emergencies. Future expansions will be straightforward, requiring merely an outward extension, transforming what begins as a modest settlement into a grand city over time. Of course, while the drawing appears deceptively simple, the actual construction will demand considerable time and effort. Most crucially, the issue of materials looms large. Fortunately, The diligent work of 50 knoll miners ensures that resources are gathered rather swiftly. However, communication with Tina's parents and Amber's family poses a significant challenge, as Jia and Jean cannot comprehend their speech, nor they as Tio rectify this predicament. It is imperative to expedite the process of teaching Tina more Mandarin. As the sun begins to set, Jia and Jean, engrossed in studying the base's plans, hears a cacophony outside. Stepping out, he discovers Amber's father, old Harlan, animatedly gesturing towards a nearby open space, with his wife Eve and son nodding in agreement. His father-in-law Boland and mother-in-law Landish join the discussion with smiles. Observing their fervor, Jia Jean remains perplexed. He calls Tina over and inquires, "What are they talking about?" Tina struggles to articulate, but suddenly an idea strikes her. Grasping his hand, she leads him upstairs. They enter a room repurposed as a classroom, where Tina quickly sketches an illustrative farmland on the signboard. At last, Jia Jean comprehends. They are discussing the cultivation of that open space into farmland for growing crops. What a splendid idea. With farmland established, Amber's parents and Tina's parents can cultivate it. The land lies not far from the river, which boasts abundant water resources. The forest soil is also remarkably fertile, promising a bountiful food supply for the base. Moreover, Jia and Jean can direct the waste pipes from all the toilets to the soil beneath the farmland, thus accelerating crop growth. Tina, go tell your parents and Amber's family that this idea is absolutely splendid. I shall endeavor to recruit more Knoll soldiers and patrolmen to protect the vicinity of the base. However, please remind them not to venture out at night unless I have constructed the walls and defensive structures. It could be perilous. Jia Jingjin said, taking Tina's hand. Tina grasped only a fraction of his words but inferred from his expression and gestures that he wholeheartedly supported the idea of farmland and wished for her to caution her parents and Amber's family about safety. Without delay, she sought out her parents. Jia thinks old Harlan's proposal to cultivate farmland is excellent and hopes you can actively pursue it. He will provide the utmost support. However, this forest is exceedingly dangerous, so everyone must remain vigilant, especially at night when it is best to stay indoors. That sounds fantastic, Boland exclaimed, looking at old Harlan with a grin. Old buddy, with so much land here, we could become great landowners. Yet I harbor some concerns, old Harlan remarked, glancing at the dense wood surrounding them. The Warcraft Forest is indeed a perilous place. Despite Lord Jia's formidable strength, I still find the prospect of building a settlement here rather daunting, particularly on Blood Moon nights. Even the villagers far from the Warcraft Forest dare not venture out at night. Father, what are you so worried about? Didn't Tina say that Lord Jia faced the undead army unscathed during the last Blood Moon night? Isn't Tina quite safe here? Amber interjected. Besides, I will protect you all. Enough of that. With your meager skills, old Harlan chuckled. I would be the one protecting you. Just wait. I am determined to become a disciple of Lord Wolf and learn combat techniques from him, Amber declared. Turning to Tina, you must help me speak to Lord Wolf. As a protector of Lord Jia, you will surely listen to you. I will do my best, Tina nodded. Wolf and Jia are from the same homeland. I currently cannot communicate fluently with them. Once I master the language of Lord Jia's homeland, everything will be simpler, and I must caution you. Lord Wolf has a unique status. You must not provoke him. Lord Wolf has a unique status. What is his identity? Old Harlan inquired, intrigued. Let me tell you, Lord Wolf is actually a formidable warrior from the Beastman Empire's Wolf Fortress, Tina stated gravely. How do you know this? Boland and Landis gazed at their daughter in astonishment. During the Blood Moon night, I witnessed Lord Wolf transform with my own eyes. He is incredibly powerful, just like the werewolves in the Legends of Wolf Fortress. Chapter 0051. Desperation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The horned apes attacked from all directions, encircling Alex and Pelin. As elite members of the town's guard, their cooperation was seamless. They stood back to back, shielding one another while wielding their iron swords to fend off the relentless onslaught of the approaching horned apes. However, the sheer number of the beasts left numerous wounds on their bodies. Curse it, there are simply too many horned apes, Alex gasped, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he observed the continuously swelling ranks of the horned ape horde. A glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. I'm sorry, Pelin, my arrogance has dragged you into this. The town guard fears nothing, Pelin declared, slashing down a horned ape with an impassive expression. My duty is to ensure your safety. I should have heeded Zach's advice and returned to the guard station, Alex replied with a bitter smile. Without powerful Triceratops mounts, we cannot intimidate the beasts of the Warcraft Forest. Enough talk. Conserve your strength for battle. Pelin's hands trembled slightly. Her stamina was waning in the heat of combat, as a woman. Her physical strength was significantly inferior to Alex's. Thud! Alex swung his sword, dispatching another horned ape, and said between gasps, "If we manage to survive, I don't want to hide my feelings any longer. How about becoming my girlfriend?" "Are you referring to me?" Pelin asked, her expression unchanged as she swiftly dispatched two more advancing horned apes. "Yes." Alex nodded earnestly. "I noticed you the moment I joined the town guard. I had kept my feelings buried deep until now. Since I don't know if we'll make it out alive, I might as well confess. If we survive, will you be my girlfriend?" As the relentless horde of horned apes continued to surge forth, Pelin focused on repelling them while gasping for breath. "I will agree only when you reach the strength of a town guard captain. I only respect the strong. Can't you offer me some comfort before I die?" Alex sighed. "I will use my last ounce of strength to unleash a sweeping strike. You take the opportunity to escape," Pelin declared amidst the battle. "What do you mean?" Alex shouted. "The captain tasked me with ensuring your safety," Pelin proclaimed loudly. "The town guard keeps its word. I will use my sweeping strike to draw all the horned apes' attention. You seize the chance to flee." "Are you joking?" Alex could not help but exclaim. "What will you do then?" "I will fulfill my mission." Palin's face betrayed no emotion. "I am nearing my limit. There is but a slim chance left. You must seize it." "No, I cannot abandon you and flee alone." Alex frantically hacked at the horned apes. "Prepare." Palin, however, disregarded his call, kicking one horned ape away before adopting a sweeping stance. "I shall begin." "Palin, do not be foolish," Alex urged in desperation. "Dodge!" Exclamation point. As the horde of horned apes lunged once more, wounded and gritting her teeth, Palin shouted, then suddenly swung her sword in a full 360-degree arc. Alex felt an explosion of energy erupt, instinctively bending low and leaping. Turning back, he beheld Palin's graceful figure creating a fleeting circular wave of sword energy. Puff, puff, puff. The throngs of horned apes disintegrated into blood mist under her assault, inciting even more to frenzy as they converged upon her. The sweeping strike was a fundamental sword technique personally imparted by the captain of the town guards, a signature move in their combat repertoire. Although it appeared simple, its power was astonishing. When executed skillfully, it could often turn the tide of battle in an instant. Palin was an exceptional town guard, mastering the sweeping strike better than anyone else in the squad. Alex had only just begun to grasp its fundamentals and was far from proficient. Yet, the sheer number of horned apes was overwhelming. Having unleashed her sweeping strike, Palin was left defenseless, and the next moment, she would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. "Palin!" Alex cried out in anguish, turning and dashing back the way he came. His eyes welling with tears, this was the opportunity granted by the woman he cherished, who risked her life for him. He could not let her sacrifice be in vain, nor allow her death to be meaningless. "Wait for me. I will return to avenge you." Clang. Having executed the sweeping strike, Palin expended her last ounce of strength. The iron sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Weakened, she gasped for breath, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Faced with the enraged horned apes, she found herself unable to retaliate any longer. Yet, at least the mission had not failed. The captain had instructed her to protect Alex, and he should now be able to leave the forest safely. This was her greatest consolation. Was this the end? Palin closed her eyes, awaiting the moment her body would be torn apart by the horned apes. Swish, swish, swish. Just at that critical juncture, countless crossbow bolts suddenly appeared like rain, piercing through the bodies of the horned apes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The newly joined faction incited furious roars from the horned apes. Palin opened her eyes to find the horned apes suffering heavy losses under the barrage of bolts. Redirecting their focus elsewhere, just as she thought she was saved, she turned and saw a pack of dog-headed humanoids engaged in battle with the horned apes. Her expression instantly fell. The dog-headed humanoids were even more terrifying than the horned apes. As this tribe was known to feast upon human flesh, there were frequent tales of passing travelers or nearby villagers being hunted by dog-headed humanoids, with those taken rarely returning, leaving no trace behind. No one dared to venture into the monster forest to search for the remains of the fallen. Palin did not wish to become food for the dog-headed ones. She could die, and she did not fear death. However, she did not want to perish in such a manner. As a proud town guard, her death must be dignified. With this thought, she gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, only to find several dog-headed humanoids emerging from the other side, crossbows aimed at her, while a massive dog-headed chief glared at her with its fierce eyes. Chapter 0052. The Hero's Rest. Zack. Rushing out of the monster forest, Alex spotted a galloping cavalry approaching on his way back to the village. The leader was none other than Zack, who had previously decided to return and deliver the news. Seeing Zack return with the town guards ignited hope within Alex. Quick! We must save Palin. What has happened to Palin? Zack halted his steed before Alex, the horse rearing and neighing, kicking up a cloud of dust. While tracking the enemy, we accidentally entered the territory of the horned apes. Alex lowered his head in shame. Palin used all her strength to perform the sweeping strike to draw the attention of all the horned apes so I could escape. Humph, it is your reckless actions that have doomed Palin. Zack glared at him. If you had heeded my counsel to proceed with caution, Palin would not have had to sacrifice herself to protect you. Enough. Zack. A red horse emerged from the ranks of the town guards, ridden by Captain Brent. He glanced at the battered and disheveled Alex, calmly stating, "Do not chastise your comrade for a minor misstep. Alex, remember this lesson well. You are a promising candidate for the next captain, and these setbacks will enable you to learn and grow. Captain, please lead the charge to rescue Palin." Alex implored loudly. Alex, Brent extended his right hand. The horned apes will not spare any creature that enters their territory unless there is a significant disparity in strength. Since Palin drew their attention to allow your escape, it indicates she has already sacrificed herself. The monster forest is fraught with danger and cannot be underestimated. Mount up. We can only scout the perimeter to see if there is a chance to retrieve her remains for burial. Alex, filled with shame, climbed onto the captain's horse, his head bowed, unsure of what to say. Giddy up. Brent cracked the whip, and the red horse surged forward, carrying him and Alex towards the monster forest behind them. Zack and the other town guards immediately followed suit. This is the spot. The town guards arrived at the blood-stained clearing of the forest, and Alex leaped off the horse to search meticulously. However, there was no sign of Palin, nor even a single horned ape corpse in sight. Impossible. This cannot be. We clearly killed so many horned apes here, and the blood has yet to dry. Palin, where are you? Hush. Zack urgently dismounted, covering Alex's mouth with his hand. Do you wish to die by shouting in the monster forest? Alex, although you are gifted, you lack experience. Brent also dismounted, looking at him intently. Zack has more experience than you. You should heed his advice. The captain dismounted, and the other town guards followed suit, drawing their swords to guard against the surroundings. Brent circled the area a few times, crouching to dip his fingers in the bloodstains for a closer inspection. This is indeed the territory of the horned apes. However, it is strange that there are also traces of dog-headed humanoid blood mixed in. It seems these two factions have engaged in fierce combat. But what of Palin? Alex asked anxiously. The dog-headed humanoids utilized weapons akin to crossbows. Brent discovered strange markings on a tree. The crossbow bolts appear to be expertly crafted, not something a mindless creature like a dog-headed humanoid could wield. Crossbows? Zack exclaimed in surprise. I have only heard of dog-headed ones that throw stones. I had never heard of any that use crossbows. Brent meticulously surveyed the ground again, frowning as he spoke. There are footprints from both Palin and the dog-headed humanoids. She attempted to fight, but was swiftly subdued. A powerful dog-headed leader must have been in charge, making the situation worse than we imagined. Captain, upon hearing this, anguish flickered in Alex's eyes. Let us retreat. Brent sighed. Palin has been taken by the dog-headed humanoids. We cannot recover her remains. Return and inform Cato at the orphanage. Tell him that Palin fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed and was captured by the dog-headed ones, likely becoming their meal. Everyone, bid farewell to our brave warrior. Whoosh! In an instant, all the town guards stood at attention, their left arms pressed against their thighs. Right arms bent with palms resting on the insignia of their guard badges, resoundingly gazing at the blood-soaked ground as they proclaimed, May the god of war guide Palin's soul home. May the god of war guide Palin's soul home. Alex's eyes reddened, and he too choked out the words with all his might. Retreat. To avoid drawing the attention of other dangerous creatures lurking in the monster forest, Brent immediately mounted his horse after the salute. All the town guards swiftly followed the captain, while Alex glanced back at the depths of the forest, gritting his teeth as he leaped onto the captain's horse. Giddy up! Before any more perilous beasts could emerge, Brent decisively led all the guards to turn their horses around and hastily exit the forest. After escorting Alex back to the village, Brent said to him, You are granted an extended leave of 3 days to attend to matters at home. Forget about Palin. She upheld the honor of the town guards and is our hero. Thank you, Captain. Alex lowered his head in sorrow. Town guards, return to camp. Brent commanded, and all the town guards followed him. Soon vanishing at the village's edge, young master. An aide to the village chief rushed over. The village chief has passed away peacefully. Inform the entire village of this tragic news. Let everyone come forth to pay their respects to my father. Alex ordered. Yes! Exclamation point. The entire village was summoned, and under Alex's leadership, a solemn funeral was held for his father. Overwhelmed with grief, Alex personally set fire to his father's body atop the pyre on the night of the blood moon. Any corpse or skeletal remains might rise as undead beings upon the earth. Thus, the custom of dealing with the dead here is to incinerate them immediately, preventing them from being infected by malevolent energies and becoming evil undead creatures. The vendetta for my father's death must be avenged. As Alex gathered his father's ashes, he bit his own lips until they bled. And let the grudge against Perlin also rest upon your head. Foreigner. Beckelin. What is your command, young master? Beckelin, one of the village chief's subordinates, had automatically become Alex's follower after the chief's demise. Recruit the strongest men from the village to form a militia. Alex's eyes blazed with vengeful fire as he gazed towards the direction of the beast forest. Equip them with the finest weapons. I shall storm into the beast forest. Find that accursed foreigner in the Amber family, and offer their blood as a tribute to my father and Perlin. The beast forest. Beckelin swallowed nervously. Chapter 0053. The warrior Perlin. The moment Perlin was captured by the goblin chieftain, she knew her fate was sealed. She would become food for these barbaric creatures, losing forever the dignity of a warrior. Why must the fates mock her so? Oh, greatest of war gods! Why must your most loyal follower be stripped of the glory of dying on the battlefield? The goblins' forces were formidable. Although several had been injured by the horned apes, they emerged victorious. All the corpses of the horned apes were taken away by the goblins, likely destined to become the same as her. Provisions for these goblins. Powerless to resist, Perlin closed her eyes and allowed the goblin chieftain to hoist her over his shoulder and sprint into the forest. She had no strength left to fight back, and her beloved sword was now in the hands of one of the goblins. Deeper into the forest they went, until Perlin was brought to a vast den. The corpses of horned apes were piled in a clearing, and she felt herself unceremoniously dropped by the goblin chieftain. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by a mountain of horned ape corpses. The lifeless bodies gaped wide, revealing their razor-sharp teeth. Soon, another group of goblins appeared, dragging the piled corpses to another area, a house. Perlin suddenly realized that the direction the goblins were heading seemed to lead to human habitation. A village within the beast forest? Humans cohabiting with goblins? It seemed impossible. Perhaps it was once a place inhabited by people, now overrun by goblins. The inhabitants here must have been consumed by the goblins as well. Such a terrifying place as the beast forest could not possibly be a dwelling for humans. Lost in thought, she saw a handsome young man with golden hair clad in leather armor emerge from one of the houses. Upon seeing the golden-haired youth, the goblin chieftain approached him, bowing his noble head in submission. Humans! It truly is a human? Perlin gasped, unable to believe her eyes. The merciless, savage goblin tribe, known for preying upon humans, was displaying a subservient attitude towards a boy who appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary human. Could this young man be a high-ranking beast masquerading in human skin? Elders had spoken of legendary beasts capable of transforming into human forms, hiding among them undetected. They were said to possess the innate ability to command beasts to do their bidding. Was this youth one such legendary creature? Her situation had become even more precarious. It was rumored that many beasts preferred humans as their sustenance, especially young maidens like herself, their most delectable delicacies. Why bring a person back? Who is she? The golden-haired youth approached Perlin with curiosity, crouching down to wave his hand in front of her eyes. Hey, can you understand me? I must be foolish. Of course, you don't understand. Perlin stared blankly at the golden-haired youth. His words did not resemble the language of any nation. It seemed he truly was some incarnation of a beast. Instinctively curling into a ball, she envisioned her imminent fate as beastly fodder, picturing her frail body being crushed within the terrifying jaws of a beast. Tears involuntarily spilling forth. This was not the death she had anticipated. A warrior should die with honor. Suddenly fueled by an unknown strength, as the golden-haired youth approached, Perlin spotted her beloved sword lying not far from a discarded goblin. She lunged for the weapon, gathering all her strength to rise, and, with her sword raised high, launched a desperate strike at the beast before her. The golden-haired youth reacted swiftly, raising his left hand to meet Perlin's sword. In the blink of an eye, he conjured an iron shield from thin air. Clang! The sharp blade struck the shield, sending sparks flying, and Perlin was forced to step back from the recoil. Whoosh! The golden-haired youth deflected her final attack, summoning an iron spear that he positioned at her throat. Indeed, she had been naive. A legendary beast was far beyond her capacity to challenge. He effortlessly subdued her using spatial magic that even a grand sorcerer could scarcely control. If he unleashed his full power, she would have no chance to retaliate. Despairing, Perlin closed her eyes. Yet, if he were to kill her now, she would still retain her dignity as a warrior. Strike, she silently urged. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she felt no spear piercing her skin. Peeking open one eye, she saw the beast had made his shield and weapon vanish, instead summoning a sturdy rope before she could comprehend the situation. He bound her limbs tightly with the rope. How infuriating! Was he unwilling to grant her the dignity of a warrior after all? Cursed beast! Perlin cursed inwardly. The golden-haired youth clapped his hands, rising to summon square stones from the air. With a wave of his hand, the stones fell to the ground, transforming into a solid stone wall. Watching in disbelief, Perlin saw the youth conjure a square stone hut from nothing, fitting iron bars into the openings to create a prison-like structure. This beast's spatial magic was astonishing. In comparison, the simple spatial ring valued at 1 million gold coins at last year's grand auction in Blue Star City seemed utterly trivial. After constructing the prison, the golden-haired youth uttered words Perlin could not comprehend. The goblin chieftain immediately approached, seizing the tightly bound Perlin and dragging her to the front of the prison. After opening the cell door, he carelessly tossed her inside. The golden-haired youth then conjured a peculiar bag, tossing it beside Perlin before mimicking a sleeping gesture. Realizing this was meant to serve as her bed, Perlin could not help but acknowledge the beast's craftsmanship. Even the bed resembled a nest. But why did he not consume her immediately? Was he planning to starve her for a few days, waiting for her to empty her stomach before feasting? She recalled a famous noble dish, horned rabbit feast. Nobles would capture horned rabbits, confining them in cages and allowing them to starve. Once the rabbits could no longer excrete, their bodies completely cleansed, the chefs would prepare them into delectable dishes. Heavens, would she too be subjected to such a fate at the hands of this beast? Chapter 0054. Prison Dialogue. You pig-brained fool. Jia Zhenjin angrily poked the goblin chieftain's head several times. Are you a dog? Why do you have the brain of a dimwit pig? That is a person. And you dare bring her back as food. If I weren't here, would you have stuffed her in the ice cellar as well? No eating humans. No eating humans. No eating humans. How many times must I tell you? The goblin chieftain looked utterly bewildered. I doubt its intention was to treat that human girl as food. The wolfman wolf approached Jia Zhenjin and remarked, otherwise, it could have killed her right away. Why bother capturing her alive? Is that true? Jia Zhenjin frowned. Have you forgotten my identity? I can sense their intentions, Wolf replied. These goblins strictly adhere to the rules you established. So they would not capture humans for food. Moreover, wild goblin tribes only hunt humans when food is scarce. That I suspect it brought back the human girl because it noticed you returning with several new humans, mistakenly thinking you were increasing the population to curry favor with you. Is it that clever? Just a simple goblin. Jia Zhenjin scoffed. Hey, master, could you refrain from disparaging my descendants in front of me? Their ancestor? Wolf replied, annoyed. I wonder where it caught that human. Jia Zhenjin shook his head. Such chaos. Did you not bring back several locals? Why not ask them? Wolf suggested. Perhaps they know this girl. You make a valid point. Jia Zhenjin's eyes lit up. He immediately returned to his room and called for Tina. Tina's parents and the Amber family were busy tilling the fields, leaving only Tina at home, who was the only one capable of vaguely understanding some of his words and intentions. Jia Zhenjin brought Tina to the newly constructed prison, pointing through the iron bars at the tightly bound girl with blue hair. Tina, is this someone from your village? Tina followed Jia Zhenjin's gesture and locked eyes with Perlin. Huddled in the corner, she recognized the girl with the blue short hair, who was clad in the uniform of the town guards. Earlier this year, during the harvest festival held in the town, this girl had also been present at the event, maintaining order. Tina exerted considerable effort to explain to Jia Zhenjin, and after much struggle, she finally managed to clarify the girl's background to them. Once Jia Zhenjin learned that she was a colleague of the village chief's son, he surmised that she had likely come along with him. However, he was puzzled as to why the dog-headed creatures had captured her while overlooking the village chief's son. They should have apprehended the village chief's son directly. He is the one I should be wary of. Why capture her? Bringing her back only wastes my provisions. Tina, tell her to wait here until I finish my tasks in the next few days. Then I'll release her outside. But for safety's sake, she must remain in prison for now. After all, I cannot guarantee she poses no threat to us, can I? Just a moment ago, she almost killed me. After Jia Zhenjin departed, Tina called out to Pelin from outside the iron bars. You are a member of the town guards, right? I recognize you. You are from the village of Alikes. Pelin replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Tina. Were you also captured by the beasts? Why were you not imprisoned alongside me? Beasts? Tina queried, somewhat perplexed. What beasts? Do you not know? The man who was just beside you is said to be a legendary beast in human form. He had those vile dog-headed creatures seize me, intending to prepare me as a delicacy for a feast, and then consume me. Pelin explained. Huh. Tina gasped, her mouth agape, startled by Pelin's vivid imagination. Keen is not a beast. How could you think that? If he is not a legendary beast, then how can he command the dog-headed tribe? How can he wield spatial magic? Moreover, his speech clearly resembles some form of beastly communication. Pelin stated earnestly. Tina couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Keen is merely a person with extraordinary experiences. Rest assured, he does not consume human flesh. Furthermore, not only him, but all the dog-headed creatures here only feast on beast meat, not human flesh. By the way, did you come here with the village chief's son? Alikes, where is he? My purpose in this journey is to protect Alikes, while his is to capture the foreigner who caused his father's demise. It is said that this foreigner forcibly took away his father's intended bride. Could you be the one who was to marry the village chief? Pelin suddenly realized. So that person earlier is the foreigner Alikes is seeking? He truly is not a beast. Who told you that I was to marry the village chief? Tina responded, a hint of displeasure in her voice. However, those people said that your parents had already arranged everything with the village chief, and they were just waiting for an auspicious day to marry you off. Pelin stated. Nonsense. Tina retorted, her anger rare. The village chief imprisoned my parents, threatening them to ensure I was married off. My parents refused, so we locked them in the dungeon and sent people to search for me. If I hadn't fortuitously encountered Keen in the forest, I would have already been forced to marry that wicked village chief. I have no desire to be his bride, and my parents certainly do not wish for me to marry that vile man. So, that foreigner actually saved you, Pelin said, astonished. Then why do the villagers tell a different story? Surely, it must be the village chief's subordinates spreading these tales, Tina replied. Pelin considered this for a moment, her expression unchanged, merely nodding slightly. If you were to ask the other villagers, you would uncover the truth. Tina sighed. However, it is indisputable that he killed the village chief. Alikes will not relent. He will seek vengeance for his father. Pelin asserted. He was preparing to pursue the foreigner today, but unfortunately, he was ambushed by the horned apes along the way. Although Alikes managed to escape, I was captured by those dog-headed creatures. Rest assured, Keen harbors no ill intentions towards you. Tina replied. It's just that we need to construct defensive fortifications in the coming days, so we may not have the leisure to attend to you. Once we finish our work, we will release you. However, I hope that upon your release, you will seek the truth and not be blindly manipulated by Alikes. The duty of the town guards is to obey orders from superiors. The truth of the matter is of no concern to us. Pelin said expressionlessly. Even if what you say is entirely true, as soon as the captain gives the command, I will still draw my sword and come after you. Chapter 0055, Customs of Battle at Dawn. As the sun began to rise, Tina arrived at the stone prison. Pelin poked her head out of her sleeping bag, uncomfortably twisting her body. Her hands were still bound behind her back, and spending the night in such a position had caused her blood circulation to falter, leaving her feeling numb. Good morning. Tina gently placed a wooden bowl on the ground, then reached out to assist the immobilized Pelin. Are you hungry? Have something to eat. My hands are numb. Could you help me untie the ropes? Pelin requested. Besides, I can't eat like this. If I untie the ropes, I won't be able to overpower you. Tina gently shook her head. How about I feed you instead? I'm feeling quite uncomfortable after sleeping like this for an entire night. Pelin stated flatly. Untie my ropes so I can stretch my limbs. I promise I won't attack you. I swear by the name of the greatest war god. But what if you run away? Keen would be angry. Tina replied, shaking her head with concern. I swear by the name of the war god. I will not flee. Pelin gazed intently into Tina's eyes. Well, Tina hesitated for a moment. All right. As a warrior, Swearing by the name of the war god is a solemn matter. Generally, no warrior would dare to break such an oath. Once the ropes were untied, Pelin indeed did not attack the wary and anxious Tina. She stretched her arms until the numbness faded. Much better. Let's have breakfast. Tina offered the wooden bowl to Pelin. What is this? Pelin inquired. Honey roasted meat. Tina smiled slightly. A delicacy you have certainly never tasted before. Skeptical. Pelin reached out and took a piece, placing it in her mouth. That a peculiar sweetness immediately filled her mouth, spreading through every cell in her body. Soon after, the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through, bringing her immense pleasure. She devoured one piece ravenously, quickly reaching for a second. In the blink of an eye, she had polished off every last morsel in the bowl, savoring the empty bowl with a look of longing. She licked the honey off her fingers with her delicate tongue and then patted her round little belly, expressionlessly telling Tina, "Delicious, isn't it?" Tina beamed with joy upon seeing her enjoyment. "This honey is indeed a rare treasure." Tina. Just then, a boy's voice called out from outside the prison. "Why did you untie her? She is a town guard and poses a great danger. You need to come out immediately." "Amber, do not worry." Tina turned to him and reassured. "Pelin means no harm." "How can you be sure she is not deceiving you?" Amber exclaimed anxiously. "What if she captures you and threatens Lord Keene?" "Amber, a person's eyes cannot lie." Tina smiled at Pelin. "Right? Traitor, Amber." Pelin looked up at the boy outside the iron bars, her expression unchanged. "I am not a traitor," Amber retorted angrily. "Tina, Lord Keene is calling for you. Hurry and come out." "All right." Tina nodded and turned to Pelin. "I will head to Keene first. Please bear with it a few more days here." Pelin remained silent, merely nodding. She maintained her impassive demeanor, resembling a wooden figure. After Tina exited and locked the door, she took the wooden bowl and walked towards her house with Amber. Before dawn, Jia Jinjin had already constructed 2 arrow towers at each of the 4 corners of the base using the iron ingots he had melted the previous night. Along with timber and arrows, he also built a low layer of stone bricks around the perimeter. Just this amount of work had exhausted him considerably, and raising the walls around the perimeter would likely take more than a day or 2 to accomplish. Whether in his past life or in this other world, constructing a wall was not a task easily undertaken by a single individual. Even a small inner-city wall required the labor of hundreds, if not thousands. Jia Jingjin was completing the work of thousands with his unique abilities, and naturally, it was tiring. After such labor, one needed to unwind. So after finishing breakfast, he promptly summoned Tina and Wolf. Preparing to ride the Triceratops to explore the nearby forest to ascertain which otherworldly creatures inhabited the area, whether there were more edible wild fruits available, and the precise distribution of mineral resources. Amber had initially wanted to join them, but was called away by his father, Old Harlan, to help cultivate the fields. Jia Jingjin took along 25 dog-headed crossbowmen and 1 dog-headed patrolman, while the remaining 25 were tasked with guarding the base under the command of the dog-headed chief. With their presence, alongside the 8 arrow towers surrounding them, even in the event of a sudden ambush, the safety of Amber's family and Tina's parents could be ensured as they made their way to retreat and regroup with their side. As they assembled and prepared to set off, Pelin's voice rang out loudly from within the stone prison. "What did she say?" Jia Jingjin asked, looking at Tina in confusion. Tina used broken Mandarin and gestures to convey Pelin's meaning. Jia Jingjin finally grasped the situation. The emotionless female warrior, whose expression seemed frozen from beginning to end, did not relish the idea of being imprisoned as a captive. Therefore, she sought to secure her freedom through the prevalent customs of battle in this world. Should the warrior Pelin emerge victorious, according to the established rules of combat, she would be liberated from the status of a prisoner, and Jia Jingjin would be obliged to release her unconditionally. Conversely, if Pelin were to be defeated, she would face death at the hands of the victor, be conscripted, or even sold as merchandise, with no room for complaint. This brutal custom of combat had been passed down since ancient times. Yet it remained a strict tenet adhered to by all warriors who sought power. As the proponent of this challenge, she had no right to select her opponent or dictate the terms of the duel. Her only recourse was to exert her utmost effort to conquer the battle format and objectives set forth by the opposing party. "Is this type of challenge common here?" Jia Jingjin inquired, gesturing towards Tina. "Generally, warriors with a strong sense of pride will, under specific circumstances, make such demands for their freedom. They believe in the justice of the god of war," Tina explained in her rudimentary Mandarin, accompanied by gestures. Thus, Various nations have even given rise to gladiatorial contests featuring imprisoned warriors who venerate the god of war, specifically designed for the amusement of the powerful. What should I do then? Jia Zhengjin asked. In the face of such a challenge, one typically cannot refuse. Tina elucidated. Unless you concede outright, allowing the other party to claim victory automatically. However, doing so would tarnish your reputation. So, if she issues this challenge, I must accept. After a moment's contemplation, Jia Zhengjin remarked, since I have nothing better to do, I can designate the challenger and determine the terms of combat, correct? Wolf, you shall fight her. Chapter 0056. Disparity in strength. Tina opened the prison door and turned to Pylon, asking, why do you wish to challenge Jin using the customs of battle? I have already informed you that if you endure a few days, Jin will release you once he resolves his affairs. The town's guards fear nothing. Pylon rose, demanding, what is his response? Sigh. Tina shook her head in resignation. Jin has agreed. What purpose does this serve? The nature of the battle? Pylon inquired, her expression unyielding. A weapon duel. You can reclaim your sword immediately. Who will I be fighting? Pylon pressed on. Wolf. Is that the hulking brute? Pylon asked. Indeed. You stand no chance against him. Even if you are a town guard. Tina spoke softly. It is still not too late to withdraw. I can convince Jin that nothing transpired. There is truly no need for you to pursue your freedom in this manner. The honor of the town guard is paramount. Pylon replied coolly. I was overwhelmed by a horde of ape-like creatures, and then ambushed by a knoll, leading to my capture, which tarnishes a warrior's honor. Now that I have regained my strength, I must speak in the language of warriors. Victory means freedom and dignity. Defeat means I relinquish everything. This was a girl brainwashed by her upbringing, and Tina felt a sense of sorrow for her. Pylon had evidently been trained as a combat machine from a young age, leaving little room in her mind for thoughts beyond battle. Your sword. Unable to dissuade Pylon, Tina retrieved Pylon's sword from Jia Zhengjin and handed it to her. Pylon nodded at her in acknowledgement before striding out of the prison and directly into the cleared, open ground. Upon hearing that Pylon had challenged Jin using the customs of battle, Tina's parents and Amber's family, who were busy cultivating fields, hurried over, eager to watch in a world lacking in entertainment. Witnessing duels provided a thrilling diversion. Truly deserving of being a town guard, Old Harlan exclaimed in admiration. She seems formidable. Does Lord Wolf stand a chance against her? Amber expressed his concerns. Silence. Borant scolded those around him, urging them to refrain from speaking. Tina observed Wolf emerge from behind Jia Zhengjin, a smile illuminating his face as he faced Pylon. Sighing, she positioned herself between the two. Is there any dispute regarding the combat format and objectives? No objections. Pylon replied decisively, her face expressionless. Wolf, understanding the implication of her words through Tina's gestures, also shook his head to indicate no objections. In battle, life and death are determined by fate. Neither party bears any responsibility for the death of their opponent. Any disputes? Tina inquired again. No objections. Pylon affirmed, and Wolf echoed her gesture. Then, I asked both parties to swear by their respective deities to honor the outcome of this duel without regret. Tina proclaimed solemnly, in the name of the god of war, I swear that regardless of victory or defeat, I shall respect the outcome of this duel without regret. Pylon raised her sword before her, solemnly taking the oath. Upon understanding, Wolf also raised his right hand and declared in Mandarin, in the name of the god of darkness, I swear that regardless of victory or defeat, I shall respect the outcome of this duel without regret. With both parties having sworn, I hereby declare the oath in effect. Tina raised her right hand. The duel begins. Wait. We agreed on a weapon duel. Where is her weapon? Pylon pointed her sword at Wolf, demanding loudly. Tina had no choice but to expend considerable effort to ensure Wolf understood Pylon's query. My body is my greatest weapon. Wolf snarled, throwing his head back in laughter. His form rapidly shifted, transforming into that of a werewolf. Sharp claws erupted from his hands, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Observing Wolf's transformation, Amber's family and Tina's parents were taken aback. Struggling to process the sight, their gazes toward Wolf now tinged with awe. A werewolf clan. Pylon hesitated for a moment before darting forward. Clang! Wolf effortlessly blocked Pylon's iron sword attack with his claws, then swiftly moved behind her, his sharp claws threatening her back. Pylon decisively countered with a reverse swing of her sword, deflecting the dangerous strike while creating distance between them. Steadying herself, She launched a direct thrust toward his throat. Whoosh! Wolf nimbly evaded, delivering a powerful kick to Pylan's abdomen. The tremendous force sent her sliding back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Hey, quite impressive, Jia Jingjin observed, surprised that Pylan could both attack and defend against Wolf. Despite the evident leniency shown by Wolf, Jian, do not kill her, Tina whispered to Wang Wei in her imperfect Mandarin. Rest assured, Wang Wei nodded in response. Well done, Lord Wolf. Defeat her. Defeat her. Amber cheered, his enthusiasm unabated despite the revelation of Wolf's true nature. Wolf wore a relaxed expression. In his werewolf form, his speed, strength, and combat experience far surpassed that of the blue-haired girl before him. This duel felt somewhat one-sided. The girl's strength was far from sufficient to challenge Wolf. Pylan, however, recognized the disparity in their abilities, especially considering Wolf's agility and power. Yet, she refused to concede, channeling all her combat skills into a relentless barrage of attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. And after roughly 40 exchanges, Pylan was left breathless, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped her sword. In stark contrast, Wolf remained composed, showing no signs of fatigue. Sensing her diminishing chances, Pylan, aware of her imminent defeat, gathered her remaining strength and shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Hearing her command, Tina quickly pulled Jia Jingjin back while urging her parents and Amber's family to step back as well, once she confirmed that everyone had retreated to a safe distance. With only Wolf remaining before her, she unleashed her full power, sweeping slash. A tremendous force erupted, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that swept wildly around her, enveloping Wolf entirely. Jia Jingjin stared in astonishment. Is this the legendary battle technique? A group attack, quite impressive. Boom. Under the onslaught of the dense sword energy, Wolf's crossed arms were brutally lacerated, leaving gruesome wounds. Yet, he remained unfazed, fully aware that these injuries would heal rapidly. Chapter 0057. A new follower after executing her sweeping slash. Pylan collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. In the face of the werewolf Wolf, who paid no heed to the gruesome wounds on his arms, she finally lowered her head. I concede. You may dispose of me as you see fit. I yield wholeheartedly. As she spoke, she raised her sword towards Jia Jingjin. Impressive. Lord Wolf is truly remarkable, Amber exclaimed in excitement, as if he had made a promise. I must learn combat techniques from Lord Wolf. Fool. Lord Wolf is a member of the werewolf clan. His innate combat abilities are not something you can learn. Old Harlan lamented, tapping his son on the head. Regardless, I won't give up. I will learn combat techniques from Lord Wolf, Amber declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Jian. Tina turned to Jia Jingjin, using her clumsy Mandarin and gestures to convey, you promised me you wouldn't kill her. Right? Yes. Jia Jingjin nodded. Then, will you treat her as merchandise and sell her at the slave market? Tina continued. A female warrior like her is quite valuable. However, if you were to do that, it would be too cruel. Indeed. That would not be right, Jia Jingjin replied. I will not treat a person as merchandise for trade. Then I understand. Tina exhaled a sigh of relief as she slowly approached Perrin, extending her hand to receive the sword at her side. Keen has already issued your fate. You speak. Perrin lifted her head, her expression devoid of emotion, as if the impending fate did not concern her. Keen will not kill you, nor will he sell you as merchandise in the slave market, Tina said with a smile. I understand. Upon hearing this, Perrin rose and, with faltering steps, moved to kneel before Jia Jingjin on one knee. In the name of the god of war, I swear. I, Perrin, respect the outcome of the duel and will obey the victor's arrangements. From this day forth, I shall follow in your footsteps, never to betray. What did she say? Jia Jingjin, unable to comprehend, turned to seek Tina's assistance. Tina stepped forward to explain, according to the rules of the duel, the victor has the right to kill, sell, or recruit the opponent. Since you have relinquished the options to kill and sell her, she is naturally obliged to adhere to the rules and become your follower. She has sworn in the name of the god of war and will undoubtedly remain loyal. Through Tina's halting Chinese and gestures, Jia Jingjin gradually grasped the meaning. So, she had effectively become his subordinate. Though she fell short compared to Wolf, she was nonetheless a formidable being skilled in group combat techniques from another realm. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. With this thought, a smile spread across his face. The rules of this duel are rather agreeable. if you agree to recruit her as your follower. Place her sword upon her head. Tina handed Perrin's sword to Jia Jingjin. If you do not wish to keep this follower, you may freely kill or sell her. Tina, I do not wish to hear such dreadful words from your lips. Jia Jingjin gestured to her, then lightly tapped the sword on Perrin's head. Perrin, maintaining a stoic expression, raised her gaze to Jia Jingjin and uttered, "May the god of war bless you." Is that all it takes? Jia Jingjin inquired. Indeed, Tina nodded. From now on, she is your follower, just like me. No, you are you. Jia Jingjin gently cupped Tina's face, smiling as he placed a kiss on her cheek. She is a follower, and you are my wife. Tina, who could barely comprehend his words, blushed and smiled with delight. The duel is over. Let us disperse and attend to our own matters. Jia Jingjin waved his hand. Tina helped translate, instructing his parents and Amber's family to return and resume their tasks. Then, he inquired about how to handle Perrin, whether to return her to prison or adopt another approach. The central branch might take her away, as she was currently quite weak. Unlike Wolf, she could not heal her wounds autonomously. After contemplating, Jia Jingjin decided to have Tina take Perrin to their own home to rest. Perrin had initiated the challenge for her freedom. Though she had lost, it would be unjust to confine her back to prison. Moreover, Jia Jingjin fully trusted Tina's words. Believing that since Perrin had sworn loyalty, she would never betray him, he constructed a bed in an unoccupied secondary bedroom of their house, intending to procure additional furniture upon their return. Throughout this time, Perrin remained expressionless and, once Tina assisted her upstairs into the secondary bedroom, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Let us depart. According to the original plan, Jia Jingjin, Wolf, and Tina mounted their triceratops, accompanied by a squad of goblin crossbowmen and patrolmen, setting off to gather detailed intelligence around the base. That Wolf's self-healing abilities were impressive, coupled with riding on the triceratops. He did not need to exert himself, and the bloodstains on his arms rapidly faded. The patrolmen scouted ahead, ready to sound the alarm should any dangerous creatures appear. Keen look. Although her tone was off-key, Jia Jingjin understood Tina's Chinese. Following her pointed direction, they discovered a grove of wild fruit trees. These trees stood about the height of a floor, their fruits somewhat resembling kiwis from Earth. Samiki, Tina exclaimed joyfully. Food. Fruit, delicious. Samiki. Jia Jingjin clapped his hands, prompting all the goblin crossbowmen to rush forward, climbing the trees to begin harvesting. Here, he smiled, handing Tina the samiki collected by the goblin crossbowmen, before tossing a few to Wolf. Pot. Wolf bit into one and promptly spat it out, then turned to Jia Jingjin, stating, Meat is far better. Jia Jingjin took a bite, finding it crisp and sweet. Tina, nestled in his arms, wore a similar expression of joy. Clearly the only one with differing tastes was Wolf. He stored all the samiki harvested by the goblin crossbowmen into his virtual backpack, then took out white paper crafted from wood and plant fibers at the workbench, using a quill made from feathers to mark, This is the wild orchard of samiki. We should come back sometime to clear the weeds and tend to the trees. The group continued onward, soon arriving at an open-air mining area. Utilizing his skill to locate veins, Jia Jingjin discovered not only an abundance of iron and copper ore, but also a small gold mine. Better than nothing. He noted on the paper, Mining Area No. 2 contains a small quantity of gold. As they circled the base, the paper became filled with various resource distribution points. Wild fruit resources included samiki, bona, and cuckoo, while the mining area was more expansive and contained gold. The biological populations included giant centipedes, mushroom spirits, chocobos, three-legged deer, giant caterpillars, giant pythons, and various fish in the rivers. Fortunately, the nests of giant centipedes and giant pythons were located quite far away, posing no threat to the base. Meanwhile, the wild goblin nests had been eradicated by the giant pythons, ensuring that this area was currently safe. Chapter 0058. The Frightening Flamic. Alright, resource exploration successful. Everyone returned to the base. After completing a circuit and documenting the resource map, Jia Jingjin announced loudly. During the exploration, he delighted in the beautiful scenery of the mountains and forests along the way, with bizarre creatures from another world continuously flitting about, allowing his mood to relax completely. Tina was equally pleased with the outing, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction, despite being a forest known for its terrifying magical beasts, a realm that even the Imperial Army dared not tread lightly. With Jia Jingjin by her side, she felt utterly secure. The Triceratops turned direction and began to head back towards the base slowly. The goblins followed closely behind, neatly arranged in formation as they ran. Approximately 1.5 kilometers from the base, they had barely taken a few steps when they heard the sharp alarm of the goblin patrolman. Rush! All the goblin crossbowmen immediately entered a state of alert. Raising their crossbows, Jia Jingjin commanded the two Triceratops mounts to halt as he embraced Tina, ensuring she felt safe. He then turned to Wolf. "How is your injury?" "No problem." Wolf raised his hands, showcasing his muscles. "Keen." Tina, feeling anxious, buried her head in his chest. "Do not fear." Jia Jingjin gently stroked her hair. "Our combat strength is formidable now." Despite his reassurances, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with a sense of unease. Roar. At that moment, the goblin patrolman rushed back, stumbling into the ranks of the goblin crossbowmen. Curling up in a shivering ball, suddenly, a foul stench assaulted them, and in their line of sight appeared a grotesque creature with a cat's face and a serpent's body. This creature possessed a terrifying size rivaling that of the previously encountered red fire-breathing giant python. With a flick of its tail, trees collapsed, and as it moved, it appeared like a swirling black mist. Presenting a blurred visage, strangely, despite having a serpent's body, it bore a massive lynx-like head, with pointed ears, a sharp nose, a tapered mouth, and eyes that sparkled like golden gems, radiating an unusual light. The whiskers on its face could flex up and down, resembling robotic antennas. What in the world is that? Jia Jingjin's eyes widened. He had seen many deformed beings from other realms, but this was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Flamic. Tina mustered her courage to glance back at the bizarre creature, then screamed in alarm. "What is Flamic?" Jia Jingjin summoned his iron shield with his left hand, shielding Tina, while his right hand conjured an iron spear, ready for battle. Flamic. At that moment, the eerie cat-headed serpent-bodied creature opened its mouth and produced an uncanny imitation of Tina's voice. It mimicked so perfectly that if Jia Jingjin had not witnessed it speak and felt Tina trembling in his embrace, he would have genuinely believed it was the real Tina. What on earth is this? What on earth is this? The Flamic twitched its whiskers and shockingly imitated Jia Jingjin's voice. Articulating fluent Chinese, Jia Jingjin felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. This was the first time he encountered such a surreal creature, one that even the undead had not instilled such a sense of dread in him. Kamaliki. After speaking in Chinese, the bizarre creature opened its mouth to call out in the language of another realm in a girl's voice. Kamaliki is a plea for help. Tina, using broken Chinese, explained to Jia Jingjin. It certainly does not seem to be in a state of distress. Jia Jingjin scrutinized the Flamic, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. That moment, Wolf spoke up. It is certainly not begging for help. It is using its mimicry to confuse its enemies. I suspect this creature's unique ability lies in its talent for imitating various languages and sounds it hears, using those voices to lure and deceive its prey. When the prey approaches or becomes bewildered by the sounds, it will strike. Ah, I see. Jia Jingjin finally understood. Not to mention, it truly did confuse me just now. I wonder how strong this creature is. Master, you should fall back a bit. Wolf spoke, deftly guiding his Triceratops towards the Flomi Ta. Roar. The Flomi Ta, upon seeing a Triceratops that was only slightly smaller than itself, stood alert, raising its front and opening its feline mouth to mimic the call of the Triceratops. Issuing a warning. Roar. Although the Triceratops was a gentle herbivore, it would retaliate fiercely when provoked, especially when the adversary was an adult of its kind. The Flomi Ta, having learned the roar of an adult Triceratops, inadvertently incited both Triceratops present to emit furious roars in response. Silence. Jia Jingjin yanked on the reins, commanding his Triceratops not to engage. After the master's order, although the Triceratops continued to shake its head as if ready for battle, it refrained from further howling or advancing. Dog-headed warriors, come to assist. Turning around, Jia Jingjin was both amused and exasperated to find a group of dog-headed crossbowmen curled up in a ball with their heads tucked down. He had initially thought that this type of soldier would at least lack cowardice. However, it became evident that these creatures were ultimately unable to escape their inherent traits. When confronted with beings that were too bizarre or powerful, they too would instantly become timid. Jia Jingjin could surmise that their cowardice stemmed from hearing his voice emanating from the mouth of the Flomi Ta. With this thought in mind, he bellowed, "You foolish dogs. That is merely a hollow monstrosity. You need only charge at it with your crossbow bolts to teach it a harsh lesson. Now muster your courage and eliminate this pretender that seeks to impersonate me." Upon hearing Jia Jingjin's command, the dog-headed soldiers rose, raising their crossbows, albeit hesitantly, as they encircled the Flomita. Seeing that it could not intimidate the Triceratops, the Flomita initiated the attack first. It opened its feline mouth and unleashed a barrage of silvery threats. Attempting to ensnare the Triceratops before it, Wolf leapt into action, his hands propelling sharp claws that swiftly severed the strange threads. Simultaneously, he whistled, prompting the Triceratops to lower its head and dive directly at the Flomita with its sharp, massive horn. Hiss! The Flomita deftly evaded the Triceratops's charge, swiftly entangling itself around the latter's bulky body, causing it to topple to the ground. It then lifted its head and spat forth a multitude of silvery threads, forming a net-like trap. Swish, swish, swish. This assault was ineffective against Wolf, who easily tore through it, and soon he found himself hovering above the Flomita's head. Chapter 0059. Narrow Victory. Thud, thud, thud. The dog-headed crossbowmen launched their attack, a rain of bolts descending upon the Flomita. However, its serpentine skin was remarkably tough, and these inferior bolts shattered upon impact as if striking stone, leaving it unscathed. "Aim for its eyes or inside its mouth," Jia Jingjin shouted. The dog-headed warriors promptly adjusted their aim, redirecting their bolts towards the new targets. Hiss! The Flomita immediately released the Triceratops it had ensnared, then whipped its tail to deflect the incoming bolts aimed at its head. Simultaneously, it raised its head and opened its mouth, lunging ferociously at the descending wolf. In midair, Wolf executed a somersault, narrowly escaping the Flomita's gaping maw, and slashed its lower lip with his claws. Roar! The Flomita emitted a deafening roar, angrily snapping at Wolf. Its speed was formidable, but Wolf was equally quick, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Observers could see Wolf darting about, provoking the Flomita's massive form to twist and turn in bizarre arcs. Thud! Thud, thud! Taking advantage of the distraction, the dog-headed crossbowman charged forward, launching a surprise attack. While the Flomita was preoccupied with Wolf, several bolts struck the Flomita's head, revealing that its skull was not as resilient as its serpentine body. Roar! Wounded yet again, the Flomita let out an even more furious roar, suddenly pivoting and snapping its jaws, swallowing 5 dog-headed crossbowmen whole. Thud, thud, thud! The dog-headed soldiers continued to fire in a frenzy, but within moments, 7 more were devoured. At this point, the dog-headed crossbowmen lost all fighting spirit, turning to flee in utter disregard for Jia Jingjin's orders. Useless as mud. Witnessing this scene, Jia Jingjin was infuriated. It seemed these dog-headed warriors could only bully the weak when faced with danger. They proved utterly incompetent. Fortunately, the Triceratops, now back on its feet, launched an attack, forcefully toppling the Flomita that was pursuing the fleeing dog-headed soldiers, and brought its hefty limbs crashing down upon the creature's body. The Flomita retaliated, biting down on the Triceratops's foreleg, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The Triceratops cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground with a deafening wail. Wolf, quick-witted and agile, leaped onto the Flomita's head, piercing its left eye with his claws. Thud! Vivid crimson fluid erupted from the eye socket, and the Flomita thrashed violently, emitting a shrill cry. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf aimed for the Flomita's other eye, intent on rendering it completely blind. However, the Flomita suddenly raised its head with lightning speed, swallowing Wolf whole. Witnessing this, Jia Jingjin, who had thought victory was assured, was taken aback. If Wolf was swallowed, his greatest ally would be lost. As for the Triceratops, it likely would not fare any better. With this thought, he tightened his hold on Tina and shouted, "We must retreat swiftly. This creature is far too terrifying." The Triceratops responded to the command and promptly turned to flee towards the base, the injured Triceratops limping along behind. The Flomita completely disregarded the wounded Triceratops, pursuing Jia Jingjin and Tina with astonishing speed, swiftly moving to block their escape route. Jia Jingjin's heart raced, but instinctively, he shielded Tina, raising his iron spear in preparation for battle. Just as he felt all hope was lost, the Flomita suddenly displayed signs of distress, rolling on the ground in agony, its massive form uprooting trees in its wake. What is happening? Although Jia Jingjin was astonished, he quickly switched his iron spear for a crossbow bolt, applying a poisoned arrowhead. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Thud. With careful aim, he fired, and this time, the shot was on point, striking the Flomita's right eye and rendering it completely blind. The Flomita's thrashing intensified, creating tremors in the ground. Jiajingjin hastily ordered the two Triceratops to retreat quickly. Keeping a safe distance from the frenzied Flomita, the Flomita struggled violently for several minutes, its movements gradually slowing until only its tail continued to twitch. Thud. At that moment, a gruesome wound appeared on its massive body, and sharp claws emerged from the gash, widening the opening. That's revolting. To his surprise, Wolf the werewolf emerged from within, his body coated in viscous fluids, shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of the muck. Wolf! Jiajingjin exclaimed in delight. You survived? My life is resilient. Wolf spat out a mouthful of flesh and blood. That creature tried to eat me, but I ended up devouring its liver. Ugh! Upon hearing this, and witnessing the remnants Wolf expelled, Jiajingjin felt his stomach churn. Tina, unable to comprehend Wolf's words, merely nestled in Jiajingjin's embrace, tightly closing her eyes. Meanwhile, the gaping wound on the Flomita's belly began to writhe, and the 12 dog-headed soldiers it had swallowed emerged and scathed one by one. Naturally, it had swallowed them whole without chewing. They wouldn't have perished in such a short span. Seeing this, Jiajingjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aru, the dog-headed warriors crawling out of the Flomita's belly even dragged out a fresh chocobo carcass, gleefully flaunting their spoils to Jiajingjin. However, upon seeing the slimy dog-headed soldiers and the chocobo, Jiajingjin felt his stomach churn once more. Is that not disgusting? Get rid of it. You shouldn't be taking what others have consumed. Hurry and toss it away. After cleaning off the slime, Wolf approached the Flomita's head, driving his sharp claws deep into its skull. The Flomita twitched a few times before falling completely still. Message. Wolf the werewolf has slain the Flomita. You have gained 500 experience points. Boss's experience points. No wonder it was so fierce. Jiajingjin patted Tina, who was nestled in his arms. All right, Tina, we are safe now. Wait here while I collect the spoils. Tina opened her eyes, reassured to see that the Flomita was indeed dead. She obediently sat atop the Triceratops as she watched Jiajingjin rush towards the corpse of the Flomita. Message. You have discovered the blueprint for a trebuchet. Message. You have found a perfect beast hide bracer. Message. You have discovered a low-level magic restoration potion. Message. You have discovered a mid-level magic restoration potion. Message. You have found an exquisite gemstone necklace. Message. You have discovered a low-level knowledge potion. Chapter 0060. Low-level knowledge potion. Trebuchet blueprint. You can construct a large siege weapon, the trebuchet, which deals double damage to structures. Required materials for construction: 5,000 wood, 500 iron ingots, 500 copper ingots, 10,000 stone, 5,000 plant fibers. Perfect beast hide bracer. Defense 11, Intelligence 3, Warmth 1. Low-level magic restoration potion. Restores 100 magic points within 10 seconds upon consumption. Intermediate magic recovery potion. Upon consumption, it restores 200 points of magic within 10 seconds. Exquisite gem necklace. Grants a 9 increase in magical attack power and a 7-point boost in intelligence. Low-level knowledge potion. Allows the user to acquire a small amount of knowledge. It is needless to say that, aside from the catapult construction blueprint and the low-level knowledge potion, all other loot belongs exclusively to Tina's profession. Jiajingjin decided to keep these 2 items and promptly handed over the rest of the treasures to Tina. Tina donned the perfect beast hide bracers and the exquisite gem necklace, joyfully cradling 2 bottles of magic recovery potions. Magic recovery potions are quite precious. Receiving such gifts from Jiajingjin made her heart flutter with delight. Even the most basic magic recovery potion can fetch a price of 1 gold coin. For someone like Tina, a rural dweller, that amount would cover half a year's living expenses if spent wisely. The intermediate magic recovery potion is even more valuable. Tina had never seen one for sale in the small shops of the town. Jiajingjin hesitated for a moment while holding the low-level knowledge potion, before finally uncorking the bottle and downing it in one go. The introduction merely stated that it grants a small amount of knowledge, but he was unaware of the specifics. However, adhering to the belief that anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality, he figured it could not possibly harm him. Upon finishing the low-level knowledge potion, Jiajingjin suddenly felt a cacophony of voices echoing in his mind. Moments later, the scenery before him shifted, and he found himself alone in a completely unfamiliar and silent room. His vision was hazy, resembling a series of fleeting illusions. "Tina, Wolf?" he attempted to call out, but received no response. Suddenly, a strangely attired otherworldly being appeared before him, quickly followed by a second and a third. More and more of these otherworldly beings surrounded Jia Jingjin, gesticulating animatedly while emitting a stream of incomprehensible sounds. To his astonishment, these sounds bizarrely transformed into tangible symbols that flew toward him. Gradually entering his mind, time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Jia Jingjin abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that he had inexplicably learned some peculiar languages. He opened his mouth and inquired in this strange tongue, "How long have I been asleep?" Tina's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Keen? You just spoke our language." Although Tina's words were not in Chinese, Jia Jingjin comprehended them perfectly. Stunned, he gazed at Tina and replied, "Is this the language of your land? I seem to have spent nearly a day in a peculiar place. Learning from many individuals, every utterance they made was etched deeply into my mind, and then I could speak it. A day? Keen, you merely blinked." Tina exclaimed in astonishment, then realized, "Oh my, I understand now. You must have consumed a type of inheritance potion that only master-level alchemists can concoct." "Wait, your explanation is too complex. I only grasped a little." Jia Jingjin admitted he could not fully comprehend it. After a moment's thought, he pieced it together. "The low-level knowledge potion grants a small amount of knowledge." "I see. Because I drank that potion, my mind was infused with a bit of knowledge from this world. Such a remarkable potion exists. If I were to produce more and drink it vigorously, wouldn't I acquire all the knowledge? Does this mean you can converse with me directly now?" Tina cheerfully approached him, grasping his hand and asking. "It seems that everyday conversation poses no issue." Jia Jingjin replied, "I can understand some simple dialogue and respond accordingly. However, anything slightly more complex might still elude me." "That's quite impressive," Tina exclaimed joyfully. "Does this mean I could also drink that potion and instantly learn many of your languages?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps next time we acquire one, I could give you a bottle to try." Keen, you're so kind." Tina tiptoed and pecked a kiss on his cheek, her face beaming with happiness. "Hey, you two lovebirds. Enough with the sweet nothings. My Triceratops seems to be in trouble." Wolf interjected, interrupting their conversation. Jia Jingjin quickly led Tina over, and indeed, they found Wolf's Triceratops weakly lying on the ground. Barely breathing, he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Wasn't it just a scratch from that monster? I fear that the monster's mouth harbors too many bacteria, leading to an infection in the Triceratops's wound. The infection is spreading rapidly, compounded by excessive bleeding, which it cannot withstand." Wolf gazed sorrowfully at the Triceratops, which was his steed. "I see," Jia Jingjin sighed. "It's all right. We can capture another Triceratops. There's no need to worry. That's all we can do." Wolf shook his head in regret. "What about the monster and the Triceratops's corpses? I'll gather the raw meat and find some dry wood to burn their remains," Jia Jingjin stated. "I certainly don't want two terrifying giant undead creatures spawning near the base on Blood Moon Night. I'll lead a team of goblins to collect firewood immediately." "No need." Jia Jingjin waved his hand. "You hurry and take them to the nearest water source to wash off that disgusting slime. Leave the firewood collection to those cowardly goblins." He referred to the goblins who had panicked and fled during the battle, now sneaking back. Wolf shrugged and called for the goblins that had crawled out from under the floamy to follow him. "Did you hear that? You cowards, go find firewood now. Otherwise, you'll be going hungry for dinner." Jia Jingjin glared at the fleeing goblins. "Oh woo." In a bid to avoid hunger pangs at dinner, the goblins hurriedly sprang into action. Jia Jingjin helplessly shook his head, took out his dagger, and began collecting the meat, fur, and entrails from the deceased Triceratops. He then disassembled their skeletons into fragments, stacking them into a small mound. When the goblins returned with a substantial amount of firewood, he surrounded the pile of bones with it and ignited it with a torch. The roaring flames consumed the remains of the two giant creatures, reducing them to ashes. However, Jia Jingjin was careful to ensure that the fire did not spread and ignite a forest fire. Chapter 0061, Goblin Craftsman, Is There Truly Not Another One? Before returning, Jia Jingjin led the team on another search around the vicinity. "I've already told you, Flomy is a rare creature." Tina smiled as she grasped his hand. "What a pity. I suppose we must return to the base for now." Jia Jingjin sighed. I was hoping to find another knowledge potion. After learning that Wolf could slay Flomi, Jia Jingjin forgot the earlier perilous episode and instead felt a sense of anticipation for another encounter. They returned safely to the base without encountering any further dangerous creatures. All right. Upon reaching the base, Jia Jingjin called for the goblin chief. The team is yours again. Take them out to hunt immediately and gather more raw meat resources. Whoa. The goblin chief responded with a low growl, and all the goblin crossbowmen and patrols promptly assembled and set off under its lead. Tina, I'm going to start constructing the walls now. Feel free to wander around the base, but be careful not to venture outside the walls. Jia Jingjin prepared to begin his work, addressing Tina. Okay. Tina hummed a tune and skipped towards the farmland to assist her parents. Jia Jingjin continued building the walls, but after laying a layer, he realized that the stone bricks were nearly depleted. If he were to go upstairs to create more, it would likely be evening by the time he produced enough bricks. And the wall construction would have to halt for the day. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had an idea. He swiftly returned home, dismantled the workbench he had at home, stored it in his virtual backpack, and then brought it down to install at the site where the goblin miners were placing stones. Wolf, he called out to the wolfman, who was patrolling nearby on his triceratops, guarding against approaching dangerous creatures. Wolf immediately rushed over. What can I do for you? See if you can use the workbench. If so, please help me process those rocks into stone bricks and throw them over to this empty space. Jia Jingjin instructed, you make the bricks, and I'll construct the walls. Let us aim to finish the inner city walls by tonight. Understood. Wolf promptly approached the workbench, lifting several rocks with his immensely strong arms and placing them all at once onto the workbench. Crack. Crack. As the workbench activated, the rocks soon vanished, replaced by several stone bricks. Well done. Jia Jingjin's face lit up with joy. But who will be responsible for safety? Wolf asked, still focused on placing rocks on the workbench while making bricks. Jia Jingjin pondered for a moment. Since the workbench isn't exclusive to me, it simplifies things. He hurried to the ice cellar and gathered some raw meat resources. Then, he went to the goblin den and recruited 10 goblin craftsmen in one go. The goblin craftsmen resembled sheepdogs with the bodies of goblins, wielding stone hammers, and surprisingly, they wore a set of fiber clothing. As the only goblins capable of wearing clothes, they truly lived up to their profession as craftsmen. Yet, was this still a goblin? Goblins seemed to lack intelligence. How could they possibly make clothing? Casting aside his doubts, Jia Jingjin issued a command. Use the available materials to construct several workbenches and place them in the open area. Then have 5 produce stone bricks while the other 5 use the bricks to build walls. Upon receiving the command, the goblin craftsmen sprang into action immediately. One of them replaced Wolf and began fabricating stone bricks at the existing workbench, while another swiftly picked up the completed bricks and dashed towards the city wall, finishing the work that Jia Jingjin had commenced. The remaining 8 goblin craftsmen commenced transporting iron ore and copper ore into the warehouse, placing them into the furnace to begin their labor. Once they successfully smelted iron ingots and copper ingots, they promptly brought them outside to create workbenches alongside timber, and then immediately began producing stone bricks. Although it took several hours to establish a total of 5 workbenches, the speed of stone brick production was astonishing. 5 goblin craftsmen tirelessly manufactured stone bricks, while the other 5 continuously transported them, elevating the city wall without pause. The sole drawback was that the items produced by the goblins did not grant Jia Jingjin any skill experience. Thus he realized that to attain higher-level crafting skills and obtain superior quality tools and weapons, he would still need to diligently grind his crafting level. It was inconceivable to rely on inferior quality items for a lifetime. He aspired to acquire a complete set of epic equipment to navigate this foreign realm with flair. The pace at which the 5 craftsmen produced stone bricks was swift, yet the 5 goblins transporting them could scarcely keep up. Naturally, Jia Jingjin did not remain idle. He collected all the stone bricks that the 5 goblin craftsmen could not transport into his virtual backpack and found a spot to begin construction himself. As the sun began to set, the 4 city walls, which were initially estimated to be completed only by nightfall, were astonishingly finished. Although not particularly grand, the sturdy stone brick walls, standing 10 meters tall, tightly encased the entire base, eliciting a profound sense of pride within Jia Jingjin. Presently, it might merely be a modest inner-city defense, housing only a few residential structures and agricultural warehouses, but it could undoubtedly evolve into a more vast and magnificent city in the future. Each of the 4 semicircular city gates boasted a defensive fortress, capable of accommodating 20 goblin soldiers each. Jia Jingjin promptly instructed the goblin craftsmen to work overtime to manufacture crossbows, subsequently recruiting 80 goblin soldiers with raw meat. Distributing the crossbows to convert them all into goblin crossbowmen, evenly assigning them to each fortress at the city gates. Now this feels like a castle. Once everything was in place, Jia Jingjin stood with his hands on his hips, admiring the fruits of his labor. Wow. In less than a day, the city wall has been erected. It's nothing short of a miracle. Bolint, returning from the fields, was astonished at the sight. For Qian, this is nothing, Tina remarked proudly, as if it were her own accomplishment. Wonderful. With the city wall in place, we can now walk about with peace of mind, free from the fear of those ferocious beasts intruding. If only we had such a wall in our village back then, Bolint lamented. I recall an occasion when beasts from the monster forest left their domain to hunt in the village. And due to insufficient defenses, nearly 100 innocent villagers perished. Among them was my dear friend Wendy. Let bygone tales remain in the past. We must focus on the future. Old Harlan, wielding an iron hoe, chuckled. By following the remarkable Master Qian, perhaps we can transform the terrifying monster forest into a splendid city. Chapter 0062. Breakfast. Are you awake? How do you feel? The next morning, before the sun had risen, Tina rose early to begin her cleaning. Passing by the guest room, she spotted Pylon, already awake and sitting on the bed, combing her hair. I have fully recovered, Pylon replied expressionlessly. Oh, why aren't you wearing the town guard uniform today? Tina asked in confusion. That uniform was quite beautiful. Pylon was now clad in a leather outfit that Jia Jingjin had crafted as a spare for Tina. I have been defeated in the duel and have become a follower of Master Qian. There are no losers among the town guards. I am no longer worthy of calling myself a glorious town guard. Pylon's gaze showed no signs of emotion, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet her words seemed tinged with a hint of regret. However, you look quite good in this outfit, Tina said, and I believe that in the future, you will be able to proudly proclaim yourself as a follower of Master Qian, a title that will undoubtedly rival that of a town guard. Pylon glanced at Tina, blinked, but did not respond, continuing to groom her flowing blue hair. I'll prepare breakfast shortly. Would you like to help? Tina asked with a smile. Pylon shook her head. I only know how to fight. Oh, very well. Hearing this, Tina had no choice but to give up, as she had hoped to use this opportunity to become friends with Pylon. After Tina departed, Pylon secured her hair and casually picked up the iron sword that lay beside her in the spacious area of the room. She executed over 100 slashing motions with impeccable form, with only a slight sheen of sweat adorning her. It's time to eat, Pylon. Tina's voice resonated from the hall. Okay. Pylon silently sheathed her sword and approached the mirror, taking a fiber towel to wipe the barely noticeable beads of sweat from her forehead. Raising her head, she suddenly beheld the enormous city wall that now enveloped the entire base area, a sight that had not been present the day before. She rubbed her eyes, thinking it might be an illusion. Yet, she soon realized that it was indeed a tangible reality. In the mere span of a day, such an incredible transformation had occurred while she slept. Upon entering the hall, she discovered Jia Jingjin already awake, leisurely seated at the dining table, using 2 peculiar wooden sticks to pick up food and convey it to his mouth. Pylon paused for a moment, observing the small wooden sticks in his hands, then glancing at the wooden bowls and forks placed at other seats. Chopsticks, would you like to learn? Jia Jingjin looked up and smiled at Pylon, shaking a strip of fish-flavored shredded meat. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Made by me. Eating with chopsticks brings a taste of home. Pylon shook her head, resolutely picking up a wooden fork instead. She soon realized, does Master Qian speak our language? Until yesterday, I could not, but fortunately, I obtained a potion of basic knowledge. After drinking it, I inexplicably gained some knowledge of your country's language. However, it is only a small amount, so I still cannot comprehend or speak many things. But at least daily conversation is not a problem. Jia Jingjin chuckled. Why do you walk around with a long face all day? Life is meant to be joyful. Why not try smiling? I cannot. Pylon shook her head in confusion. Huh. Jia Jingjin was momentarily taken aback. You can't even smile. Is that for real? Then how about crying? I can't. Pylon again shook her head, bewildered. What can you do then? Fight, Pylon declared, putting down the fork and brandishing her sword high. Really? Jia Jingjin waved his hand. Put your weapon away first. As you command. Pylon promptly complied. sheathing her iron sword and standing upright, awaiting Jia Zhengjin's instructions. Smile, like this. Heh. Jia Zhengjin pulled the corners of his mouth upwards. Give it a try. Pylon, perplexed, tentatively pulled the corners of her mouth upwards with 2 fingers. Yet her expression appeared exceedingly strange. Are you for real or just pretending? I've never encountered anyone who claims they can't even smile. Jia Zhengjin was somewhat perplexed, as normal responses such as laughter and tears come naturally without needing to be learned. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Didn't you cry when you were born? Why can't you do it now that you've grown up? Reporting, Master. Pylon stated seriously, looking at Jia Zhengjin. According to the records of the old director who adopted me, I could not cry even as an infant when I was found. I was nearly overlooked as a stillborn. If not for the old director's meticulous attention, I might not have survived to this day. I have the physiological ability to shed tears, but I do not possess the emotion of crying. Isn't that the same thing? So you are an orphan? Jia Zhengjin had not anticipated this. Yes, Pylon nodded. Speaking of which, I too am somewhat of an orphan in this world, Jia Zhengjin remarked. We are both unfortunate souls. Perhaps this could be some form of psychological condition. It might be treatable with some potion or magic. I don't know. Pylon shook her head. It doesn't matter. I have grown accustomed to it. How can one grow accustomed to such a thing? Never mind. Are you hungry? Let's eat breakfast. As you command. Pylon sat down, picked up the wooden fork, and attempted to take a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork to her mouth, chewing expressionlessly, unable to discern from her face whether the food was to her liking. Jia Zhengjin inquired, How does it taste? Delicious. Pylon's response seemed rather unconvincing. A beauty with a stoic demeanor. Jia Zhengjin found it peculiar yet intriguingly charming. Qian, I have delivered breakfast to Amber's family. Tina entered the dining hall with her father Bolint and mother Landis, and I brought my parents along to share the meal. Come. Jia Zhengjin quickly stood up with enthusiasm. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please take a seat. Do not mind the humble fare. Oh, you can speak her language. Bolint was equally surprised, as until yesterday, Jia Zhengjin had been a silent foreigner in their presence, only able to communicate with his daughter through gestures and unfamiliar language. Reluctantly, Jia Zhengjin explained the matter of the basic knowledge potion again, glossing over the details of its origin. We feel immensely honored that Master Qian has taken an interest in our daughter Tina. With a beaming smile, Lantis remarked, Lord Qian possesses extraordinary powers and commands such formidable werewolf followers. To gain the loyalty of a goblin tribe is undoubtedly a harbinger of a boundless future. As parents, we naturally wish for Tina's happiness. Yet, given your strength, you are destined to become a regional overlord, attracting an ever-growing number of followers, particularly females. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Perlin before continuing. May I be so bold as to inquire? Are you truly willing to take my daughter Tina as your wife? If so, both Bolint and I hope to arrange the wedding promptly to solidify this matter. After all, you and my daughter have already begun cohabiting, sharing the essence of a married life. Chapter 0063, A Simple Wedding. Jia Zhengjin, being quite astute, recognized immediately that Tina's parents had witnessed his strength and wished to stabilize their daughter's future by securing a formal union. They likely perceived that as his power expanded, so too would his retinue of followers. Especially with the emergence of Perlin as a new follower, they felt a flicker of unease. Who knows what other female followers might appear in the future? In a world where the strong reign supreme, it is commonplace for powerful figures to be surrounded by beauty. The notion of aligning oneself with the strong for survival is utterly normal in this realm. Yet, Jia Zhengjin did not dwell on these thoughts. He had always regarded Tina solely as his wife, while Perlin was merely a newly acquired subordinate. The prospect of more female followers did not dissuade him. After all, it is a well-known trait of men. Nevertheless, as the first woman in his life within this world, Tina undoubtedly held the most significant place in his heart. Turning to see Tina's bashful and hopeful expression, Jia Zhengjin offered a gentle smile. That is indeed my heartfelt desire. However, I must ask, in this world, oh no, in this country, are Tina and I of the appropriate age to marry? Of course. Bolint laughed heartily. Girls can wed at 16. Tina has long since reached adulthood. Lord Qian, do you truly wish to marry my daughter Tina, even though she is merely an ordinary country girl? Even if she boasts no illustrious lineage, simply being a farmer's daughter, I would be most delighted. Jia Zhengjin rose, gently embracing Tina. Regardless of her background, she is, in my eyes, the one I cherish most. Now that the in-laws have spoken, when can we wed? Haha, the sooner, the better. Bolint laughed with glee. Why not arrange it for today? Agreed. Landis chimed in joyfully. Tina. How splendid. You shall be the bride today. Tina, blushing with happiness, clung to Jia Zhenjin's arm, her face aglow. Should we invite friends and family? Jia Zhenjin inquired. I have no kin here and can only invite your relatives. Why invite others for such a simple affair? Boland asked curiously upon hearing this. Jia Zhenjin was momentarily taken aback. You do not invite friends and family for the marriage ceremony? What ceremony is needed for marriage? Lantis looked at Jia Zhenjin with puzzled eyes. Once the parents consent, the couple can pledge their love in the name of the goddess Epel, and they shall be recognized as husband and wife. Why should others witness your private matters? Tina and Perlin nodded in agreement, sharing the same bewildered gaze towards Jia Zhenjin. This was common knowledge throughout the corners of this world, not just in the Xiongfeng Empire. Marriage in this otherworldly realm seemed so trivial. Jia Zhenjin recalled news from his previous life, where insufficient dowries led to brides fleeing, poorly organized weddings caused new couples to quarrel over divorce, and years of savings were spent merely to host a wedding. Grooms unable to afford a wedding car resorting to high-interest loans. Wow, in this world, merely obtaining parental consent and pledging promises to the goddess of love suffices to become a legitimate couple. How utterly hasty. Yet, I find it appealing. Then let's marry now, Tina. Jia Zhenjin looked down at the lovely woman in his arms. Tina shyly nodded. I will follow your lead. Wow, how wonderful. Lantis clapped her hands in excitement. I never expected my daughter would be getting married. Woo. Father has long awaited this moment. Tina, may you find happiness. Boland surprisingly shed tears. The people of this other world are indeed peculiar, Jia Zhenjin thought, somewhat speechless. Father and mother-in-law, how do I proceed with the vows? Do not fret, Lord Qian. I will guide you through it. Landis began. Be sincere during the vows. Any stray thoughts must be avoided. Otherwise, the goddess Anpar will withhold her blessings, and your union shall not succeed. Oh, I shall be most sincere. Jia Zhenjin nodded repeatedly. Well then, repeat after me. Landis took a deep breath and slightly parted her lips. Qian. Should I use my real name here? Qian is my English name. Jia Zhenjin inquired. English name, what is that? Lantis paused. Yes, you must use your true name. My true name is Jia Zhenjin, mother-in-law. Jia. Lantis struggled to pronounce it and ultimately gave up. Never mind. Just recite it correctly when you make your vows. It goes like this. I, your name, in the name of the goddess Epel, pledge my promise that I vow to take Tina as my wife, for better or worse. In sickness and health, forsaking all others forever. Then Tina shall repeat the vow, and you will be married. This sounds even more hasty. Jia Zhenjin stared in disbelief. Well, let us begin, Lantis said eagerly. Lord Qian, you start first. All right. Jia Zhenjin composed himself, looking down at the woman he held in his arms. I, Jia Zhenjin, in the name of the goddess Epel, pledge my promise that I vow to take Tina as my wife, for better or worse, in sickness and health, forsaking all others forever. Tina's eyes shimmered with tears of joy as she looked up, speaking softly. I, Tina Kant, in the name of the goddess Epel, pledge my promise that I vow to marry Jia Zhenjin as my husband, for better or worse, in sickness and health, forsaking all others forever. Hey, you didn't even pronounce my name correctly, is that all right? Jia Zhenjin laughed, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Just then, a sweet and melodious song resonated in his ears. The song seemed to drift from the heavens, enveloping Jia Zhenjin and Tina in a warm embrace. In an instant, Jia Zhenjin felt an inexplicable bond intensify between him and Tina. What just happened? Was that an illusion? Jia Zhenjin looked up, bewildered, at the ceiling. However, there was nothing there. Qian, that is the song of the goddess's blessing. Tina wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. After their passionate kiss, Tina shyly released him. Tina, check if my jaw has dropped. Jia Zhenjin gazed at his beloved wife and said, I feel as if the common sense of this world is about to overwhelm me. Chapter 0064. Marching into the forest, are all present. Alex gently wiped his sword with a white cloth. Facing away from the door, standing outside, Beckelin bowed respectfully and replied, Young Master Alex, all the able-bodied men of the village have been summoned and are currently waiting at the central fountain for you. Excellent. Alex set aside the cloth, sheathing his sword. Go to the warehouse and fetch 10 pounds of dried meat as a reward. Thank you, young Master Alex. Beckelin beamed at the news that he could hardly indulge in meat once a month and was thoroughly craving it. Alex approached the square near the central fountain, where indeed all the village's young men had gathered. His father's subordinates, now his own, were closely supervising the villagers. Young Master Alex, Beckelin, having stored the dried meat, hurried over, rubbing his hands together with a fawning grin. Every man in the village from ages 15 to 50 is present, totaling 547. Very well. Alex walked slowly to the disorganized line of men, observing their faces contorted with reluctance and fear, and spoke coldly, "Gentlemen, you are the strongest men in this village. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal militia. My father was wronged and met his untimely demise. His spirit unable to find peace, as his son, I shall wield my sword to avenge him. However, my enemy has taken refuge in the terrifying beast forest. That cowardly foreigner has resorted to the most despicable means to evade my vengeance. Because of him, my beloved Perlin also perished in battle. This is an unending grudge. Thus, I implore you all to lend me your utmost support, so that we may unite and storm into the beast forest. Seek out that detestable foreigner, and eliminate him for my father and for my Perlin." Oh. Only Alex's subordinates responded with enthusiasm, while all the villagers regarded him with eyes filled with hatred. Yet, no one dared to defy him. No one dared to oppose him. As he is the rightful heir to the village chief, commanding the chief's formidable subordinates, and also holds a unique position as a town guard, he even possesses the qualifications to become the next captain of the town guard. The power wielded by the village chief and the town guards, coupled with the fact that the weak parents and children of all the men in the village are under the control of Alex, leaves the men with no choice but to comply, however reluctantly. Now, each of you shall receive a wooden spear and a wooden bow. Those armed must take their weapons with them. Alex proclaimed loudly, drawing his sword. "Prepare for half an hour, and then we shall depart. Son, what shall you do? Will you survive in the monster forest?" "Woo, Dad, please don't go. This scoundrel Alex, his father is a rogue, and his son is even worse. Brother, if you encounter a monster, you must hide. Escape if you can. Ollie, you must return safely." The men returned home to prepare, their families donned with expressions of sorrow, even at the outskirts of the monster forest. Villagers are often attacked by beasts or monsters while foraging for wild fruits or chopping wood on nights of the blood moon. Terrifying undead creatures wander out from the forest, sending the men into the monster forest. Alex is essentially leading them to their doom. Yet, no one in the village dared to resist, and after half an hour of farewells, all the men gradually gathered in the square. "Let us set forth." Alex mounted his warhorse and led the procession. He was certain that the foreigner was hiding somewhere within the monster forest. Aside from the path leading to the forest's deepest reaches, he had stationed men to monitor all other locations. However, as a day passed, there was no sight of the foreigner. If the foreigner's party had not perished within the monster forest, they were undoubtedly lurking somewhere, awaiting the opportunity to escape, in any case. Whether the opponent was alive or dead, Alex was determined to find him. Otherwise, the grievances against his father and Pelin would haunt him for a lifetime. Over 600 able-bodied men from the village, alongside Alex's subordinates, marched into the monster forest under his command. This time, they proceeded with far greater caution, as Alex led them to circumvent the territory of the corner monkey, striving to advance along the safer paths. Marunsi. Yet, the dangers of the monster forest were not so easily evaded, as a creature resembling a dinosaur-sized platypus blocked their path, sending the villagers into terrified screams. "Do not cower. Those who dare to retreat shall not expect mercy from my sword." Alex bellowed. "Think of your parents and children at home, awaiting your return. Charge forth. You are many and need not fear such a beast." Hearing this, the men understood that if they fled, Alex would undoubtedly turn his wrath upon their families, with no alternatives. They raised their wooden spears and drew their bows, launching an attack against the gigantic platypus. Boom! Under the assault of over 600 able-bodied men, the massive platypus finally fell. However, the villagers paid a heavy price, with over 20 casualties and more than 40 sustaining injuries. Continue onward. Alex offered them no opportunity for mourning, ordering the burial of the dead before hastily urging them to advance. Reluctantly, this vast contingent of villagers pressed on under his leadership, battling various ferocious beasts along the way. For the sake of their parents and children at home, they exerted every effort, hoping to successfully complete their mission and return home safely. However, the forest showed them no sympathy, and the beasts showed them no mercy. The deeper they ventured, the greater the toll on the villagers. In just a few hours of marching, The original 600 had already lost over 120. Look, young Master Alex, there are city walls over there. Just as Alex was beginning to lose patience, Baikalin suddenly pointed excitedly into the distance. City walls? How could there possibly be walls within the monster forest? Alex rode forward. And indeed, he beheld a structure standing amidst the woods. The walls encompassed an area roughly the size of a village, and while it was still far from a true city, countless busy little figures could be seen within. Though they were too distant to discern whether they were human. Young Master Alex, that foreigner must be there. Baikalin's eyes lit up. Beyond there lies the territory of the monsters. That foreigner would not dare enter to meet his demise. This must be his secret base. I understand now. That foreigner intends to use this place as a stronghold to conceal his forces and, when the time is ripe, to launch a surprise attack on our Wind Empire. Chapter 65. The army approaches the city, indeed. If it were not so, who would risk their life to build a hidden fortress within the monster forest? Alex squinted. This foreigner aims to use this place to gather intelligence on our Wind Empire and assemble an army to await the opportune moment to strike. Seeking to obliterate our empire. And the Amber family are traitors, allying themselves with foreign powers for their own gain. The men in the village were perplexed, for they knew the Amber family were not traitors. Yet, Alex's words held some merit. Otherwise, why would a foreigner construct a city in such a perilous place as the monster forest? The only explanation was that preparations were underway for a war against the Wind Empire. A certain nation sought to overthrow the Wind Empire and was laying the groundwork. This is the guidance of the war god. It is a divine blessing for me, Alex, to be qualified as the hero to save the Wind Empire. A fervent smile spread across Alex's face. All troops, advance. Let us breach this not yet completed enemy stronghold, and the king will reward the brave men of this war with the most generous rewards. Whether you can escape your lowly status and ascend to become nobles of the Wind Empire depends on your own efforts. Kill. Upon hearing this, all the men were filled with fervor. Though they harbored hatred for Alex, once they uncovered the enemy's conspiracy and saw an opportunity to serve their country while possibly earning military honors to rise to nobility. They united in an instant, surging forth towards the secret city with vigor. Baikalin, take a few men and return the way you came to inform the town guard. Alex commanded. I want to see the captain arrive with the town guard immediately after we breach the city, so he can witness my heroic achievements firsthand. Yes, young Master Alex. Baikalin nodded excitedly. May fortune favor you, young master. I will promptly return with the town guard to admire your valor. After Baikalin departed with several subordinates, Alex spurred his horse forward to catch up with the villagers' militia, hastening towards the secret city. Ow! Ow! The sharp warning cries of the goblin patrols brought dismay to Jia Jingjin, who had been preparing to spend his wedding night with his bride. Tina. Today was their wedding day. He had hoped for a peaceful day, filled with sweet moments with Tina. After finally sending his in-laws away to work in the fields and ensuring Pelin guarded the door to keep everyone out. He was dismayed by the sudden alarm. What is happening? He grumbled as he descended, just in time to see a large troop of goblin crossbowmen rushing towards the southern city gate, gathering to face the forest's outskirts. There is an unidentified enemy attack. Wolf also hurried towards the city gate. Enemy attack. Jia Jingjin furrowed his brow and quickly ascended the city wall in a few swift strides. Helen and Tina quickly followed. What is going on? What is happening? Tina's parents, Bolinti, Randy's, as well as the Amber couple and old Harlan, also hurried over to the wall to gaze out. Kill. Long live the Wind Empire. Eliminate the invaders. Over 500 militiamen brandished wooden spears and drew their bows, surging towards the city gate. Though their formation was chaotic, their sheer numbers presented an imposing pressure, especially with a young man on horseback at the rear. Directing the charge, all the goblins within the city gathered at the southern gate, raising their crossbows to aim at the ground below at a total of 130 goblin soldiers, along with their leader. The werewolf Wolf stood ready for battle. It's the villagers. Tina exclaimed. Why are they here? Clearly, they have been coerced by Alex, Bolinti remarked, eyeing his daughter. He is directing them from the rear. Really, what on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? Tina turned to Jia Jingjin. Keen. Those are our villagers. Please do not harm them. Tina, the situation is a bit askew. Jia Jingjin replied helplessly. Your villagers seem to have gone mad. And while I will do my best to avoid harming them, if they attempt to storm the city gate, I will have no choice but to act in self-defense. Wait, let me communicate with them. Valenti stepped forward, leaning against the wall to look below. The militia quickly approached the city gate. Alex rode forward, raised his sword, and shouted up at Jiajin and Valenti, "Foreigner, did you not murder my father and abduct Tina's family? Where are the traitors, the Amber family? Who has abducted me? It was the village chief who attempted to force me to marry him. Keen came to rescue me." Tina protested, stepping forward in indignation. "Wretched girl, since your parents agreed to marry you to my father, you should obediently return to hold the wedding. Yet you conspired with a foreigner to bring about my father's demise. I shall ensure that you two wretched souls pay dearly for your transgressions." Alex's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. Upon hearing this, Bullet could no longer remain silent. "Who claimed that Lannis and I acquiesced to the village chief? That decrepit old man coerced us into marrying Tina to him. Refusal resulted in our enforced imprisonment. From beginning to end, no one ever suggested marrying Tina to him. It was solely his own delusion." The militia accompanying Alex cast scornful glances at the young man on horseback. The father and daughter had made their stance abundantly clear. It was evident that the village chief sought to use force to compel the young and beautiful Tina into wedlock with a man old enough to be her grandfather. Such an abominable act. Yet he would go so far as to vilify those who rescued Tina. Both the chief and his son were utterly despicable. Realizing the tide of sentiment was turning against him, Alex quickly proclaimed, "Regardless of the circumstances, your construction of a clandestine military base here is intended to assist this foreign invader in besieging our empire of Xiongfeng. As for my father's fate, let it be set aside. Whether you conspired together to fabricate lies is irrelevant. For the sake of the empire of Xiongfeng, we must eradicate both the invaders and the traitorous turncoats. Kill the invaders. Kill the traitors." The villagers, who had previously regarded him with disdain, suddenly shifted their focus and raised their weapons in unison. "We are not traitors." Amber rushed forward, shouting down at the crowd, "Do not be deceived by Alex. He is merely using you." "Ha! Then may I inquire, why has this foreigner constructed a fortress within the boundaries of our empire of Xiongfeng, hidden within the perilous beast forest, if not for the purpose of invasion?" Alex raised his sword and bellowed. "Why? Why?" The villagers echoed, their emotions inflamed. Chapter 0066. War. "We only wish to live peacefully here. The walls are for defending against the beasts of the beast forest. We are not traitors, and Qian is not an invader." Tina shouted loudly. "Lies, traitors!" Alex screamed, swinging his sword. "Lies, traitors!" The villagers, stirred by the fervor, raised their weapons in a chorus of shouts. "Open the gates and surrender immediately. And I shall spare the others. Resist, and I will leave no one alive within the walls." Alex shouted harshly at Jiazhenjin. "Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." The villagers, now swept up in patriotic fervor, completely lost their capacity for rational thought. "We truly are not traitors," Tina began, but Jiazhenjin had already smiled and pulled her behind him. "It's futile. No one is listening now. Tina, take your parents and Amber and go back to your room. This battle is unavoidable, but I will do my utmost to ensure the crossbowmen do not harm the villagers." But Tina was reluctant to leave Jiazhenjin's side. "Tina, our presence here will only complicate matters." Lantis gently took her hand. "Let the men fight without distraction." "All right." Tina finally nodded, looking at Jiazhenjin and saying, "You take care. Don't worry." Jiazhenjin smiled and kissed his adorable young wife. "Now hurry down. I will stay here to help," Bolint said, looking at his son-in-law. "After all, I was a warrior once, and I am not old yet." Old Harlan chuckled. I want to stay too." Amber spoke up, despite her nerves. "Fine. Tina, you and your mother along with Auntie should go down first." The three women obediently left the walls and returned to their homes. Jiazhenjin turned to address Alex, who was still mounted below. "Listen here. I am but a lost traveler seeking a peaceful abode upon this land. I am neither a foreign spy nor an invader plotting to establish a secret base to overthrow the empire of Xiongfeng. I merely wish to live quietly here, without any conflict. However, that does not imply I will not resist. If you refuse to heed my warnings and force an assault on the city, I will be compelled to retaliate." "Silence. You vile foreigner. Not only did you cruelly slay my father, but you also caused the death of my most beloved, Perrin, in this very forest. I had intended to confess my feelings to her and spend my life together with her. Never depart. It is all your fault. You are to blame for the loss of the two most important people in my life. I shall never forgive you." Alex's eyes burned with rage. His sword pointed at Jiazhenjin as he shouted, My parents sacrificed herself to protect me. She did so only after hearing my heartfelt confession, for she loved me. You have taken from me the two people I cherished most in this world, and I vow you shall know no peace in death. At this revelation, Jayashenjin found himself at a loss for words, turning to look at Perrin, who had been standing silently behind him. Is he your boyfriend? No, Perrin replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Then how does he claim to have confessed his love to you, prompting your sacrifice to save him? Jayashenjin inquired, puzzled. I do not know. I was merely fulfilling my mission, Perrin replied without a flicker of her eyes. Foreigner, what are you muttering about? Your schemes will have no effect on me. Alex bellowed, open the gates at once, and I may grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, when I breach the gates, you will regret ever being born into this world. So, how do we resolve this situation now? Jayashenjin asked Perrin. If you wish to descend and assist him, I respect your choice. Clang. Yet Perrin, expressionless, unsheathed her iron sword. I swore an oath in the name of the war god. To never betray as a follower in this lifetime. Do you require his head, my master? Wow, Jayashenjin felt a chill run down his spine. Perrin, you seem rather terrifying. This overwhelming aura of anguish is quite overwhelming for me. While it is somewhat amusing, killing seems rather cruel. Can we not capture him alive? As you wish, but I will require cover. Perrin stated calmly. Wolf, you understand what this entails, correct? Jayashenjin said with a smile, glancing at the werewolf beside him. If you two cannot hold your ground, I will order the crossbowmen to attack. No need. Perrin and Wolf responded in unison. Foreigner, do not further test my patience. I will begin counting down from 10. If you do not surrender, we shall commence the assault. Alex roared. Assault, assault. The villagers were filled with fervor. 10, 9, 8. Just as he counted to 8, two figures suddenly leaped from the walls, soaring down from a height of 7 or 8 meters, landing steadily before the city gates. The villagers instinctively stepped back, and Alex raised his sword in alarm. Yet the next moment, he was utterly taken aback. Perrin, it's you, Perrin. You're alive. How wonderful. You truly did not die. I was frantic when I returned with the squad and could not find you. I feared you had become fodder for the dog-headed monsters. What are you doing here? No matter. Come quickly. The captain will be overjoyed to hear this news. However, in the face of Alex's elation, Perrin remained unmoved, raising her sword. Perrin, what has happened? It's me, Alex. Have you forgotten me? Are you under some enchantment? Alex asked anxiously. No. Perrin dashed forward, swiftly approaching Alex's warhorse. Alex, dismount and surrender. Perrin, you've lost your mind. It's me. The one who loves you most. Alex, just before we were in the territory of the corner ape, I confessed my love to you. Alex exclaimed urgently. Get down. Perrin, however, remained expressionless as she swung her sword, forcing Alex to raise his weapon in defense. With agility, she leaped and kicked Alex off his horse. Though Alex was a reckless fool, in the face of a foreign invader, all the villagers understood the need for unity. If Alex were captured, it would spell disaster. Consequently, upon witnessing Perrin attacking Alex, the villagers raised their wooden spears and bows, encircling her. Hey, your opponent is me. Wolf's form began to shift dramatically, his body bristling with hardened fur, transforming into a fearsome werewolf. Letting out a deafening howl, in a swift motion, he appeared before the villagers, baring his vicious teeth. Chapter 0067. Ruthlessness, a werewolf. It's a werewolf. Wolf's transformation sent the villagers into disarray. Despite their numbers exceeding 500, they were merely farmers accustomed to toil. Even well-trained soldiers would feel trepidation when facing a warrior of the werewolf clan. The werewolf's tremendous strength, incredible speed, remarkable healing ability, and ferocious nature were enough to instill fear in anyone. Although the villagers had been incited by Alex's patriotic fervor when confronted with a genuine werewolf, one that existed not just in tales, they instantly became docile sheep. Many dropped their weapons and fled at once. People often follow the lead of others. Once one person began to run, the rest would quickly follow suit, requiring no command whatsoever. This was the folly of the crowd. Perhaps the Empire's soldiers might fight to the death, but the militia composed of simple, honest farmers, untrained and unprepared, would prioritize self-preservation above all else, unless a commanding figure led them. Wolf did not pursue. For these were the people of Tina's village, and Tina had just married her master, becoming his lady. Tina was unwilling to let the villagers suffer, unwilling to witness their demise, unless commanded by Jia Jingjin. Wolf would not act recklessly. His duty was to protect Pylon, and it was evident that he had succeeded in that endeavor. Alex was currently too preoccupied with the militia that had already fled. Lacking the time to threaten their families into fighting to the death, the woman he had fallen in love with was mercilessly launching attacks with her weapon, devoid of any compassion. Pylon was an elite member of the town's guard. Her combat prowess was among the finest within the ranks, being one of the 3 individuals second only to the captain. From the very first day she joined the guard, when she introduced him to the camp. A seed was sown in his heart. Pylon rarely made appearances at the camp, often dispatched on missions. Though she was relatively young, the members of the town guard held her in great reverence. As one of the few female members of the guard, many harbored special feelings for her. Numerous suitors had confessed their affections to Pylon, but they all retreated in the face of her ever-expressionless gaze, which had earned her the moniker of the faceless beauty among the guards. Pylon admired strength and had little interest in the weak. Among the guards, only 1 or 2 individuals could rival her in combat. Yet they too showed little interest in her. The captain of the guard secretly harbored feelings for the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the town, willing to forsake his esteemed position for her. This was common knowledge. Zach was deeply in love with his wife Annie, and he was a good man. Alex was confident in his abilities, for he possessed exceptional talent for martial training. Although he had not been with the guard for long and had yet to escape the rigors of basic training, he had already brushed against the threshold of martial arts. Everyone knew that Alex was the next captain designated by Brent, the current captain of the guard, for even Brent, the mightiest among them, had only barely grasped the technique of sweeping after 3 years of foundational training. Yet Alex, in his very first year, had already encountered it and was poised to learn it, given just 1 more year. Alex was confident he could surpass Captain Brent and emerge as the strongest within the entire guard. At that time, he would be able to openly defeat Pylon and draw the woman he adored so deeply into his embrace. Alex truly loved Pylon, even though her face was perpetually devoid of expression, when she was besieged by the horned apes while protecting him and was later thought to have been taken as food by the gnolls. He had plunged into a profound despair. He even regretted fleeing at that moment, wishing he could have stayed and perished alongside her. How elated he was to see Pylon alive before him again. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the woman he believed to be his destined partner, who had heroically shielded him from the horned apes after hearing his confession, and who had promised to date him once he became the captain of the guard, would now be attacking him with her blade as mercilessly as she would an enemy. Pylon. Alex's eyes reddened as he struggled to raise his sword to parry her weapon. What has happened? Why are you doing this to me? Has that foreigner controlled you? Or has he coerced you through some vile means? Tell me, and I will help you. No. Pylon executed a spinning kick to Alex's abdomen, sending him flying back several meters. Approaching him with a stony expression, she declared, I have simply become the master's follower. We are comrades in the guard. Alex shouted, clutching his stomach as he rose to his feet. He was not yet Pylon's match. Fighting her would surely lead to defeat. Thus, his only hope lay in awakening Pylon that he believed she must have fallen under that foreigner's enchanting magic or ingested some controlling potion. Which was why she had changed. I know. Pylon stepped before Alex, raising her sword. Surrender, for you are no match for me. Pylon, do you remember my confession to you? Alex gasped for breath, striving to regain his strength. I remember. Pylon's gaze remained unyieldingly flat. Then do you remember our promise? Alex pressed on. What promise? Pylon pointed her sword at him. After I confessed to you, I vowed to become the captain of the guard and then have you as my partner. Alex declared loudly. Do you remember? Yes. Pylon responded indifferently, devoid of any emotion. Then why are you doing this? Pylon, wake up. Come back to the guard with me. Alex reached out, pleading loudly. I'm sorry. Pylon raised her sword high, adopting an aggressive stance. I have not agreed. What do you mean? Alex was taken aback. Until you truly defeat me. I have not agreed to any of your requests. Pylon lunged forward, striking down with all her might. Boom. Alex hastily dodged, the sword's blow cleaving a large tree behind him in two, failing to land her strike. Pylon turned to face Alex. I am no longer the honorable member of the guard. Show me your full strength, or surrender your weapon. No. Why is this happening? Why? Alex cried out, his expression steeped in anguish. Chapter 006, 8 Mikaro sparks flew, swords clashed. The merciless girl, exerting overwhelming force, rendered Alex utterly defenseless. You have lost. With his sword knocked away, Alex tumbled to the ground, and the girl pressed the tip of her sword against his neck. Pylon, I beg you, wake up. Alex desperately sought to rouse her. I am very awake, Pylon replied, pulling a rope from her pocket and binding Alex's hands behind his back. Alex was dragged into the inner walls of the city, where Pylon thrust him before Jia Jingjin, kicking his knee to force him to kneel. Alex glanced back at Pylon, his eyes filled with despair. He could not fathom that Pylon would treat him this way. Master, I have completed the task, Pylon stated expressionlessly to Jia Jingjin. Very well. Jia Jingjin looked down at the man forced to kneel before him, his eyes filled with humiliation and resentment, and shrugged. Brother, I feel sorry for you. Do not gloat, Alex shouted angrily. You must have used some wicked magic to turn Pylon into this. Pylon placed her hand on Alex's head and, with a slight force, pushed it down, forcing him to gaze at the cold ground. Oh, do not do this, Jia Jingjin interjected hastily. After all, he is your beloved. Oh no, he is the man who loves you deeply. Treating him this way is too cruel. Indeed, Pylon coldly released her grip. Witnessing his beloved woman treat him so disdainfully while obeying this foreigner, Alex felt a pang of anguish that made it hard to breathe. So, you are the son of the village chief, correct? Jia Jingjin inquired, looking down at Alex. Do not pretend to be ignorant. Alex lifted his head again, glaring at him with hatred. You cruelly killed my father. I will avenge this wrong. No, no, no. Jia Jingjin shook his finger in front of Alex. Your father brought this upon himself. At his age, he should have known better than to cause trouble, and I should have been respecting my elders. But who was it that dared to lay hands on my wife? He even imprisoned my in-laws. That was too much. I merely gave him the punishment he deserved. Who would have thought he could not endure it? No matter how you twist the truth, it does not change the fact. Alex retorted angrily. If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, this conflict will not end until one of us is dead. To be honest, I am not worried at all. Jia Jingjin shrugged, indicating his indifference. You cannot even defeat Pylon. You pose no threat to me. What magic did you use to control Pylon? Release her from the spell immediately. Alex bellowed. I do not know any magic. Just as he spoke, a low, rumbling roar of a beast echoed from a distance, followed by the panicked cries of the villagers. Whoa! The Knoll patrol sounded the alarm once more. Pylon, throw him into the dungeon for now. Once we handle the situation here, we will look into his issue. Jia Jingjin commanded. Yes. Pylon expressionlessly seized Alex by his clothing and lifted him, then proceeded to push him toward the dungeon. Jia Jingjin ascended the city wall, his right hand shielding his eyes from the sunlight. He soon noticed the villagers, who had been frightened away by Wolf. Turning back in a panic, they were running while shouting in terror. What is going on? Prepare for battle, Jia Jingjin ordered, and Wolf and all the gnolls readied themselves for combat. Help! Makaro, Makaro! I do not want to die. Rudy, run, George. No. Rudy has been eaten. George has been eaten. Shantae has been eaten. Do not eat me. Do not eat me. Over 500 villagers were in disarray, fleeing toward them, their numbers dwindling rapidly. What on earth was happening? Jia Jingjin gazed into the distance in confusion. Before long, a creature approximately 6 to 7 meters tall, resembling a primitive man covered in green paint, appeared in view. However, this primitive being, with 3 grotesque heads adorning its neck, appeared exceedingly misshapen. Once it caught up with the villagers, it would seize them with its colossal hands and unceremoniously shove them into its mouth, chewing them gruesomely, leaving a blood-soaked scene that was utterly repulsive. In the blink of an eye, it had already devoured over 10 individuals. Mijialuo, what on earth is this? Jia Jingjin exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld this monstrous entity. What do we do? Wolf inquired. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and save them. After all, these villagers hailed from Tina village, and Jia Jingjin had promised Tina that he would spare them. If they were all consumed by this beast, he would be breaking his word. Receiving the command, Wolf immediately dashed towards Mijialuo. The villagers, paralyzed with fear, faced the terrifying Mijialuo behind them, while a werewolf emerged to encircle them from the front. It seemed certain death awaited them. With their eyes shut in despair, they soon realized that the werewolf paid them no heed, instead weaving through their ranks and heading straight for the horrifying Mijialuo. Upon spotting the werewolf, Mijialuo instinctively swiped at it with its enormous palm, hoping to claim another morsel. Whoosh! Wolf sprang into the air, nimbly evading the attack, and his claws appeared, swiftly raking across Mijialuo's body. Immediately, Several gashes marred Mijiao's chest, yet it remained unfazed, retaliating in an attempt to capture and devour the werewolf. Wolf would not permit it to succeed, skillfully maneuvering around Mijiao with his agile speed and formidable strength, relentlessly attacking with his claws as the disordered ranks of villagers surged towards the city gates. Jia Zhenjin shouted, "With so many of you, what is there to fear? Turn around and shoot your arrows at it. Wolf has engaged the creature. Why are you all running?" The villagers were in complete disarray. Having lost their capacity for rational thought, with their leader, Alex, nowhere to be seen, they instinctively obeyed Jia Zhengjin's command, forgetting their earlier unity and their desire to breach the city gates and slay this foreigner. Although Mijiao had 3 heads, its movements were not particularly agile. Thus, when confronted with Wolf, it found itself at a loss. Ironically, it could not turn its heads effectively, fixating on battling Wolf instead of pursuing the far easier prey of the villagers. Once the villagers managed to regain some composure, they hastily readied their wooden bows, carefully maintaining their distance as they unleashed a barrage of arrows upon Mijiao. Chapter 0069, The Kiwi, Roar, Roar, Roar. Mijiao bellowed in fury, pounding the ground with its fists, yet it was utterly impotent against the nimble Wolf. Meanwhile, Wolf continued to leave a trail of wounds upon Mijiao, inciting the beast to unleash furious roars as the villagers observed Mijiao being occupied by the werewolf. Their courage swelled. They drew their bows and released a torrential storm of arrows towards the ferocious monster. "Concentrate your attacks in one spot. Aim at one point," Jia Zhenjin shouted from atop the city wall. "It doesn't even matter if you miss the monster. Just don't hit Wolf." The villagers thought to themselves that the werewolf was under his command, and if it were to perish, it was none of their concern. Yet, they hesitated to provoke this foreigner, fearing he might retaliate with a surprise attack while they were preoccupied with Mijiao. Pelin, who had thrown Alex into the dungeon, soon returned to the city wall, upon witnessing the scene before her. She unsheathed her iron sword once more, ready for battle. "Pelin, do not go." Jia Zhengjin halted her. "Wolf is more than capable. He does not require assistance. Moreover, the archery skills of these villagers leave much to be desired. Wolf can easily evade their arrows. But we cannot be so certain." "Understood," Pelin replied, expressionless, sheathing her sword. "Close combat is too perilous. Ranged support is indeed feasible." Jia Zhengjin whistled, and the goblin leader immediately rushed over. "Gather all the crossbowmen and join the fray. I want that monster slain." "Oh." The goblin leader howled, immediately descending to open the city gates, leading over 100 goblin crossbowmen into battle. Initially startled, the villagers soon realized that these goblins harbored no intention of attacking them. Instead, they joined forces against Mijiao, which brought them a modicum of relief in their vigilance. Mijiao, with its thick hide and robust physique, was ultimately worn down by Wolf's relentless claw strikes, the combined fire of over 500 villagers' arrows, the powerful crossbow bolts from the goblins, and the ceaseless fireball spells cast by the goblin leader. After enduring for over half an hour, it finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing from excessive blood loss and severe injuries. Notification: the goblin leader has slain Mijiao. You have gained 600 experience points. I did not expect you to be such a skilled head stealer. Jia Zhengjin marveled at the goblin leader, claiming the kill with a small fireball amidst such concentrated attacks. "I am truly impressed." With Mijiao's demise, the villagers erupted into joyous cheers. However, their elation was short-lived as they remembered that Alex was still missing, and they remained encircled by the formidable werewolf, the towering goblin leader, and the throngs of goblin crossbowmen, causing their trepidation to resurface. Villagers, observing the situation, Jia Zhengjin called out loudly, "The village chief's son has been captured and is currently imprisoned. That I hold no intentions of attacking the Wind Empire, nor do I wish to harm any of you. I have no interest in overthrowing the Wind Empire. We are not enemies. There is no need for conflict. Besides, do you truly believe you can defeat Wolf and my goblin army? Listen to me. Lay down your weapons, and I assure you a safe return to your village to reunite with your families. Even if you do not trust me, a stranger, surely you must trust Tina? I swear by the name of the Creator God that you will not wage war against our Wind Empire. You must also vow that you will not endanger our lives. Otherwise, we cannot trust you." A villager shouted loudly. "Very well." Jia Zhenjin nodded firmly. "I swear by the Creator God that I shall never initiate war against the Wind Empire. Furthermore, I vow to refrain from any actions that may endanger the villagers. In this world, Oaths held great significance. Each vow would invoke the scrutiny of the divine. To break an oath would result in divine retribution. Following his solemn pledge, Jia Jingjin felt an unspoken bond form between him and the villagers. The villagers, now relieved, began to lower their wooden spears and bows to the ground, huddling together in anticipation of their fate. With the protection of the oath, they at least no longer needed to fear being killed by the other party. Escort them into the city, lead them to the open space, and await further instructions. Jia Jingjin commanded. Following suit, Wolf and the goblins promptly collected the scattered wooden spears and bows, urging the villagers through the city gates. Once the villagers were safely gathered in the open area, Jia Jingjin swiftly made his way to Mijiayuo's side. Eager to examine the corpse. Notification: you have obtained heavy iron armor. Notification: you have obtained Mijiayuo's head. Notification: you have acquired the skill book, Whirlwind Slash. Notification: you have received a perfect steel longsword. Notification: you have obtained Kiwi X2. Notification: you have acquired Windmill Construction Blueprint. Heavy Iron Armor. Defense 22. Incredibly heavy, yet offers astounding protection. Mijiayuo's head. Rumor has it that someone is recruiting warriors to slay Mijiayuo for revenge. Present these 3 heads at the tavern in Blackwater Town for potentially substantial rewards. Whirlwind Slash Skill Book. Learn the warrior swordsmanship skill Whirlwind Slash upon use. Requires a sword to activate. Perfect Steel Longsword. Attack 45, Accuracy 2, Strength 5. Kiwi possesses mysterious effects. Only by consuming it can one discover what may occur. Each kiwi has a unique taste and effect, making it a gamble of fortune. With a dagger, he began to dismember Mijiayuo's corpse, incinerating the remains before returning to the city with his spoils. The heavy iron armor boasted impressive defensive capabilities, yet it was excessively cumbersome upon donning it. Jia Jingjin found himself unable to move freely. Thus, he called upon Pelin. Try this on. Understood. Pelin promptly donned the heavy iron armor, finding it surprisingly comfortable. She had outperformed him, and Jia Jingjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. The Whirlwind Slash Skill Book was a sword technique, which Jia Jingjin was not particularly fond of, as he preferred polearms. After some contemplation, he decided to give both the skill book and the perfect steel longsword to Pelin. She had proven her loyalty through her actions, and having sworn by the name of the god of war, Jia Jingjin felt entirely at ease that he asked for the kiwis. He tentatively took one and bit into it, noting a subtle flavor. Frowning, he finished the fruit entirely. Notification: you have consumed a kiwi and gained 3 points in agility. Is it a stat-boosting item? Jia Jingjin was instantly exhilarated and hurriedly popped the second kiwi into his mouth. Notification: you have consumed a kiwi and gained 3 points in constitution. You have entered a state of gluttony, lasting for 12 hours. State of gluttony? What on earth is that? Jia Jingjin exclaimed in bewilderment. Suddenly feeling an unusual sensation below, his little brother had risen. Chapter 0070. The Prison Escape. Wolf. Master, what are your commands? The werewolf, Wolf, promptly appeared before Jia Jingjin upon hearing his call. Have the bodies of the villagers been recovered? Jia Jingjin inquired. Covering his lower body, Wolf cast a puzzled glance at Jia Jingjin's posture, unsure why he was bent over shielding his legs. All bodies have been recovered. In the forest, due to the beast attacks and the appearance of Mijiayuo. We lost a total of 36 villagers. The fragments consumed by Micah have been painstakingly reassembled, stitched together as best as we could. Furthermore, 100-strong contingent, aside from the villagers, is comprised of Alex's subordinates. Presently, these individuals are under the watchful eye of the goblins. You must ensure that the goblins keep a close watch on Alex and his men, and personally escort the villagers back home, commanded Jia Jingjin. Understood. Perrine. Jia Jingjin turned to the expressionless blue-haired girl beside him. Yes. Perrine's gaze shifted to his face. Please guard the entrance to the house and allow no one to enter, Jia Jingjin said, his face flushed with urgency. Understood. Perrine, maintaining her stoic demeanor, positioned herself firmly at the entrance of Jia Jingjin's residence. Wolf, hurry and take the villagers away, Jia Jingjin uttered before dashing back into his home. Ah! Came Tina's startled exclamation from within. Lord Keen, it is still daylight. I can't concern myself with that now. Jia Jingjin's voice echoed back. No, Tina, today is our wedding day. But, weren't preparations made beforehand? This is different. I see. You're worried about the villagers overhearing? I've already sent Wolf to escort them back to the village. But there are still many people. Tina, I can't take it anymore. I just took the wrong medicine. You must save me. Otherwise, your husband is going to explode. Oh my goodness. How did it come to this? Just bear with it. Let's try to keep our voices down. Listening to the melodious sounds emanating from the residence. Bolent and Lannis stood at their door, hand in hand, their faces beaming with joy. How wonderful. Lord Keene is having an affectionate moment with our Tina. It sounds like Lord Keene is quite impressive. Can little Tina handle it? Old Harlan jovially approached. You old fool. What are you eavesdropping for? Shoo shoo. Bolent waved him away, then took his wife's hand. Before we head to the fields, shall we indulge in some affection as well? You old lecher. Lantis blushed, turning to enter the house. Hee. Bolent promptly followed and locked the door behind them. Back to the room. Eve covered her son Amber's ears. There's nothing pleasant to hear. Hee. Amber chuckled as he returned home under his mother's encouragement. Inside the cell, Alex stood by the window like a wrapped dumpling, pressing his face against the cold iron bars, shouting, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How can you treat me like this? I am to be the future captain of the town guard. Accursed foreigners, release me. This was not how it was supposed to be. He should have stormed the city, capturing the foreigners and traitors, earning glory and reward from the nation. Instead, he found himself disgracefully imprisoned here, tormented by the piercing cries of that foreigner and Tina, who should have been his father's bride. Those shameless scoundrels. Alex could hardly contain his rage, wishing to charge in and slay them all. Yet, escape was impossible. His subordinates were trapped in the goblin lair, now surrounded and trembling in fear of the goblin horde. Relying on these useless fools for rescue was out of the question. His gaze fell upon Perrine, standing tall and resolute at the entrance of the residence, sword in hand. The woman he adored, who had caused him the deepest hurt, the one responsible for his fall from grace. Might be his only chance for escape. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to shout, I'm thirsty. Bring me some water. Can you hear me? Foreigner, I'm thirsty. Give me water. You cannot mistreat a prisoner. At first, no one paid him heed, but as his cries persisted, a disgruntled voice finally emerged from the residence. Perrine, give him some water. Yes. With her master's command, Perrine expressionlessly retrieved a wooden bowl from the storeroom. Preparing to fetch water from the river. Perrine, I'm allergic to wooden bowls. Can you bring me a porcelain or clay bowl instead? Alex pleaded pitifully. Perrine hesitated for a moment but thought it inconsequential. So she turned back to the storeroom and selected a ceramic bowl made of clay by Jia Jingjing. She then went to the river to fill it with water and placed it before Alex in the cell. Perrine, I'm all tied up and can't drink. Alex looked at her bitterly. After a moment of thought, Perrine decided to hold the bowl and feed him. Thank you. After drinking a few sips, Alex let out a bitter laugh. Just place the water on that table. I might want more later. All right. Perrine expressionlessly set the water down. Perrine, you really haven't been enchanted by him, have you? Alex pressed on. He hasn't used any spells or potions on you, has he? No. Perrine shook her head. Perrine, while he is occupied, could you possibly free me? Alex beseeched. Come away with me. Let us return to the town guard's camp. Behave yourself, Perrine replied, turning and locking the cell door behind her before returning to her post in front of the residence. I will ensure you return to my side. Alex's gaze shifted to the ceramic bowl on the table as he exerted all his effort to leap to the table's edge. Lowering his head, he bit down on it, forcefully smashing it to the ground. The bowl shattered, and he lay on the floor, using his bound hands to feel for a thin shard, beginning to rub it against the ropes. He planned to cut the ropes, deceive Perrine into coming close, and then knock her out while she was unsuspecting. He would then storm back into the residence, capture that accursed foreigner, and command him to release his subordinates. Regaining control of the situation, now that Perrine had become a follower of the foreigner, he could compel the foreigner to sell Perrine back to him. She was his woman, and she could only belong to him. Alex's eyes burned with rage. Not only would he reclaim Perrine, but he also sought vengeance against the foreigner for his father. I can't take it anymore. Keene, I can't endure this any longer. It cannot continue. After a lengthy struggle, just as Alex was on the verge of severing the ropes, he heard Tina's anguished pleas from the residence. Then came the indistinct murmur of two voices. Before Jia Jingjing's voice resonated, Perrine, come upstairs. Chapter 0071. Reinforcements arrive in such a moment. Even a fool could discern what was about to transpire. Alex felt a surge of rage building within him. That despicable foreigner was about to claim his beloved woman. He could not allow such a travesty to occur. Yet he had only cut the ropes halfway, and the cell door was tightly locked. However, he could not wait any longer. He desperately tried to cut the ropes. He needed to hurry. Faster, he had to rush out and slay that foreigner to protect his beloved Perrine. Come on, cut faster. Alex's eyes were bloodshot as he exerted every ounce of strength to slice with the shard, not even noticing the blood flowing from his own hand. All he desired was to escape the cell and rescue Perrine from the foreigner's clutches. Yet, in the next moment, he distinctly heard Perrine's pained voice. Perrine's face remained expressionless, but that did not mean she was devoid of feeling. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, pain, she felt them all. The resonance echoed once more with the unbearable sounds of ecstasy. And this time the leading lady was none other than the woman Alex cherished. No. Alex, fueled by a sudden surge of strength, tore through the partially severed ropes, lunging at the door and pulling with all his might, creating a thunderous noise. Perrine. My Perrine. Bastard. I will kill you. Vengeance for his father. The theft of his wife. These were the most unbearable grievances. Perrine. The sound of his beloved's voice rang in his ears, accompanied by breaths he had never imagined she could produce. The surge of inexplicable power erupted within him. With a furious roar, he unleashed this force through his fists, shattering the cell door. I will kill you. With eyes ablaze, Alex charged toward the residence, his mind consumed with the singular thought. Kill, kill, kill. Huff! A fireball hurtled toward him as the goblin chief appeared, blocking his path. Get out of my way. Let me pass. Alex charged forward like a madman. Thud, thud, thud. A hail of crossbow bolts rained down upon him. Though Alex agilely dodged, one bolt struck his right arm. He felt a sense of frustration, but faced with the overwhelming numbers of the goblin army and the formidable goblin chief, he realized he was but one man, and in his injured state. He had no means to rescue his subordinates. The goblin chief and the goblin crossbowmen closed in. The enchanting strains of Perrine's voice filled his ears, and in a fit of rage, he bit his tongue, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I will kill you, Alex roared, suddenly turning toward the city gate. Huff! Thud, thud, thud. Fireballs and crossbow bolts surged toward him, yet he sprinted up the city wall before leaping off. The goblin chief and the goblin crossbowmen reached the city gate and instantly lost sight of Alex. Without orders, they dared not pursue and swiftly returned, reinforcing their position to prevent any further escape. Alex, consumed by overwhelming hatred, humiliation, and fury, fled the city, never having endured such treatment. The thought of Pelin, calling out seductively to the foreigner, drove him to the brink of madness. Yet he had to endure. He must keep his wits about him. If he were to perish here, he would forever lose the chance to avenge his father. He would never reclaim Pelin. Regardless of what she had become, he was determined to bring her back. She was meant to belong to him alone. Fortuitously, Alex encountered no beasts from the monster forest on his return journey. Perhaps the werewolves had slain them while escorting the villagers home. As he approached the valley, he found himself in an elevated position, spotting werewolves emerging from the village in the distance. He quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot. Wolf gradually drew near, pausing as he emerged from the valley. Lifting his gaze directly towards Alex's hiding place, the scent of blood. Have the werewolves discovered me? Alex held his breath, acutely aware of his heart pounding in his chest. He felt an overwhelming anxiety. Fearing that the werewolves would soon discover and kill him, Wolf sniffed the air a few times, as if he heard something, then shook himself. He hastily increased his pace and dashed into the depths of the forest. Although he had no idea what had transpired, he was at least safe. Alex finally took deep breaths of fresh air, emerging from his hiding place. Just as he stepped out, a cavalry unit burst forth from the village. Numbering over 100, the riders wore the uniforms of the town guards, and at the forefront was Captain Brent. Beside him was Beckelon, whom he had sent out. Captain. Alex felt as though he had seen a beloved family member. Clutching his injured right arm as he rushed forward, Captain. Young Master Alex. Beckelon was momentarily stunned upon seeing Alex in such a disheveled state. Alex, what happened? Brent rode closer, frowning as he inquired. Captain. Alex's face was filled with grievance. We attacked the city gates. Who would have thought that despicable foreigner would send Pelin into battle? I cannot fathom why Pelin obeyed him so readily, and in a moment of distraction, I was captured by her. The most infuriating part is that those villagers actually turned against us and aided the enemy. If it weren't for them, I would have already captured the foreigner and the traitors. Isn't Pelin dead? No. Pelin was captured by that foreigner's controlled knoll, Alex explained. That foreigner can control Knowles. He must wield some form of dark magic. It is certain that he enchanted Pelin, compelling her to challenge him, resulting in her defeat and subsequent submission. Moreover, she exerted all her strength against me, her former comrade, showing no mercy whatsoever. Magic? Brent shook his head. Pelin is simply a headstrong child. She would undoubtedly have issued a challenge. It is just unexpected that Pelin, who has been trained solely for combat since childhood, would suffer defeat. The opponent must possess strength comparable to mine. Captain, I believe Pelin has indeed been controlled. Otherwise, she would not have attacked me. Alex insisted urgently, and now. Pelin is a warrior I trained myself. Her mind is solely focused on combat and obedience. In the town guard camp, she obeys the captain, but once she becomes a follower, she will serve her new master. Alex, I know you have feelings for Pelin, but remember, you must never let your guard down when facing her, for even I fear she would attack without hesitation now, as she lacks any understanding of emotions. Brent sighed. Mount up. We shall advance. Chapter 72. The town guards arrive. Tina, have you rested well? Keen, why are you still? My goodness, it's been several hours. I thought with Pelin here, you would. Tina's astonished voice rang out. It might last a full 12 hours. Jia Jingjin lamented. I will never dare to eat recklessly again. What about Pelin? Tina asked, her voice trembling. She has collapsed from exhaustion. Jia Jingjin replied. Her expression remains unchanged like that of a doll. You, however, are much better. But I can't bear it, Tina said in fear. You are too terrifying. Then we can't just leave it like this. Can we? Pelin certainly needs a moment to rest. Please help me. Once she has recovered, we can switch back. Oh my, I haven't rested at all. Then perhaps we could use another method. Wolf returned to the city walls and immediately heard the melodious sounds echoing through the air. He glanced up at the residence with the curtains drawn, breaking into a smile. Lord Keen is truly remarkable. It has been several hours. Amber approached from the side. Of course my master is formidable, Wolf replied. Yet in his heart, he wondered why his master only engaged in such activities at night, and never for this long. Lord Wolf, could you teach me combat techniques? Amber looked up eagerly at the werewolf. It is best if we keep our distance, Wolf said. That is true, but my combat skills would be of little use to you. Wolf remarked, you are not a werewolf. Anything will do, as long as Lord Wolf is willing to teach me how to fight. Amber's eyes sparkled with hope. Hearing the incessant pleas, Wolf decided it best to find a quiet place to escape the noise. After some thought, he said, if you insist on learning, I will teach you some basic techniques. Thank you, Lord Wolf, Amber exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Jia Jingjin, along with Tina and Pelin, sought to break the overpowering desires hold Tina's parents. Amber's family and Wolf's subordinates all kept their distance. As for Alex, having received the town guard's support, he immediately returned to the village to confront the villagers who had been escorted home by the werewolves. These villagers had assumed that Alex and his men had been captured by the foreigner, believing the village would finally be safe. However, reality was harsh. The arrival of the town guards sent them into a panic, and Alex's return pushed them closer to despair. They had not even had the chance to mourn the villagers who had perished, nor to soothe the grieving families, before Alex forcibly rallied them once more. You worthless scum, unable to provide any assistance, and causing me to be captured, Alex bellowed before the villagers. However, I am magnanimous, so I will spare you this once. Everyone, rearm yourselves. We shall once again storm the forest, if any of you dare to flee this time. Your family shall perish. The elderly and children trembled in fear at the town guard's imposing presence, while the men who had just returned were filled with despair. No one dared to resist Alex. For a single town guard could slaughter all the villagers, let alone the over 100 present. In Brent's eyes, the lives of common folk held little value. Moreover, this village was of no concern to him, while Alex was his favored successor. Even if Alex were to slaughter the entire village, Brent would have no objections to the rulers of the Windstorm Empire. The villagers of each territory were akin to personal property. Alex's father had been the village chief, and upon his death, the title naturally passed to Alex. The lives of the villagers were nominally his private domain, and the higher authorities would not interfere with how the chief treated his own people. Otherwise, the old chief would not have acted with impunity after his wife's death, with no one daring to utter a word. With the powerful support of the town guards, victory is assured. Alex raised his left hand. Onward. We must breach the city and capture the foreign spy and traitors. The Grand Army set forth once more, with the recently returned 500 villagers leading the charge, followed closely by over 100 town guards. This time, there were no obstacles along the way, as the dangerous creatures in the area had been cleared during their previous entrance and the werewolves' escort of the villagers. "Captain, it is over there." Alex pointed towards the city walls. A flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. This moment, Pelin must have endured much torment at the hands of that foreigner. Indeed, there is a secret base. Brent's eyes lit up. "Yes, Captain, that foreigner intends to use this place as a stepping stone to construct a secret city for foreign forces to garrison, amassing strength to invade our Windstorm Empire." Alex gritted his teeth. "If we can breach this secret base and capture that foreigner, this achievement could earn us the king's favor. There is even a possibility of rising from town guards to city guards, or perhaps even becoming elite guards at the side of the monarch." "Well said," Brent nodded. "To thwart the Empire's conspiracy in advance and prevent a potentially catastrophic war is a duty every citizen of the Windstorm Empire must undertake. Relay the order. The entire army shall advance. The entire army shall advance," Alex shouted. "Kill." The villagers, left with no choice, were compelled to once again raise their wooden spears and draw their bows towards the city gates. The town guards followed closely behind, a formidable force indeed. Roar. The Knoll Patrol was the first to detect the anomaly, immediately sounding the alarm. Jia Jingjin hurriedly appeared on the balcony, wrapped in blankets. "Wolf." "Yes." Wolf, who had arrived at the sound of the alarm, looked up at him. "What is happening?" "Enemy attack. They seem to be even stronger this time," Wolf replied. Upon hearing the alarm of an enemy assault, Jia Jingjin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. His current condition was ill-suited for combat. "Wolf, can our current military strength withstand the onslaught? It may prove to be somewhat strenuous." Wolf replied, "If only the goblin forces could double in size, I would be confident in ensuring the enemy's complete annihilation. The ice cellar contains fresh meat resources. Hurry and recruit goblin soldiers at the lair. We have spare inferior crossbows in the warehouse. Immediately bolster our ranks." Jia Jingjin proclaimed loudly, "I cannot descend at this moment. The task is all in your hands." "Rest assured, my master," Wolf responded with a confident smile. "With this plan, not even a fly shall penetrate our defenses." Kill. Under the protection of the town guard, the villagers, though reluctant to fight, were compelled to act as the vanguard and charge toward the city gates. Thud. 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 Countless goblin crossbowmen emerged atop the city walls, raining down bolts like a torrential storm. Chapter 73. The Siege to the Town Guards. The goblins were not particularly formidable adversaries. In close combat, each member of the town guard could single-handedly confront dozens of goblins. However, the goblin crossbowmen, taking cover behind the city walls and launching a concentrated barrage of bolts, posed a significant challenge. The town guards could easily leap down from such great heights, thanks to their years of rigorous training and a protective stance to avoid injury. Yet, ascending the walls was no simple task. After all, they lacked the skills of acrobatics, with even the captain of the town guard only able to leap halfway. Not to mention, the dense rain of bolts from above would transform any leap into a perilous endeavor. Brent had initially thought that a mere city wall would be easily surmountable, but he was blindsided by the seemingly endless wave of goblin crossbowmen. Goblins wielding crossbows? He had never heard of such a thing. Setting aside the question of how goblins possessed the intelligence to manufacture crossbows, the mere fact that they could use them was astounding. The militia, composed of villagers, was already a disorganized rabble, even with the watchful eyes of the town guards preventing retreat. They posed no threat to the goblins stationed atop the towering walls that in the blink of an eye. Over 100 villagers had already sustained injuries. This is where it ends. Brent observed the villagers' futile assaults, having failed to advance even a step closer to the walls. Thus, he finally spoke. "Militia, temporarily fall back. The town guards shall mount a full assault." As the militia withdrew, the town guards surged forward, forming ranks under Brent's command. "Stone-throwing attack. Militia, gather stones." Brent bellowed. "Did you hear that, you fools?" Alex shouted at the villagers. The villagers, unable to voice their anger, could only disperse and scavenge for stones in the vicinity. The members of the town guard picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the goblins atop the walls with great force. The town guards were immensely strong soldiers, and tossing stones was child's play for them. For the goblins, it became a disaster. The stones struck with both ferocity and precision. Many goblins, unable to evade in time, were directly hit with such tremendous force Those goblins were instantaneously slain. "It's working. Crush those goblins," Alex exclaimed with excitement. "For the glory of the town guard. For the glory of the town guard." The town guards echoed, their voices resounding as they continued their relentless assault. Thud! 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 The goblin crossbowmen retaliated with a dense volley of bolts, and some unfortunate town guards were struck during the stone throwing, collapsing to the ground in agony. The battlefield was a chaotic exchange of arrows and stones. With fierce combat ensuing, goblin crossbowmen were continuously felled, while town guards were also wounded or killed. Both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. However, the goblins kept replenishing their ranks for every one that fell. Another would swiftly take its place, creating an unending cycle. Yet for the town guards, every casualty was a significant loss, seeing their prolonged assault yield no results, and unable to breach the goblin defenses atop the walls. Brent pondered whether these goblins were truly as cowardly as he had been led to believe. In his view, this battle should have seen the goblins fleeing in terror before their superior assault, allowing him to lead the town guards into the fray for a decisive victory. But no matter how he looked at it, he finally realized that it was not so simple. This situation could not persist. Watching the growing number of injuries and fatalities among his men, each town guard a product of his painstaking training, Brent felt a deep pang of sorrow. Sweeping strike. Brent finally took action, leaping down from his horse and unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy toward the city walls. His sword energy was exponentially more potent than Perlin's. In an instant, he cleaved down a dozen goblins atop the walls without breaking a sweat, and without pause, he unleashed a second sweeping strike at the incoming goblins. "Captain is mighty," the injured Alex could only cheer from his mount. Whoosh! Another wave of sword energy was released, and the heads of several goblins that had dared to peek out were severed. The morale of the town guards surged, and they threw stones with renewed vigor. "Zach, buddy, assist me in scaling the walls." Brent pressed his advantage. "Once I create an opening, you two can rush in." "Yes." Zach and Buddy promptly positioned themselves behind Brent. "Prepare." Brent swung his sword in another sweeping motion, creating a breach in the goblins' defenses, then charged towards the walls, leaping high into the air. As he reached halfway up the wall, he began to descend. That moment, Zach and Buddy, two burly town guards, followed suit, jumping up and delivering powerful punches to Brent's feet. "Thanks." Brent used the momentum to spring upward once more, successfully landing atop the city wall. "Huh." The goblin chief immediately hurled a fireball at him, but Brent effortlessly dodged it, elegantly executing another sweeping strike that dispatched the surrounding goblin crossbowmen. The goblin chief was sent tumbling to the ground. But due to its thick skin, it managed to rise again and continued launching fireballs at Brent. Goblin crossbowmen kept pouring in from the lair, joining the fray, yet Brent moved through them like a tiger among sheep, rendering the goblin crossbowmen a mere threat no longer. The goblin chief could not withstand the onslaught, soon finding itself with only half its health remaining. Realizing Brent was about to break through and charge towards the city gates, it hastily sounded a sharp alarm. Brent continued his slaughter of goblins, swiftly arriving at the city gates. He needed to eliminate the 50 or so goblin crossbowmen guarding it to allow the town guards and militia to enter and seize control of the situation. Victory was within reach, and Brent poured every ounce of his strength into accelerating the pace of his carnage. The foremost warrior of the town guard. These goblin crossbowmen were nothing more than moving targets to him. At last, as he finally dispatched the remaining goblins and approached the gates, preparing to sever the iron chains with his sword, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention, followed by a foul odor. Clang! Instinctively, Brent spun around, his sword deflecting the ambush from behind. "Oh dear, a little mouse has slipped in." Wolf revealed a cruel smile. Unable to comprehend the common tongue, Brent sensed that this werewolf would be a formidable foe. Thus, he focused intently, adopting a stance ready for battle. "You all continue to assault the enemy. Do not allow a second mouse to enter." Wolf commanded the goblins. "Let me deal with this one first. He is the strongest among the enemies. If we eliminate him, the enemy will falter." Sweeping strike. Facing the werewolf, Brent unleashed his most powerful technique. Chapter 74. The Battle of the Captain Whoosh. The agile werewolf Wolf deftly evaded Brent's sword energy attack. With an unfortunate goblin crossbowman becoming an unintended casualty, cleaved in two by the sword energy, Wolf leaped high, flipping in the air, head down and feet up, his sharp claws lunging toward Brent's forehead. Brent crouched low, retracting his head to avoid the lethal strike. He then thrust his sword upward, targeting Wolf's eyes. Clang! Wolf swiped with his right paw, deflecting the blade while attempting to twist and break Brent's sword with brute force. However, the claws merely sparked against the sword, leaving behind a trail of embers. Brent lifted a foot and kicked toward Wolf's chest, but Wolf nimbly dodged, executing a 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully a short distance away. This was a combat veteran with immense experience. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in Wolf's eyes. He knew he had to take this seriously, so powerful, truly worthy of being a warrior of the werewolf clan. Brent found himself unable to focus on the city gates, as the pressure from this werewolf was overwhelming. Whoosh! Wolf initiated the counterattack first, darting forward and swiping at Brent's throat. Sweeping strike. Brent suddenly pivoted, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that disrupted Wolf's attack while seizing the upper hand. Whoosh! Wolf agilely evaded the sword energy, using his limbs to scurry around Brent like a beast, then lunged at him with a roar. Clang, clang. Brent repeatedly swung his sword to block, deflecting Wolf's claws aimed at his vital points. Roar! Wolf opened his bloody wolf jaws and lunged to bite Brent's throat. Brent was startled and quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal attack, but his left shoulder was still bitten, with Wolf's sharp fangs tearing away a chunk of flesh. Ugh! Cold sweat broke out on Brent's forehead, gritting his teeth. He swung his sword in a desperate arc, leaving a deep gash on Wolf's chest. Both combatants landed on the ground, each nursing their own grievous wounds. The flesh and blood of the strong. Ha! In stark contrast to Brent, Wolf seemed utterly unconcerned about his own wounds. He possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability, capable of returning to peak condition as long as he remained alive. This werewolf opened his mouth to chew and swallow a piece of Brent's flesh, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Gurgle. Even Brent, the mightiest of the town guards, couldn't help but feel a flicker of dread as he witnessed such a fearsome warrior from this terrifying tribe devouring his own flesh. So, little mouse, which piece of your meat shall I savor next? Wolf's bloodied tongue flicked out, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brent took a step back, even though he couldn't comprehend Wolf's words. He could perceive the intense hunger for his flesh in his eyes. This was troublesome. He never anticipated that the legendary werewolf clan would be so formidable. Are you too afraid to come at me? Then allow me to take the initiative. With a sinister grin, Wolf transformed into a ravenous wolf and swiftly circled around Brent, then lunged at him with ferocity. Brent was drenched in cold sweat, summoning all his strength to wield his sword and keep Wolf at bay, denying him the opportunity to strike. The clash between man and wolf erupted into an unprecedented ferocity, debris flying and blood splattering all around. Brent had been trying to breach the city gates for so long, and the town guards were beginning to panic. Given the captain's prowess, these goblins should have posed no threat to him. Had he encountered something even more perilous? Captain, are you all right? Zack shouted loudly toward the inner wall. I'm fine. Focus on the siege. I have a very troublesome opponent here. Brent responded with effort amidst the battle. The captain is in danger. Upon hearing the commotion, Zack immediately reacted. Attack! Attack! Eliminate the goblins quickly and push inside. All units, attack! Alex also shouted loudly. Militiamen, gather stones quickly. Those with bows, join the fight and shoot the goblins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The town guards intensified their stone throwing, and many militiamen joined the ranks of ranged combat. Yet, the goblins continued to pour forth from the walls, and the onslaught of crossbow bolts inflicted heavy casualties on both the town guards and the militiamen. Sweep them away. Sweep them away. Realizing the precarious situation, Zack and Buddy had no choice but to unleash their combat techniques against the walls. However, they could not compare to Captain Brent. Even a single sweeping attack left them gasping for breath. Nevertheless, their efforts bore fruit, slaying numerous goblins. The town guards are invincible. Kill. Alex, mounted on his horse, rallied the troops. The town guards are invincible. All the town guards shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Hearing the commotion outside, Brent's heart leaped with joy that if the town guards intensified their attacks, they would soon be able to break the goblin ranks. Once the goblin crossbowmen were routed, the rain of arrows would cease, allowing the town guards to assist one another in scaling the walls and swiftly securing victory. He had to hold on. He must delay this terrifying werewolf until his subordinates could join him. Brent resolved to fight the werewolf with all his might. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, he gathered his strength for a spinning attack. Sweep. Whoosh. Undoubtedly, Wolf easily evaded this sword energy, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward Brent. Now's my chance. Seizing the opportunity, Brent gripped his sword tightly and thrust it upward with force. Heavenly slash. Buzz. A crescent-shaped sword energy surged upward from below. This was Brent's other ultimate technique besides the sweeping attack. It was his most potent single-target offensive move. Thud. Wolf, taken aback by Brent's hidden technique, had no time to evade and could only raise his sharp claws to block. The sword energy effortlessly severed his claws, leaving a horrific gash from his face to his abdomen. I did it. Brent watched as the sword energy tore through the werewolf's belly, knowing he had achieved victory. He had concealed his strongest move for this lethal strike. A smile spread across his face as he beheld the werewolf's corpse crashing to the ground. Having slain a warrior of the werewolf clan, Brent would soon gain renown throughout the land. Now, all that remained was to deal with these goblins. Before he could finish his triumphant thoughts, he suddenly felt a chill at his throat. He turned in astonishment, only to find the werewolf warrior, whose face and abdomen had been torn apart, now glaring at him menacingly. Simultaneously, the claws that should have been shattered grazed across his throat. Did no one tell you that to kill a werewolf, one must use silver? Wolf revealed a cruel smile, the wound on his face slowly healing. Chapter 0075. The Surrenderer. We are on the brink of success. Attack. Continue the assault. The goblins are dwindling in number. Alex had become a cheerleader on the battlefield, rallying the troops from the rear. Indeed, the goblins atop the walls were becoming fewer, and their reinforcements were slowing to a trickle in this fierce battle. The goblin crossbowmen had suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, the goblins recruited by Wolf through the consumption of fresh meat were nearing depletion. They were now only barely holding on thanks to the arrow towers and the goblin leaders. While the corpses of the goblin crossbowmen continued to accumulate, leaving the reinforcements in dire straits. The level 1 arrow towers, after all, dealt minimal damage, only slightly more than that of the goblin crossbowmen. Moreover, they suffered from slow attack speeds, making them easy to dodge. The town guards began to glimpse hope for breaching the city, and Alex was the most elated. He envisioned the moment the city fell, picturing the foreigner kneeling before him in a panic, pleading for mercy. However, just as morale surged, a blood-soaked humanoid wolf slowly appeared atop the city wall, a horrifying wound stretched from its face to its abdomen, visibly healing at an alarming rate, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. The scene fell silent. All town guards ceased their attacks. Gazing in disbelief upward, in the werewolf's hand dangled the lifeless body of a once mighty warrior. This corpse belonged to Brent, the strongest of the town guards, the foremost master of the small town. He had led the town guards to vanquish countless bandits and beasts, unmatched thus far. The captain of the town guards, who could traverse enemy camps with ease and overcome all opposition, had been slain. The confidence of all town guards shattered in an instant. As Brent's body was tossed down, they rushed to reclaim it, confirming the grim reality that their captain had indeed fallen. No, this cannot be. Alex emitted a piercing cry. This is impossible. How could anyone kill the captain? Just how powerful is that werewolf? What a terrifying werewolf, truly deserving of its legendary status as a clan warrior. With the captain dead, who can defeat the werewolf? We cannot possibly win against the werewolf. Run, flee. This is a battle we cannot win. As the town guards descended into chaos, many, upon witnessing their captain's demise, felt their resolve crumble and began to flee the battlefield. Anxious Alex couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, stand your ground. The honor of the town guards must not be tarnished. The town guards shall never retreat. We will fight to the death." Zach and Buddy immediately joined in the effort to halt the collapse. Yet with Brent's death, the town guards had lost their pillar of strength. No matter how much Alex, Zach, and Buddy urged, they ultimately could not stop the townsfolk who had lost their faith from fleeing. This war was lost. Realizing there was no way to salvage the situation, Alex decisively pulled on the reins and shouted to Zach and Buddy, "It's futile. We must retreat. We'll discuss strategies upon returning to camp." Agreed. Zach bent down to hoist Captain Brent's body onto his shoulder, quickly leaping onto his horse, turning back to Buddy and shouting, "Let's go. We need to retreat. Pursue them." The werewolf, observing the enemy's rout from the city walls, threw back his head and let out a howl that reverberated through the mountains and forests. Boom, boom, boom. The city gates slowly opened, and the battered goblin leader surged forth, leading the remaining goblin crossbowmen in a rush towards the demoralized town guards and village militiamen. Buddy, seeing the enemy charging out of the city, Zack quickly turned back to his dazed comrade and shouted again, "Hurry!" Only then did Buddy snap to attention, hastily mounting his horse. As he turned, his gaze locked with Wolf's. The werewolf's crimson eyes glinted with a terrifying killing intent, causing Buddy to shudder, nearly falling from his mount. He quickly spurred his horse to catch up with Zack, desperately trying to escape. Yet, the image of the werewolf's fearsome gaze replayed in his mind, heightening his terror. If the mightiest Captain Brent had been slain, who could possibly defeat this fearsome werewolf? The town guards, perhaps they could, but the mountains were high and the Emperor far away by the time they arrived. The entire town guard camp might already be annihilated by the enemy. Moreover, did the foreigners who dared to establish a base in the monster forest possess any other hidden strengths? Perhaps they truly had the power to topple the Wind Empire. And soon the Empire would fall beneath their iron hooves. So what use would returning to camp serve? It would merely be a prolonged wait for death. No one here could stand against them. The fall of this place was merely a matter of time. Everyone would die. Buddy shuddered, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Buddy, what's wrong with you?" Two horses galloped side by side, and as Zack turned his head, he noticed an unsettling expression on his companion's face, prompting him to shout out loud. Buddy glanced at Zack and then at the lifeless body of Captain Brent. Suddenly, he recalled Perrin, the emotionless war machine who had decisively chosen to ally with the foreigners. That was how she managed to survive. Yes, she could live. I too can survive. Thoughts raced through Buddy's mind as he first glanced at the nearly disappearing figure of Alex, certain he could not catch up to him. Turning his gaze to Zack, who was desperately urging his horse while carrying the captain's corpse, Buddy struggled internally for a moment before finally unable to resist the urge to slowly draw his sword. "Buddy, hurry up. We must catch up with the group and regroup them before they scatter," Zack yelled without even looking at Buddy, continuing to ride at full speed. "All right, Zack." Buddy spurred his warhorse fiercely, suddenly turning to strike his comrade with all his might. Thud. A head flew off, and a body tumbled to the ground. Buddy gripped the reins tightly as his steed reared up, emitting a loud neigh. The militiamen trailing behind were utterly stunned, standing in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Swish. Buddy raised his bloodied sword. Blocking the militiamen's attempt to flee, he shouted at them, "Stand still." Terrified, the militiamen dared not resist, gradually gathering together, covering their heads, and thus, a fresh idea instantly sprang to his mind, to forge an extensive array of iron armor and weaponry. Establishing a heavily armored kobold battalion. Next time, he would deploy the armored kobolds as vanguards, with the kobold crossbowmen providing distant support from the rear. This strategy would not only enhance the protection of his forces but also enable a more effective annihilation of the enemy. To realize this plan, however, a greater supply of iron ore was imperative for the refinement of iron ingots. With this thought in mind, he addressed the militia in the tongue of another realm, saying, "I have spared you once out of mercy, yet you have once again dared to attack me. Such behavior warrants your execution." Upon hearing these words, terror immediately etched itself upon the faces of the militia, who clamored for mercy. However, Jiaj and Jean surveyed the crowd and continued, "You are all elders of Tina's family in the village, and you have often looked after her kin. Indeed, my Lord Keen, I have always maintained a good relationship with the Borant family. My Lord Keen, I am a close friend of Borant and an uncle to Tina. My Lord Keen, I frequently provided Tina with snacks when my shop opened. My daughter is the best friend of Tina. My wife is Lantis's close confidant. My Lord Keen." My Lord Keen. In their desperate bid for survival, the militia vociferously declared their connections to Tina's family, pleading for clemency. Meanwhile, those who had not maintained a close rapport with Tina's family displayed evident panic. Jiajin Jean observed all this and raised his hand in a gesture for silence. The militia promptly fell quiet. "I understand that you have all been compelled to submit to Alex's pressure," Jiajin Jean proclaimed. "Thus, I am prepared to offer you an opportunity. I shall not take your lives. Thank you, my Lord Keen. Long live my Lord Keen. We are grateful to you, my Lord Keen. May the goddess of harvest bless you. May the goddess of justice protect my Lord Keen. May the god of fire, Bloss, bless you. May the god of wind, Enter, bless you. May." Remarkably, among the 400 to 500 militia, there were a dozen different faiths. Truly, the deities of this world are numerous. Jiajin Jean again gestured for silence. However, I cannot allow you to return. For Alex will undoubtedly force you to continue opposing me. To release you would be to invite trouble. Although you pose no threat to me, should my subordinates slay you, it would cause Tina distress. My Lord Keen, how do you intend to handle us? One bold individual inquired. I can neither execute you nor release you. Jia Jingjin surveyed all present and declared. Thus, you shall remain here to serve me. You will stay and work for me. Mining, logging, fishing, foraging, planting, and raising livestock. You shall employ your skills to help me construct a robust and prosperous stronghold. In return, I shall ensure your safety and provide you with a life far better than what you had in the village. As you can see, my base is currently barren and in need of more buildings and inhabitants. The militia immediately began to murmur among themselves, recognizing that survival was their best option. My Lord Keen, a militia member exclaimed after their discussion, we are willing to serve under your banner. But our parents, wives, and children remain in the village. Moreover, those friends who have perished, their families are also in the village. That scoundrel Alex will surely use this to threaten us. What should we do? What issue is there? Jia Jingjin responded loudly. Do you not see the vastness of this base? Even if I were to bring everyone from the village here, it would not suffice to fill this area. Furthermore, I will continuously expand within the forest, gradually transforming this base into a more magnificent city. If you stay, I will have Wolf bring your parents, wives, and the remaining villagers here at once. My Lord Keen, do you indeed harbor ambitions for the Windrider Empire? At that moment, a militia member could not contain himself and asked, prompting those around him to nudge him to silence. Ambitions? Jia Jingjin shook his head. My ambition is to build a peaceful and prosperous city here, where I can joyfully play games in the forest every day. The Windrider Empire? I have no interest in such matters, as long as others do not provoke me. I shall live here quietly for the rest of my life. However, should anyone dare to declare war on me, I shall not be intimidated. Upon hearing this, Buddy's eyes glimmered. If what Lord Keen said were true, then a great uproar was imminent. The Windrider Empire was known for its unity in the face of foreign adversaries. In the eyes of the king, common folk were but mere ants, and he himself could not even fathom how many he had slain in a day. Yet, when these ants were crushed by foreigners, even the most careless act would ignite his fury, for he regarded all subjects as his own possessions. Lord Keen had already disposed of the village chief, thus the town's guards had intervened. Now that the captain of the town guards had been slain and the guards themselves vanquished, Alex would undoubtedly seek aid from the city guards. There was no doubt that the city guards would respond. If the city guards were to be defeated again, the Lord's personal guards, or even the King's elite guards would be dispatched, determined to obliterate the foreigners, even at the cost of waging war with other nations. This was precisely why neighboring countries maintained a friendly disposition towards the Windrider Empire. When foreigners entered, they adhered strictly to the rules and dared not overstep the mark. If Lord Keen truly wished to establish himself here, he would inevitably become embroiled in a war against a kingdom. It remained uncertain whether he possessed the strength to overthrow the Windrider Empire. Perhaps he did. Buddy glanced at Wolf, since Lord Keen had managed to secure the allegiance of a warrior from the Wolf clan. This Lord Wolf could not be the only one. If he commanded an entire pack of wolf warriors, combined with the mysterious kobold forces, perhaps it could be done. Chapter 0078 Buddy's suggestion after receiving Jia Jingjin's response. The villagers largely agreed to remain. Only a few hoped to be released to fetch their families and relocate elsewhere. Jia Jingjin consented to their request, ultimately retaining 475 militia members, along with the elderly, weak, and women left in the village. The numbers would soon swell by 1,000 or 2. However, Jia Jingjin was unperturbed, for he had a resource trading post. These 475 militia would transition into various workers, gathering abundant minerals for the base daily. They could also safely forage for wild fruits, hunt beasts nearby, fish in the river, and cultivate farmland for crops. There was no need to worry about food. If necessary, they could exchange minerals for wild fruits for the time being. Releasing the militia from their bindings, Jia Jingjin delineated a large expanse of land several hundred meters from his residence as the site for their new settlement. The materials would naturally consist of the stone bricks diligently crafted and stockpiled by the kobold artisans. Such building materials were incredibly efficient, enabling anyone to construct robust and durable houses in the shortest time possible. Subsequently, he commanded Wolf to ride a triceratops to the village, bearing a letter inscribed in the tongue of another realm. Swiftly retrieving their relatives and kin, Should they delay, it was likely that Alex would bring the city guards to bear down on the villagers. After addressing the villagers' matters, Jia Jingjin breathed a sigh of relief. Considering the current vulnerability in defense, he would likely have to contend with the enemies Alex might bring forth. He thus instructed the kobold miners to utilize the materials they had diligently gathered over time to upgrade the arrow towers at the 4 city gates. Level 1 arrow towers had an attack power of 10-15, with a slow attack speed. Level 2 arrow towers boasted an attack power of 20-30, still with a slow attack speed. Level 3 arrow towers delivered 40-60 in attack power, maintaining a slow rate of fire, but their lethality was significantly potent. Jia Jingjin upgraded all the arrow towers at the city gates to level 3, and with some materials remaining, he further elevated the 2 arrow towers at the southern gate by 1 level. Level 4 arrow towers had an attack power of 80-120, with a slow attack speed. However, their might was comparable to that of large crossbows, capable of inflicting grievous damage with a single shot. This was particularly effective against the town guards, as ordinary militia would likely perish upon being hit. The only drawback was their insufficient numbers. Having only 2 arrow towers at each city gate would not showcase their true power. If each gate were to construct a dozen or 20 arrow towers, not even the stoutest of triceratops would return unscathed. While Jia Jingjin busied himself, Buddy quietly lingered nearby. Only after he concluded his tasks did Buddy suddenly speak up. "My Lord Keen." Jia Jingjin nearly overlooked Buddy until he heard his voice and turned to regard this new follower. "What is it?" Buddy respectfully gazed at him. "My Lord Keen. Alex will undoubtedly head to the nearest Light City with the remnants of the town guards to seek aid. The Lord of Light City has a powerful priest in his employ, named Devaro Liao, who is the soul of the city guards. That it is said that under this priest's command, the city guards have never tasted defeat. After the town guards are vanquished, the Lord overseeing this area will surely dispatch formidable subordinates here. And we may face a fierce battle. We need to prepare in advance." "A priest?" Jia Jingjin pondered, pinching his nose. "Isn't a priest merely a healer, offering shields and buffs? How strong can they truly be?" But he struggled to comprehend the technical jargon employed by Jia Jingjin. Yet he replied, "It is said that Devaro Liao is the only exceptionally powerful priest in the empire of Xiongfeng proficient in mass healing spells. With him present, the entire city guard becomes an unstoppable war machine. Although the forces of Bright City are not numerous, no surrounding hostile factions dare to act recklessly, and there is ample reason for that." "Is he really that formidable?" Jia Jingjin inquired, somewhat astonished. "What strategy does Lord Qin have in mind?" But he asked, "How long will it take for the city guards to arrive?" Jia Jingjin furrowed his brow. "To travel from here to Bright City on horseback will take at least half a month at best. A round trip will require just over a month." Buddy responded candidly. Upon hearing that it would take more than a month, Jia Jingjin let out a sigh of relief. "I thought they would arrive imminently." "If it is over a month, what is there to fear? It is of no consequence." Observing Jia Jingjin's calm demeanor, Buddy surmised that Lord Qin must possess considerable confidence. Perhaps he has the means to summon more werewolf warriors from other regions. Though the priest's mass healing spell is formidable, it would be ineffective against a greater number of werewolves, and the city guards would be unable to protect him, should the priest fall victim to the werewolves. His demise would be inevitable, resulting in the collapse of the entire city guard. "It appears my choice was indeed prudent," Buddy thought to himself, while simultaneously making a decision. "Lord Qin, while I am aware that you are undoubtedly well prepared, we must not let our guard down against the city guards. That we should strive to augment our strength as much as possible to enhance our chances of victory." "Oh." Upon hearing Buddy's words, Jia Jingjin expressed newfound interest. "What suggestions do you have?" Reporting to Lord Qin, Buddy smiled at him. "I am a member of the town guards, one of the few whose status is second only to Captain Brent." "And then?" Jia Jingjin probed. "The captain is deceased. And at present, the town guard is in disarray. Although Alex has been designated as the next captain, the majority of the town guards do not recognize him. Thus the number of those who can be swayed is limited." Buddy explained, "I hold a certain standing among the town guards and am willing to persuade them to join Lord Qin's cause. While the numbers may not be substantial, they are all elite members of considerable strength." "Oh, that sounds enticing, but will they truly pledge allegiance to me? My men have slain their captain." Jia Jingjin stroked his chin as he inquired. "Rest assured, Lord Qin, this is a nation that respects the strong, and I can guarantee that the majority of the town guards will be amenable to recruitment." Buddy asserted confidently, All that is needed is for Lord Wolf to accompany me, and everything will proceed without issue. Are you certain? Yes, Lord Qian, I am certain. Buddy nodded. Moreover, although the captain has perished, his banking magic card remains that I know the card's password and can retrieve the substantial treasures that the captain stored for you. Lord Qian, this world, does this country also possess banks? Jia Zhengjin raised an eyebrow. Certainly. Every nation has banks, which are controlled by various powerful factions. Even the king must show deference to these factions and cannot afford to act arbitrarily. These factions are formidable entities. Thus, the gold coins stored in banks are quite secure. The captain deposited all the funds of the town guard along with his personal assets therein, and they can be withdrawn from the town's bank. Chapter 0079. Unlocking the farmland when Wolf returned. He brought with him a large number of villagers. However, he also carried many letters from villagers that it turned out that a significant portion of the villagers, upon hearing that they were to relocate to the monster forest, were utterly unwilling to accept that in their view, going to the monster forest equated to a death sentence. They would rather relocate to another place and start anew. Consequently, this group of villagers wrote letters to the conscripted militia, urging them to hasten back to the village and pack their belongings for departure. Those who had lost family members in the militia chose to leave independently, unwilling to join. Ultimately, aside from those unwilling to come and the conscripted militia who had been called away, the vacant city saw an increase of 1,123 individuals, a number significantly lower than anticipated. Jia Zhengjin, however, was not disheartened. 1,123 individuals were still a considerable amount. He selected a highly respected elder, Guy Frankenstein, from among them to serve as the administrator for the villagers, responsible for their registration, work arrangements, and other specific matters, akin to the role of a village chief. Subsequently, he summoned Wolf. You will accompany Buddy to the town's guard camp to recruit the town guards, and, while you are at it, retrieve Captain Brent's treasures. As you command. Wolf replied respectfully. You shall ride. Jia Zhengjin gestured towards the open space near the beast pen, where several warhorses seized the previous day were tethered. Understood. Wolf immediately led a horse for himself and Buddy, departing through the southern gate toward the monster forest. After Wolf's departure, Jia Zhengjin took a moment to inspect the designated living quarters for the villagers. Indeed, the stone blocks extracted using the game system had expedited the construction of stone houses to a degree that far surpassed the methods employed by the inhabitants of this realm. To build a stone house of such quality, the native populace would typically require several months, expending considerable manpower and resources. Yet, within less than a day's time, outlines of stone houses were already visible everywhere. The goblin artisans worked tirelessly to produce stone bricks, providing the villagers with the necessary materials for their homes. The adults were easily managed. Robust young men utilized the stone bricks to construct their new abodes. The slightly older elderly took up hoes to till the land, and the women gathered wild fruits near the city walls. The only challenge lay in the hundreds of small children, who could neither disrupt their fathers in the housing area nor accompany their grandfathers to cultivate the land, nor follow their mothers to gather wild fruits. Hundreds of little ones wailed together, creating a scene that was truly exasperating. When the children began to cry, the villagers' enthusiasm for work waned, forcing them to abandon their tasks to care for their offspring. Moreover, some single-parent families, where fathers had perished in battle, had children who wept inconsolably to alleviate this distressing situation. An idea flashed through Jia Zhengjin's mind, prompting him to take immediate action. He had previously contemplated constructing a playground for Tina, allowing her to play joyfully during her leisure time and unwind. However, with recent events, he had completely forgotten about it. Upon witnessing the plight of these children, he was inspired to utilize available materials to create recreational facilities. While some more advanced equipment could not be realized before technological advancement was achieved, many simple structures were still feasible, such as slides, children's monkey bars, small mazes, seesaws, and sandpits. Furthermore, these children's play facilities were not complex and could be completed swiftly. As the materials were stone, supervision would be necessary while the children played. This was not a difficult issue. From among the women gathering wild fruits, he selected a few adept at caring for children, and their role would become full-time caretakers. Children are the driving force behind the future development of the city, and they must be well cared for, due to the large number of children. Jia Zhengjin chose a spacious area and constructed various simple facilities, sufficient for hundreds of children to play together. The women tasked with supervising the children were easily found. once the playground was established. The children were immediately captivated by the novelty, ceasing their cries and instead playing joyfully with their peers. At last, the adults could breathe a sigh of relief and focus on their work. Lord Qian, as Jia Zhenjin approached the vacant area designated for farming, he noticed that the elderly, along with the adults from the Tina and Amber families, were busily engaged in their tasks. Upon seeing him approach, they all greeted him respectfully. Continue your work. The farmland is essential for our food supply in the future. Once the land is cultivated, it will belong to you. Thank you, Lord Qian. Upon hearing this, the elders beamed with joy. They had just abandoned everything in the village, especially the land. To have the opportunity to regain a plot of land for cultivation here, and even to expand it according to their wishes, left them thoroughly satisfied. By the way, Jia Zhengjin suddenly recalled that he still had a skill point unspent as he observed the villagers tilling the land. An idea crossed his mind. Food is humanity's most fundamental necessity for survival, and under normal circumstances, even the crops with the shortest growth cycles require at least a fortnight to a month. During this time, the over 1,000 villagers would need to sustain themselves. After all, they had escaped in haste, bringing along only a minimal amount of food, sufficient for merely a few days. However, if the farmland were unlocked, the situation would be greatly simplified. Once Jia Zhengjin unlocks this option, all the land within the city limits, once cultivated into farmland, would acquire attributes akin to those in the game. As long as the villagers tended to pest control, weeding, and fertilizing, regardless of the growth cycle of the crops from sowing to maturity, it would not exceed 1 week. This means that a harvest could be gathered every week. Consequently, if they could endure for just 1 week, the food grown by the villagers would suffice for their needs. Furthermore, with each passing week, they would accumulate even more food. With this thought in mind, Jia Zhengjin addressed all the villagers currently cultivating the farmland, exclaiming, "Listen well, everyone. I am about to cast a special spell over this area. Once the magic takes effect, your farmland will gain miraculous powers. No matter how slow-growing the crops may be, they will mature in the shortest possible time, and they will flourish to their utmost potential." Is that true? Is there truly such a spell? Lord Qian, let us witness it. If such magic truly exists, I shall extol the goddess of harvest. What is the point of extolling the goddess of harvest? One should rather praise Lord Qian. Indeed. Let us extol Lord Qian. Jia Zhengjin observed the villagers' eager yet skeptical gazes and promptly unlocked the farmland option with his skill points. Swish, a refreshing breeze of verdant green spread forth, enveloping all the villagers. Sensing the miraculous power radiating around them, the villagers erupted into a chorus of cheers. Chapter 0080. The confrontation with the town guard's wolf, under the guidance of Buddy, arrived at the small town, where he learned that Alex had already set off towards the City of Light with a dozen town guards on horseback. The news of Captain Brent's demise had yet to circulate. Thus the townsfolk continued their daily routines and lives unaffected. Buddy led Wolf to the town guard camp, where a guard stationed at the entrance immediately approached them. "Lord Buddy, you have returned. Where is Lord Zack? What of the captain's body? Robbie, how many remain in the camp?" Buddy did not answer, but instead inquired of the town guard. "Reporting to you, Lord Buddy. Alex took 16 of the more closely knit guards to the City of Light. Then Cassio led approximately 30 guards away from the camp, each returning to their hometowns. Currently, only 51 remain in the camp, including myself." Robbie responded, then glanced at Wolf. "Who is this?" "Robbie, summon everyone in the camp immediately," Buddy commanded, ignoring Robbie's question. Yes, with the captain deceased, Buddy and Zack represented the upper echelon of the town guards. Naturally, a subordinate like Robbie dared not defy their orders. "Lord Wolf, please enter." As Robbie went to notify the guards, Buddy respectfully stepped aside for Wolf. The remaining guards were soon assembled. Since Zack and Buddy were at the rear of the line, Alex was too preoccupied with fleeing to notice. Thus, to this point, no one was aware of Buddy's betrayal in killing Zack. Once the 51 guards, including Robbie, stood in orderly formation awaiting instructions, Buddy cleared his throat and declared, "Brave warriors, each of you has undergone rigorous trials to join the elite town guards. Every individual has exerted great effort for the honor of the town guards, aspiring to become a powerhouse like Lord Brent." Upon hearing this, all the guards, Robbie included, stood proudly with chests puffed out. However, Buddy's tone shifted. Even a stalwart like Lord Brent has now lost his life. His words darkened the expressions of the guards. The faith they held had been shattered, leaving them in disbelief. Buddy surveyed the crowd and continued, with the captain's demise, our town guards are effectively defunct. Who among us can bear this heavy responsibility? Surely it is Lord Alex, someone shouted. Once he calls for reinforcements from the city guards, vengeance for the captain shall be ours. Well said. Who spoke those words just now? Buddy inquired with a grin. Lord Buddy, it was I. A young man with brown hair stepped forth from the crowd. Ah, it is Chris. Buddy smiled slightly. Come forth. Yes. Chris, his face alight with joy, hurried to present himself before Buddy, believing he was being praised. However, in the next moment, Buddy suddenly drew his sword. With a flash of blood, Chris fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Silence enveloped the gathering as they struggled to comprehend the abrupt turn of events. Lord Buddy. Robbie's voice trembled. You have slain Chris. Buddy scoffed dismissively. A dog of Alex. What of it? His gaze swept across the crowd, rendering them mute with fear. After a long pause, one guard finally mustered the courage to speak. Then, whom does Lord Buddy believe can shoulder this heavy burden? Fools. The one who should take charge is obviously Lord Buddy. Robbie quickly interjected. Indeed, Lord Buddy's prowess far surpasses that of Alex. Even if Alex possesses great potential, he is unfit to be captain. He cannot best many of us. Lord Buddy is the most suitable to lead. With the main force of the town guards eliminated, the remaining guards were merely a disorganized group. Thus, intimidated by Buddy's might and presence, they readily expressed their willingness to follow him, endorsing him as the new captain of the town guards. Nevertheless, Buddy coldly snorted. Captain of the town guards? I have no interest. That title shall be bestowed upon Alex. Let him revel in it. Then does Lord Buddy mean? Robbie cautiously inquired. Buddy surveyed the anxious faces of the guards, all of whom were nervously swallowing. Given Buddy's strength, he could easily slay any one of them. Observing their trepidation, Buddy, satisfied, gestured behind him. This gentleman is Lord Wolf of the werewolf tribe. Werewolf. The legendary werewolf. It is said that werewolves are born warriors. A single ordinary werewolf can defeat dozens of trained Imperial soldiers. Dozens. Even 100 Imperial soldiers could not best a werewolf. Is he truly a werewolf? He appears no different from an ordinary person. The guards murmured among themselves, casting doubtful glances at Wolf. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Did Alex not say that the captain was slain by a werewolf? Could it be? In an instant, all the guards turned their incredulous gazes upon Buddy. Indeed, Buddy chuckled lightly. I have already pledged allegiance to Lord Kien, and I was the one who killed Zack. My heavens! The guards' faces paled, leaving them at a loss for words. Then, what exactly do you wish for, Lord Buddy? Robbie summoned his courage to ask. Buddy scanned the guards and replied nonchalantly, I intend to recruit you into Lord Kien's ranks. Anyone who opposes this, step forward. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. The death of Chris had served as a grim warning. Anyone foolish enough to step forward would face Buddy's merciless blade. If all 50 guards were to unite against him, they might stand a chance, but with a werewolf at his side, one capable of slaying the captain, who would dare challenge him? The captain, once invincible among the town guards, had been slain by the werewolf before them. Faced with Buddy and the werewolf, who would be foolish enough to provoke them? Is there no one who opposes? Buddy asked with a smirk. Clearly, no one dared to voice their dissent. While the guards internally responded, none would dare to express it outwardly. Excellent. Buddy nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be incorporated into Lord Kien's exclusive guard, and will no longer be town guards. Robbie. Lord Buddy. Upon hearing his name, Robbie hurriedly approached, though he dared not come too close, fearful of being slain by Buddy. Observing Robbie's cautious demeanor, Buddy smiled. Do not worry, as long as you remain loyal to Lord Kien. You shall all live well. Now, go and gather all the weapons and armor from the armory, and also find the captain's gold card. Chapter 0081. Submission Buddy and Wolf, accompanied by 50 town guards and several carts of weapons, returned to the Beast Forest. Throughout the journey, Wolf merely presented himself, as he could not comprehend the exchanges between Buddy and the others. Upon entering the town, he beheld the once barren land transformed into a thriving expanse of farmland and homes. Teeming with children at play, Buddy's eyes brightened at such a dramatic change within such a short span of time. Indeed, Lord Kien was far from ordinary. His choice had proven to be astute. Lord Kien, as Jia Jingjin approached, Buddy immediately gestured for the town guards. All kneel. Clatter. Reluctantly, the guards knelt on one knee before Jia Jingjin. Lord Kien, I have only managed to recruit these 50 individuals. I truly apologize. Buddy bowed his head in shame towards Jia Jingjin. Alex took some away, and then several more fled the camp. That is quite commendable. Jia Jingjin replied with a slight smile. What are you all waiting for? Draw your swords and pledge your loyalty to Lord Qian. Turning to see the guards remaining motionless, Buddy's voice turned cold. What are you all doing? Draw your swords. The guards exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Though they had followed Buddy out of fear, they were reluctant to surrender to a foreigner and become his followers. As town guards, they were quite unwilling. They were well aware that city guards could soon be summoned by Alex, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution against this foreigner. Seeing the guard's hesitation, Buddy felt humiliated. Angered, he rose, drawing his sword. Roar! Upon witnessing Buddy draw his sword, Wolf transformed, revealing his wolf-like visage and emitting a low growl. Under the dual pressure, all the town guards panicked. Robbie was the quickest to react. Swiftly raising his sword, Lord Qian, I, Robbie, swear by the name of the god of war that I shall follow your steps and never betray you. You are Robbie. Jia Jingjin approached with a smile. Accepting his sword, is this your true intention? If you do not wish to, I can let you go. Jia Jingjin spoke sincerely. He could easily recruit goblins, and by the time of the full moon, he could recruit another werewolf. What need is there to compel such a loyal band of warriors to surrender? However, the perspective of the town guards is quite different. Buddy spoke with a smile. Yet it resulted in the direct demise of Chris. Perhaps this Lord Qian is even more ruthless. Robbie shouted without hesitation. I genuinely wish to become a follower of Lord Qian. Oh, indeed. Jia Jingjin nodded. Since you sincerely wish to follow me, I shall not treat you poorly. Here is a newly crafted set of iron armor, a gift for you. Jia Jingjin summoned a set of inferior iron armor from his virtual backpack, which included an iron helmet, iron breastplate, iron bracers, iron greaves, iron boots, and an iron shield. Though of substandard quality, it significantly enhanced the guards' defense compared to their uniforms, increasing their resilience by at least 2 or 3 times. The space magic demonstrated by Jia Jingjin left all the town guards, including Buddy, in awe. Mastery of space magic is something even Grand Magi may struggle to achieve. It is a form of magic that exists primarily in legend. It is said that some legendary creatures possess such magic. Yet it is a sight most mortals may never behold. Think that Lord Qian could wield such legendary magic. Could it be that his strength surpasses even that of the Grand Magus? If that is the case, then even the mightiest champions of the Xiongfeng Empire may not be able to defeat Lord Qian. Yet, it was merely a virtual realm, mistaken by the guards for legendary space magic. Unwittingly, Jia Jingjin had managed to sway those guards who were initially reluctant to surrender. Additionally, given the scarcity of resources in the small town, the guards were already content with a single set of leather uniforms. Acquiring full iron armor would be prohibitively expensive for the guard camp. Put it into perspective, the cheapest iron armor in the armor shop costs over 2 gold coins. The town's limited iron reserves made crafting such armor a challenge. Coupled with the generally low standard of living and consumer spending, the guards could only afford to produce relatively inexpensive and essential iron swords. Little did they expect that by aligning themselves with Lord Qian, they would receive an entire set of iron armor. Not only was Robbie elated, but even the other guards found it difficult to breathe in their excitement. Robbie eagerly donned the complete set of iron armor, testing his sword with a few combat maneuvers in the open space, and was instantly filled with satisfaction. With this armor, his combat prowess had escalated by several tiers, enabling him to withstand many lethal attacks. Not only Robbie, but even Buddy watched with envy. He had claimed to have fetched all the guards' uniforms and weapons from the armory, believing Lord Qian would appreciate his efforts. Instead, he found others receiving complete sets of iron armor for free. Observing Robbie's triumphant demeanor, Buddy could not resist approaching Jia Jingjin. Lord Qian, may I? Hey, no need to rush. Everyone shall receive their share. Jia Jingjin produced another set of ordinary iron armor for Buddy. You were the first to pledge your loyalty to me, so I shall grant you a superior quality set. With nothing better to do, I had the goblin craftsman forge numerous sets of iron armor from the iron ore we mined today. Originally, it was intended to arm a goblin heavy infantry unit, but for now, it shall be yours. Thank you, Lord Qian. Upon seeing that his iron armor was superior in both texture and luster compared to Robbie's, Buddy eagerly changed into it. This caused quite a stir among the town guards. The allure was simply irresistible, especially after learning that Lord Qin possessed strength on par with that of a Grand Magus. Their worries vanished one by one. They knelt before Jia Jingjin, swearing fealty to him. Jia Jingjin was generous, providing each guard with a complete set of inferior iron armor, and then added, "For now, we still have many uses for the iron ore. So this will have to suffice. Once the city's defenses are fully established, I can smelt large quantities of iron ore into steel, when each of you wields steel swords and dons complete steel armor. Your combat abilities will soar. In the future, not only steel, but advancements in technology will also bring titanium alloy and tungsten alloy equipment, and by then, each of you will possess top-tier, epic-quality tungsten alloy gear. And I will lead you to slay dragons." Jia Jingjin was merely speaking fancifully. He had no knowledge of whether a tungsten alloy epic set could withstand a dragon. However, the guards believed him. For before them stood the Grand Magus, Chapter 0082. The captain of the town guard's treasure. What is this? After all the town guards had completed the ceremony of fealty, Jia Jingjin looked curiously at Buddy, who was presenting a wooden treasure chest wrapped in copper skin. Buddy knelt on one knee, lifting the wooden chest high, presenting it before Jia Jingjin. "Lord Qin, this is the treasure stored in Brent's bank." "Oh," Jia Jingjin's interest piqued at the mention of treasure. "Is this the one you spoke of earlier?" "Indeed." "Lord Qin, hey, I thought you were referring to those useless items." Jia Jingjin chuckled as he reached for the chest, only to find it too heavy for him to lift. How awkward. Useless items. Buddy was speechless. The cart was filled with uniforms and weapons that the town guards had purchased at high prices. Wearing such equipment would make them the envy of many young people outside, eager to join the town guards. Yet it seemed Lord Qin truly did not hold them in high regard. What he casually produced was a complete set of iron armor that could rival the elite guards of the Xiongfeng Empire. Upon realizing Jia Jingjin's predicament, Buddy understood that he was a magus, and his physical strength did not match that of the warrior-class town guards. He promptly placed the treasure chest on the ground with respect. "Lord Qin, please." "Ahem." Jia Jingjin cleared his throat awkwardly and bent down to open the chest lid. "Message, you have opened the captain of the town guard's treasure chest. Message, you have obtained 1,000 gold coins. Message, you have obtained blueprint for town guard camp construction. Message, you have obtained potential potion. Message, you have obtained whirlwind skill book. Message, you have obtained skyward/skill book. Message, you have obtained elegant sword. Message, you have obtained beginner invisibility potion. Message, you have obtained Snow Peak cabin key." Indeed, the captain of the town guards had quite a stash. 1,000 gold coins is a sum that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to amass. Anyone receiving such a fortune could easily become wealthy. Although compared to true tycoons or noble officials, they would barely register as a blip on the radar. Blueprint for town guard camp construction. Special building, cannot be upgraded, allows for the construction of a town guard camp at a designated location. Enabling the recruitment or training of town guards through the expenditure of gold coins. Required materials for construction: 25,000 wood, 500 stone bricks, 100 iron swords, 100 town guard uniforms, 100 iron ingots, and 1 gold ingot. The material requirements are quite extravagant, especially the single gold ingot. Fortunately, there is a gold mine near the base, so that is not an issue.as for the iron swords and town guard uniforms. Those on Buddy's cart will suffice. Potential potion can enhance the user's potential, increasing their speed of learning and comprehension of skills, a valuable item. However, Jia Jingjin has no use for it, as he can directly learn and master skills through skill books. Whirlwind skill book. Upon use, learn the sword technique Whirlwind. Skyward/skill book. Upon use, learn the sword technique Skyward/elegant sword. Attack 40, agility 10, with a 1 chance to interrupt spellcasting during physical attacks. Beginner invisibility potion grants invisibility for 5 minutes upon consumption. Snow Peak cabin key. This is the key to the home of Brent, the captain of the town guards. You can use it to enter Brent's residence. For Jia Jingjin, the most useful items were the blueprint for the town guard camp, the beginner invisibility potion, while the Snow Peak cabin key held no significance for him. He had no idea where the Snow Peak cabin was located. Nor did he know if there were spoils to be had in Brent's home. That property was utterly meaningless to him. The potential potion, whirlwind skill book, skyward/skill book, and elegant sword were also of no use. After some contemplation, he decided to gift the potential potion and the skyward/skill book to Pelin, as she had become his woman. She was certainly closer to him than Buddy and the other new followers. Of course, he could not neglect Buddy, as he was the first to voluntarily surrender. He must set a good example. Thus, he drew forth the elegant sword, but Buddy's eyes nearly bulged out. He had no idea that Captain Brent's wooden treasure chest could transform into a spatial item. How could such a long weapon fit inside? He recalled that the chest contained only gold coins. Having traversed from a game world, Jia Jingjin knew that whenever he opened a treasure chest-like item, it would invariably yield a random assortment of related items. No wonder Buddy and the town guards were baffled. Buddy, this elegant sword is a gift for you, Jia Jingjin said with a smile. Make sure to use it well. Buddy gazed at the sword, which was infinitely more resplendent than his own and clearly sharper and sturdier, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He eagerly accepted the elegant sword from Jia Jingjin and tested it in the open space, filled with immense satisfaction. After all, Captain Brent merely wielded a very ordinary iron sword. Thank you, Lord Qin. Buddy shall vow to serve Lord Qin unto death. Buddy was now exceedingly grateful that he had made the right decision. Enamored with the elegant sword as he reveled in the envious gazes of his fellow town guards. Who among you has yet to learn Whirlwind? Jia Jingjin inquired. Splash. Almost all of the town guards raised their hands, except for Buddy. Witnessing this situation, Jia Jingjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had assumed that the guards would be proficient in sweeping techniques. Report, Lord Qin. Perhaps sensing Jia Jingjin's discomfort, Labby hurried over and said, We are merely subpar reserve members. Thus we haven't had the opportunity to learn combat skills. Oh, Jia Jingjin finally understood. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a sweeping skill book. Labby, this book is a gift for you. What is this? Lord Qin, Labby asked, puzzled, as he held the skill book. Open it and see. Jia Jingjin replied with a smile. Oh. As Labby tentatively opened the skill book, a radiant light burst forth and enveloped him in an instant. His mind was flooded with knowledge, leaving him speechless as he stared in astonishment at Jia Jingjin. Labby, what's wrong? Several guards behind him inquired with concern. Lord Qin has imparted the sweeping technique to me through memory inheritance. Labby replied incredulously. How could that be? Memory inheritance is a divine power exclusive to the goddess of knowledge. Flora, how could Lord Qin possess it? Are you joking? But the book truly vanished. Labby, are you deceiving us? The guards gathered in a flurry. Please, step aside. Labby urged the guards to clear the way, then unsheathed his sword. Boom! Exclamation point. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he indeed executed the sweeping technique, displaying a level of skill nearly on par with the captain. Chapter 0083. The town guard camp faced with the eager gazes of the other guards. Jia Jingjin comprehended the immense allure that exceptional equipment and combat skills held for them, that he smiled and declared, At present, I only possess these few items, but as long as you remain loyal to me, you shall undoubtedly receive superior equipment and sword techniques in the future. Long live Lord Qin. With this promise, all the guards erupted in jubilant cheers. Well then, you are dismissed for now. Please proceed to gather stone bricks to construct your own houses. If you're unsure how to build, consult the villagers. I have noticed a few villagers possess remarkable architectural talents, constructing houses that are both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, akin to villas. Hurry along. Aim to finish before nightfall, so you may rest early. Yes, Lord Qin. The guards thought to themselves that building houses was no simple task, especially within such a short time frame. Even crafting a small wooden hut usually required many days. Yet, they dared not voice their objections and formed a line toward the residential area. Soon, they were left astounded, as they witnessed firsthand how effortlessly houses could be built. Simply placing stone bricks and tiles on the ground transformed into a solid foundation. Before long, an exhilarated Buddy and Labby joined the ranks of the amazed, seizing stone bricks to begin constructing their own homes. Whenever they encountered difficulties, they sought assistance from the villagers. The entire residential area was alive with activity. Bustling with enthusiasm, the once barren inner city quickly became densely populated with numerous houses. Jia Jingjin returned to his bedroom in the residential building, where the adorable Tina and Pylon were peacefully asleep. Their heads nestled together on the large bed. Not wishing to disturb Tina, he tiptoed to the bedside, gently scratching Pylon's smooth, delicate face. Swish! In an unexpected turn, the previously slumbering Pylon bolted upright, swiftly grabbing her sword from the bedside and pointing it at Jia Jingjin's throat. Her eyes wide open. It's me. Jia Zhengjin gasped, his heart racing. You nearly scared me to death. Apologies. Upon realizing it was Jia Zhengjin, Pailin lowered her sword, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him coolly. I thought someone was attempting to ambush me. Jia Zhengjin chuckled. In this place, hardly anyone dares to ambush you. Only Tina, you, and those permitted may enter my residential building. Oh, Pailin nodded vacantly. Here. Jia Zhengjin produced a potion of potential and a skill book for ascending slash. Placing them in Pailin's hands, Pailin looked up at him, puzzled. This is a potion of potential. Consuming it will enhance your capabilities, making it easier to learn and master combat techniques. And this is the ascending slash skill book. You haven't learned it yet. Have you? Jia Zhengjin smiled. These gifts are all for you. This is too precious. Pailin stared blankly into Jia Zhengjin's eyes, uncertain of her true feelings at that moment. If it weren't valuable, why would I gift it to you? Jia Zhengjin said, gently cupping her chin and planting a soft kiss on her lips, then pouted in frustration. Still, I feel nothing. When you remain expressionless like this, intimacy lacks flavor. Apologies, Pailin replied flatly. What is there to apologize for? Jia Zhengjin shook his head helplessly. Never mind. You should get back to sleep. You and Tina need a full day of rest after yesterday's exertions. Yes. Pailin obediently lay back down. Remember to drink the potion and open the skill book to use it. Understood, Jia Zhengjin urged. Pailin couldn't fully comprehend, but at least she grasped what she needed to do, giving a slight nod in response. After descending the stairs, Jia Zhengjin immediately headed to the mining area for a brief inspection. Currently, there were 50 goblin miners and 103 villager miners working together, and the resource collection rate was impressively swift. He summoned 10 goblin miners. Come with me. We are going to extract some gold, or I need to construct the town guard camp. Awo, the goblin miners promptly responded and closely followed behind. Noticing Jia Zhengjin about to leave the town, Wolf immediately accompanied him. Thus, he led the werewolf along with the 10 goblin miners to the location of the gold mine. Following the previously recorded map, clang, clang. Upon arrival, the goblin miners immediately commenced extraction, and Jia Zhengjin joined in with an iron pickaxe. As the blue sun gradually set, Jia Zhengjin, laden with the mined gold ore, swiftly returned to base alongside the werewolf and goblin miners. The warehouse was already overflowing with timber, and the iron swords and guard uniforms brought back by Buddy were sufficient, even leaving a surplus. They managed to gather 100 iron ingots, just enough, and the gold ingots were successfully smelted. Finally, 1,500 stone bricks were required. The villagers had completed their houses and had plenty of materials left. Jia Zhengjin instructed the 10 goblin craftsmen to work overtime. And it wasn't until late into the night that they successfully assembled the 1,500 stone bricks. As everyone in the city drifted into slumber, Jia Zhengjin, armed with the materials and construction blueprints, approached an open area near the goblin nest and erected the town guard camp. Boom. Consuming all the materials, a magnificent large structure materialized on the vacant land. Should the guards behold it, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at its resemblance to their camp in the small town. Town guard camp, special building, non-upgradable, recruitment function, allows for the recruitment of town guards using gold coins. Town guard reserves. Their strength is only slightly superior to that of ordinary villagers. Recruitment cost, 10 gold coins, daily food consumption, 3. Elite town guards. They have mastered the sweeping technique and are formidable melee units. Recruitment cost, 50 gold coins, daily food consumption, 3. Training function. Allows for the training of town guards using gold coins and food. Enhancing their combat capabilities. Train guards. Train ordinary villagers into town guard reserves. Each training session carries a failure risk, costing 5 gold coins and 3 food. Training enhancement. Train town guard reserves into elite town guards. Each training session carries a failure risk, costing 10 gold coins and 3 food. Extreme training. Subject elite town guards to intense training, with a certain chance to learn ascending slash and promote to town guard captain. Each camp can have only one captain, although only 2 types of troops could be recruited. There were numerous training options available. Moreover, villagers could be directly trained to become town guards, with potential to advance to elite status. In concise terms, this building served as a training ground for elite soldiers, necessitating substantial investments of gold coins. Originally, Jia Zhengjin believed he had discovered a treasure trove in the form of the town guard captain, with a significant sum of 1,000 gold coins. However, upon reflection, he realized that it would likely be depleted swiftly. Chapter 0084. Extreme Training. After a day of rest, Tina and Pylon had fully recovered. Pylon had consumed the potion of potential and learned the ascending slash. Jiajun had specially crafted a complete set of iron armor for her, ensuring she was fully equipped. Early in the morning, he summoned Buddy to gather all the town guards, who donned their complete iron armor and stood in neat formation before him. "Good morning. Did everyone sleep well last night?" Jiajun inquired. "We slept splendidly. Thank you for your concern, Lord Keen. The house is rather empty, without furniture. Lord Keen, our family should be arriving at the village outside the monster forest today. Will we be able to go and greet them?" "Yes, indeed. After a long day of organizing, our families will surely bring everything they can carry." The town guards chimed in, their concerns primarily related to their family's arrival. "Everyone need not worry." Jia Zhengjin smiled. "I will certainly not prevent you from welcoming your families, and I will arrange for Wolf to escort you throughout. After all, the roads leading in and out of the monster forest can be perilous." Upon hearing this, the town guards felt entirely reassured. Long live Lord Keen. "All right, now let us discuss serious matters." Jia Zhengjin cast a sweeping glance, and all the town guards fell silent. He waited until their chatter subsided before speaking. "Last night, while you were resting, I specifically summoned a training camp for you all. From now on, during your free time without missions, you shall come to the camp to train and enhance your capabilities." "A camp?" Lord Kien said. He summoned a camp. "What kind of camp is it?" "I have no idea." "Indeed. Lord Kien must be a formidable spatial mage, right?" "Absolutely." The town guards began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Observing their misunderstanding, Jia Zhengjin chose not to clarify. "Now, everyone, follow me." He led the guards to the location of the camp. "Wow. Isn't this our town guard camp?" "It truly is. It looks exactly the same. Everything inside is identical. This camp is entirely new. That's the only difference, right? How did Lord Kien achieve this? It's amazing. Fantastic. I was worried there wouldn't be a dedicated place to train swordsmanship. Now we can rest easy." Upon seeing the camp, the town guards erupted in cheers, rushing in to explore their familiar surroundings, seeking out any differences. Lord Kien, this, Batty, standing beside Jia Zhengjin, also found it hard to believe. After the town guards entered the camp, the number of reserve guards became 49, while the elite guards numbered 3. That after careful consideration, Jia Zhengjin deduced that these 3 elites must be Pylon, Batty, and Labby, who had learned the sweeping strike yesterday. Noticing the confusion and doubt on Batty's face, Jia Zhengjin smiled gently and said, "There will be many more surprises in store for you. This town guard camp, aside from providing a training ground, can also perform even more powerful feats. However, it requires a considerable amount of gold. Lord Kien, may I witness this?" Batty eagerly inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Certainly." Jia Zhengjin replied, turning to Pylon, "Draw your sword and stand in the training area." "Yes." Pylon promptly unsheathed her sword and strode confidently to the center. Assuming a combat stance, Jia Zhengjin selected Pylon's name in the virtual interface and chose Extreme Training. "Let us begin. Proceed as you usually do in training." "Understood." Pylon raised her sword and performed several fundamental slashes, thrusts, and cuts. However, nothing occurred. What is going on?" Jia Zhengjin was perplexed. There seemed to be no effect. Message: the selected target's strength is nearly equal to that of the town guard captain. A breakthrough is no longer possible. It appeared that the potential potion given to Pylon yesterday, coupled with her acquisition of the ascending strike, had enabled her to master a skill exclusive to the town guard captain, thus categorizing her at a comparable level and preventing further extreme breakthroughs. Jia Zhengjin was somewhat speechless, so he waved Pylon back and turned to Batty. "It seems she has surpassed the limit. Batty, it's your turn." "Yes." Without hesitation, Batty drew his ornate sword and moved to the spot where Pylon had just stood. "Go ahead." Jia Zhengjin instructed, "Attempt some training." As he spoke, he selected Batty's name and clicked on Extreme Training. Swish, swish, swish. Batty skillfully executed several moves. Message: training failed. Please have the target use their strongest current skill to complete the training. Oh, upon seeing the prompt, Jia Zhengjin realized where the failure lay, so he quickly advised Batty, "You need to use your most powerful skill at present." Batty hesitated for a moment. Aside from the captain, each town guard could only master the sweeping strike at most. And he only knew that skill. Did that mean to use the sweeping strike directly, Noticing the inquiring look on Batty's face, Jia Jinjin nodded. Let's begin. Yes. Batty raised his ornate sword, channeling his energy to center himself, and unleashed the sweeping strike with all his might. Boom! A circular wave of sword energy radiated from him, delivering a powerful blow to the ground. However, the damaged surface immediately restored itself, as if nothing had occurred. Incredible. No wonder Batty is so impressive. His use of the sweeping strike is nearly at the captain's level. Batty is so cool. Look, the floor is repairing itself. Does this mean we can train freely in the camp without any consequences? This is fantastic. So miraculous. The town guards were visibly excited. Since arriving here, they had witnessed many astonishing phenomena in a short span of time. Message: Batty's sweeping strike experience increased by 1. Current training level 79. Consumed 10 gold coins, 10 stamina points. What do you think? Jia Jingjin inquired. Batty furrowed his brow in deep thought, then expressed some confusion. I am not sure if it's just my imagination, but it feels like my sweeping strike has improved a little. It seemed his intuition was quite sharp. Jia Jingjin smiled. Why don't you try again? Yes. Batty executed the sweeping strike once more. Indeed. It feels like I'm genuinely making progress. You can even perceive such subtle changes? Very impressive. Jia Jingjin remarked. Can you use the sweeping strike 20 more times? 20 times. Batty pondered. That might be a bit challenging, but I should manage. With that, he truly began to swing his sword repeatedly, performing the sweeping strike. By the 20th attempt, he was utterly exhausted, yet his eyes radiated sheer delight as he cast an incredulous glance at Jia Jingjin. Message: Batty's sweeping strike experience is now full. He has successfully broken through the bottleneck. Message: Batty has reached the strength of a town guard captain and learned Ascending Strike. Message: Would you like to appoint Batty as the town guard captain? What luck, achieving a breakthrough in one go. Jia Jingjin decisively selected yes. Chapter 0085. Defense strategy. The town guards are quite costly, especially if one wishes to possess more elite members. Thus, gold coins are clearly better spent on exchanging for raw meat at the resource trading post to hire goblin soldiers. After all, the town guards can gradually increase their experience by training in the camp, although the pace is certainly much slower compared to enhancing through gold coins that 100 goblin soldiers consume too. 600 units of raw meat, while 1,000 only costs 26,000 units. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1,000 units of raw meat, and 10 gold coins equate to 10,000 units. Hence, recruiting 1,000 goblin soldiers only requires a little over 20 gold coins. Batty's skill training experience of 22 from yesterday cost 22 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000 goblin soldiers. Of course, his ability to break through the limits and attain captain-level strength, learning the Ascending Strike, is truly commendable. 1,000 goblin soldiers cannot be compared to him at all. However, once the battle commences, the loss of 1,000 goblin soldiers would not faze Jia Jingjin in the slightest, whereas losing a captain-level follower would undoubtedly cause him great distress. Jia Jingjin utilized gold coins to purchase raw meat, preparing to establish a heavy-armored goblin army. However, he discovered that once the number of goblin warriors reached 500 in a goblin den, a notification would alert him that the population limit for that den had been reached. Recruiting other types of soldiers is not an issue, meaning there is a cap of 500 for any single soldier type. Additionally, the goblin chief is unique, with a limit of just 1. Jia Jingjin could certainly construct another goblin den or even more to employ as swarm tactics. However, even with such a strategy, the speed of manufacturing equipment and weapons would not keep pace. Arming 500 goblins requires an astonishing amount of materials to forge iron ingots. Not to mention that Jia Jingjin also intends to fill the surroundings of the city with arrow towers to bolster defensive capabilities against enemies and beasts. Even with 500 goblin miners and over 100 villager miners working together, the number of tools available for mining is insufficient, and the outdoor veins are not expansive enough, not only failing to provide adequate resources, but also leading to further waste. In the current situation, a combination of 50 goblin miners and 100 villager miners is just right, and there is no immediate need to increase the number of miners, once larger and safer veins are found. He can recruit more goblin miners then. With 500 goblin soldiers, Jia Jingjin, after careful consideration, decided to convert 200 of them into goblin crossbowmen, wielding crossbows and wearing leather-made light armor. The remaining 300 would be equipped with iron shields, iron spears, and a full set of iron armor. The production of weapons and armor needs to be expedited, as at least half of the goblin soldiers currently possess no equipment whatsoever. Once the gear is gathered, after the battle commences, the 300 heavy-armored goblin soldiers will take the lead, while the 200 goblin crossbowmen provide ranged support, delivering an astonishing impact. Jia Zhijin had Labby test the combat prowess of the goblin soldiers in front of unarmored goblin soldiers. Labby could effortlessly fend off the attacks of over 20 goblins with the sweeping strike and emerge victorious. However, when faced with heavily armored goblin soldiers clad in full iron gear and weaponry, he struggled against just 5. The defensive capabilities of the complete set of iron armor were sufficient to negate the sweeping strike's assault, although it was possible to break the armor through repeated strikes. During that interval, the goblin soldiers could launch a powerful counteroffensive, starkly contrasting the ease with which they were previously overwhelmed without armor, not to mention the 200 goblin crossbowmen on standby, who could unleash a barrage of arrows during the close combat between the heavily armored goblins and the enemy. Once the 500 goblin warriors are fully equipped and the arrow tower formations within the city are constructed, additional resources will allow for the creation of several more goblin nests at that point. Employing a strategy of overwhelming force will inevitably lead to the conquest of the entire Warcraft forest. As for the city guards, I have heard they are superior to the town guards. No matter, facing the dense array of arrow towers and goblin crossbowmen, breaching the city defenses will prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, I still possess the town guard encampment. If necessary, I could simply exploit the gold mine and convert the resources into a substantial number of town guards. If all else fails, there is also a garden. It sustains the forest fairies, not merely for the sake of enjoying a bottle of exquisite nectar each day. They wield powerful magic capable of summoning trance. And should the city be destroyed, they too would suffer. Thus, if I can convey the seriousness of the situation to the forest fairies, they would likely be eager to offer their assistance. As my forces continue to strengthen, I, Jia Zhijin, am now poised to attack the giant centipede lair. The venom of the giant centipede possesses potent paralyzing properties. While it may not be lethal, it can incapacitate its target for a considerable time. By employing poisoned weapons, even the mightiest of clerics would find themselves rendered helpless, leaving the city guards with little chance of victory. It is no simple feat for the city guards to assault my stronghold. They must first traverse the Warcraft forest and breach the territories of several otherworldly factions. Naturally, it would be a walk in the park for them, yet they cannot escape the depletion of their combat strength. Regardless of the advantages of time, terrain, or manpower, I hold an unequivocal upper hand. Should I still find myself unable to withstand the city guards, I have a secret weapon. Is there not a formidable red fire-breathing python lurking in the woods? It appears to be a particularly fearsome creature in this realm. If it comes to that, I shall have Wolf lure the red python into the ranks of the city guards, allowing it to wreak havoc. Should the city guards be annihilated, Wolf can then lead the python away. The worst-case scenario would be the loss of this werewolf, yet it would be a fair trade for the entire city guard force, if fortune favors me and the city guards are vanquished by the python. While the creature is gravely injured in the process, I could effortlessly reap the benefits, claiming both the python's experience and its spoils. Even if the city guards triumph over the python, it matters not. They will undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. I can still profit, eliminating all city guards and claiming their experience and loot. In any case, I, Jia Zhijin, am fully confident in my position. Now, the task at hand is to construct a dense network of arrow towers, ideally so tightly packed that even the red python cannot approach with ease. Half of the resources gathered by the miners will be transported by goblin artisans to be smelted into iron ingots for crafting equipment, while the other half will be utilized by me to frantically place arrow towers around the city walls. First, I shall bolster the overall defenses, for such a concentrated array of arrow towers will ensure that any threatening creatures within range are promptly eliminated, allowing the villagers to remain safely within the city and walk near the walls without fear of beastly assaults. Once every position along the city walls is saturated with new arrow towers, I shall proceed to upgrade them one by one. Chapter 0086. Can you sing accurately? Lord Kin, did you construct all of these? Upon witnessing the dense array of arrow towers lining the city walls, Buddy felt a shiver run down his spine. He had witnessed the miraculous nature of these towers. Any threatening creature that approached would be automatically engaged. Villagers meandering nearby were completely unharmed. Although he did not comprehend the principles behind the operation of these wooden towers, which bore no visible mechanisms or operators. He attributed them to Lord Jia Jingjin's extraordinary magic. It took me an entire day. I'm utterly exhausted, Jia Jingjin replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice. However, aside from the initial few, the rest are merely level 1 arrow towers with relatively weak attack power. Thankfully, we have a month to gradually upgrade them. And when the city guards arrive, they shall be met with impressively advanced arrow towers. The Goblin Army, the miraculous arrow towers, the beasts of the Warcraft Forest. Despite the cleric's assistance, it will be nearly impossible for the city guards to defeat us. A glimmer of fervor shone in Buddy's eyes. Lord Qian, you should still be able to summon more werewolf warriors, correct? Well, I can probably summon one more werewolf each full moon night, Jia Jingjin replied. That is already sufficient, Buddy exclaimed with excitement. With Lord Wolf included, 2 werewolves alongside our forces will guarantee our victory. The next concern is how to deal with the Lord's personal guard or the King's elite troops. Your countrymen are truly peculiar. How can a conflict with a mere village chief escalate into a confrontation with an entire nation? I am utterly bewildered, Jia Jingjin sighed. All I desire is to settle in this forest and enjoy my game. Dealing with warfare is an utter nuisance. Just then, the sound of goblin howls echoed, signaling the return of the hunting party. They had set out early in the morning, and by now, they should be bringing back quite a bounty. As he pondered this, a foreign voice suddenly rang out in the language of another realm, crying, "Help, help me!" Both Jia Jingjin and Buddy turned in confusion. The goblin army returned not only with various otherworldly creatures, but also carried a young man bound with ropes. This young man had fiery red hair cascading to his shoulders, adorned with a silver circlet, and wore a loose robe embroidered with strange patterns. It was he who was calling for help, suspended over the heads of the goblins. I told you to go hunting, not to bring back a captive, Jia Jingjin exclaimed in frustration, pointing at the goblins. Quickly, set him down. I have no intention of eating human flesh. With a thud, the goblin soldiers dropped the red-haired youth onto the ground and hastily retreated. Noticing that these goblins obeyed Jia Jingjin's words, the young man ceased his cries for help and looked up at Jia Jingjin, speaking urgently. This esteemed one. This is Lord Qian, our leader. Buddy interjected. Oh, it is Lord Qian, praise you, the red-haired youth said, gazing up at him. May I request that you untie me, and if I may inquire, where exactly am I? Buddy. Jia Jingjin glanced at Buddy, who promptly approached and drew a magnificent sword, severing the ropes binding the youth. Thank you, Lord Qian. The red-haired youth sighed in relief, casting a wary glance at the fierce goblins. Do not worry. They are all my subordinates, Jia Jingjin assured him. You are in the Warcraft Forest. Are you not aware of this? Oh. The red-haired youth clapped his hands. So this is the legendary and perilous borderland of the Wind Empire, the Warcraft Forest. No wonder my journey has been so tumultuous. You are not from the Wind Empire, Jia Jingjin inquired. Then how do you speak the language of this nation? Lord Qian, allow me to introduce myself. The red-haired youth waved his left hand, and an instrument resembling a guitar, albeit with strange strings, materialized in his grasp. Spatial magic. Buddy gasped in astonishment, but quickly added, No, this is different from Lord Qian's spatial magic. I understand now. He wears a spatial ring on his finger. A spatial ring. Jia Jingjin looked curiously at the red-haired youth's left hand, where indeed there was a finely crafted ring on his pinky. The red-haired youth smiled and positioned the guitar on his left shoulder, gently plucking the strings with his right index finger, singing in a calm and melodious tone. In that snow-covered land, there exists a people who cherish song, creating friendships through enchanting melodies. We are all kin of Apel, the wandering bard Kikillism, fortuitously encountering goblins in the Warcraft Forest, bound by ropes. I was brought to the city. Praising the greatest kin here, Kikillism's stomach is empty, and Kikillism's body and spirit are weary. Mighty Qian, Lord of the city, may you welcome friends with friendship? Oh, quite a lovely song. This was the first time Jia Jingjin had heard such an otherworldly melody. Although the tone seemed to remain fairly steady, it was immensely pleasant to the ear. He immediately applauded, grasping the youth's hand and asking, Brother, can you sing other songs? I am known as the mobile song repository. The songs I can sing are countless. My kin call me king of songs Chi-Chi. The red-haired youth replied with a smile. Can you sing Two Tigers? Jia Jingjin, however, was more intrigued by the songs than the spatial ring, grinning as he asked Chi-Chi. What is two tigers? Chi-Chi Liximo blinked in confusion at Jia Jingjing. You claim to be a mobile song repository, yet do not know a children's song like Two Tigers. Jia Jingjing retorted with disdain. Allow me to sing it for you. Let us see if you can learn it. If you can, I shall treat you well. If not, well, I shall still treat you well, haha. All right. Chi-Chi nodded at Jia Jingjing. Very well, listen closely. Jia Jingjing took a deep breath and, smiling, sang in Mandarin. Two tigers, two tigers. No dignity, one without clothes, one without underpants, running everywhere, buddy. Chi-Chi, what is it? Sing along. Jia Jingjing chuckled and said, Chi-Chi, what language is that song in? Chi-Chi, somewhat speechless, retorted, what does it matter? Just sing. All right. Two old monkeys. Touch the chicken and shout. Touch the chicken and shout. One is uncreative. One is unadventurous. Crying everywhere. To be honest, Chi-Chi's rendition was getting closer, but the meaning had completely changed. Brother, can you sing it correctly? Jia Jingjing stifled a laugh. Teasing him on purpose. Chapter 87. The concert Jia Jingjing made a joke at the expense of the wandering minstrel, yet the latter remained oblivious, as he did not understand Mandarin after the jest. He instructed the goblin to continue hunting. He then called upon several villagers to clear a patch of land. At the tool station, he crafted a few wooden tables and chairs, placing them in the open area. After witnessing Jia Jingjing's spatial magic, Chi-Chi no longer boasted about his spatial ring. After all, in comparison, Jia's magic was far more sophisticated. It was astonishing. Who would have thought that in this little corner, one could encounter such a formidable practitioner of spatial magic? He must be nearly as powerful as the great Archmage Paridi, who had gray hair and a beard that dragged on the ground. Yet, this Lord Qian appeared so youthful. Jia Jingjing personally prepared a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, honey-roasted meat, and honey-roasted fish, then instructed the villagers to bring forth a bounty of edible wild fruits and plants from the storeroom. After laying out the feast, he turned to Chi-Chi and said, My friend, I apologize for the modest hospitality. Lord Qian, you are too kind. At that moment, Chi-Chi, disregarding his image, began to feast heartily. After days of traveling through desolate areas, he was ravenously hungry. Delicious, absolutely delightful. Upon hearing that guests had arrived in the village, the villagers set aside their tasks to gather and observe. Tina, accompanied by Pylon and other village girls, returned from berry picking at the city gates, having heard the commotion. Before long, the area around the open space was packed with people. Jia Jingjing mused to himself. It seems that the love for gathering is not solely a trait of our nation. Tina approached Jia Jingjing, clutching his left arm, and curiously inquired about Chi-Chi. Who is this? Pylon watched Tina's actions, her hand twitching slightly but ultimately remaining still, as she stood expressionlessly to Jia Jingjing's right, gazing at the unfamiliar red-haired stranger. He is a wandering minstrel named Chi-Chi Liximo. Jia Jingjing whispered in her ear. He got lost in the forest and was brought back by my goblin. How fortunate. If he had been captured by other goblins, he would surely have been eaten. Tina remarked. Indeed. Jia Jingjing nodded. He is quite lucky. Is he a good singer? Tina asked. Jia Jingjing pondered for a moment. Though he can't sing Two Tigers, it's not bad. What is Two Tigers? Tina inquired. Intrigued. Haha, it's merely a children's song. Jia Jingjing replied, pulling her close. How about we organize a concert? The villagers and town guards have just arrived, and everyone seems rather tense. The concert could help everyone relax. That's an excellent idea. Tina's eyes sparkled. I only heard a bard's song once when I was very little. A bard? Isn't he a wandering minstrel? Jia Jingjing pointed at Chi-Chi. Their profession is called bard. Tina stifled a giggle behind her hand. Oh, there's such a peculiar profession. Shouldn't poets recite poetry? Why sing? Jia Jingjing was somewhat perplexed. Tina merely giggled softly. Jia Jingjing, not dwelling on it further, turned to Batty, saying, Take a few people to find an open space and set up an outdoor stage. Also, it seems he will be staying in the city tonight. Please construct a simple temporary house for him using stone bricks. Have the goblin craftsmen make some beds, stools, and other furniture. Understood, Lord Qian. Batty nodded promptly. And summon the town guards as well. After he finishes eating, we shall hold the concert to celebrate the villagers and town guards integrating into this city. Yes, Batty's face lit up with a joyful smile. After Chi-Chi had eaten his fill, he contentedly patted his belly, Villagers promptly came to clear the tables and wooden bowls, sweeping away the remnants of food. Are you satisfied? Jia Zhengjin inquired with a smile. Thank you. Lord Qian, I haven't eaten so well in a long time. Chi-Chi nodded happily. Mainly, the journey here was through uninhabited areas. To have made it here alive, you must be quite remarkable. Jia Zhengjin laughed heartily. Since you are full, do you have the energy to sing a few songs for my villagers? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately stood up. Of course. Great. The stage is being set up over there and will be ready shortly. Please rest for a bit. Soon all the villagers will come to hear you sing, Jia Zhengjin said with a smile. Make sure to give a splendid performance. Rest assured, we will always repay friendship with our best songs. Chi-Chi raised his guitar. Tonight, let us stroll in the realm of music. I hope it's not just a stroll but a celebration. I will do my utmost. Upon hearing that Lord Qian was hosting a concert featuring a passing bard, all the villagers and town guards were exhilarated, in their monotonous lives devoid of entertainment. The prospect of listening to the bard's melodious voice was a source of immense joy. Not to mention, it would be an entire concert. Thus, while the stage was being constructed, the villagers voluntarily came to assist, quickly erecting the platform. They also brought chairs from their homes and arranged them neatly in front of the stage, creating a lively atmosphere even before the performance began. Both adults and children eagerly awaited grilled fish, grilled meat, grilled fruitcakes, boiled water, juice. Would you like some? A business-savvy villager began to sell refreshments, leaving Jia Zhengjin both amused and exasperated. However, he allowed them to proceed. As long as everyone was happy, it was all good. The stage was finally completed, and Jia Zhengjin took a seat in the front row, flanked by Tina and Pylon. Next to Tina sat her parents, followed by Amber's family. On Pylon's side was the werewolf Wolf, followed by Batty, and then the goblin chief, who, of course, understood nothing. Additionally, a rather unique goblin miner also arrived, squatting at Jia Zhengjin's feet. This was the initially tamed pet, Little Gray. Under the watchful eyes of all, the bard Chi-Chi Liximo finally stepped onto the stage with his treasured instrument, smiling as he plucked the strings. Thank you. Friendly Lord Qian, you are the first good friend I, Chi-Chi, encountered in the Empire of Xiongfeng, and thanks to everyone present. You are all my good friends. Now, let me perform the song Two Old Monkeys that Lord Qian taught me to warm up the audience. Please enjoy. Good. Jia Zhengjin immediately applauded. With Lord Qian clapping, the others quickly joined in. Chapter 88. The Giant Bee Crisis. A rendition of Two Tigers had transformed into two old monkeys, yet none of the audience understood the difference. The bard Chi-Chi Liximo's inaugural performance ignited the atmosphere, and he then began to sing more enchanting songs. On the verdant pastures of Procelis reside the friendly Dodarisi people, the beautiful and kind Dodarisi princess. With eyes filled with wisdom like the stars, the princess sings of a happy life, where lush mountains and clear waters are the people's eternal abode, but the black demon descends from the sky. United we stand to build a new homeland, calling upon the goddess of love, April, to banish darkness and bring light to Dodarisi, calling upon the thorn goddess, Kerman, to guard the dawn and bring hope to Dodarisi, calling upon the brave who fear not evil, to rescue Dodarisi from the depths of darkness. Beautiful and kind Dodarisi princess, please let the wandering minstrel traverse the continent and sing. Though the melody remained relatively unchanged, it was undeniable that Chi-Chi Liximo's voice was extraordinarily melodious. Listening to him sing felt akin to attending an opera or hearing a tale. Everyone was utterly captivated, unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Tina could no longer contain herself as she grasped Jia Zhengjin's hand, her face reflecting sympathy. Those Dodarisi citizens are so unfortunate. Where is Procelis? If only we could help them. Procelis lies within the Orc Empire, said to be the territory of the cat folk, Batty interjected. Having overheard Tina's words, it is unlikely that Lord Qian could offer assistance unless we could lead an army through the 5 great empires, sail across the Silent Sea, and navigate the volcanic regions. If the army were to set out, they would likely be stopped in the Otis Empire. Upon hearing this, Tina realized how naive her suggestion had been. Chi-Chi continued to sing several more songs, primarily celebrating his journey and experiences. As the villagers listened, they resonated deeply with his lyrics, involuntarily placing themselves in his shoes, as if they were personally experiencing all the sorrow and joy. Many villagers could not help but shed tears, including Tina. Pylon remained expressionless, yet tears glistened in her eyes. What was intended to be a joyous concert celebrating their relocation to the city had turned into an emotional affair, as Chi-Chi's performance moved everyone to tears. Jia Jingjin, having made up his mind to leave, rose to his feet and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, ascended the stage. Chi-Chi, you must be tired of singing, right? Allow me to take a turn with your guitar. G-guitar. Chi-Chi appeared bewildered. You mean this instrument in your hand? Jia Jingjin pointed at the stringed instrument that bore resemblance to a guitar. Oh, you are referring to my gu fengqin. Only then did Chi-Chi comprehend the situation and extended the instrument towards Jia Jingjin. Lord Qian, you can play the gu fengqin too. What school of bard are you from? Is it the ancient style or the military style? I belong to neither. Jia Jingjin cradled the gu fengqin in his arms and gently plucked its strings to test the sound. Lord Qian, that's not how you hold the gu fengqin. Chi-Chi kindly reminded him. Why don't you take a break? Jia Jingjin waved him off. Reluctantly, Chi-Chi smiled and stepped down from the stage, finding a chair to rest. Once Jia Jingjin adjusted the tuning, he cleared his throat and began. Long ago, there was a legendary group of youth who, on the night of the full moon, would perform an ancient and mysterious ritual. For Tina, even a smattering of understanding of the Chinese language was a challenge, rendering Jia Jingjin's words incomprehensible. However, as he began strumming the gu fengqin rhythmically, oh no, it was not a guitar, but the gu fengqin. And as he sang while stomping his feet to the beat, the villagers initially appeared dazed. Yet, they soon found themselves swaying involuntarily to the rhythm, especially during the climax of Jia Jingjin's song. Everyone could not help but rise and sway along with Lord Qian. Even if they could not grasp the lyrics, the infectious energy compelled them to shake their heads and tap their feet. Some of the youngsters even shouted in unison, shoot, 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 shoot. Eventually, even the bard Chi-Chi Liximo was swept up in the revelry, joining in the celebration. The atmosphere surged with excitement as everyone swayed together in response to Jia Jingjin's singing. If only there were drums and other instruments to truly capture the essence of the moment. Jia Jingjin felt a twinge of regret, just as the crowd's spirits soared and Jia Jingjin prepared to conclude the song. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom, boom. A gigantic insect, as large as a helicopter, suddenly appeared above the stage, its wings vibrating with a sound reminiscent of helicopter blades. Its exterior was adorned with black and yellow stripes, resembling a colossal bee. No, it should be said that it was a hornet, a killer bee of sorts. Jia Jingjin could not discern the differences, but it was undoubtedly an insect belonging to the bee family. This giant bee, likely drawn by the music, descended rapidly towards the stage, its stinger poised menacingly. Lord Qian, watch out! Wolf, Buddy, and the others were startled by this sudden incident and rushed towards the stage. However, the giant bee reached Jia Jingjin first and launched an attack. Fortunately, Jia Jingjin's reflexes were swift. He hastily discarded the gu fengqin and summoned a perfect iron shield to block the impending strike. Clang! The bee's stinger struck the shield, sending sparks flying, seizing the opportunity. Jia Jingjin summoned the spear of thunder and thrust it fiercely, piercing the soft abdomen of the giant bee, causing a torrent of green fluid to erupt forth. Roar! Wolf leaped onto the stage, using his claws to slash at the bee's back. Heavenly slash! Buddy and Perlin appeared almost simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful moves. Whoosh! The giant bee was cleaved in two, its body crashing down onto the stage, sending the villagers into a frenzy. Lord Qian, are you all right? Buddy inquired as he approached. I'm fine. Jia Jingjin gazed at the giant bee's corpse, and a notification appeared before him. Message: Perlin has slain the Laludo. And you have gained 50 experience points. This is Laludo, oh no. Buddy's expression shifted as he scrutinized the giant bee's remains. Such creatures typically do not appear alone, nor do they stray far from their nests. The presence of one indicates our city may have another Laludo colony settling nearby. Perlin stated impassively. If we do not eradicate this colony swiftly, we will be in grave trouble. With so many arrow towers. Does that mean? Jia Jingjin quickly jumped down from the stage and looked up, only to find his face paling. The sky was shrouded in a thick black mist composed entirely of Laludos. The arrow towers were firing desperately, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Chapter 0089. A swarm of bees rising. All villagers, return to your homes at once and take cover. Seeing the densely packed arrow towers unable to defend against the overwhelming swarm of giant bees, Jiajinjin's face turned ashen. He decisively commanded, "Town guards, arm yourselves fully to protect the villagers as they hide, and prepare for battle. Wolf, quickly sound the horn to summon the Knoll warriors for immediate reinforcement." Yes. Wolf and Buddy sprang into action, one to summon the Knoll warriors back to the town, while the other led the town guards to shield the panicked villagers. Little Gray, lead the working Knoll miners back to the Knoll den immediately. Do not let them come out. Ow. Little Gray raced towards the mine. Perlin, you must protect Tina and get her back inside. Understood. Ken, what about you? Tina looked at him with concern. Rest assured, Jia Jingjin raised his shield with his left hand and brandished his spear with his right. I will lead the troops to repel this swarm. Ken, I want to stay too. Tina said anxiously, I want to fight. Understanding that Tina was worried about him, Jia Jingjin reassured her, your fireball might not have the power to harm these colossal insects. So it is best for you to stay hidden and let me focus on the battle. I promise. Nothing will happen to me. But Ken, quickly go. Back to your house. Reluctantly, Tina was pulled back to the residential building by Perlin, who secured the doors and windows, peering through the cracks to watch outside. If Jia Jingjin were to be in danger, she would undoubtedly rush out without a second thought. Naturally, she hoped fervently that nothing would occur. So many Luludos. How terrifying. Help. I don't want to die. Run. Quickly back to your houses. Dad, hurry. Son, help me up. Daughter, run faster. Hurry. The villagers were like ants on a hot stove, utterly flustered in the face of the looming bee swarm. Boom. Boom. The giant bees, overwhelming in number, soared over the arrow towers, densely blanketing the sky above the town like thousands of bombers diving down to launch an assault on the villagers within. You shall not succeed. Swath. The town guards fear nothing. Kill. Under Buddy's leadership, the town guards fought valiantly, using their bodies and swords to shield the giant bees and cover the villagers' retreat. Thud. Jia Jingjin's massive shield absorbed the impact of a giant bee that descended from above. While his right hand thrust the spear of thunder decisively into its chest, the bee's venom took effect, and it plummeted to the ground. He rushed forward and delivered a finishing blow to the giant bee's head. Message, you have slain Luludo, gaining 50 experience points. Turning around, he noticed the bard Chi-Chi Liximo frantically descending from the stage. Clutching his Gu Feng Qin, a giant bee descended, raising its sharp stinger towards him. Roar. Jia Jingjin quickly unleashed a howl skill at the giant bee, momentarily stunning it in midair. Seizing the chance, he charged forward and plunged the spear of thunder into its head. Message, you have slain Luludo. Gaining 50 experience points. What are you still doing? Quickly return to your home. Jia Jingjin shouted at Chi-Chi, I will protect you. Oh. Chi-Chi, in a state of panic, clutched his instrument and hurried towards his temporary dwelling. Jia Jingjin shielded him along the way, using the spear of thunder to fend off the approaching Luludo bees. However, the sheer number of giant bees began to overwhelm him, and he felt his defenses waning. 1 or 2 were manageable, but when 4 or 5 appeared simultaneously, he struggled to defend himself, unable to mount a counterattack. Lord Qian, Buddy, having safely escorted the villagers back home, returned to find the area swarming with giant bees, which were relentlessly attacking every building, even the stables and the triceratops within. Meanwhile, Jia Jingjin was besieged by 5 giant bees, with even more closing in. It was evident that he was nearing his limit. In a moment of desperation, Buddy raised his ornate sword and leaped forward with all his might, exclaiming, Swath. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful strike cleaved the surrounding giant bees in half, significantly alleviating Jia Jingjin's burden. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Qian. No need for thanks. Protecting you is the duty of a follower. Buddy swung his ornate sword with precision, dispatching the approaching giant bees effortlessly. With Buddy's protection, Jia Jingjin was finally able to unleash his full potential. Brandishing his shield and spear to counterattack, the surrounding town guards gradually rallied, with Robbie launching coordinated assaults. Other guards, still mastering the sweeping technique, fought valiantly with their swords, taking down the bees one by one. The town guard's strength was commendable, and clad in iron armor with sturdy iron swords, they had only suffered a couple of minor injuries, primarily from mishaps during the chaos in the realm of individual combat. The giant wasps are certainly no match for the town guards. However, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. The guards fight valiantly, surrounded by a sea of corpses, yet they can only account for a mere couple of hundred fallen foes. In stark contrast to the terrifying multitude of over 10,000 wasps that assail them, this is but a drop in the ocean. Exhausted and gasping for breath, the guards, including Jia Jingjin, find themselves utterly drained from the intense battle. Clad in iron armor and wielding iron shields, they can withstand the onslaught for a brief period, but the prolonged exertion is taking its toll as they look up to see the swarm of wasps multiplying. Blotting out the sky and rampaging through the city, a flicker of fear stirs within Jia Jingjin's heart. Just as fatigue threatens to overwhelm them, a howl pierces the air. Wolf has finally returned to assist, leading the goblin army back to the stronghold. Upon arrival, Wolf swiftly rushes to Jia Jingjin's side, utilizing his sharp claws and swift movements to fend off the encroaching wasps. The goblin infantry joins the fray, their heavily armored soldiers thrusting spears in defense, while crossbowmen unleash a relentless barrage of bolts from the rear. Yet, the pressure remains unabated. The sheer number of wasps is utterly terrifying, akin to a relentless army unyielding in the face of death. As Jia Jingjin surveys the beleaguered troops and glances skyward at the ever-increasing swarm, he finally comprehends the dread of the beast forest. With such a formidable army of wasps, he realizes that even the fearsome crimson fire-breathing python he encountered earlier would likely stand no chance. Faced with such an overwhelming tide, it too would surely be engulfed. Chapter 0090. Trapped in despair, this cannot continue. Buddy, nearing his physical limits, exclaims in anguish, shouting urgently into Jia Jingjin's ear. My Lord Qian, we must ensure your escape from the city to safety. What? Jia Jingjin responds, his face a mask of shock. You want me to flee? We have no other choice. Buddy insists, raising his voice. The Lu Lutua tribe numbers at least 30,000. Our town guards, combined with the goblin army, barely number over 500. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. We cannot resist. My Lord Qian, please leave at once. We will fight to the death to protect you. Are you mad? If I escape, what will happen to the villagers? What will become of my town? Jia Jingjin retorts angrily, glancing at the crumbling stone houses under the relentless assault of the wasps, where the villagers cower in terror. Undoubtedly, if this onslaught continues, the swarm will soon lay waste to everything he has worked tirelessly to build, and more importantly, all the villagers will fall victim to the giant wasps. My Lord Qian, we cannot withstand the Lu Lutua tribe. They are ruthless killers. They will not allow any other life forms to exist in their new territory. We must ensure your safe departure. Once you are secure, everything can begin anew. As for the villagers, we are powerless to save them. Buddy shouts, please, follow us to escape the city. My Lord Qian. The town guards gather around, evidently prepared to carve a path for him. Are you jesting? Jia Jingjin can hardly accept such a proposition. To be a coward is one thing, but to abandon over 1,000 villagers and the foundation he has painstakingly established, he cannot do it. My Lord Qian. Buddy and the guards gaze at him with pleading eyes. They place all their hopes upon Jia Jingjin, unwilling to see their aspirations extinguished by his demise. Wolf, alongside the goblin troops, has also retreated to Jia Jingjin's side, awaiting his command that he hopes for Jia Jingjin to lead their escape. Yet should the order be given, he too would remain behind to fight to the last. Indeed, Jia Jingjin suddenly exclaims, the garden? Escort me to the garden. My Lord Qian. Buddy queries, perplexed. Enough with the questions. Quickly, take me to the garden. Yes. The troops begin their arduous journey towards the garden, battling fiercely against the relentless wasp attacks. Each soldier strives to defend and slay the wasps. Yet exhaustion weighs heavily upon them, their movements growing ever slower. Passing by the beast pens, Jia Jingjin observes the two nearly defeated Triceratops mounts and the two exhausted warhorses, realizing that these four creatures are beyond saving. He can only sigh and press on. Upon reaching the garden, Jia Jingjin frantically calls for the forest fairies. Green light envelopes him as the fairies gather around, singing through mental resonance, believing he has come for nectar. Offering him their share for the day, Jia Jingjin collects the nectar, anxiously beseeching the fairies to help drive away the wasps. We are sorry. The Lu Lutua are a part of nature, bound by their own survival laws. As a part of nature, we cannot interfere in the war of the Lu Lutua. The forest fairies respond through mental resonance, extinguishing Jia Jingjin's last glimmer of hope. Emerging from the garden, he feels despondent. Must he truly abandon over 1,000 villagers, forsake everything he has built, and become a shameful coward? How can he face Tina? How can he face the trust of the villagers? Most importantly, how can he face his own conscience? My Lord Qin, please make a decision at once. While there is still time to escort you away, give the order. Buddy urges, urgently slaying several wasps before retreating to speak. A ruler cannot be too soft-hearted. When it is time to abandon the useless villagers, one must do so. As long as you remain safe, you can rebuild one day. My Lord Qin, my Lord Qin, my Lord Qin, give the order. The town guards look at him anxiously. Jia Jingjin feels an overwhelming sense of frustration within his heart. He knows that Buddy and the guard's choice is the correct one. Staying means all will perish together. Yet, he cannot bring himself to make such a painful decision. After a long pause, he finally speaks. Buddy. Yes. My Lord Qin. Buddy, believing Jia Jingjin is about to order their escape, immediately brightens with hope. You lead the town guards to retreat. Jia Jingjin instructs him. What? Buddy stands frozen. My Lord Qin, please do not jest. If you do not escape, what good is our retreat? I understand your intent. Jia Jingjin grips the lightning spear tightly. But I cannot abandon my people to seek my own survival, since they have chosen to follow me. Even if I cannot save them, I must fight alongside them until the end. My Lord Qin, you cannot. Buddy exclaims urgently. Buddy, you all must go. Jia Jingjin insists, gazing at him resolutely. This is my war. With those words, he raises his massive shield and spear, charging once more towards the residential district. Wolf and the goblin warriors closely follow, fiercely attacking the wasp army. My Lord Qin, Buddy gazes down at the ornate sword in his hand, then raises it high. Since it is my Lord Qin's choice, the town guards vow to follow you to the death. To the death. All the town guards, nearly too weary to lift their swords, still shout in unison, rallying behind Buddy as they pursue Jia Jingjin. The battle rages on. The town now a ruin under the onslaught of the wasps. Many houses have had their walls shattered by the razor-sharp stingers, revealing the terrified faces of the villagers within. Despair grips nearly everyone. As within one of the residences, Pylon valiantly defends a broken window, while Tina frantically assists with small fireballs. The sounds of bombardment echo incessantly in Jia Jingjin's ears. Evoking a sense of being thrust into a modern battlefield, he feels as though he stands amidst the chaos of a world war, facing an endless barrage of enemy bombers. Is this where his journey ends? So soon, he silently laments. Just then, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly envelopes the area. The smoke is acrid and rapidly expands, soon filling half the town. What is happening? Is there a fire? Jia Jingjin's heart sinks further into despair. My Lord Qin. My Lord Qin. At that moment, Amber rushes over in a frenzy. The smoke can drive away the Luluta. We must ignite more bonfires. You must be out of your mind. Jia Jingjin quickly tackles him to the ground to avoid a giant wasp's attack. Chapter 0091. Regrouping, Amber narrowly escapes death at the hands of a wasp, yet remains exhilarated. My Lord Qin, the smoke can repel the Luluta. My father, Uncle Bolent, and I ignited several piles of wood, and the effect was remarkable. Quickly, we must have other villagers ignite their stoves at home to create smoke with damp wood. Seeing Amber's soot-streaked face, Jia Jingjin feels a surge of gratitude. Initially, he had only taken this seemingly useless follower out of consideration for Tina. But who would have guessed that at such a critical moment, Amber would prove invaluable? Immediately inform all villagers to ignite damp wood to create smoke. Jia Jingjin commands Buddy without hesitation. Yes, Buddy, seeing a glimmer of hope, leads the town guards as they slay the diving wasps, shouting as they go. My Lord Qin commands, all villagers must ignite damp wood to create smoke at once. The town guards press forward, expending their last energies to cry out. Hearing the command, the villagers spring into action, hurriedly retrieving the damp wood left drying on rooftops and lighting it in their stoves. In a moment, thick smoke billowed over the entire city. Acrid fumes rising slowly and pressing against the black swarm of giant bees that loomed above. The formidable army of bees was indeed hindered by the smoke, despite their intent to continue the assault. They found the choking air unbearable and quickly retreated as the cloud of bees dissipated. Sunlight returned to the land. However, while the aerial forces had fled, hundreds of giant bees continued their rampage on the ground. Jia Jingjin directed the exhausted town guards and the goblin army in a final fierce struggle. Ultimately, after more than an hour of relentless combat, they succeeded in slaying all the remaining giant bees in the vicinity. It was only when safety was assured that the villagers began to emerge from their homes. The devastation within the city was profound. The walls, arrow towers, residences, and farmlands were all shrouded in black smoke. With extensive damage evident everywhere, 3 town guards had perished in battle, and over 20 were severely injured. The goblin forces had lost more than 120 heavily armored soldiers, and many had sustained varying degrees of injury. Had it not been for Amber's timely warning that the smoke could repel the bees, the city would likely have been entirely overrun. Reduced to ruins, it was likely that none of the inhabitants would have survived. Though they had won the battle, it was a bittersweet victory. Tina, emerging from the apartment building, looked worried as she supported the nearly incapacitated Jia Jingyan. Fortunately, he had been somewhat shielded from the fray. Thanks to the protections offered by Buddy, Wolf, and the town guards along with the goblins. Yet he was still on the brink of exhaustion, not to mention Buddy, Wolf, and others who had fought tirelessly throughout. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly indifferent to their appearances, upon witnessing the grim sight of Lord Keen and the other warriors. The villagers couldn't help but weep at the sight of the giant bee carcasses strewn about in the city's ruinous state. Over half of them succumbed to tears, lamenting their uncertain future. "Help me up." Seeing hundreds of villagers wailing, the others fell into a sorrowful silence, their eyes filled with grief. Jia Jingyan turned to Tina and said, "Lift me up." Tina, with the assistance of Pylon, helped him to his feet. "Villagers," Jia Jingyan strained to address them, "do not despair. This minor adversity cannot daunt us. A tribe of Loluto has appeared nearby, and we shall eradicate it. Our city may be destroyed, but we shall rebuild it. Any enemy that dares to disrupt our peaceful lives shall be crushed. Nothing can defeat us. We shall establish a steadfast home here." "But Lord Keen, how can we defeat the Loluto tribe? They are far too powerful. We nearly faced annihilation," a villager cried out. "Every tribe has its weaknesses," Jia Jingyan replied emphatically. "Just as the smoke from earlier is something the Loluto fear. Now that we understand their vulnerability, what is there to fear? I will personally lead a team to locate the Loluto settlement, drive them away with smoke, and destroy their nests." The villagers exchanged glances, observing the town guards and goblins sprawled on the ground, their expressions devoid of the initial vigor. Jia Jingyan realized that if he failed to successfully drive off or annihilate the giant bee swarm this time, his standing among the villagers would plummet, and their trust would be hard to regain. Thus, he needed to create a miracle to restore the villagers' faith. With that thought, he had Tina and Pylon assist him to the goblin nest, where he recruited a full complement of 500 goblin artisans using a large quantity of raw meat. He then ordered all the goblin artisans to immediately commence repairs on the severely damaged buildings with available materials. Simultaneously, he instructed the goblin miners to begin work at once to ensure sufficient repair materials. The disheartened villagers soon noticed goblin artisans appearing in every corner of the city, wielding stone hammers and rapidly mending the structures. Under the skillful strikes of their enchanted hammers, the once ruined buildings began to visibly restore themselves, ultimately returning to their pristine state. The sight of 500 goblin artisans laboring in unison was nothing short of spectacular. Initially filled with despair, many villagers had contemplated leaving this place for good. Yet, as the miracle unfolded, and the ruins transformed back into a paradise in such a short time, astonishment and joy illuminated their faces. "Long live Lord Keen," someone shouted, though it was unclear who initiated the cheer. "Long live Lord Keen." The villagers erupted in a fervent roar. "Drive away the Loluto. Exterminate those bastards." Various exclamations filled the air, confirming that the villagers' morale had finally begun to revive. "Everyone, return to your tasks without worry," Jia Jingyan called out. "I will do my utmost to bolster the city's defenses and ensure that such an event does not occur again. All town guards, return to the camp to recuperate. All goblins, return to your nests to rest. Villagers, keep the smoke in your homes burning to ensure the Loluto cannot return for the time being. Once we are rested, we will launch a counteroffensive against the Loluto and reclaim our lands. Reclaim our land! Reclaim our land! Reclaim our land!" The villagers were filled with spirited fervor. "Now, let us hold a solemn funeral for our 3 brave town guards who sacrificed their lives." Jia Jingyan sighed. "I will erect a monument inscribed with the names of these valiant souls, so they may be remembered by all forever. The families of the heroes will receive the highest honors and benefits. I will personally provide them with a monthly stipend of 5 gold coins." "Wow." The villagers gasped in shock upon hearing this announcement. Chapter 0092. Launching the counteroffensive, countless villagers flocked to the town guard's camp, inquiring about joining. The town guards were already a formidable force, equipped with full sets of iron armor and swords. Furthermore, the families of the fallen guards would receive the best benefits, including a monthly stipend of 5 gold coins, making it nearly impossible for the villagers to resist such temptation. Especially the young and vigorous men, eager to improve their family's circumstances, were willing to take this risk. The town guards only needed to train. They required no additional labor to secure their livelihoods, and they were always the first to benefit from any spoils of the hunt. Moreover, those who perished would have their names immortalized on the monument, becoming legends of valor and tales of heroism. Most importantly, the 5 gold coin stipend was irresistible in one wish to die. Yet none could withstand such a lure. 1 gold coin was roughly the living expenses for an ordinary family for half a year. Even 2 gold coins a year would ensure a comfortable life. But 5 gold coins a month? That would instantly elevate them to wealth. In this chaotic world, where war could erupt at any moment, the villagers had long been psychologically prepared, especially after witnessing the earlier incident where Alex had forced them to attack this city, leading to numerous needless deaths. Thus, the villagers were willing to take the chance if it meant securing a prosperous life for their families. This was a positive development. However, Jia Jingjin's thoughts were currently focused on collecting spoils. The giant bees seemed not to yield any treasures, but they could be harvested with daggers. Collecting would yield raw meat and honey. Honey restores 2 health points and 2 stamina points per second for a duration of 20 seconds. This was an exceptional dual recovery potion. Although it did not provide immediate healing, it would restore a total of 40 health points and 40 stamina points within 20 seconds, making it precisely what Jia Jingjin needed at that moment. There were several hundred giant bee carcasses both inside and outside the city, half of which had been felled by the arrow towers, proving that the towers were indeed effective, albeit overwhelmed by the sheer number of bees. The other half were the result of the valiant efforts of the town guards and goblins. After finishing the collection, Jia Jingjin obtained over 1,000 pieces of raw meat and 567 jars of honey. Nearly 1 per giant bee. He sampled a taste of the honey. Though it was slightly less refined than the nectar crafted by forest fairies, it was nonetheless deliciously sweet. At the same time, his health and stamina began to recover quickly. He provided Tina and Pylon each with a jar of honey to help them recuperate. Jia Jingjin then headed to the town guard's camp, delivering a jar to each of the brave warriors who had fought valiantly. "Lord Keen, what is this?" Buddy asked, a look of confusion on his face as he held the honey. "This is a reward for everyone," Jia Jingjin replied. "Honey collected from the Luludo. Consuming this will greatly benefit you." The town guards, skeptical, tasted the honey and were astonished to feel their bodies gradually revitalized. Although they could not return to peak condition immediately, they quickly felt invigorated. They had never heard of Luludo honey possessing such miraculous effects. After experiencing it firsthand, they were thoroughly amazed. "All right, after such a battle, you must all be weary. Rest well today." "Lord Keen, what about the Luludo nest?" Buddy inquired. Jia Jingjin glanced at him and smiled. "No need to worry, I will handle it." "Lord Keen, take me with you." Buddy rushed forward. "I feel nearly recovered." "Me too. Take me with you." Labby chimed in. "Take me with you." "Lord Keen, take me with me." "Lord Keen, please take me. I want to continue fighting the Luludo." "Lord Keen." Once the town guards regained some energy, they clamored for permission to accompany him. Jia Jingjin was quite pleased with their enthusiasm. However, he harbored different intentions. "I have told you. Take a good rest." Exiting the town's guard barracks, Jia Jingjin made his way to the goblin lair. He fed Wolf 2 honey pots in succession, restoring him to peak condition, and subsequently recruited a total of 500 goblin warriors with fresh meat. Since the goblin soldiers were utterly exhausted, he was reluctant to expend honey on these expendables. The best course of action was to allow them to recover naturally within the lair. While he set out with the slightly less fatigued goblin warriors, his goal was to outsmart the giant bee nest rather than recklessly charge in. Originally, he intended to bring only Wolf and the 500 goblin warriors. However, Tina insisted on accompanying Jia Jingjin, unwilling to stay behind. As a newlywed, Jia Jingjin was naturally indulgent and took her along, entrusting her protection to Pylon. It should be this way. Wolf utilized his tracking ability, his sense of smell, keener than a dog's, to quickly discover the correct path. Indeed, less than a kilometer from the city, a massive beehive fortress had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It resembled an enlarged giant beehive, even larger than the towering buildings Jia Jingjin had encountered in the city before his journey. The entire lair was spherical, its surface adorned with perfectly regular hexagonal entrances. Thousands of giant bees swirled around the hive, entering and exiting in a spectacular display. Such proximity, Jia Jingjin felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. A kilometer was merely 1,000 meters. And these giant bees could cover that distance in an instant. Although he had arrived first, the bees had just recently arrived. Clearly, they were far stronger, and their nesting speed was astounding. Had it not been for today's sudden assault, he would have been oblivious to the emergence of this giant bee colony. My Lord Jian, what should we do? Should we charge in? Pylon asked, her expression impassive. Are you eager to surrender your life? Jia Jingjin replied, speechless. First, gather some fresh twigs and leaves, preferably tender ones. Try to gather as many as possible. We will light bonfires to approach the hive. Since they fear smoke, we shall use it to drive them away. And then dismantle the hive together, forcing them to seek new nesting grounds. Understood. Pylon immediately sprang into action, wielding her sword to cut branches. Wolf and the goblin warriors joined in, using their sharp claws to forcibly snap or break the twigs into a pile. Jia Jingjin allowed the frail Tina to rest while he took out his stone axe and joined the lumberjacking effort. They piled the branches together, and Jia Jingjin ignited them with a torch, surrounding the fire with stones to prevent it from spreading. Thus, they steadily advanced, letting the thick smoke approach the hive. Chapter 0093. Luring the snake out of its hole. The giant bee Lu Tua tribe indeed despised smoke. So, when the bonfire was lit, and the smoke billowed into the air, they immediately flew out of the hive in a panicked frenzy, darting around to avoid the encroaching smoke. When Jia Jingjin and his team finally ignited a bonfire beneath the astonishingly large structure, an overwhelming number of frenzied giant bees surged forth, spiraling into the sky. Effective. Seeing the giant bees being driven out of the hive, Jia Jingjin felt a surge of joy. However, he quickly became disheartened, for he realized that destroying this hive was akin to chasing a fool's dream. The hive was simply too massive. Imagine a construction worker tasked with demolishing a towering skyscraper without any demolition tools. How could he possibly succeed? Moreover, he discovered that while these giant bees indeed detested smoke and would flee their nest, they retaliated fiercely when approached, launching powerful stinger projectiles to force him back. Strangely, these bees could replenish their stingers, extending new ones from their bodies after firing them. This left Jia Jingjin puzzled. Were their abdomens filled with stingers? Initially, Jia Jingjin considered setting the hive ablaze. While the hive was vast, its materials were flammable. If he could ignite it, success might still be within reach. Yet, approaching the hive was currently impossible, causing him considerable frustration. What to do? These giant bees clearly feared or loathed smoke, yet they remained steadfastly guarding their territory beneath the thick fog, refusing to flee the city as they had before. Oh, I've got it. Jia Jingjin suddenly clapped his hands. There must be a queen bee inside. That's why these giant bees, despite their fear of smoke, refused to leave. But what to do? If they wouldn't let him near, he couldn't destroy the hive, and for the sake of the queen, the giant bees evidently wouldn't stray too far from any threat. Even if they were too frightened to dive through the smoke, they were determined to prevent Jia Jingjin from approaching the nest. What should he do? He couldn't simply allow them to remain at the edge of the city. They would surely launch another attack and wreak havoc on his territory. Jia Jingjin closed his eyes in deep thought, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck. He hastily turned to Wolf and asked, "Do you have any confidence in luring that red fire-spitting giant python over here?" Wolf recalled the red fire-spitting giant python Jia Jingjin had mentioned, knowing it sometimes roamed about out of boredom. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "In direct combat, I fear I may not stand a chance. However, if it's simply to lure it out, I believe there's a fair chance. But there's a risk of failure." "Right?" Jia Jingjin inquired. "There is a certain degree of risk. After all, I've never truly encountered it in direct confrontation." Wolf responded, "I know nothing about it. Are you willing to risk your life for this? If you succeed, we can eliminate both the giant python and the hive. If you fail, it could cost you your life." Jia Jingjin gazed at Wolf anxiously. "I follow your orders," Wolf replied with a smile, unafraid. "Very well," Jia Jingjin said. "While I truly dislike sending you off, this is the only option we have. We cannot simply watch as these giant bees complete their hive construction. If that happens, our city will likely never know peace. Remember, come back alive if at all possible." Understood. Wolf pointed towards the depths of the forest. Is it that direction? Yes, approximately 15 kilometers inwards. Can you manage? You must lure the fire-spitting giant python directly to the hive. Jia Jingjin asked. Concerned, Wolf nodded. I will do my best. Then let us retreat a little further before continuing to create smoke. And we shall await your return. Wolf did not respond but vanished into the dense underbrush. Jia Jingjin directed Tina, Pylon, and the 500 goblin warriors to carefully withdraw, retreating about 600 meters before lighting a bonfire in an open area, creating a thick haze to drive the giant bees away. What followed was a tense wait. 0.5 minutes passed, and he had not returned. 10 minutes passed, and the fire beneath the hive extinguished, the smoke gradually dissipating. The giant bees began to return to their nest, yet Wolf was still absent. 15 minutes elapsed, and still no sign. By the 30th minute, when Jia Jingjin thought Wolf had met a grim fate, possibly devoured by the red fire-spitting giant python, he suddenly spotted Wolf, transformed into a werewolf, sprinting toward the hive with astonishing speed. Wolf, where's the snake? Jia Jingjin called down from his elevated position. Behind us. Stay silent. Wolf shouted as he sprinted with all his might. Moments later, chaos erupted in the forest behind Wolf, as countless beasts fled in a panic. Boom, boom, boom. Trees crashed down as a massive form twisted and turned in a terrifying pursuit of Wolf, unleashing scorching flames from its mouth toward the distance where Wolf had fled. Fortunately, Wolf was quick in both speed and reflexes, skillfully dodging the flames as he sped past the hive. Buzz. The startled giant bees swarmed out. Yet they failed to catch sight of the rapidly vanishing Wolf. Instead, they immediately focused on the massive, furious fire-spitting python that was closing in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant bees launched their assault, countless stingers flashing as they struck at the enormous red fire-spitting python. The python had initially pursued Wolf, but upon being attacked by the swarm of giant bees, it opened its mouth in fury, unleashing searing flames into the air, targeting the dense mass of bees. Boom, boom, boom. The battle stirred every giant bee within the hive, which immediately surged forth to attack the red fire-spitting python. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf swiftly returned to their position, panting heavily. That was close. I nearly got eaten. Well done. Observing the chaotic clash between the red fire-spitting python and the giant bee Lu Tual, tribe below. Jia Jingjin patted Wolf on the shoulder. Now we just need to sit back and watch the fight, then eliminate the last one standing. And what if the surviving side is still at full strength? Wolf inquired. Then we will have no choice but to return to the city and devise a new strategy. Jia Jingjin shrugged helplessly. As they spoke, the red fire-spitting python continued its fierce battle with the giant bees. They harbored no complex thoughts. They fought solely for territory. The red fire-spitting python displayed astonishing combat prowess, unleashing terrifying flames that incinerated numerous giant bees. Looking at the fallen bodies scattered across the ground, Jia Jingjin felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and collect honey. However, he knew that was a death wish. The giant bees attacked fiercely, undeterred by the flames, as thousands of them launched their sharp stingers at the python's massive body. Chapter 0094. The fisherman's prophet, the crimson fire-breathing python, had been engaged in battle with the Lu Tual tribe for over an hour, and the vicinity of the hive was now littered with the corpses of countless giant bees. Yet, an overwhelming number of these colossal creatures continued to swarm around it, relentlessly launching their assaults. They had no retreat. Within the hive resided the queen bee. Should these giant bees withdraw, their sovereign would fall victim to a deadly fate. As long as a single giant bee remained alive, they would never allow their adversary to harm the queen. The red fire-breathing python, despite being battered and bruised, steadfastly endured the onslaught of the bee swarm, unleashing scorching flames that wreaked havoc upon them. A stalemate ensued, dragging on for an additional 3 hours. Jia Jingjin and his companions, perched at a vantage point, were on the verge of dozing off, with Tina having already fallen soundly asleep in his arms. Ultimately, after the pile of over 20,000 giant bee corpses from the entire Lu Tual tribe reached mountainous proportions, the red fire-breathing python finally succumbed and collapsed. Its massive body struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Even at Jia Jingjin's location. In its final moments, it managed to rear its head and expel a torrent of searing flames, incinerating dozens of giant bees. The crimson python ultimately lost its capacity for resistance. It was an extraordinarily powerful creature that had nearly triumphed against an entire swarm of giant bees alone. If only it could have held on for a little longer, the remaining few giant bees would have been vanquished. Yet, it simply could not endure any further. Dai has often said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even the mightiest martial arts master would hesitate to confront an army. The red fire-breathing python fought valiantly against an entire legion, almost achieving victory. But alas, it was merely almost. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene below, Jia Jingjin immediately felt invigorated. Under the python's relentless assault, only a handful of giant bees remained. The few hundred that endured were manageable. He gently roused Tina, instructing her and Perlin to remain behind, while he charged forth alongside Wolf and 500 goblin warriors. Kill, annihilate them, with Jia Jingjin's command. Wolf led the goblin warriors into a fierce battle against the mere hundreds of surviving giant bees. Though their numbers had dwindled significantly, the giant bees still posed a formidable threat. The goblin warriors were equipped with naught but bone spears, rendering their defensive capabilities vastly inferior to the fully armed goblin soldiers. Primarily, it was Wolf who valiantly engaged the enemy, while the goblin warriors frantically jabbed at the air with their bone spears from the rear. Although their efficiency was far from optimal, they managed to dispatch a few. Seizing the opportunity while the swarm was preoccupied with Wolf and the goblin warriors, Jia Jingjin hurriedly approached the corpse of the red fire-breathing python and began his search. Notification: you have begun searching the corpse of the first-tier magical beast, the fire python. Notification: you have obtained a flame core LV3. Notification: you have obtained flame boots. Notification: you have obtained a flame robe. Notification: you have obtained fire resistance potion. Notification: you have obtained blueprints for a bronze necklace. Notification: you have obtained blueprints for factory construction. Notification: you have acquired a magic skill book Flame Impact. Notification: you have obtained 3 gold ores. The flame core is a low-tier energy crystal that can be fused into any armor to bestow it with fiery power. Flame boots, defense 45. Fire resistance 20. Fire attribute magic damage increased by 20. Flame robe, defense 60. Fire resistance 20. Fire attribute magic damage increased by 20. Fire resistance potion increases fire resistance by 50 for 30 minutes upon consumption. Bronze necklace blueprint enables the crafting of a bronze necklace with random attributes. Higher crafting skill levels yield stronger equipment attributes. Factory construction blueprint allows for the construction of a factory. Within the factory, manufacturing speed is increased by 10, facilitating the emergence of high-quality products. Flame impact. Upon use, learn the magic flame impact. Gold, or an expensive metallic or a truly splendid hull. The flame core should be akin to the lightning core. But being at LV3, it should surpass the one on my lightning spear. Jia Jingjin promptly retrieved the fierce tiger mask he had stowed in his backpack and fused it with the flame core. Flame Fierce Tiger Mask, defense 10, enables the use of LV3 fire-breathing skill that he immediately donned the mask, eager to test the newly acquired skill. Whoosh, he indeed exhaled a torrent of searing flames, engulfing a dozen giant bees in an instant. While the power of his flames paled in comparison to that of the red python, it disrupted the formation of the bees, sending them into disarray. The flames that licked at the dozen or so bees caused them to lose health rapidly. Although its power was worlds apart from that of the red python, it nonetheless proved to be a commendable area of effect skill that in that moment. He felt akin to the legendary Red Boy, spewing forth such scorching flames without any harm befalling him. The flame boots, flame robe, and the magic skill book Flame Impact were all exclusive to Tina's profession. With these, she could evolve into a far more potent sorceress. Now, disregarding everything else, Jia Jingjin, adorned with the Flame Fierce Tiger Mask, plunged headfirst into the fray. He unleashed flames while simultaneously attacking with the lightning spear. Feeling nearly invincible, his combat prowess was nearly on par with Wolf, who belonged to the werewolf clan. However, there was one drawback. His stamina was insufficient. After expelling flames 3 times, his endurance was nearly depleted, showcasing the immense cost of this fiery skill. Following a grueling battle, nearly all the goblin warriors perished. The remaining giant bees were finally eradicated, leaving a vast area littered with the corpses of 30,000 bees and the fire python, resembling a colossal mound. What remains now is to incinerate this hive. Jia Jingjin handed Wolf a jar of honey, then opened one for himself to consume, restoring his health and stamina. Surviving goblin warriors, gather dry leaves and firewood. Oh woo, the goblin warriors scattered to fulfill their orders. Tina, this is for you. Jia Jingjin presented the flame boots and flame robe to Tina. then utilized the Flame Impact Magic skill book on her. Tina attempted to recite a complex incantation directed at the hive, subsequently unleashing a colossal fire pillar from her right hand. Upon releasing the fire pillar, she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of magical energy. Has your magic been completely exhausted? Jia Zhenjin exclaimed in disbelief. 100 points of magic. MHM. Tina, though unaware of the significance of 100 or 200, felt acutely aware that her magical energy had been instantly depleted. Goodness, the power is far greater than my fire breath, but the magical consumption is the same. It seems I must devise a way to procure equipment that boosts magical energy. Otherwise, expending one spell would leave me without mana, which would be rather embarrassing. Chapter 0095. The Bronze Necklace. The Goblin warriors toiled for an hour, setting up a vast amount of firewood and dry leaves beneath the hive, sufficient to incinerate it entirely upon ignition. Naturally, they did not neglect to clear the surrounding area, creating a firebreak to prevent the flames from spreading. The queen bee was unable to leave the hive, so there was no need to fear her retaliation. Jia Zhenjin ordered the goblin warriors to return and gather as many goblin craftsmen and miners as possible. By now, they should have completed repairs to the city. The corpses of the 30,000 giant bees must not go to waste, and neither should the remains of the fire python. All could be harvested as valuable survival resources in the form of raw meat and honey. He utilized the fire-breathing skill to ignite the pile of firewood at the hive, and the roaring flames began to voraciously consume everything in their path. The hive, constructed from highly flammable materials, quickly succumbed to the blaze as it grew in intensity. Such a massive hive took over 2 hours to be reduced to ashes. As dusk fell and stars began to twinkle in the sky, it became imperative to return to the city. The nighttime forest was far too perilous. Of course, before departing, Jia Zhenjin did not forget to scour the ashes of the hive, ultimately uncovering the charred remains of the giant queen bee. Notification: you have obtained blueprints for hive construction. Notification: you have acquired the honey ham cooking book. Notification: you have obtained the honey glazed duck cooking book. Notification: you have received the watermelon honey cake cooking book. Notification: you have acquired the chef's profession set. Notification: you have obtained royal jelly. Notification: you have received undiscovered plant seeds. Notification: you have acquired watermelon seeds. It was unexpected that the spoils from the queen bee were predominantly related to culinary arts. Only the hive construction blueprint stood out as different. Hive construction blueprint. To construct a hive, you must first recruit a queen bee, a requisite number of worker bees, and a requisite number of drones, before finally enlisting soldier bees. Materials required for construction: 50,000 wood, 30,000 fiber, 5,000 clay. Honey ham cooking book. Upon learning, you can cook delicious honey ham. Honey glazed duck cooking book. Upon learning, you can cook delectable honey glazed duck. Watermelon honey cake cooking book. Upon learning, you can cook tasty watermelon honey cakes. Chef's profession set. When equipped, you can create higher quality food. Royal jelly. Upon consumption, instantly removes all negative statuses, restoring normalcy. Undiscovered plant seeds. When planted, the outcome is unknown. Watermelon seeds, when planted, will yield watermelons. Having gathered the spoils, Jia Zhenjin noted that nearly half of the giant bee corpses had yet to be transported back to the city. As darkness enveloped the area, he decided to halt the transport of the remaining corpses, ordering all goblins to retreat to the city. The night was too hazardous, and it was far safer to remain within the walls. Furthermore, since it was not yet a full moon, there was no need to worry about the corpses undergoing any transformations. Indeed, even Jia Zhenjin remains uncertain whether the giant bees will transform into undead creatures. With a stroke of luck, we might continue our transport tomorrow. However, if fortune does not favor us, those corpses may very well be devoured entirely by the otherworldly creatures lurking within the forest. All we can hope for is that another, even more terrifying faction does not emerge. Upon returning to the city, both the interior and exterior have been restored to pristine condition, entirely unrecognizable from the horrific assault it once endured. What was once a desolate ruin under the onslaught of the giant bees has now been replaced by fresh and vibrant structures. Tina, you and Palin should head back to rest. Upon reaching the base, Jia Zhenjin addressed Tina, who was in a weakened state after using the flame surge due to her depleted magical energy. And what about you? Tina inquired with concern. I'll craft a few items first and return home shortly. Jia Zhenjin reassured her. You both should rest well. Oh, In truth, Tina wished to stay with Jia Zhengjin, yet, in her current frail condition, she had no choice but to allow Palin to assist her into the newly repaired residential building. Once Tina and Palin had returned to rest, Jia Zhengjin instructed the goblin troops to return to their lair, before taking Wolf to a nearby clearing near the mining area to assess the materials. There was enough material to construct a factory, and he promptly located a suitable space near the mine to establish it. Subsequently, he relocated all the outdoor workbenches into the spacious factory. With this factory in place, the production speed of any tools or equipment would accelerate by 10, making it a highly advantageous structure. Given the establishment of the factory, he decided to learn the blueprint for crafting bronze necklace. Bronze necklace blueprint requires 5 copper ingots to forge a bronze necklace with random attributes. Eagerly, Jia Zhengjin moved the furnace into the factory, then retrieved a considerable amount of copper ore from the warehouse and commenced smelting. During the downtime, he casually sowed the unidentified seeds and watermelon seeds in a field, before returning to the factory to wait. Once he had smelted 5 copper ingots, he swiftly extracted them to create a bronze necklace. Inferior bronze necklace, strength 1, an exceedingly disappointing attribute. Jia Zhengjin gazed at his first creation, feeling quite disheartened. As soon as the next batch of 5 copper ingots was ready, he promptly set to work again. Inferior bronze necklace, health 30. This is mildly intriguing. Inferior bronze necklace, attack power 1 to 2. A fighter amongst junk. Inferior bronze necklace, 1 chance to siphon 10 health points upon physical attack. Astonishingly, it possesses a skill, albeit with a rather low probability. Let's have Wolf wear it for now. Inferior bronze necklace, magic attack 3-3, not particularly impressive. Inferior bronze necklace, magic points 30 to an increase in magical energy, is something that Tina currently requires. Yet with only 30 points, it seems inferior to the current necklace she wears, which boosts her magic attack. Immersed in the process of crafting bronze necklaces, Jia Zhengjin unwittingly produced a substantial pile of worthless necklaces beside him. His skill in jewelry making had risen to level 2, and he had consumed a considerable amount of copper ore. Although there was still plenty of copper available, he felt rather fatigued. After all, he had endured 2 battles during the day, leading to significant exhaustion. Even with honey to aid recovery, his spirit was still weary. 1 last piece, and then I shall retire for the night. Jia Zhengjin resolved to create 1 more bronze necklace, disregarding the quality of its attributes, after which he would retire to his chamber for rest. Perhaps due to the conclusion of his endeavors, luck suddenly favored him. Bronze necklace, physical attack 10-15, swordsmanship damage increased by 20, 5 chance to inflict bleeding on the enemy upon physical attack. This was a necklace of ordinary quality, yet it boasted 3 commendable attributes. Regrettably, this necklace would suit Palin far better than himself. However, considering that Tina had acquired several pieces of equipment and skill books today, and that Palin was, after all, his woman, it was only right to bestow upon her a necklace. Chapter 0096. Kiki's request. After a night of recuperation, Jia Zhengjin instructed Wolf and Buddy, along with all the town guards and goblin troops, to proceed to the location of the hive from yesterday. To their dismay, they found that the giant bee corpses left behind had dwindled to almost nothing. Centipedes, ants, serpents, cockroaches, and a multitude of unidentified insects and carnivorous otherworldly creatures were feasting upon this delectable bounty. Observing these creatures, which were not much smaller than the giant bees themselves, Jia Zhengjin could only sigh. What a pity. There were at least 10,000 bottles of honey left there. There's no helping it, Wolf remarked from the side. One should not be too greedy. That is true, Jia Zhengjin replied helplessly. Let us withdraw. The group returned to the city in a state of disappointment, only to be greeted by his father-in-law, Boliant, who rushed over in a fluster. Lord Qian, something peculiar seems to have sprouted in my fields. Peculiar? Following him to the farmland, Jia Zhengjin was met with the sight of a small watermelon seedling and a flower adorned with strange patterns and hues of purple. He instantly recalled that these were the seeds he had sown the previous evening. Thus, he offered reassurance to his father-in-law. Fear not. These are plants I have cultivated, not something that has grown spontaneously. I see. Boliant sighed in relief, only to panic as he witnessed Jia Zhengjin reach out to touch the peculiar flower, urgently pulling him back. Lord Qian, do not. What? The word never left his lips, for Jia Zhengjin watched as the strange flower began to move. Its petals opened like a mouth, revealing a mass of sharp teeth inside. Just as his father-in-law yanked him back, the flower snapped shut with a loud crack, falling still. What on earth? Jia Jingjin was left speechless, had his father-in-law not intervened. His finger would surely have been severed. He circled the farmland, cautiously extracting the thunder spear to prod at the strange flower. Crack! The flower lunged and clamped onto the spear, tearing at it with a ferocity akin to a wild dog. Not only Jia Jingjin, but everyone around him was left dumbfounded. Man-eating flower seedling will grow into a highly dangerous carnivorous plant. The description finally appeared before him, sending a chill down his spine. Thankfully, his father-in-law had noticed it in time. Otherwise, it could have led to dire consequences. If the man-eating flower were to mature, who knows how many lives it could consume. Retrieving the thunder spear, he discovered numerous tiny bite marks on the hardened spearhead. Had it bitten his hand, it could have shattered bone. Such a menace could not be allowed to persist. Jia Jingjin hastily instructed everyone to step back. Then donned the tiger mask to incinerate the man-eating flower seedling, reducing it to ashes. Lord Qian. Father-in-law, this poses a significant danger, so it's best to dispose of it promptly. However, do take care of the watermelon seedling. Once it matures, we can cultivate a vast expanse of watermelons. Watermelons. Boliant blinked in confusion but nodded vigorously, sensing it to be a delicious food. With the man-eating flower issue resolved, Jia Jingjin silently reminded himself to refrain from indiscriminately planting unidentified seeds in the future. For now that his household had grown, he could not afford to jeopardize the villagers' safety. After all, he needed these villagers to aid him in constructing the city. Town guards, return to the camp and continue training. Jia Jingjin instructed Buddy to lead the town guards in further honing their strength. He then directed the goblin miners to shift their focus, setting today's collection goal to plant fibers and clay. As for the goblin craftsmen, they were all assigned to the factory to smelt and process the gathered iron and copper ores, producing more iron armor and weapons. With everything arranged, he took a stone shovel and iron axe, setting off to harvest plant fibers and excavate clay near the outskirts of the base. That today's objective was to construct the hive and explore the possibility of recruiting an army of Laludo giants akin to yesterday's. If he could command 30,000 Laludo giant bees, it would not only challenge the town guards, but also pose a formidable threat to the armies of the Xiongfeng Empire. More importantly, these thousands of giant bees could take down a terrifying fire python, thereby granting him the opportunity to lead the swarm to cleanse the forest of even more formidable biological factions. Of course, the fire python was merely a first-tier magical beast. While formidable, there were likely countless, even more powerful magical beasts lurking deep within the forest. To handle such threats would necessitate nearly the entire combat strength of a bee swarm. But could the swarm contend with second-tier or third-tier magical beasts, or even more terrifying entities? Perhaps Jia Jingjin could construct additional hives and recruit even more giant bees. However, what do giant bees feed upon? Could he afford to sustain them? Such considerations weighed heavily on his mind. As he busied himself, the enchanting sound of a lute and melodious singing suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he noticed the bard Kiki Lizzie emerging from the city, smiling as he serenaded the industrious goblin miners from a short distance away. Why haven't you left? Jia Jingjin paused his work and inquired. The music came to an abrupt halt, and Kiki, cradling his ancient lute, smiled. Lord Qian, I was captivated by the exotic song you sang yesterday. As a bard, my greatest passion lies in collecting delightful melodies. Therefore, I wish to stay here for a while and learn that unique exotic song from you. I humbly request your indulgence, Lord Qian. I am rather busy and have no time to teach you. Jia Jingjin replied helplessly. It is likely that the town guards will return to assault my city soon, and I must prepare for battle. No matter, my Lord Qian, you need only hum a tune while you work, as a means to unwind. I can quietly follow behind and learn, without disrupting your tasks. Is that true? Jia Jingjin pondered, acknowledging that humming a song during work would indeed have little impact. My Lord Qian, I assure you I will be utterly silent. Chi implored. Please, I beg you. Seeing his earnestness, Jia Jingjin felt reluctant to refuse. Thus, while wielding an iron axe to clear wild grass and gather plant fibers, he began to sing popular songs from his past life. Chi, true to his word, remained silent, quietly trailing behind with ears perked, occasionally mimicking strumming the strings of an ancient zither without actually touching them. He listened attentively, committing the melodies to memory and contemplating the art of composition. Chapter 0097. the beehive completed. Queen bee, the sole female capable of laying eggs within the hive. She serves as the matriarch of the entire colony. To recruit a swarm, one must first possess a queen. Recruitment cost, 1,000 raw meat. Each hive can only house one queen. Worker bees, they spend their days eating, sleeping, and laboring. The most diligent workers of the hive. Recruitment cost, 50 raw meat. Drones, their sole purpose is to mate with the queen, ensuring the continuation of the lineage. Recruitment cost, 100 raw meat. Soldier bees, guardians of the hive, fearless warriors ready to sacrifice their lives for the safety of the queen. Recruitment cost, 200 raw meat. Special hive attribute, automatically hatches 5 random giant bees. Excluding the queen, daily. After diligent gathering, Jia Jingjin finally constructed the hive, strategically positioned in a clearing near the southern gate of the city. The choice of location was deliberate, aimed at creating a protective barrier. Essentially, if the city guards or imperial troops wished to attack, they could only approach from the south. At that time, the giant bees would obstruct their path, making an assault on the city quite challenging. The queen bee was a large, robust creature. If other giant bees resembled small vessels, the queen was akin to a luxury cruise liner in scale. Her size was simply unfathomable, although her combat abilities were not formidable. The daily hatching of 5 random giant bees rendered her parallel in value to Wolf's recruitment price of 1,000 raw meat. In fact, her worth might surpass that of Wolf, with the queen secured. It was essential to also care for her and the eggs, prompting Jia Jingjin to spend 5,000 raw meat to recruit 100 worker bees, followed by 10,000 raw meat for 100 drones. Finally, the option to recruit soldier bees was unlocked. As a special structure, the hive could not be upgraded. Thus, soldier bees represented the strongest combat unit within it. Naturally, the recruitment cost was exorbitantly high, and only 500 could be recruited each day. To amass more soldier bees, one would have to wait until the following day. Moreover, the maximum limit for giant bees, including the queen, within a hive was 30,000. Upon reaching this threshold, no further recruitment could occur, nor would the hive continue to hatch bees unless some perished. Jia Jingjin, determined not to squander this opportunity, promptly exchanged gold coins for 100,000 raw meat, making several trips to fulfill today's soldier bee recruitment quota. This expenditure of 100 gold coins left him quite pained. Fortunately, the resource trading station allowed him to exchange 1 gold ore for 10 gold coins. After mining the nearest small gold mine, he had 113 gold ores remaining, plus an additional 3 from the fiery python, totaling 116 gold ores, which could be converted into 1,160 gold coins. This meant, combined with the treasures left by Captain Brent of the town guard, he could continuously recruit for at least half a month, maximizing the number of soldier bees in the hive. However, considering his numerous financial obligations, he needed to seek additional gold mines for further extraction. The monster forest, a perilous region even the Imperial Army dared not enter lightly, was rich in mineral resources that he planned to utilize his free time to broaden his search for larger veins. With the fiery python now defeated, a vast area was available for exploration. After addressing matters related to the hive, he promptly returned to the city with Wolf. Upon arriving home, however, he discovered that Tina, who usually stayed home obediently, was missing, as was her companion, Pylon. Worried they might have ventured too far outside the city, Jia Jingjin began to inquire urgently. Tina, they are at the town guard's camp, a villager informed him. Jia Jingjin immediately made his way to the camp with Wolf. My lord Keen, the guard stationed outside the camp greeted him promptly. Where is Tina? In the training grounds. Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjin rushed to the training grounds, where he indeed found Tina and Pylon, which eased his worries. They had not noticed Jia Jingjin's entrance and were diligently training against wooden dummies. Swish, swish, swish. Pylon, wearing the bronze necklace gifted by Jia Jingjin, attacked the wooden targets with impressive vigor. Her swordsmanship was already commendable, and with the attributes conferred by the bronze necklace, she became even more formidable. Each wooden dummy shattered under her assault, only to be restored shortly thereafter. The training ground's advantage was evident. Once a target was damaged, it would automatically repair itself after a brief pause, allowing practitioners to immerse themselves fully in their training without concern. Huff, huff. Tina, clad in a fiery robe and boots, unleashed fireball spells to train her mastery of magic. As both women were intensely focused, Jia Jingjin chose not to interrupt, instead sitting quietly in a corner with Wolf to observe. I'm out of magic. After tiring from casting small fireballs, Tina sat down, clutching her staff, and gazed at Pylon. Oh, my magic is still too limited. What should I do? Consistent training should gradually enhance your magical capacity, much like how our town guard improves their endurance through daily rigorous training. Pylon replied flatly, but the pace of improvement is too slow. Tina sighed. I want to assist Keen. I don't want to be a burden. Unless you can learn the foundational skill of a mage, meditation. Pylon suggested. Once you master meditation, your magical power will increase significantly, and your recovery speed will also improve. Alternatively, you could recover by consuming magical potions. I have magical potions, but only 2 vials, and they were given to me by Keen. Such precious items, I can't bear to use them now. I must save them for critical moments. Tina lamented. I wish I could learn meditation, but no one can teach me. Besides, with my aptitude, even if I enroll in a mage academy, I would surely be eliminated immediately. Then there are no other options. You can only gradually improve and accumulate your skills. Pylon observed her expressionlessly. I'm so envious of you. I wish to assist Keen sooner. Every time a battle begins, I can only hide away and be of no help at all. Tina expressed her frustration. Am I useless? Pylon remained silent. Tina, how could you be useless? Jia Zhenjin couldn't help but interject. Because of your presence. My life is fulfilling. The sudden voice startled Tina. Turning around, she looked up to see Jia Zhenjin smiling down at her. Keen, what are you doing here? Of course, I was concerned about you, so I came to check. Jia Zhenjin descended the steps to stand beside Tina. Do not worry, you will surely become a powerful mage in the future. The greatest assistance you provide me now is simply to enjoy each day. Chapter 0098. The Otrala Dragon. The outer passage of the monster forest at a group of otherworldly humans, dressed distinctly from the local villagers, advanced slowly along the path, each leading a tamed pack horse burdened with heavy cargo. This party comprised a total of 47 individuals. Among them, 20 wielded weapons and wore poorly crafted leather armor. Vigilantly observing their surroundings as they moved among the remaining 27, that after traveling a considerable distance, the absence of any incidents allowed them to relax slightly. However, just as relief washed over them, a strange sound echoed from the front. The noise resembled a mix of a cow's moo and a pig's grunt. Suddenly, 3 greenish creatures resembling chicken-crowned dinosaurs burst forth from the dense foliage, elongated necks, small front limbs, and powerful hind legs. Equipped with razor-sharp teeth, the 3 beasts swiftly spread out, forming a triangular formation that encircled the humans, opening their mouths to emit that peculiar sound once more. Otrala Dragon, someone exclaimed in despair. Why would such terrifying creatures appear at the outskirts of the monster forest? May the goddess of fairness protect us. The humans, sheltered in the center, clasped their hands in prayer, their eyes filled with terror. I warned against taking this path, a red-haired warrior shouted. The village we just passed was deserted. This place is undoubtedly the infamous monster forest. You should have listened to me and taken a different route. Now it's too late for that. We must think of a way to deal with these 3 Otrala dragons. Given the strength of our 4-star grass mercenary group, how could we possibly contend with Otrala dragons? Even a single juvenile dragon could crush us, let alone 3 adult dragons here. I quit. This mission is impossible. Hey, what are you running for, Tlas? I'm done for. Andy, don't follow, it's dangerous. Calm down. Everyone, remain calm. Your panic will only hasten your demise. Listen up. This is a command from the captain. A red-haired girl with a ponytail raised her sword and shouted, Hold the line and protect the caravan. I knew this captain was unreliable. How could our mere 1-star mercenary group possibly defeat the 3 Ultra Dragons? I regret trusting this little girl. You all can continue playing mercenaries. I'm out of here. Wait for me. Out of 20 mercenaries, nearly 18 turned in a frenzy, attempting to escape through the vast gaps between the 3 Ultra Dragons. Only the red-haired girl adorned with the captain's insignia, a burly man wielding an iron rod, and a young boy no more than 13 or 14, grasping a shield taller than himself, remained steadfast around the caravan. The mercenary group faltered before battle had even begun, almost entirely fleeing, leaving the caravan in utter chaos. I suggested we spend a bit more to hire the renowned sword and rose mercenary group, but you insisted on saving money by hiring a newly formed, low-tier group. Now look, we're all doomed. Who knew we would encounter Ultra Dragons here? We've passed this way countless times without a single encounter. Goddess of Justice, grant us your mercy. Please save us. Don't panic. Don't panic. The red-haired girl shouted desperately, But both mercenaries and caravan members scattered in terror. The three Ultra Dragons swiftly commenced their massacre, charging first at the fleeing mercenaries. No, don't come near. One mercenary raised his sword, only to be swiftly bitten in half by an approaching Ultra Dragon. Whoosh! An archer among the mercenaries turned to shoot an arrow at the Ultra Dragon's eye. But due to overwhelming fear, he missed and instantly became the dragon's meal that a hapless caravan member stumbled while fleeing, falling and having his throat pierced by the dragon's sharp teeth. That it was a one-sided slaughter, despite there being only 3 Ultra Dragons. 47 humans were utterly powerless against their assault. Captain, we should run too. The burly man swung his iron rod, creating a whooshing sound that momentarily deterred the nearest Ultra Dragon, then turned to the girl. If our Clover mercenary group fails its first mission, how will we hold our heads high in the future? The red-haired girl shouted fiercely. Protect the caravan. How can we protect them? The burly man looked helplessly at the panicking people running about like headless chickens. Boom. The young boy raised his shield with both hands and slammed it to the ground, producing a deafening sound. In a childish voice, he called out, "Caravan members, come to me quickly. I will protect you." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Hiya. The red-haired girl leapt into the air, swinging her sword at the nearest Ultra Dragon. However, the Ultra Dragon reacted even faster, lunging forward with its mouth open. The girl was bitten in her left side, her beautiful features contorting in pain. Captain, the burly man, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, raising his iron rod to strike the Ultra Dragon's neck from below. The Ultra Dragon, in pain, released the red-haired girl and turned its attention to the man. "Reedy, be careful," the girl shouted, pressing her right hand against her wound, a warm glow emanating as it began to heal at an observable rate. Help! The caravan leader, a rotund man, found fleeing exceedingly difficult. Upon seeing an Ultra Dragon charging toward him, his face turned pale with fear as he emitted a piercing scream. Boom! The young boy immediately raised his shield, rushing at astonishing speed to stand before the caravan leader, slamming the giant shield against the ground. Clang! The Ultra Dragon crashed into the massive shield and momentarily staggered, its footing unsteady. What an opportunity! Quickly attack it! The caravan leader exclaimed with delight, shouting toward the young boy. "I can only defend," the boy replied, blinking awkwardly. The caravan leader nearly spat blood. "Stay close to me, and I can guarantee your safety," the boy said. "Call the others back. You will all be safe by my side." The caravan leader chuckled bitterly. Wondering how much safety a mere child could provide, he tried to call out, but faced with imminent danger, neither the mercenaries nor the caravan members were willing to stake their lives on the young boy's abilities. As a result, more and more of them fell victim to the Ultra Dragons. Chapter 0099. A dilemma. In less than half an hour, just 3 Ultra Dragons had slaughtered nearly half of the mercenary and caravan members. The massacre continued, with even more lives lost. The red-haired girl, the young boy with the shield, and the burly man Reedy could do nothing but exert their utmost effort to protect the caravan leader while sorrowfully witnessing the deaths of those around them. If we only remain calm, there is still a chance, the red-haired girl sighed as she tended to her wound, her gaze filled with despair. Everyone is new. We can't seem to coordinate. Reedy muttered. What do we do now? The young boy with the shield asked. It's beyond saving. We must do our best to protect Mr. Matru as he escapes, the red-haired girl declared. Matru was the caravan leader, currently holding on to his frightened horse beside them. But we have no way to retreat, Reedy exclaimed. The paths are blocked by the 3 Ultra Dragons. What if we use this time while the dragons are busy slaughtering others to secretly find a way out? The young boy suggested. It's futile. Charlotte, the red-haired girl said solemnly, did you not see? Anyone attempting to flee will be the first to be hunted down by the Ultra Dragons. They will not spare a single soul. So we are doomed, the caravan leader Matro said, his voice breaking. I shouldn't have tried to save money by listening to them. If I had hired the Sword and Rose group back then, what would 3 Ultra Dragons mean? Mr. Matru, our mercenary group is not without strength. We just need better coordination, the red-haired girl lamented. Captain, is it useful to say that now? Reedy sighed. Where should we run? Should we just wait to die here? The red-haired girl pondered deeply, then turned back. I've got it. We can retreat into the monster forest. Are you joking? There are horrors in the monster forest far more terrifying than the Ultra Dragons. Entering would only lead to a more gruesome death. Even the Sword and Rose group would not dare to enter the forest recklessly. Matru's plump face was filled with despair. I should never have been so greedy. What good does it do to say that now? Rest assured, Mr. Matru, with the three of us here, we can definitely ensure your safety, the red-haired girl assured the chubby man. But to escape, you must leave the horse behind. We cannot run far with a frightened horse in tow. No way. Matru exclaimed in a panic. I've already lost so much cargo. I cannot part with the horse. It's my last asset. Is it money or your life? Can't you tell the difference? The red-haired girl retorted angrily. If I lose this money, I'd rather lose my life. Matru shouted defiantly. Faced with Matru's stubbornness, the red-haired girl was infuriated. Reluctantly, she said, Enough. If you insist on keeping the horse, then we must retreat to the monster forest immediately, away from these 3 ultra dragons. As long as I can keep my money, I'm willing to do anything. The rotund man clutched the reins of the horse tightly, fearing its loss. Quickly, fall back. The red-haired girl raised her sword in defense. This is the only direction the ultra dragons won't pursue us. We must seize this opportunity to leave. Charlotte, you cover Mr. Matru as he goes in first. Reedy instructed. I will stay back with the captain to provide cover. Be cautious. More dangerous creatures lurk within the monster forest. Understood. The young boy immediately took Matru's side. Leading the frightened horse into the forest, the red-haired girl and Reedy followed closely behind, the 4 gradually distancing themselves from the ultra dragons. The ultra dragons showed no interest in those entering the forest. Continuing their hunt for other mercenaries and caravan members, after retreating into the forest, the 4 sought to navigate around the edge, aiming to reach a path behind the ultra dragons. However, after only a few steps, they stumbled upon a massive centipede nest. Faced with the terrifying sight of numerous giant centipedes, they decisively changed direction. Yet, the monster forest was fraught with peril, barely escaping the giant centipede nest. They quickly discovered a burrow of giant hill rats, necessitating another swift turn. As they zigzagged through the woods, the 4 completely lost their sense of direction, going deeper and deeper until they were utterly disoriented. Whoa! Upon arriving at a clear pond, hoping to take a moment's rest and drink, they were suddenly startled by a chilling cacophony of barks, unclear if they were from wolves or dogs, instantly alert. They were left bewildered when they realized that from all directions emerged a bizarre troop clad in iron armor, wielding iron spears, their heads unmistakably those of dog-headed men. The imposing figure of a dog-headed chieftain commanded his minions to encircle the 4 individuals, unleashing a roar imbued with menace. This is it, we're doomed. Matru clutched tightly to Tongma, crouching down to bury his head in despair. The crimson-haired maiden gripped her sword resolutely, declaring, No matter the adversary we face, we shall fight until our very last breath. Captain, wait a moment. Reddy interjected. Creatures of this ilk, the dog-headed ones, cannot possess the intellect required to forge iron weapons and armor. Moreover, they lack the wisdom to wield such equipment. These dog-headed beings are peculiar. If they have not evolved into sentient beings, they must be under the control of some other intelligent entity. Perhaps we might engage in dialogue. Is that so? The red-haired maiden, upon hearing this, raised her sword towards the chieftain, inquiring, Might I ask, have you evolved into a wise dog-headed being? The chieftain paid her no heed, continuing his threatening growls. It seems not. The maiden stepped back, warily eyeing the advancing dog-headed soldiers. Prepare for battle. Captain, I believe it would be prudent to surrender. Reddy urged. There are far too many dog-headed beings. We cannot prevail against them. They are fully armed. More formidable than the Otrali dragons. Rather than resist futilely, it would be wiser to accompany them and meet the intelligent entity controlling these dog-headed creatures. Perhaps they are akin to us, human as well. Yet they could also be high-ranking magical beasts, countered the crimson-haired maiden. Or perhaps a hostile orc. It could even be a merciless sorcerer. We cannot escape this predicament. We must take a gamble. Reddy replied with resignation. I hardly believe that 3 of us could vanquish hundreds of these fully armored dog-headed beings. Captain, is that truly your stance? The young knight with the iron shield looked towards the red-haired maiden. Charlotte, the maiden bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. Lower your weapon.